Chapter 1. In the 6th year of the Xinda era under Emperor Shizong of Zhou, the ruler of Jiangnan surrendered all the counties north of the Yangtze River. Yet the world was still far from peace. Jinling Imperial City, the Han Mansion, a vast pond lay within the courtyard, its dew dampening my robes. In the distance, palace lanterns blazed brilliantly, and elegant music drifted through the night sky. Yet none of it reached the quiet inner courtyard. Everything here remained silent. Even the lingering fragrance of sandalwood inside the room gradually faded away. I was waiting for someone. Han Xizai called for a maid to replenish the incense. There was a soft rustle, followed by the whisper of a crimson skirt trailing across the floor. To suit the guest's preferences, he had specifically ordered rosewood incense to be burned. Unfortunately, the palace was hosting a grand banquet of music and dance that evening. Every noble had been summoned, and Han Xizai, already advanced in years, had no choice but to wait. As darkness deepened, countless sticks of incense had already burned to ash. Yet the guest he had been expecting still had not arrived. The maid Hongxiu quietly dusted the table, unable to hide her curiosity. Her master had always loved banquets, music, and dancing. Yet tonight, although the emperor himself was hosting a feast, he had claimed illness and remained at home instead. It was truly strange. No one dared to ask. As Hongxiu withdrew, she caught sight of a servant leading a young man dressed in luxurious brocade robes toward the courtyard from the end of the corridor. Beneath the heavy night sky, illuminated only by the swaying paper lantern carried by the servant ahead, she could make out only the graceful outline of the newcomer beneath the moonlight. He walked unhurriedly, every step calm and steady. As flickering shadows danced around him, his sleeves brushed lightly against the blooming spring flowers beside the corridor, scattering petals across the ground. Perhaps it was accidental, yet it looked perfectly deliberate. Without noticing, Hongxiu stepped onto the fallen blossoms. For some reason, it left her strangely unsettled. Lowering her head respectfully as they passed each other, she caught the faint scent of red sandalwood. She could not tell whether it came from the incense she had tended or from the breeze that followed the young man. All she saw was the wrist hanging naturally beneath his sleeve. It was slender, elegant, and partly revealed beneath the embroidered cuff. Beneath the heavy brocade robe, a glimpse of pale green clothing could just be seen. It was late, and the night wind was cold. Anyone who could dress this way at such an hour was clearly someone of extraordinary status. She did not even dare glance back. Instead, she hurried away. The Han mansion was not nearly as extravagantly illuminated as the rumors claimed. The servants led the guest to the only brightly lit room within the inner courtyard. He sighed softly before stepping inside. The young attendant, Piaopeng, waited quietly beneath the corridor. Han Xizai was adjusting the incense burner inside. The moment he saw the guest arrive, he quickly stepped forward to greet him and poured him a cup of tea. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The young man lifted the warm tea and took a sip. Under the candlelight, his distinctive double pupils became clearly visible. He was the 6th prince, Li Congjia, Duke of Anding. He gently ran his fingers along the rim of the teacup with effortless elegance. "My lord, you invited me here so late at night. I'm afraid this cannot be good news." Han Xizai remained silent. His expression grew increasingly solemn. "The Prince of Qi has passed away." The pale fingers around the teacup froze instantly. His grip tightened. Yet Li Congjia merely sat down slowly. After a long silence, he raised his head with what almost resembled a smile. So, he still reached this point. Han Xizai sat opposite him. Though streaks of gray had begun to appear in his hair, his face still looked younger than his years. Everyone in Jinling knew him as a powerful official who loved romance, music, and dancing. Very few knew the burden weighing upon him tonight. The Prince of Qi was poisoned. The news has been kept secret these past few days. He paused before taking another sip of tea. It was an unusual poison, a poison that seeps into the bones. Bone-chilling. Li Congjia lowered his gaze. His lips pressed together unconsciously. The shifting candlelight made his unusual eyes appear even more hauntingly beautiful. This poison can only be made with melted snow from the frozen northern lands. It is rarely seen in Jiangnan. It acts immediately, and its symptoms resemble sudden heart failure. Most people would never suspect poisoning. The crown prince has already made his decision. Li Songjia let out a quiet sigh. His fingertips gently tapped the porcelain cup as he softly hummed an unfamiliar melody. Ordinarily, Han Xizai would already have taken out a brush to record every note. Everyone in Jinling knew that Chongguang's poetry and music were unmatched. Every lyric he composed became a masterpiece admired throughout the land. But tonight, neither poetry nor music could save anyone. Han Xizai took the teacup from his hands and looked directly into those unusual eyes. He wanted to find fear or panic. Instead, there was nothing. Perhaps, in a few days, the next bad news I receive will be about you, Duke Anding. Without looking up, Li Songjia leaned lazily against the table. Then, Lord Han, please remember to find the score of the rainbow skirt and feathered garment dance for me. Han Xizai could not suppress his disappointment. Even now, he thought only of music. Life and death. He left them entirely to fate. But if fate truly decided everything, why spend a lifetime composing melodies that express the joys and sorrows of human hearts? After another silence, Han Xizai finally asked, "Does your grace truly have no intention of fighting for the throne?" For 7 years he had served the prince like a father. He knew Crown Prince Li Hongji's character all too well. A man capable of killing his own uncle would not hesitate to kill his own brother. Han Xizai never wished for Li Songjia to be dragged into such ruthless struggles. Was the throne truly worth sacrificing so many lives? Perhaps. The price was far greater than mere lives alone. Neither man spoke for a long while. Finally, Li Songjia said quietly, "On the surface, Your Excellency wishes to protect me. But in truth, you wish to protect the Crown Prince." Han Xizai did not deny it. He has become too impatient. Last month the Emperor mentioned recalling the Prince of Qi. He acted immediately. Anyone with clear eyes would understand. If something were to happen to you as well, the Crown Prince would become the obvious suspect. The empire would fall into chaos. Li Songjia slowly closed his eyes. His voice sounded weary. If the Crown Prince falls, you will inevitably be implicated. If you support me instead, the Emperor's anger toward the Crown Prince will not become absolute. It would also restrain his ambition. Han Xizai sighed. If your grace truly believes that, then I have nothing more to say. I have served 2 generations of rulers. The late emperor entrusted me with educating the princes, watching them become consumed by the struggle for the throne. I cannot help blaming myself. He paused before continuing. And besides, I know that you and the Crown Prince should never have become what you are today. The 2 boys who had once studied side by side, who had written together beneath the same teacher, had long since become princes walking separate roads. Duke Anding, Han Xizai asked quietly, "Do you still remember that broken zither string?" Summer. The cicadas sang endlessly beneath the night sky. He used to call him Sixth Brother. A robe the color of pale sky reflected in clear water. Eyes gently closed. Sixth Brother played the guqin. That year, the newly built Lufeng Pavilion stood alone at the center of the lake behind the Crown Prince's residence. Only a narrow stone bridge connected it to the shore, like a blooming peony floating upon still water. When the craftsmen designed the pavilion, they had considered countless elaborate plans. None satisfied the Crown Prince. Until one day, a painting was quietly unrolled before him. Mist drifted across flowing water. A gentle breeze brushed the lake. No one knew who had painted it. Yet with a single glance, the proud prince nodded. Soon afterward, Lufeng Pavilion was completed. Only one thing remained missing: the person from the painting. That day, Li Songjia came to visit. A servant bowed. "Please wait a moment, Duke Anding. The Crown Prince is studying with Master Han." The 16-year-old Li Songjia stood beside the lake, carrying his guqin. He quietly admired the pavilion in the distance. The maid beside him secretly peeked at him. So, the rumors were true. He truly possessed the appearance of an emperor. He had double pupils. Li Songjia happened to glance toward her. His dark eyes startled the maid so badly that she immediately lowered her head. He merely laughed softly. "If the Crown Prince is occupied, tell him I'll be waiting in Lufeng Pavilion. I'll take a walk first. You may leave." His voice was calm and gentle, nothing like the proud prince people imagined him to be. Once he spoke, no one dared refuse. At that time, Han Xizai had been entrusted with educating the Crown Prince. Li Hongji sat beneath the wooden window, calm, disciplined, yet entirely unlike his father. He was not obsessed with pleasure, nor particularly devoted to books. He simply pursued whatever he desired. He read only what he believed he needed. Nothing else could influence him. Even as a teenager, Han Xizai had sensed something within him. It was difficult to describe, yet it was always there. Years later, he finally understood. It was ambition, even the ambition of a young prince. On the rice paper, Li Hongji had nearly finished writing a character. Outside the window, the melody of Lin Jiang Immortal drifted softly through the air. His brush suddenly stopped. A drop of ink slowly spread across the page. "Your Highness." Han Xizai looked at him in confusion. Li Hongji remained silent. Then he calmly threw away the unfinished sheet. "Master, we'll stop here today." He straightened his robes and left. The music continued outside. Han Xizai turned back toward the discarded paper. The final stroke of the character had never been completed. The servants hurried after Li Hongji, intending to tell him that Duke Anding was waiting in Lufeng Pavilion. Before they could finish speaking, he had already followed the sound of the guqin, through layers of flowers, past winding corridors, until he finally found him. Li Songjia sat alone inside the lakeside pavilion. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers and willows across the water. Dressed in robes the color of clear sky reflected upon water, he smiled quietly beneath the wind and moon. Standing on the shore, Li Hongji could not see those famous double pupils, nor could he see the depths hidden within them. He saw only flowing black hair dancing in the breeze. The rippling lake. If he could not see those eyes, then he could remain at peace. Li Hongji slowly crossed the stone bridge toward Lufeng Pavilion. His long robes spread behind him like waves. He climbed the final steps into the pavilion. At that exact moment, a sharp snap echoed through the air. The string had broken. "The string is broken." Li Hongji sat opposite him. Blood dripped slowly from Li Songjia's fingertips. Without concern, he placed the guqin aside, still smiling as gently as spring. "I was distracted." They shared the same father and mother, yet they could not have been more different. Li Songjia was gentle and refined. Li Hongji was stern, a man many feared, untouched by the indulgent lifestyle common among the royal family. Li Hongji smiled. He reached over and lightly touched the broken string. The guqin was named Xianshuan. "Lufeng, Xianshuan. My sixth brother remains as elegant as ever. I heard the crown prince had defeated Wu Yu. I came to congratulate you. I even composed a new melody. What a pity. It isn't finished yet." Li Hongji looked at him. "What troubled you, sixth brother?" Li Songjia did not answer. Instead, he stood beside the railing overlooking the lake. "Are you satisfied with this gift? I knew this painting had to be yours. Mountains, rivers, the entire landscape gathered into one elegant pavilion, compared with mountains of gold and silver. This scroll was not merely a gift. It reflected the giver's soul. How could Li Hongji fail to understand? In the distance, Han Xizai walked slowly through the garden carrying a book. Looking up, he saw the graceful figure in green robes standing within Lufeng Pavilion. He immediately recognized the sixth prince. So he remained beneath the flowering trees. Watching from afar, the two brothers drank tea together. They talked quietly. After some time, Li Songjia rose to leave, carrying Xianshuan in his arms. The bluestone path across the lake was slick with moisture. His attention remained on the guqin. He accidentally lost his footing. Li Hongji immediately reached out to steady him. The wind brushed past them. Li Hongji clearly caught the scent of red sandalwood. Beneath the pale green embroidered robe decorated with white cloud patterns, a slender wrist emerged. He had always thought his sixth brother possessed extraordinarily beautiful hands. Every movement seemed like a work of art. Neither of them moved. Li Hongji spoke first. "Sixth brother is still as careless as ever." Li Songjia smiled. "Unlike the crown prince, who learned horseback riding and archery from childhood. How could I ever compare with someone who kills enemies on the battlefield?" His voice remained polite. Neither warm, nor cold, just like the distance between them. Neither too close, nor too far. Li Hongji sighed softly. "I returned victorious. Yet sixth brother insists on calling me crown prince. It feels so distant." He reached toward the guqin. "I still remember. When we were young, you always called me brother Hongji." Li Songjia did not release the instrument. Instead, he quietly stepped aside and continued walking. koi swam beneath the water on either side of the stone path, occasionally disturbing the still surface. "Your Highness." Li Songjia stopped and gestured toward the water. "Didn't you ask what distracted me while I was playing?" Li Hongji looked into the lake. Li Songjia smiled faintly. "I saw a carp leaping over the dragon gate. And in that moment, I broke the string." Han Xizai watched Duke Anding disappear into the distance with his guqin. The crown prince remained standing alone upon the stone bridge. Mist slowly rose from the lake. Even when his robes became damp, he never moved. Back then, he had said, "I still remember you calling me Brother Hongji." Years later, that same brother had killed his own uncle. Where was Xiao now? Han Xizai suddenly found himself longing for its music. Li Songjia looked calmly at the troubled minister. His eyes remained as dark as ink. After a long pause, he gently shook his head. "It doesn't matter whether I remember the broken string. What matters is whether the crown prince still remembers it. If he truly comes after you, will your grace still refuse to fight?" "It's not that I refuse. I simply know him. If there is something he desires, he will obtain it. I will never become his obstacle. The only obstacle he can never overcome is himself." The fragrance of rosewood drifted softly through the room. Li Songjia brushed a loose strand of hair behind his ear. Then he stood. "If there's time, a Huang still wishes to invite Hongxiu to the manor. She has been waiting to practice that song we discussed." He pushed open the door. Moonlight instantly flooded the room. Turning back to bid farewell, his embroidered robes shimmered beneath the pale light. No amount of gold thread could conceal the quiet elegance beneath the green robes. He had never argued with his brother, nor had he ever wished to. Hongxiu had just finished helping Madame Han wash and comb her hair when she saw him leaving. The half-cooled water inside the basin reflected her flushed face. She hurried back to her room, rolling up her crimson sleeves. She soaked both hands in hot water. After a while, she noticed the candles needed trimming. Only then did she realize she had soaked her hands far too long. They had become swollen and sore. She stared blankly at them. After drying them carefully, she lifted them to her nose. The scent still lingered. Rosewood. After leaving Han Mansion, Li Songjia instructed Piaoping and the servants to return first with the carriage. He chose to walk home alone beneath the moonlight. Everyone knew Duke Anding was naturally elegant and preferred quiet solitude. None of the servants dared object. As night settled over Jinling, he alone wandered the empty streets. Music drifted once more from the palace. Another extravagant banquet. Another night of singing and dancing. Ordinarily, he should have been there, listening to music, reciting poetry. Who was it that once said, "Sixth brother is the one who truly knows how to indulge himself"? Who said that? Li Songjia smiled silently. Only his shadow accompanied him. Without his magnificent robes, without anyone seeing his unusual eyes, he was merely another lonely figure beneath the moon. Even his outline appeared faint. Indulge himself? His elegant wrist emerged beneath the night breeze as he gently pressed his fingers against his forehead. That year, Crown Prince Li Hongji returned triumphant from war. His confidence became even greater. Everyone knew. His ambitions stretched across the world. That same year, the sixth prince's poetry and songs spread throughout Jinling. One dreamed of conquering the world. The other preferred singing beside quiet waters at dusk. They had never been the same. The hermit of Zhongshan, the hermit of Zhongfeng, the hermit of Lianfeng. Li Hongji laughed as his long black hair fluttered in the wind. "So, sixth brother wishes to become a hermit?" Behind him, an attendant carried an exquisitely carved red sandalwood box. The crown prince had personally visited Duke Anding's residence, only to learn that Li Songjia had recently withdrawn into the mountains, seeking a life of peace. Morning bells, evening drums. The spacious reception hall still carried the faint scent of rosewood. Behind the plain curtain, the trembling servants knelt on the floor. "Your Highness." This gift, it had originally been prepared for Duke Anding. Li Hongji took the box himself. Without another word, he left. Back at Lufeng Pavilion, the breeze remained as poetic as ever. Han Xizai watched the silent crown prince standing beside the lake. Slowly, Li Hongji opened the sandalwood box. Inside, resting upon soft green silk, lay an exquisitely crafted zither string. A few days earlier, he had secretly traveled far to find the finest silk. Countless strands had been carefully selected and woven together into this single precious string. It had been guarded day and night. He had even commissioned a sandalwood box worthy of it. Dark, deep, like his own eyes. He had believed his sixth brother would like it. Li Hongji held the small wooden box tightly. Han Xizai expected anger. Instead, the crown prince smiled. He is hiding from me. Your Highness. Han Xizai spoke gently. Duke Anding has always preferred a quiet life. He merely went away to relax. When he returns, it won't be too late to give him the string. Li Hongji laughed even louder. Master Han, tell me, what do you think of the koi in this lake? Han Xizai looked down. The fish swam peacefully through the clear water. Suddenly, a splash echoed across the lake. Li Hongji had thrown the sandalwood box into the water. Without looking back, he turned and walked away. The startled koi scattered in every direction. The carp wished to leap over the dragon gate. Yet the lotus merely laughed until its stem bent. A hermit? Hide the body. Lose the heart. They had already walked far from Han Mansion. Ahead of him lay memories of many years ago. Brothers born of the same parents. He was the eldest son. I was the cherished sixth brother. He always praised my beautiful wrists, yet never once mentioned the double pupils everyone admired. He rarely spoke, rarely smiled, but whenever he listened to me play the guqin, he quietly told stories. It has been so long. I no longer remember the details. Only one thing remains. The world. Every story ended with someone longing for the world. As a prince, shouldn't the world have belonged to him? He once asked me, yet all I saw were the cold eyes with those unmistakable double pupils. People said, the sixth prince had been born to become an emperor. How could Li Congjia not understand him? He sighed softly. Looking up at the moon, he realized it had grown very late. Remembering that a Huang was still waiting for him, he turned onto a quiet path, pulled his outer robe more tightly around himself, and slowly walked home beneath the moonlight. Chapter 2. At the end of the alley stood a crooked tree, blocking half the moonlight. The lingering echo of the broken zither string in his mind was abruptly interrupted by the sound of something rolling across the ground. A dark bottle came to rest at his feet. As Li Congjia bent down to pick it up, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. He had only just grasped the bottle when someone covered his mouth. The person behind him said nothing. A cold blade pressed against his neck. He was surprised, but everything happened so quickly that there was no time to react. All he remembered was how unnaturally cold the bottle felt beneath the moonlight. It stood in sharp contrast to the warmth spreading across his back. The stranger behind him was breathing heavily. Li Congjia gradually felt his robe becoming warm and damp. Before he could think further, he looked ahead. Black-clad archers lined the rooftops opposite him. Silent, motionless. In the brief moment he had bent down, he had somehow become the center of a deadly standoff. An uneasy silence settled over the alley. The elegant nobleman, now being used as a human shield, frowned slightly. His distinctive double pupils were clearly visible. His eyes were impossibly dark. No one could tell whether they held fear or calm. One command, and the figure beneath the blade would become little more than a body pierced with arrows. Time passed. No one dared release an arrow. Clearly, none of them had anticipated this. The man behind Li Congjia trembled slightly before slowly retreating. Yet the hand gripping him never loosened. Strangely, Li Congjia felt far calmer than he expected. The leader of the black-clad men finally whispered, Duke Anding. He raised a hand. Without another sound, every assassin disappeared into the darkness. The blade against Li Congjia's neck shifted slightly, leaving a sharp sting. He neither struggled nor moved. The hand covering his mouth had already withdrawn. Closing his eyes, he quietly waited for the inevitable. If the man intended to silence him, so be it. The bottle in his hand had become so cold that it seemed to freeze his bones. Where was Shan? For some reason, he suddenly thought of the guqin. The next moment, the hand holding the knife slipped weakly from his shoulder. The weight pressing against his back suddenly vanished. Li Congjia instinctively turned around. Before he could move, his wrist was seized. The stranger used what little strength he had left to drag himself forward. His body gave way. Both men stumbled behind the crooked tree at the entrance of the alley. The dense leaves swallowed the last traces of moonlight. Hidden within the darkness, Li Congjia caught the heavy scent of blood. He tried to stand. The stranger gripped his wrist tightly. Seeing no point in struggling, Li Songjia simply sat back down. The man before him remained hidden in the shadows. Only his pale wrist was visible, scratched where he had gripped it too tightly. "Are you Duke Anding?" The stranger's voice was low. "Yes." Li Songjia smiled faintly. "So, should you be pleased that you seized the right hostage? Or regret it? If I call out now, you won't merely end up looking like a hedgehog." As he spoke, he quietly slipped the dark bottle into his sleeve. The stranger answered calmly, "Perhaps I'll silence you before you can shout." Although Li Songjia still couldn't clearly see his face, he could tell the man was gravely wounded. Blood soaked the back of his shoulder. Yet his voice remained steady. "You won't. You still need me to help you escape." He paused, listening to the distant palace music. The celebration had not yet ended. "Before long, the people from my residence will come looking for me. Let me go." The grip on his wrist hesitated, then slowly released him. "Why were they trying to kill you?" Li Songjia leaned closer to examine the wound. The arrow had pierced the man's shoulder from behind. Blood stained nearly all his clothing. The stranger remained silent. Li Songjia did not press further. "You can't let the night patrol see you like this." He removed his outer robe and draped it over both of them. Together, they disappeared into the darkness beneath the tree. Li Songjia leaned close. The stranger laughed softly. "So, does Duke Anding intend to hide here with me all night?" Pressed shoulder to shoulder, he could clearly smell the faint fragrance of red sandalwood mixed with fresh blood. It was a strangely unforgettable scent. "Hush!" Li Songjia motioned for silence. "Speak more quietly. My household will soon search this road. When they arrive, I'll take you out. And why should I trust you?" A hand slowly slid toward Li Songjia's neck. "If you kill me now, you'll never leave Jinling alive. If you trust me, you still have a chance." He did not resist. Instead, he leaned close and whispered into the stranger's ear. "I know you're connected to the crown prince. So don't worry. I have my own reasons for saving you." The stranger fell silent. Only the scent of red sandalwood lingered between them. Li Songjia looked at him. "What's your name?" "Zhao Kuangyin." After answering, Zhao Kuangyin quietly studied the man before him. Li Songjia raised a hand and brushed the loose hair from his forehead. His slender wrist still bore faint marks from being gripped earlier. Zhao Kuangyin had never expected such a renowned prince to wear pale blue robes beneath luxurious brocade. The colors resembled clear skies reflected upon water. Some people needed no effort to leave a breathtaking impression. No wonder his reputation was unmatched. Zhao Kuangyin thought silently. The streets were empty. A patrol slowly approached. One of the soldiers had clearly been drinking. He staggered behind the others. As he rounded the tree, he nearly tripped over Li Songjia's robe. Instantly, both men behind the tree held their breath. The drunken soldier continued walking absent-mindedly. He seemed to be mumbling poetry. His words were so slurred that no sentence could be understood. One of the others sighed in annoyance and pulled him along. "Hey, Xiao Shuhe, the captain's attending the banquet tonight, and you've gotten bold enough to drink while on duty? If someone smells alcohol when we get back, your whole family will go hungry." "Hush, keep your voice down." The drunken soldier wrapped an arm around his companion's shoulder. "I'm telling you, hunger stole this jar from me today. There's still some left. I hid it." "Ha! I heard you're taking the examinations this year. You'd better give up now." The laughter gradually faded into the distance. Li Songjia finally exhaled. "I should thank him for his drinking." He looked up, only to find Zhao Kuangyin smiling. Then he realized how close they still were. In the panic, he had paid no attention. Now, their posture felt rather inappropriate. The scent of red sandalwood lingered between them. Li Songjia's handsome face was almost brushing Zhao Kuangyin's neck. Zhao Kuangyin seemed to be enjoying himself. His gaze swept leisurely over Li Songjia. "Duke Anding, you're quite charming." Li Songjia immediately stepped away and stood to one side. Zhao Kuangyin chuckled. "So, the guards protecting Jinling aren't very impressive." Li Songjia felt the icy bottle hidden inside his sleeve. It was unbearably cold. "Of course not. They're nowhere near as capable as the people chasing you." After saying that, he looked toward the entrance of the alley. "Master Han once mentioned the assassins secretly trained by the crown prince. It seems you were fortunate tonight." Zhao Kuangyin stared at him strangely. "You?" Before he could finish speaking, someone suddenly grabbed Li Songjia's sleeve. Hurried footsteps echoed toward them. Li Songjia calmly put his robe back on and helped Zhao Kuangyin to his feet. At the alley entrance, Piaoping and several servants searched anxiously with lanterns. The moment they spotted him, they hurried over. Your Grace. It's so late. You still haven't returned. Madam has been worried sick. What happened? Li Songjia answered naturally. I met an old friend. He was injured by bandits along the road. It's nothing serious. We'll return together. Yes, Your Grace. Dawn arrived. The physician had just finished examining the patient and waited quietly outside. A beam of morning light slipped through the carved wooden windows of Zhaohua Pavilion. A slender hand gently pulled the mandarin duck brocade quilt higher. Huang. It's all right. I'll go take a look. The woman on the embroidered bed turned over slightly. Her long hair had spilled across the pillow. Li Songjia carefully smoothed each strand into place. Then he lowered the crimson bed curtains once more. He took out the dark bottle he had found the previous night. He could not tell what it was made from. It resembled jade. Yet the moment he touched it, an icy chill seeped into his palm. It almost felt alive, as though it wished to burrow beneath his skin. He quietly hid it behind a scroll. Turning back, he saw Huang, exhausted after waiting all night, finally sleeping peacefully. Only then did he relax. Dressed in pale blue, Li Songjia stepped outside. The maid Lu Zhu led him toward the side courtyard. The physician said it's only an external injury. Nothing serious. After speaking, she carefully studied her master's expression. Then she hesitated. Lu Zhu, I think that man came from the north. He carried military weapons. Li Songjia gently raised a hand, signaling her to stop. He was not angry. He simply instructed her to remain with Lady Huang in the pavilion. It is still early. Let her sleep a little longer. The sun had not yet risen. Servants were still lighting lamps along the winding corridors. The physician quietly departed. Li Songjia took a lantern himself and walked toward the side courtyard. You don't even light a candle? After closing the door, the room fell into darkness. Li Songjia had deliberately dismissed every servant before entering alone. Inside, Zhao Kuangyin sat casually at the table. A dagger rested in his hand as he sliced apart the bandages wrapped around his shoulder. Seeing Li Songjia enter, he remained completely unconcerned. Li Songjia realized he was cutting away the elaborate dressings prepared by the physician. Are you worried the medicine is poisoned? It's only a minor wound. Why wrap it up like this? If you keep bandaging it like a woman, I won't even be able to move my arm. Zhao Kuangyin tore off another strip of cloth. He neatly tied the wound himself. Gripping the knot between his teeth, he tightened it before putting away the dagger. Then he looked at Li Songjia. Jiangnan really is different. Spring flowers and autumn waters soften even people's bones. Even treating an injury is as delicate as tending a lady. He laughed at his own words. Li Songjia couldn't help studying him more carefully. The darkness the previous night had concealed much. Now, he saw a man entirely unlike himself. Simple brown clothes. A powerful build unlike the refined scholars of Jiangnan. A face carved with sharp determination. A man clearly born for swords and battlefields. Not poetry and music. Since Zhao Kuangyin had no intention of hiding anything, Li Songjia spoke directly. You're from the north. Did you know the Prince of Qi? Zhao Kuangyin burst into laughter. The Prince of Qi? You should ask the King of Hell. Li Songjia instinctively reached for his teacup, then withdrew his hand. After a long silence, he quietly asked, You killed him? Zhao Kuangyin nodded. So, the Crown Prince wanted you dead last night. To silence you. If you already understand that, why save me? The Duke ending everyone talks about doesn't seem interested in fighting for power. Zhao Kuangyin watched him with amused curiosity. Li Songjia slowly shook his head. I didn't save you for power. No. Isn't saving me the same as opposing the Crown Prince? He is my brother. His voice remained calm. Without anger. Without hesitation. Simply certain. He is my brother. That alone was reason enough. The world had been in turmoil for months. War raged across the lands north and south of the Yangtze. The Northern Dynasty's ambitions grew clearer each day. Every force sought greater power. Zhao Kuangyin undoubtedly had ambitions of his own. He wanted influence. He wanted a place in history. But he was not Li Hongji. He understood that some opportunities required patience. Still, he had witnessed countless struggles for power, from north to south. Yet this man, with death hanging over his head, could still calmly tell him that no position outranked the bond between brothers. Zhao Kuangyin almost laughed aloud. He looked carefully at the legendary Duke Anding, the prince said to have been born to become an emperor, admired throughout the land, praised in countless songs, desired by countless hearts. He had imagined many things. Who could remain untouched once caught in the struggle for power? Yet Li Congjia merely answered, "He is my brother." Nothing more. Was this the true order of family? The answer was so simple, yet impossible to refute. Li Congjia stood and lit another stick of incense. Did he truly believe he could become an immortal? So what if he's your brother? Didn't he kill his own uncle? Zhao Kuangyin's voice carried open mockery. Fame, power, wealth. They were the sharpest blades in existence. Once blood had been drawn, there was no turning back. People would sacrifice anything for what they desired. That's exactly why. You cannot die. Why? Li Congjia let out a slow breath. He poured tea without drinking it, quietly watching the steam rise. Because it is a human life. Zhao Kuangyin laughed aloud. What if I decide to kill you today? Across the ancient eight immortals table, a pale green sleeve brushed gently over the polished wood. The famous Tianshui green robes shimmered like flowing water. His unforgettable wrist lifted gracefully. He offered Zhao Kuangyin a cup of tea. Before Zhao Kuangyin could accept it, Li Congjia quietly said, "You're not the one who truly wants me dead." The fragrance of tea lingered in the room. From a nearby courtyard, actors had already begun their morning practice. A gentle voice floated through the air. The spring forest flowers bloom in beauty, yet the birds sing in sorrow. The spring breeze lovingly lifts my silk sleeves. By day I climb the tower. By night I linger beside the orchid pond. I gather lotus flowers beneath the moon, night after night collecting lotus seeds, looking toward the parasol trees. How pitiful their blossoms seem. May frost and snow never come. May the parasol bloom for 1,000 years. Though ice lies 3 feet thick, though snow stretches 1,000 miles, my heart remains as steadfast as pine and cypress. Why must your heart be different? The actress's voice drifted through the courtyard, lingering long after the final note. The softness of Jiangnan's rain seemed woven into every syllable. Zhao Kuangyin leaned lazily against a couch. He had no intention of listening, yet every verse captivated him. Li Congjia, the prince who had once hidden among mountains, who loved only poetry and music, who desired no throne. People said he was as flawless as jade, wrapped in elegance, ignorant of worldly affairs. They claimed he understood neither politics, nor ambition, nor intrigue, only love. The waves melt away the lingering snow. Peach blossoms speak without words. A pot of wine, a fishing rod. How many people like you still remain beneath heaven? One small boat upon the spring breeze. One fishing line. One gentle hook. Flowers fill the shore. Wine fills the cup. You drift freely upon endless waters. Zhao Kuangyin remembered the poem Li Congjia had written while living in seclusion. A man with such a heart could never spend his life understanding nothing. On the contrary, as Zhao Kuangyin looked into those deep, extraordinary eyes, he silently admitted, only such a man truly deserved to be called unparalleled. Yet, for some reason, though it was only a beautiful song, it left him with a splitting headache. Many years later, when the women and children of Jiangnan no longer remembered those days of music and celebration, when others still wondered why Zhao Kuangyin had pursued him so relentlessly, he gave only one answer. Because, on that day, I saw a troubled world reflected in his eyes. Chapter 3. Several days passed. The Anding Mansion, Lu Garden. Spring had painted the garden with breathtaking beauty. The morning air was still slightly chilly. Cool sunlight bathed the elegant garden, making every flower and leaf appear even more vibrant. Dew still clung to the leaves from the previous night. A maid dressed in plain robes carried a bamboo basket filled with delicate white porcelain bottles. In one hand, she held a slender reed tube specially made for collecting dew from every flower and leaf with great care. The night's rain had dyed the world the color of Tianshui blue. This translucent shade was renowned throughout the realm. Only wealthy families could afford such luxury. They patiently gathered dew from flowers and leaves, slowly boiled it, then covered it with the finest silk gauze while keeping the fire low. After 7 days, the cloth would absorb the spirit of heaven, earth, rain, and dew. The result was an almost invisible pale green, a color so pure and transparent that it was priceless. Only the gentle water towns of Yong and could have imagined such elegance. Li Songjia loved the color of Tianshui blue. No color suited him better. Once, on the emperor's birthday, a minister presented an embroidered robe dyed in Tianshui blue. The sleeves were woven with mountains and rivers embroidered using silk dyed by hundreds of craftsmen. The emperor was overjoyed. He named it Mountain and River Brocade. That year, no one in the imperial city could truly match the robe, until Han Xizai suggested recalling the sixth prince. After all, he was still a prince of the royal family. Even if he wished to live as a hermit, he could never truly escape his fate. When Li Songjia returned from the mountains, the officials were stunned by his elegance the moment he raised his head. At last, the robe had found its rightful owner. The emperor bestowed the incomparable mountain and river brocade upon his beloved sixth prince. Mountain and river brocade. The crown prince sighed quietly as he watched the admiration reflected in their father's eyes. In the end, he gave everything to his sixth brother. Your Highness. Li Songjia knelt and called to him from afar before the palace hall. Li Hongji merely turned away. After all, it was only a robe, and yet, it represented an entire kingdom. From that day onward, Duke Ending never wore the peerless robe again. Now, every official in Jinling knew how much Lord Anding loved Tianshui blue. Every morning, servants were assigned to collect rainwater and do solely for dyeing cloth. Li Songjia wandered through the garden. When he noticed a Huang entering Lu garden, he quietly followed her. His personal maid, Lu Zhu, stood beside a bamboo fence carrying a small basket. She bowed immediately. My lord, where is the lady? She went farther inside. They said the roses are in full bloom today. Li Songjia stepped through the bamboo gate, brushing aside the drooping vines overhead. He found a Huang bending over a blooming rose. Its deep crimson petals blossomed proudly beneath the morning sun. A Huang. She turned. Her husband. Her entire world. She had married him at 18. A Huang possessed a beauty that needed no embellishment. Like the golden dance robes she loved so dearly, she resembled a phoenix descending from heaven. Every graceful movement captivated those who watched. Li Songjia smiled gently. He reached for the reed tube in her hand. She immediately pulled it back. I promised I'd dye one myself for you. There are only a few more leaves left. Biting her lower lip in concentration, she carefully drew another drop of dew from beneath a rose leaf. Li Songjia leaned closer, intending to embrace her. Suddenly, a Huang let out a small cry. She quickly withdrew her hand. The rose's thorns had pricked her finger. It's your fault. She glared at him with mock annoyance and held up her finger. You distracted me. Look. Li Songjia laughed softly. He wrapped her hand gently in both of his. All right. I shouldn't have followed you here. Does it hurt? It barely broke the skin. It doesn't hurt much. A tiny drop of blood slowly emerged. We agreed these robes would remain as pure as Tianshui blue. I don't want them stained with blood. Smiling, Li Songjia gently lifted her finger and placed it against his lips to stop the bleeding. A Huang immediately glared at him. Really, there are still servants nearby. Though embarrassed, her flushed face only made her resemble a blazing peony even more. Li Songjia simply drew her into his arms. In the distance, a flock of pigeons fluttered into the sky. Hidden behind the walls of Lu Garden, a man dressed in coarse brown clothes had quietly slipped into the courtyard to deliver a message. On his way back, he accidentally witnessed the scene beneath the flowering trees. Silently, he watched the brilliant peony embrace everything around it. He heard Li Songjia softly tell a Huang, I'll have someone remove all the thorns from these roses later. Would that make you happy? For some reason, remembering the graceful figure hidden behind the tree that night, then seeing those same beautiful wrists now wrapped around a Huang, a faint ache stirred inside Zhao Kuangyin's heart. Still nestled in Li Songjia's embrace, a Huang suddenly remembered something. The man staying in the side courtyard. Lu Zhu said he seems to be from the north. Li Songjia remained silent. Is he really an old friend? Yes. Don't worry. Perhaps I'm worrying too much. But father came a few days ago. He said many strange things have been happening outside. Songjia, you must be careful. She looked quietly into his calm, composed face. Father is still worried about you. but I know you've never wanted to compete with anyone, especially not the Crown Prince. But, Li Songjia smiled reassuringly. The Crown Prince is my own brother. Don't worry. The court recently ceded a large territory to the north. The emperor has been deeply troubled. The situation outside has also become increasingly unstable. Your father is only concerned because of that. Huang nodded. She asked no more questions. Instead, she merely reminded him once again to be careful. Last time I visited the Han mansion, I mentioned that Hongxiu still wanted to practice dancing with me. When you're free, invite her over. The Han residence has recently composed a new piece. The Crown Prince has already invited Hongxiu and several others. They should arrive in a few days. The moment music and dancing entered the conversation, Huang's worries disappeared. She happily changed the subject. After spending some time with her, and seeing that she insisted on collecting the due herself, Li Songjia quietly left. He summoned his most trusted attendant, Piaoping. Go and invite a physician from the north. My old friend isn't accustomed to southern medicine. I'll only be at ease after a northern physician examines him. Piaoping obediently departed. As he walked toward Jinling's most famous medical clinic, he couldn't help wondering why his gentle master had brought home a complete stranger from the roadside. The man looked handsome enough, but he carried a sword and possessed a violent temperament. No one dared ask where he had come from. The physician eventually arrived. After treating the patient, he quietly departed. Only Li Songjia remained inside with Zhao Kuangyin for some time. When Li Songjia finally emerged, his expression revealed nothing. He politely dismissed Piaoping before the attendant could ask any questions. Instead, he immediately ordered several servants to head toward Lu Garden. Remove every thorn from the roses. Piaoping was completely baffled. Still, his master's thoughts had always been impossible to predict. It was easier simply to obey. Before long, Lady Huang came to stop them. She couldn't bear seeing such beautiful flowers damaged. In the end, Li Songjia ordered the servants to use small golden scissors to remove only the thorns. Satisfied, Huang finally agreed. After all the commotion, peace gradually returned to the residence. That afternoon, inside the quiet side courtyard, Zhao Kuangyin unfolded a narrow slip of paper beside the window. Only a single character appeared upon it. Kill. The handwriting was bold and forceful, yet the final stroke paused halfway, as though the writer had hesitated before making up his mind. Zhao Kuangyin stared at the paper. Then he remembered Li Songjia sitting across from him through rising tea steam. He is my brother. He smiled bitterly. Li Songjia had already lost this wager before it even began. He was a sentimental man. Li Hongji was not. Li Hongji cared little for affection or family. Who could be blamed? The world itself had never been won easily. Closing the paper, Zhao Kuangyin looked toward the blooming spring flowers outside. He shut the window. Through the narrow gap, he spotted Li Songjia carrying something wrapped in silk as he walked toward Lu Garden. Without hesitation, he followed. The servants were busily trimming rose thorns. Li Songjia stood quietly behind a rockery, holding a pair of golden scissors wrapped in silk. The scissors were exquisitely engraved. When Zhao Kuangyin approached, the servants were too occupied to notice. Li Songjia glanced at him once, then calmly continued clipping the thorns. Without warning, the silk cloth disappeared from his hands. The scissors had been taken. He looked up. Zhao Kuangyin laughed. Drawing his knife, he swept it effortlessly across the branches. In the blink of an eye, every thorn had been removed without harming a single blossom. How about that? He looked thoroughly dissatisfied with their method. He casually twirled the golden scissors. How can scissors made of pure gold possibly be sharp? No wonder you're so slow. It would take days to finish a garden this size. He casually snipped another peony. They're useful enough, though I'm not sure whether they could even hurt anyone. Give me the scissors. Li Songjia's voice remained gentle, yet unexpectedly firm. Who allowed you to cut that flower? Have you forgotten whose residence this is? Zhao Kuangyin noticed the regret in Li Songjia's eyes as he looked at the ruined blossom. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the scissors onto the ground. His right hand immediately seized Li Songjia by the throat. His voice dropped. You still have time to care about flowers? Li Songjia remained perfectly still. Give me the flower. Zhao Kuangyin opened his hand. The scarlet peony lay crushed within his palm. Its juice still dripped like fresh blood. Li Songjia gently gathered each damaged petal with pale fingertips. His voice carried unmistakable sadness. Huang just asked me not to hurt the flowers. Then he slowly lifted his gaze, looking directly at the man threatening him. He calmly asked, "What do you think? Should I call for help?" Zhao Kuangyin stared at the crimson stains upon those elegant fingertips. They resembled blood. Yet Li Songjia remained as composed as ever, gracefully dressed in tianshui blue. The knife's reflection shimmered within those extraordinary double pupils. For the first time, Zhao Kuangyin saw anger in those ink-dark eyes. Not because his own life was threatened, but because of a flower. Had it been anyone else, he would never have believed it. Yet the man quietly gathering ruined petals truly mourned only the flower itself. The scent of sandalwood lingered between them. "You won't call for help. You were the same the night you saved me." Zhao Kuangyin spoke with complete certainty. "You value human life. In fact, you value every living thing. That's why you're different from Li Hongji." Li Songjia's body trembled ever so slightly. It felt as though he had suddenly heard a voice from long ago. No one had dared speak that name so openly for many years. Yet this reckless northerner had done exactly that. "Brother Hongji," Li Songjia quietly repeated. Then he looked up. "I am different from him." He would never allow anyone to call him that now. He certainly wouldn't let anyone take scissors from his hands. He also wouldn't risk his own life for a flower. Zhao Kuangyin tightened his grip. "Li Songjia, you're even more absurd than the rumors claim. But you surprise me far more than I expected. You care about everyone's life, except your own." Li Songjia smiled gently. "You've said enough. In truth, killing me would be much easier than removing those thorns." Something inside Zhao Kuangyin snapped. He grabbed Li Songjia's wrist and pulled him close. So close that he could smell the familiar fragrance of red sandalwood. Looking directly into those extraordinary eyes, he said slowly, "Everyone claims you understand nothing. But in truth, you understand everything." Li Songjia merely smiled, as though the conversation no longer interested him. Unable to break free from Zhao Kuangyin's strength, he simply stopped resisting. Sighing softly, he rested his head against Zhao Kuangyin's shoulder, then quietly whispered beside his ear, "He ordered you to kill me, didn't he?" Zhao Kuangyin said nothing. Li Songjia continued, "I knew you weren't in a hurry to leave after that night. Were you planning to kill me in exchange for the crown prince's trust? But I don't think you're someone who enjoys being controlled. What if my reason is simpler? The crown prince promised me wealth, power, and a glorious future." Li Songjia smiled faintly. He gently pushed the gleaming blade away with one hand. Zhao Kuangyin looked at him as though facing some impossible creature. His elegant smile resembled ink spreading across white silk. Yet every word struck directly at the truth. "There has to be another reason. You're much smarter than the crown prince." Zhao Kuangyin finally sheathed his knife. "Very well. I'll tell you. I have an older brother. We were separated years ago. Now he lives in a temple north of the city. The crown prince secretly imprisoned him. He threatened me. If I helped eliminate the Prince of Qi, my brother would be released. And if the crown prince eventually became emperor, I would rise with him. In truth, the emperor has already offered to submit to the northern dynasty. But the northern ruler doesn't fully trust Li Hongji. He's too ruthless. No one can guarantee he'll remain loyal. So, the succession hasn't been settled. And right now, the greatest threat to him is you." Li Songjia slowly closed his eyes. The so-called threat is nothing more than these eyes. He gracefully raised his wrist to his forehead. His expression carried both exhaustion and quiet helplessness, like the lingering fragrance of sandalwood. It left no trace, yet refused to disappear. Zhao Kuangyin watched him for a long moment, then suddenly asked, "Has anyone ever told you that your wrists are beautiful?" Li Songjia was about to answer. Footsteps approached. The servants trimming the roses had nearly reached them. Zhao Kuangyin waved casually before disappearing. The flowing tianshui blue robes vanished behind the rockery. Only Li Songjia's calm voice remained. "Be careful. Don't damage the petals." Returning to the inner courtyard, Li Songjia gently opened the door to Zhaohua Pavilion. Huang had gone to watch the performers rehearse. He was alone. He removed the dark bottle from his sleeve. The northern physician had already answered every question. Bone-chilling poison. a strange poison originating from the cold frontier. It was unimaginably cold. To preserve it, one had to store it inside containers carved from northern ice jade. Coincidentally, it dissolved perfectly into Qinghuan wine, a favorite among Jiangnan nobles. The wine itself was naturally cool. If poisoned, a red sandalwood cup would neutralize the toxin. However, if the wine itself was harmless, mixing Qinghuan wine, albizia flower juice, and a red sandalwood cup would instead create an extremely deadly poison. Normally, no one drank wine from red sandalwood cups. Their fragrance overwhelmed the wine's aroma. Such an accident was incredibly rare. No wonder. Even the bottle itself felt so cold. Li Congjia quietly pondered everything. Just then, a maid's voice came from outside. "My lord, Lord Han has sent word. Miss Hongxiu will arrive in 3 days. Will that be convenient?" "Very good. Please thank Lord Han on behalf of both my wife and me." March arrived. The spring breeze turned the southern riverbanks green. Outside the window, rain suddenly began to fall. Droplets tapped softly against the willow branches. Young ladies upstairs hurried to close their windows. Merchants rushed to gather silk from outside their shops. Paper umbrellas filled the streets. The misty rain of Jiangnan inspired poetry. The restaurant at the corner once again filled with laughter. It was a scene worthy of a painting. The constables patrolling the streets had finally found a quiet moment. One young man quietly slipped away while no one was paying attention. The others immediately noticed. He hurried toward Wanqi Pavilion, the famous silk shop owned by the Chiluan merchants. The fruit vendors burst into laughter. "Shuhe, sneaking off to see your sweetheart again?" Shuhe spun around like a startled thief. He hurriedly gestured for silence before continuing to run. In his haste, he nearly collided with a young woman carrying a paper umbrella. She cursed at him angrily. The older fruit seller laughed even harder. "That boy lives in the alley ahead. His poor mother became a widow years ago. She raised him alone. He studied for years, but never earned any success. She finally found him work as a constable. I hear he's taking the examinations again this year. I think he'd better give up." The nearby vendors laughed together. "Didn't old Zhang want someone to write a sign yesterday? Why not ask Shuhe? At least he'll get to feel like a scholar." Another round of laughter followed. Shuhe ran across 2 streets. At last, he spotted a young woman in red entering Wanqi Pavilion. His face immediately lit up. He hid behind a willow tree across the street, pretending to chat with the tea seller, while secretly watching every movement across the road. Hongxiu, just saying her name, felt as sweet as lingering fragrance upon his lips. He grinned foolishly. The waiter dumped a basin of dirty water nearby. It splashed across his shoes. Everyone laughed. Yet Shuhe remained standing there, still smiling foolishly. There was no saving him. Every few days, he came here just to catch a glimpse of her. Only after Hongxiu emerged again beneath her paper umbrella did he finally notice that both his shoes and trouser legs were completely soaked. Chapter 4. Hongxiu was followed by a young maid carrying several bolts of silk. As she stepped out of the shop, she immediately spotted the familiar figure beneath the tree across the street. She silently scolded him for being so foolish. After a moment's thought, she simply pretended not to notice and walked toward the restaurant as though nothing had happened. Better to hurry and order the wine. Hongxiu Tianxiang was famous not only for her delicate hands, which could blend the finest fragrances, but also as the most favored singer in Han Xizai's mansion. She sang beautifully. Her captivating phoenix eyes seemed capable of speaking with nothing more than a glance. People said she had once danced before the crown prince during one of Han Xizai's famous night banquets. Since Han Xizai and the crown prince were exceptionally close, Hongxiu frequently traveled between the Han mansion and the prince's residence. Yet few people knew where she had come from. She had been born into poverty. As a young girl, she had been sold to a singing house. Only through her intelligence and talent had she eventually earned a place in Han Xizai's household. Now, even the women who had once mocked her envied her success. A few days earlier, the crown prince had watched her gracefully persuade the nobles to drink. The Qinghuan wine they served was worth its weight in gold. Someone trustworthy was always assigned to guard it. Ordinary servants were never allowed near it. For that reason, the crown prince had personally entrusted Hongxiu with purchasing and pouring the wine. Whenever she had a little free time, she enjoyed visiting silk shops. Today she had ordered several new fabrics for her dance costumes. Afterward, she planned to stop at Shengding Tower. Instead, she unexpectedly ran into Xiao Shuhe once again. Of course she recognized him. They had known each other ever since they were children in Zuelio Alley. Hongxiu continued walking slowly. She turned toward the northern road, yet her eyes unconsciously drifted toward the narrow southern alley. Especially beneath today's gloomy rain, the weather made the crumbling entrance appear darker than ever. It stood painfully out of place beside the bustling marketplace, like an ugly scar across a beautiful face. Not fatal, yet impossible to ignore. She hated that alley. Poor, cramped, so narrow that even sunlight struggled to enter. If anyone discovered you came from Zuelio Alley, even among the girls in the brothels, people would look down on you. She bit her lower lip. To the north stood Shengding Tower. Its magnificent golden signboard had been personally inscribed by the emperor. Even beneath the rain, it radiated wealth and splendor. Why should she remain trapped by the past? One step toward the north, and her entire life had changed. She was no longer hunger from that miserable alley. Now, gold filled her purse. The price of a single jar of wine she carried could buy every life still trapped there. And there was also that nobleman, his slightly unruly hair, his eyes that grew even deeper after drinking, his quiet arrogance. Without smiling, without speaking much, he still commanded everyone's attention. For the longest time, she had believed only one man occupied her heart, the crown prince. Decisive, proud, unreachable. Yet for some reason, another face suddenly appeared in her thoughts. Similar brows, double pupils, the lingering scent of red sandalwood. Her heart skipped violently. She hurriedly forced herself to stop thinking. When she looked back, the alley still stood where it always had. Only she had already escaped it. What was the point of clinging to memories? Hongxiu quietly shook her head, then continued north. Just as she took another step, someone called from behind. Hunger. That single name told her exactly who it was. Without turning around, she answered, Brother Shuhe, don't you have work today? Why are you wandering around again? I have something important to do. We shouldn't delay each other. She continued walking, motioning for the maid to follow. But Xiao Shuhe stammered nervously. After struggling for a long moment, he finally gathered enough courage. The wine from a few days ago. Thank you. His voice grew softer and softer. Hongxiu spun around abruptly. Embarrassment flashed across her face. Brother Shuhe, please lower your voice. There are so many people here. What would everyone think if they heard you? Flustered, Xiao Shuhe immediately apologized. I'm sorry. Seeing Hongxiu preparing to leave once more, he panicked. Without thinking, he reached out and grabbed the edge of her sleeve. You, let go. Hongxiu's face flushed with both anger and embarrassment. She shoved him away, then turned to the maid beside her. Go to Shengding Tower first. Wait for me there. I'll come shortly. The maid obediently left. Only after they were alone did Hongxiu pull Xiao Shuhe into a quiet corner. Silence settled between them. Neither knew how to begin. After a long while, Hongxiu finally sighed. Have you run out of wine again? And no. If you have something to say, just say it. I only wanted to thank you. I've been doing well at the yamen. My mother also wanted to thank you. And Aunt Fan, is she doing well? At the mention of his mother, Hongxiu's expression softened. She remembered the woman dressed in faded gray clothes, hands permanently red and rough from washing clothes through countless winters. When Hongxiu had been little, Aunt Fan had always gathered scraps of cloth discarded by wealthy families. She carefully stitched them together into colorful little dresses for her. Hongxiu had often thought, if Aunt Fan had been born into a respectable family, she would have lived as a refined young lady. Instead, fate had forced her to spend her life washing and mending clothes for others. As Hongxiu grew older, she discovered that Aunt Fan had once come from a scholarly family. No wonder. No matter how poor they became, she insisted on hiring teachers so Xiao Shuhe could continue studying. My mother is doing well. She still thinks about you often. Hongxiu smiled faintly. Aunt Fan always treated me like her own daughter. I've never forgotten her kindness. Then, her eyes drifted downward. Xiao Shuhe's soaked trousers still dripped muddy water onto the ground. Her heart hardened once more. Brother Shuhe, I'm no longer the Honger who lived in Zuelio Alley. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to come looking for me anymore. She had entered a singing house at 13. At 17, she entered Han Xizai's mansion. Everyone from her old neighborhood believed she had married into wealth. Only she knew the truth. No matter how favored she became, she was still only a singing girl. Hearing her words, Xiao Shuhe wanted desperately to explain, but as he lowered his head, he saw the muddy water dripping from his worn shoes. Every word lodged in his throat. The rain continued falling. Hongxiu stood opposite him beneath a crimson brocade umbrella. A delicate necklace rested against her elegant neck. She looked radiant. Compared to her, his ragged shoes felt unbearably shameful. Only a single umbrella separated them, yet it felt like an endless distance. I still miss him. Winter in Jiangnan was colder than people imagined. Though there was little snow, the damp cold pierced straight into the bones. Honger had been only 8 or 9 years old. She washed clothes until both hands turned bright red from the freezing water. Even so, she insisted on practicing her writing. Her mother's angry voice often echoed from next door. Yet Honger would always answer seriously. Brother Shuhe told me to practice the characters he taught me today. Her mother would curse in frustration. Brother Shuhe, you're a girl. Why are you learning those useless things from him? He dreams about passing the imperial examinations every day. I doubt he'll succeed, even in his next life. Back then, neither of them understood how unpredictable life could be. Honger had always envied the sound of Xiao Shuhe reading next door. She believed that one day, she could become someone like him. She couldn't explain why he felt different from everyone else in that miserable alley. Whenever she looked into his eyes, she felt he truly saw people. The others. Aunt Zhang at the alley entrance. Mad Uncle Dong wandering the streets all day. The countless exhausted neighbors. All she saw in them was poverty, illness, hopelessness, the fear born from endless hunger. Only Brother Shuhe had seemed different. She thought he would become the light that led her away. When she was young, watching him write poetry and read aloud filled her heart with hope. But now, the man standing before her had changed. Years of drinking had left him unkempt. His beard was untidy. His clothes were worn. His shoes were soaked with filthy water. He still spoke of passing the imperial examinations. Yet he had become so poor that he now relied on her kindness. How could such a man compare to the crown prince? Even if she herself was merely one flower among thousands. At least while she was in bloom, someone admired her. When the blossoms faded, who would remember her? I really have something important to do. I'm leaving. She turned. Before she could take another step, Xiao Shuhe grabbed her sleeve again. I'll definitely pass the examinations this year. I swear. Honger, please believe me. And stop accompanying those nobles while they drink. They're not worthy of you. Hongxiu's expression instantly turned cold. What do you mean? Not worthy? She shook his hand away. I never want to return to that alley. I don't even want to hear its name again. Do you understand? Her voice trembled with restrained anger. I've already reached the highest place a singing girl can hope for. Whether it's Han Mansion or the prince's residence. They're places you'll spend your entire life looking up to. Brother Shuhe from Tsuelio Alley. You should treasure your work at the yamen. Don't cause any more trouble. At least, Aunt Fan still depends on you. She hesitated, then quietly added, and don't keep dreaming impossible dreams. Not everyone is destined for fame and glory. She turned decisively, never looking back. Holding her crimson umbrella, she walked toward Shengding Tower. Xiao Shuhe stood frozen. So, she still remembered. She remembered the promise he had once made, that he would pass the imperial examinations, that he would one day give her a life without hardship, that she would wear fine brocade instead of patched clothes, that she would no longer fear winter. As long as she remembered, there was still hope, though drenched by the rain. He quietly followed behind her once more, just as he had done countless times before. He wanted nothing more than to watch over her from afar. Hongxiu prepared the wine, yet her hands trembled. She remembered the crown prince's instructions. She calmly bid farewell to the shopkeeper. But inside, fear continued growing. Would the poisoned wine truly be delivered to Duke Anding's residence? That night, within the warm curtains of the bedchamber, Li Hongji's eyes had remained frighteningly clear. His voice had been calm, cold. Zhao Kuangyin escaped. He managed to hide inside Anding Mansion. When you accompany a Huang there, take this opportunity. Add it to the wine. He'll find a way to let sixth brother drink it. He gently held Hongxiu's hand, slowly caressing her wrist. Hongxiu Tianxiang, you truly possess beautiful hands. What a pity. His voice trailed off. She knew exactly what he meant. Compared to that person's graceful wrists, she could never compare. Li Hongji smiled faintly. After this succeeds, my victory will be certain. In the future, his voice lowered to a whisper, you will become an imperial consort. You'll never have to sing, or dance, or serve anyone again. Hongxiu understood perfectly. This was no request. It was an order. If anything went wrong, the blame would fall entirely upon her. She bit her lip, then smiled sweetly. Her phoenix eyes brimmed with affection. Please don't worry, Your Highness. Leave everything to Hongxiu. The crown prince smiled in satisfaction and pulled her into his embrace. What's there to fear? Hongxiu silently comforted herself. She stretched out her hand. The rain outside had almost stopped. She belonged to this powerful world now. Surely, she should already be accustomed to schemes and hidden battles. She suddenly wondered, if the poison wine had been meant for someone other than Li Congjia, would she have felt this uneasy? The thought frightened her. Since when had she begun caring about such things? Everything the crown prince promised was exactly what she had always wanted. If gratitude mattered, shouldn't it belong to him first? Then why? Why did she hesitate now? Was it Chapter 5. Hongxiu should have returned directly to the crown prince's residence to report that the Qinghuan wine had been prepared. But meeting Shuhe again had stirred memories of Zuilio Alley. Her thoughts were in turmoil. Unable to calm herself, she returned to Han Xizai's mansion first. She had intended to rest quietly in her room. Instead, she learned that Lord Han had left strict instructions. If she returned today, no matter the hour, she was to report to his study immediately. Assuming he wanted her to prepare incense as usual, Hongxiu made her way there. Yet when she reached the study, she found the courtyard strangely empty. The maids, the attendants, even the young page boys had all been dismissed. She stood outside, puzzled. Then she heard an angry voice from inside. How can it still be missing? We've searched all of Jinling. Hongxiu froze. She had been about to knock. Instead, she hesitated. Lord Han clearly hadn't expected her back so early. He must have important guests inside. She quietly remained where she was. Just then, a shadow slipped silently across the roof and disappeared. She was startled, then quickly remembered. Han Xizai had once served as the crown prince's tutor for 7 years. Many of the crown prince's secret agents had been recruited and trained through him. It wasn't surprising that Lord Han had spies of his own. Her expression soon returned to normal. Smiling gently, she pushed open the door. Han Xizai stood with his back to her. His expression looked unusually grim. The sight reminded her of the night not long ago, when he had worn the same expression. She knew better than to ask questions. Some things were never meant to be overheard. She bowed respectfully, then lowered her head and stood beside the desk. Without turning around, Han Xizai calmly asked, "You're going to the prince's residence later?" "Yes, my lord. He has taken quite a liking to you lately. Among all the singers in my household, you're the only one who has truly caught his attention." Hongxiu lowered her head. "I don't deserve such praise. I only accompany the banquets and sing and dance." Those streaks of gray had begun to appear in Han Xizai's hair. It remained perfectly arranged. Throughout the court, he was famous for his extravagant lifestyle. People claimed he kept more than 100 beautiful women in his residence. Perhaps the rumors exaggerated somewhat, but not by much. Maybe he had chosen the name Hongxiu Tianxiang from the very beginning because of her, a girl with graceful hands and enchanting phoenix eyes. Now, she had even caught the crown prince's eye. Ordinarily, Hongxiu wouldn't have thought much about such remarks. But today, already uneasy, she suddenly found herself unable to answer. Han Xizai laughed softly. He turned around, gently taking her hand, just as he had done countless times during banquets. "I wasn't mistaken about you. Hongxiu, you're truly remarkable." Hongxiu dared not ask about the relationship between Han Xizai and the crown prince. She knew only this. Although Han Xizai officially belonged to the crown prince's faction, privately, he maintained a close friendship with Duke Anding. Recently, his words and actions had made one thing increasingly clear. He did not approve of the crown prince's ruthless methods for securing his position. After the Prince of Qi's death, Han Xizai spent more and more time secluded at home. Even the crown prince visited far less often than before. Hongxiu immediately understood. Lord Han was testing her. Every word she spoke mattered. She had no idea how much he already knew. "Shall I prepare a burner of purple oil agarwood for you today?" No need. The emperor rewarded me yesterday with some excellent red sandalwood incense. Bring that instead. After speaking casually, Han Xizai picked up a book from the shelf. When Hongxiu heard the words, red sandalwood, her body stiffened. Yes, my lord. She hurried to fetch it. Leaving the study, she walked along the flower corridor. The daylight revealed every detail clearly. Nothing resembled that mysterious night anymore. She wondered, which flowers had fallen beneath that tree? She still remembered the pale blue sleeve brushing past her, the gentle breeze, the faint fragrance of red sandalwood, the petals she had accidentally stepped on. She looked quietly at the flowering branches stretching into the corridor. Without realizing it, she thought of Li Tsongjiao once again. Those impossibly dark double pupils. They seemed like invisible chains, binding him forever to the mortal world. In that world filled with the scent of red sandalwood, there was only him. He always smiled gently, yet no one could truly reach him. She still couldn't understand why the crown prince regarded him as such a dangerous thorn. Perhaps it was simply because they belonged to the imperial family. Li Hongji desired too much. But what did Li Tsongjiao desire? She carried the incense back inside. Soon, the fragrance of red sandalwood filled the room. Han Xizai seemed to speak more to himself than to her. Red sandalwood. Its roots must cling to another tree in order to survive. So, no one truly desires nothing, and no one can abandon everything. Everyone has an obsession of their own. Hongxiu didn't know how to answer. Han Xizai simply waved his hand, signaling that she could leave. Then, he spoke again. When you visit the prince's residence tonight, tell His Highness that my old illness has returned. The physician insists I rest for several days. Ask him to forgive my absence. Yes, my lord. Back in her room, the gentle sound of a guqin drifted through the air. The waves dissolve into countless layers of snow. Peach blossoms welcome the spring without a word. A pot of wine. A single fishing line. How many people like you remain beneath heaven? One little boat upon the spring breeze. One fishing rod. One delicate hook. Flowers line the riverbank. Wine fills the cup. I drift freely across the endless waters. Freedom. Who in this world truly deserved that word? She remembered hearing that Li Tsongjiao had once wished to withdraw into the mountains. He had actually disappeared for a time. Yet, even endless rivers and mountains could not withstand a single imperial decree. In the end, he still belonged to this dusty world. Still belonged to the imperial family. Hongxiu sighed softly. Her graceful fingers continued plucking the strings. Flowers lined the shore. Wine filled the cup. The song drifted away upon the breeze, passing through flower-covered windows, crossing quiet courtyards. The rain left no trace upon the moss-covered steps. The scenery was beautiful. White pigeons circled above the jade pavilions. Their wings carried the lingering melody into the sky. Silent shadows passed overhead. Whose home would they enter next? At the same moment, a man dressed in plain black robes stood alone beside a window. It was only noon. The sky remained bright. He picked up the candle on the table. As soon as he moved it, a layer of ash fell away. Beneath it, another secret letter appeared. Only 2 or 3 days had passed. The hidden incense had nearly burned away. A knock came at the door. Lord Zhao, there will be a banquet at the residence tonight. Duke Anding requests your presence. Zhao Kuangyin opened the door. Lu Zhu stood outside. He made no move to invite her inside. She remained standing awkwardly at the doorway, unable to hide her displeasure. Everyone in the residence respected her as Lady Huang's personal maid. Yet this mysterious guest, a commoner named Zhao, behaved as though rank meant nothing. Even Duke Anding treated him strangely. He came and went freely, far beyond the treatment given to an ordinary friend. Where is Duke Anding? Lu Zhu replied. His grace went out earlier. He should be at Shengding Tower meeting someone. Zhao Kuangyin gave a quiet laugh. I understand. Then he closed the door. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to see Li Tsongjiao. He wanted to walk the same streets, to understand how a man raised amid the gentle beauty of Jiangnan could possess such remarkable character. He closed his eyes. Spring had dyed all of Jinling crimson. He had lived through war all his life. Bloodshed, conspiracies, betrayal. Every day had demanded vigilance. Then, he met Li Tsongjiao. There had been countless reasons to kill him that night. Yet, when he heard that man calmly speaking about the value of life and about his brother, Zhao Kuangyin suddenly chose to gamble. To gamble on the world. To gamble on human hearts. To gamble on whether Li Hongji would truly kill his own brother. He hadn't met anyone like that in a very long time. He was simply curious. That was all. Wouldn't it be a terrible pity if such graceful wrists disappeared without a trace? Zhao Kuangyin had always despised regret. A true man should never live with regrets. Yet this time, the thought refused to leave him. Perhaps this was also a wager with fate itself. A wager on the future of the world. He changed into a scholar's long black robe. Looking into the bronze mirror, he laughed at himself. At least now, he looked every bit the young master. Though, the flowing southern robes seemed to dull the sharpness he had forged on countless battlefields. Taking up a folding fan, he resembled a refined gentleman. Still amused, he set off for the famous Shangding Tower. He had expected the greatest restaurant in Qinhuai to be filled with loud music and extravagant luxury. Instead, he found carved redwood railings, elegant pavilions, painted eaves, not a trace of unnecessary gold or jade. Only the emperor's own plaque hinted at its prestige. The place felt quiet, peaceful, perfect for admiring the scenery of Jiangnan. No wonder the scholars loved it so dearly. Zhao Kuangyin stepped inside. No one greeted him. After a while, a scholar descended the wooden staircase. He bowed politely, then opened his folding fan, recognizing the customary greeting among scholars. Zhao Kuangyin returned the salute. Without speaking, the man gestured for him to follow. It was obvious someone had already given instructions. He climbed the winding staircase. The higher he went, the clearer the music became. At the very top stood a single elegant room. Its red sandalwood door released a faint, familiar fragrance. The scent stirred something deep within him. Only one room occupied the entire upper floor. Inside, someone was singing softly. The candles flicker. The sails drift home. I awaken from a dream, searching for traces of the past. Yet sorrow remains. Because those people are gone. Heaven has made my wishes oppose my fate. I wait for the moon above the empty pavilion. Flowers bloom around me. I climb the tower, not caring if my robes become soaked. Zhao Kuangyin frowned slightly. When he turned around, the scholar who had guided him there had already disappeared. Only he remained outside the door. The guqin continued playing. The melody felt both familiar and strangely distant. Finally, he raised his hand and knocked. The music did not stop. Someone inside laughed softly, as though expecting him. Without hesitation, Zhao Kuangyin pushed the door open. Heaven has made my wishes oppose my fate. I cannot sing the word oppose. Li Congjia sat beside the guqin, facing the doorway. The moment he saw Zhao Kuangyin, true surprise appeared on his face for the first time. He hadn't expected him. You? Li Congjia searched for the proper words, finally asking, why are you here? Zhao Kuangyin smiled. So, the person you're waiting for hasn't arrived yet? Li Congjia quickly understood. The attendants had mistaken Zhao Kuangyin for his expected guest. No wonder he had been brought upstairs without question. He walked to the window, lifted the curtain with one elegant wrist, looked outside, then calmly turned back, regaining his usual composure. Young Master Zhao, dressed so elegantly today, have you come to appreciate the music, or simply enjoy yourself? Beside him sat a small green wine flask, 2 white porcelain cups painted with crimson peonies. Zhao Kuangyin almost laughed. Back in the north, he drank wine from great bowls. These tiny cups seemed absurd. Then he remembered. Qinghuan wine was worth its weight in gold. Naturally, it could not be compared with ordinary liquor. His smile slowly disappeared. Seeing Li Congjia still watching him, he replied casually, it's my first visit to Shangding Tower. It's nothing like I imagined. But unexpectedly, I found Duke Anding here. If you have something to discuss, we can wait until we return. I'm expecting another guest. It wouldn't be convenient. Without looking at him again, Li Congjia picked up a brocade cloth, gently wiping the dust from an ancient guqin. The instrument had clearly remained untouched for some time. Though Zhao Kuangyin knew little about music, even he could hear its extraordinary tone. Instead of leaving, he sat down beside Li Congjia. He casually poured himself a cup of Qinghuan wine, watching with quiet amusement. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Li Congjia's hands falter slightly while cleaning the strings. His unusually dark eyes deepened even further. He had noticed this from the very beginning. Whenever Li Congjia's emotions stirred, those remarkable double pupils became darker than ink. Zhao Kuangyin found him increasingly fascinating. At last, the man seemed a little less detached from the mortal world. Young Master Zhao, Li Songjia spoke gently. You still have leisure to wander around. I wonder, have the Crown Prince's men already discovered your whereabouts? He was obviously urging him to leave. What? You still believe the Crown Prince intends to kill me? Li Songjia remained silent. I thought you believed every human life was precious. Li Songjia's fingertips rested upon one string, then suddenly stopped. One string was noticeably newer than the others. A replacement string? Zhao Kuangyin looked over. Li Songjia remained silent for a long moment. Finally, he gave a faint nod. The person you're waiting for hasn't arrived. So, why don't we drink together for a while? I'm curious. What's the story behind that broken string? He wanted to hear it. A story completely unlike the battlefields of the northern frontier. He had never believed in fate. Everything, he believed, had a reason. Yet later, he would find himself absurdly convinced that some things truly could not be escaped. Like two very different stories. And two men who were equally determined to stake everything on a single gamble. That night, rain once again stained the sky and river the color of jade. It had begun to rain again. Earlier that day, Lady Huang had quietly prepared the family banquet beneath the warm glow of lanterns. Chapter 6. Li Songjia looked at the man beside him. He had never seen Zhao Kuangyin dressed like a scholar before. Unfortunately, even in scholar's robes, Zhao Kuangyin could not hide the courage blazing beneath his sword-like brows. That was what Li Songjia lacked, a soul driven by unwavering conviction. Zhao Kuangyin wanted something. Perhaps what he wanted was the same thing the Crown Prince desired. Ambitions so vast that ordinary people could scarcely imagine them. Unfortunately, they were not the same kind of people. Even Li Songjia himself did not fully understand his own heart. Zhao Kuangyin was different. He knew exactly what he wanted, and he had the strength to pursue it. Sometimes, Li Songjia envied people like him. At that moment, Zhao Kuangyin lounged lazily against the couch without the slightest concern for etiquette. Li Songjia smiled. He had waited for a very long time. It was nearly noon, yet the person he had been waiting for still had not appeared. So, why not drink together? Someone had once said that the sixth prince was a man who indulged himself. Besides, playing the zither and drinking with Zhao Kuangyin in such an elegant place was an interesting experience in itself. Li Songjia gave up waiting. Instead of sitting properly, he leaned sideways against the couch, supporting his head with one hand while raising a wine cup with the other. Would you like to hear the story of the zither, or the story of its strings? What if I said I wanted to hear both? His answer came with absolute confidence, as though he already knew Li Songjia would agree. The name of this zither is Shan. Li Songjia took a sip of wine before speaking slowly. Every one of them was already caught within this web. After so many twists and turns, everything was nothing more than a thin sheet of paper waiting to be pierced. They understood each other all too well. The Crown Prince, Li Songjia, Zhao Kuangyin. When Li Songjia had been a young boy, he sealed away this zither. Today, he had finally taken it out again. He had never imagined that the first person to hear it would be Zhao Kuangyin. Perhaps it was fate. After he finished telling the story, the doorway remained silent. The person he had been waiting for still did not come. Li Songjia let out a quiet sigh. His expression revealed nothing, but his voice gradually grew lower. The person I was waiting for was the Crown Prince. But in the end, he never came. Only then did Zhao Kuangyin realize just how deep the bond between the two brothers had once been. No wonder. When Zhao Kuangyin had questioned him before, Li Songjia had answered so naturally. He is my brother. In an ordinary family, that alone would have been reason enough. A perfectly natural answer. What a pity. Zhao Kuangyin also felt a trace of disappointment. He remembered the word kill. Those dark characters on the paper were impossible to ignore. Who had abandoned the string first? There was no answer. Li Songjia looked at him. What about your story? It is only fair. Friends should exchange stories. Friend. Zhao Kuangyin laughed heartily. Li Songjia smiled back. Red sandalwood incense burned quietly inside the room. It was Li Songjia's favorite fragrance. Thin wisps of smoke drifted lazily before disappearing through the open window. Outside, the lively sounds of the marketplace floated faintly into the room. Zhao Kuangyin casually tucked his folding fan into his robes. For just a little while, He wanted to forget everything, to remain here with Li Songjia, high above the world, leaving all earthly troubles below. Holding a wine cup, Zhao Kuangyin rose to his feet. Dressed in elegant black robes, he began telling his story. Unlike Li Songjia's refined tale, born amid poetry and noble luxury, his story came from battlefields. His father had once served as a general of the Northern Imperial Army. From childhood, Zhao Kuangyin had mastered horseback riding and archery. He also had a younger brother, Zhao Guangyi. The brothers had been separated during the chaos of war. Years later, Zhao Kuangyin joined the army, hoping to earn fame through military achievements. After arriving in the south, he unexpectedly learned that Zhao Guangyi was still alive. During the war, a monk had rescued the child and raised him in a temple. Only afterward had Zhao Guangyi wandered south to Jinling. Finding his younger brother again filled Zhao Kuangyin with joy. The two brothers would one day contend for the world together. Some people carried boiling blood in their veins. They could never be satisfied living beneath another man's shadow, nor could they enjoy wealth simply bestowed upon them. It was then that Zhao Kuangyin chose to infiltrate Southern Tang. The crown prince had been searching for someone capable of poisoning the king of Qi without leaving any trace. He chose Zhao Kuangyin, promising him glory and a magnificent future. At the same time, Li Hongji feared him. He knew Zhao Kuangyin was not a man who could easily be controlled. So he secretly investigated Zhao Guangyi's whereabouts. At that time, Zhao Guangyi was living at Anong Temple north of Jinling. Li Hongji immediately surrounded the temple and used Zhao Guangyi's life as leverage. He met Zhao Kuangyin secretly inside a dark chamber. Although the two men were alike in many ways, they were fundamentally different. Li Hongji's eyes burned with impatient ambition. Zhao Kuangyin sneered inwardly. So this was the crown prince? He could not bring himself to take the man seriously. Madness. That was all Zhao Kuangyin saw. Li Hongji's sharpness was almost laughable. Cruelty was not ambition, nor was it the wisest path toward power. Li Hongji ordered him to poison the king of Qi without leaving evidence. But anyone with clear eyes could already see the crown prince's ambition. If Zhao Kuangyin succeeded, everything would be fine. If he failed, his younger brother would die. So why do you laugh at me? Li Songjia remained calm. Outside the curtains, the sky had already darkened. You still believe in human nature. Me? Zhao Kuangyin had not expected those words. He paused. I entrusted my hopes to my brother's heart. And you? You have wagered your brother's life. Li Songjia quietly emptied another cup of wine. The clear wine inside the white porcelain cup resembled the man before him. Faint, gentle, carrying only the slightest trace of sandalwood. Some stories quietly planted seeds that could never be forgotten. For the first time, Zhao Kuangyin had no reply. He truly did not know what to say. He had never believed Li Hongji's affection. But why? Why should Li Songjia not believe it? The Fengshangnan kingdom had already fallen. It had surrendered the 14 prefectures of Huainan to the north and paid tribute for survival. Was that truly worth fighting for? A man like Zhao Kuangyin, someone destined to rise, could never remain trapped in such a tiny pond. Li Songjia understood that better than anyone. Zhao Kuangyin sought far more than fame or wealth. He desired the world itself. Li Songjia slowly lifted the curtain halfway. The evening breeze drifted through the lattice window, stirring loose strands of his hair. Smiling toward the fading sky, he said, Zhao Kuangyin, you and I both still believe in the human heart, even in troubled times. His hand remained resting against the curtain. That elegant wrist, one day, might have been capable of conquering an entire empire. Sometimes, Zhao Kuangyin felt Li Songjia possessed a frightening ability. He could enchant people without realizing it. At that instant, Zhao Kuangyin forgot to breathe. Dusk settled across the empty pavilion. Li Songjia stood smiling beside the window. The misty rain of Jiangnan wrapped around him. The fading light rested gently upon his figure. For one terrifying moment, Zhao Kuangyin feared the wind itself might carry him away. Why not go home? The red sandalwood incense had already burned away. Then why? Did its fragrance still linger? Without warning, Zhao Kuangyin rushed forward and seized Li Songjia's wrist. Li Songjia froze. He simply allowed himself to be held. It felt as though they had returned to that earlier night. They stood so close they could feel each other's breathing. The wind blew softly. The scent of sandalwood brushed against Zhao Kuangyin's face. Within those beautiful double pupils, there seemed to be an indescribable color. Zhao Kuangyin stared directly into Li Songjia's eyes. His elegance was truly beyond compare. At that moment, everything outside the window dissolved into chaos. Only Zhao Kuangyin's heart remained strangely calm. He wondered, how did he himself appear within those eyes? Li Songjia still leaned against the couch. Zhao Kuangyin bent over him until only an inch separated them. He slowly drew out the folding fan at his waist. With a sudden thrust, he drove it deep into the wooden window frame beside Li Songjia's face. The fan sank firmly into the wood. Li Songjia was startled only briefly before becoming calm again. Softly, he recited, "I bow to the moon within my hand, and stir the wind within my heart. A fan can kill." It was a warning. Li Songjia merely shook his head. After a long silence, seeing Zhao Kuangyin still standing there, he quietly began, "You." Before he could finish, a hand suddenly covered his eyes. One of his hands remained behind his back. His other wrist was still tightly imprisoned by Zhao Kuangyin. Unable to move, he was left alone in darkness. The hand covering his eyes felt warm and slightly damp. Countless thoughts passed through Li Songjia's mind. At 16, he had already seen many things clearly. The koi struggling against fate within the pond. The ambitions hidden behind smiling faces. Even those concealed beneath the sound of the wind. Yet he still believed in the bond represented by the string. He believed Han Taifu's words. He believed Li Hongji had once truly regarded him as his dearest sixth brother. He stubbornly believed that although they now walked different roads, the Crown Prince and the Duke of Anding had simply outgrown youthful recklessness. From now on, they would merely drink together and sing together. If others desired the throne so desperately, then they could have it. He believed he had already abandoned every lingering attachment. Yet today, unable to see anything, he suddenly realized there were still things he wished to hope for. He wanted to see clearly one more time. For the first time, a strange thought appeared in his heart. He wanted to see whether Zhao Kuangyin, this man who could never be controlled, would one day truly obtain everything he desired. Perhaps that was something Li Hongji would never achieve. He simply wanted to know whether Zhao Kuangyin could win. Zhao Kuangyin stared blankly at the smiling man beneath him. Li Songjia's expression hardly changed. Only the corners of his lips curved ever so slightly. No words, no sound. Zhao Kuangyin tightened his grip around Li Songjia's wrist. Li Songjia frowned faintly. He parted his lips to speak, but Zhao Kuangyin refused to let him. Perhaps because of the wine. Everything felt slightly intoxicating. The next instant, he kissed Li Songjia. The pale green robes carried a quiet fragrance unlike anyone else's. Like distant mountains beneath a blue sky. Like the only drop of nectar in an endless universe. If he smiled, people surrendered. If he merely lifted his wrist, he captured hearts. Especially when he closed his eyes while playing the zither. He resembled a painting requiring no embellishment. Sometimes, the human heart was frighteningly easy to deceive. Zhao Kuangyin slowly closed his own eyes. He had expected Li Songjia to struggle, to call for help. He had prepared himself for every consequence. Instead, Li Songjia trembled violently and did nothing. Only after Zhao Kuangyin finally withdrew, removing the hand covering his eyes and releasing his wrist, did Li Songjia speak. Still smiling, he quietly said, "Zhao Kuangyin, you are crazy too." Zhao Kuangyin laughed. His composure returned. Leaning close to Li Songjia's ear, he whispered, "You people are all lunatics. Everyone in this Southern Tang." Seeing Li Songjia remain silent, he continued, "You are still living inside the prosperous dream of the fallen Tang dynasty. You refuse to wake up. You believe yourselves to be the masters of this beautiful dream." He laughed even harder, as though he delighted in finally shattering the illusion others refused to abandon. His hand slowly climbed to Li Songjia's neck. Yet Li Songjia still did not struggle. It was as though he had surrendered from the very beginning. There was no satisfaction to be found in provoking him. Li Songjia. For once, Zhao Kuangyin spoke with complete seriousness. "You are dreaming too. The broken string can never be restored. Neither you, nor Li Hongji, can ever return to what you once were." He was about to continue, but suddenly fell silent. He seemed to hear movement outside. Li Songjia attempted to rise. Zhao Kuangyin held him down. He gave up and lay quietly upon the couch. After a long silence, Zhao Kuangyin smiled. You think you've let everything go. But have you ever considered? The only reason you can let go is because you still want to know whether Li Hongji would truly kill you. Li Songjia lowered his eyes. I have never doubted his ambition. I only want to know whether he still remembers the string. If he truly understood me, he would know that I have never intended to compete with him. Zhao Kuangyin looked at him without speaking. Li Songjia still cared. After all, he was only human. The slight crease between his brows left Zhao Kuangyin unexpectedly at a loss. You've already lost. Li Songjia smiled. You've lost too. It began the moment you told me your story. You would kill for your future, but you still care about your brother. So, you still have feelings too. Night had fully arrived. Lanterns gradually lit the streets below. Inside the room, only dim shadows remained. Zhao Kuangyin's hand still rested against Li Songjia's neck. He could feel the subtle movement of his throat. Li Songjia casually glanced toward the window. Only then did he truly accept it. The person he had been waiting for would never come. He closed his eyes. Li Hongji still hasn't come. His voice was calm, almost indifferent. Zhao Kuangyin was not surprised. He had known all along whom Li Songjia had been waiting for. When Li Songjia opened his eyes again, he still saw the ordinary world. Standing before him was Zhao Kuangyin, his sharp brows hidden within the darkness. Li Songjia gently pushed him away. Zhao Kuangyin did not resist. Li Songjia walked over and poured another cup of wine. Just as he was about to drink, he turned around. Looking at Zhao Kuangyin, still seated on the couch, he smiled. You're drunk. Zhao Kuangyin replied. If you keep drinking, you'll be drunk too. For the first time, Li Songjia laughed openly. He raised his sleeve toward Zhao Kuangyin. Then let's get drunk. The burden weighing upon his heart seemed to disappear all at once. Without hesitation, he emptied the cup, then filled it again. This Li Songjia was completely different from the refined gentleman everyone knew. Wilder, freer, more captivating than ever. Zhao Kuangyin stood. He picked up the wine jar with one hand. With the other, he wrapped an arm around Li Songjia's waist. Before Li Songjia could react, Zhao Kuangyin lifted him straight into the air. You're all insane. Carrying him effortlessly, Zhao Kuangyin leaped out through the window. The two of them soared onto the rooftop of Shengding Tower and landed upon the eaves. After recognizing where they were, Li Songjia showed no surprise whatsoever. He lowered his head. Not a single drop of wine had spilled from his cup. He smiled even more brightly. What excellent skill. Still half leaning against Zhao Kuangyin, he raised his head and emptied the wine in one swallow. Laughing, Zhao Kuangyin filled the cup again. Just as Li Songjia lifted it, Zhao Kuangyin suddenly snatched it away. His fingers climbed once more around Li Songjia's wrist. With one swift movement, he poured the wine into his own mouth. Li Songjia withdrew his hand. That is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Zhao Kuangyin merely smiled. High upon Shengding Tower, a man dressed in black and a man dressed in pale blue drank and laughed together. Below them, the bustling marketplace stretched into the distance. Carriages rolled through the streets. People bargained over vegetables long past their season. Young women crowded around cosmetic stalls and hidden behind layers of flowers and willow branches. Secrets moved silently through the city. A woman dressed in red entered the crown prince's residence inside an unremarkable sedan chair. Far away, the endless mountains reflected the golden roofs of the imperial palace. The palace shone brilliantly through the night. Its silhouette concealed countless intrigues behind its walls. Lights glittered everywhere. Yet no one below was fortunate enough to witness the breathtaking sight above. Li Songjia smiled. Compared to that smile, even peerless robes seemed dull. Only Zhao Kuangyin saw it. The world lay far away. Li Songjia's cheeks gradually reddened with wine. He was not someone who became intoxicated easily. Yet today, he felt himself growing drunk unusually fast. Turning the cup in his fingers, he softly said, I still want to finish singing that song. He sang. The candles are lit. The sails drift onward. I awaken from a dream. I search for traces of the past, only to find the people gone. Heavens will oppose as my own. The pond and terrace lie empty as I wait for the passing moon. Flowers and pavilions fade beneath the setting sun. The words, heavens will oppose as my own, made Zhao Kuangyin sigh softly. He wanted to interrupt him. Li Songjia gently stopped him. The pale blue robes fluttered. Li Songjia tried to stand. The rooftop was steep. He was slightly drunk. Zhao Kuangyin held him firmly. Still, Li Songjia insisted on finishing the song. I do not mind wetting my clothes. As I climb, watching from behind, Zhao Kuangyin saw Li Songjia slowly spread his arms. The wind lifted his robes. His long hair danced wildly. Even the dazzling imperial palace seemed overshadowed by him. The fading green robes filled Zhao Kuangyin's vision. The scent of red sandalwood lingered upon the wind. For the first time, he felt completely bewildered. Who could ride the wind more freely than this man? Li Songjia suddenly turned back to look at him, standing against the wind. He looked as though he had remained there for thousands of years. Just one glance was enough. Then Li Songjia turned away again. Step by step, he walked toward the edge of the roof. Zhao Kuangyin watched blankly. For a heartbeat, he failed to react. Then suddenly, he realized Li Songjia was about to fall. He could not even see his expression clearly. Yet somehow, the sight struck deeply into his heart. What kind of man was Li Songjia? That question flashed through Zhao Kuangyin's mind as he rushed forward. He caught him, even while falling. Li Songjia inspired helpless admiration. High above the city, Li Songjia stepped into empty air. Instantly, someone seized him tightly. Using the pillars of the building to slow their descent, Zhao Kuangyin controlled their fall. Both men grew slightly dizzy. Yet Li Songjia laughed happily. Looking at him, Zhao Kuangyin said, "You really are insane." Li Songjia smiled. "You came down to save me. You're crazy too." Still holding him tightly, Zhao Kuangyin replied, "How did you know I'd save you? I should have watched you fall. It would have spared me the trouble. You would have come." Li Songjia showed not the slightest fear. Even as the ground rushed closer, his expression remained perfectly calm. To avoid attracting attention, Zhao Kuangyin carried him into a secluded corner behind a large tree. From there, they happened to witness a disturbance nearby. A group of servants carrying lanterns hurried through the streets. They entered Shengding Tower. The shopkeeper respectfully led them to the private room at the top. It was empty. Everyone panicked. No one knew where Lord Anding had gone. Perhaps his lordship left on his own. He ordered that no one disturb him today. We only saw 2 guests enter this room. Piaoping could only continue leading the search. Lord Anding had arranged a banquet for that evening. Yet the host had disappeared. Even the invited Master Zhao was nowhere to be found. His wife had grown anxious. With a helpless sigh, Piaoping ordered everyone to continue searching carefully. Li Songjia watched the servants moving through every street and alley without the slightest urgency. "I just remembered. I was supposed to return at noon." He casually tossed away the peony-patterned wine cup worth a fortune. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned toward the narrow path. "Let's go." Zhao Kuangyin followed. After walking some distance, Li Songjia looked back once toward Shengding Tower. He smiled faintly. There was sadness, but there was also acceptance. If someone wished to come, they would come. If they chose not to, no amount of waiting would change it. What, then, was the meaning of a broken string? Seeing Li Songjia smile bitterly at himself, Zhao Kuangyin remained silent. He never told him that while Zhao Kuangyin had whispered in his ear earlier, Li Hongji had indeed come. Zhao Kuangyin had heard the footsteps outside the door. But after Li Songjia quietly said, "If he truly understood me, he would know I have no intention of competing with him," the footsteps retreated. Li Hongji left. Zhao Kuangyin kept that secret to himself. One final wager. Would Li Hongji lower the bloodstained knife in his hand? Would Li Songjia's thorn someday grow into a towering tree? Night settled over Jinling. The city possessed a beauty unlike the songs and pleasures usually associated with Southern Tang. Because of him, Li Songjia walked ahead. His slender figure cast a quiet shadow. Clean, yet unforgettable. Zhao Kuangyin could still feel the warmth from when they had fallen together. The lingering scent of sandalwood remained upon his robes. If you were to become the wind, what a beautiful night. For Zhao Kuangyin, it was the most beautiful scenery he had ever encountered. Then, a light drizzle began to fall once more. Chapter 7. Li Hongji returned to the Crown Prince's residence. Standing alone by the window, his expression was grim. His 6th brother had invited him to Shengding Tower, a quiet and elegant place in the city. He had given no reason, only a simple message. "We haven't seen each other for a long time. I miss you." How could Li Hongji ever forget someone as beautiful as the sky reflected upon water? Yet, whether he should go or not, he hesitated for a long time. He had already made his decision. Everything he had admired since childhood. The throne, power, the world. If a true man had to make sacrifices for those things, what was wrong with that? His ambition had become too obvious. His methods too aggressive. At last, he angered the emperor. The emperor beat him with a staff and sternly warned him that he would recall the Prince of Qi and make him crown prince instead. Li Hongji's eyes burned with determination. How could he allow someone else to seize everything he had struggled so hard to obtain? Even if that person was his own uncle, he wanted him dead as well. Han Xizai saw everything clearly from the Golden Hall. The crown prince's ambition had already consumed his reason. After serving as his tutor for 7 years, how could Han Xizai not understand his temperament? This time, something terrible was bound to happen. Sure enough, not long afterward, the Prince of Qi died. His death appeared to be a sudden heart attack, but Han Xizai secretly investigated and discovered the truth. The Prince of Qi had died from a rare poison. Li Hongji had secretly colluded with people from the north to obtain it. Although Han Xizai's hair had already turned gray, he had once been a passionate young man filled with ambition. But he had been born into an age of endless turmoil. As the years passed, the world gradually wore him down. Eventually, he realized that happiness did not always require fighting for power. Sometimes, simply being able to sing and dance freely was already a blessing. Not everyone could live that way. Not everyone could truly indulge themselves. He pitied the child who had once loved practicing calligraphy, the boy who had been fascinated by beautiful characters, only to grow into a man consumed by obsession. If only Li Hongji had been willing to wait a little longer. Sooner or later, this corner of the southern kingdom would have belonged to him anyway. What a pity. Li Hongji did not understand. He had become so absorbed in the smooth road leading toward the throne that he could no longer stop. The Prince of Qi, the Duke of Anding. If they both disappeared, who else could compete with him? His eyes were filled with urgency and joy. But where was the string? Today, he still found himself tempted to go. Li Hongji was not an indecisive man. Yet today alone, he hesitated. He walked through the rainy streets without a sedan chair. Far away, Shengding Tower gradually came into view. He could already imagine everything waiting inside. The man dressed in pale green, smiling quietly. No matter how the world changed, he would remain only a gentle silhouette. He had been that way at 16. He was still the same today. Who had Li Hongji himself become? There was no answer. In the end, he decided to see Li Songjia. As he climbed the stairs, Li Hongji put on a relaxed smile. He still had to face those beautiful double pupils. He was still the confident and high-spirited crown prince. He could not lose himself beneath that so-called imperial bearing. Never. His hand was already raised. Only one knock remained. Some small anticipation still lingered inside him. It had been a long time since he and Li Songjia had shared wine and spoken openly. Even if the world collapsed tomorrow, at least tonight, he was still his sixth brother. The sixth brother from those carefree days of wind and flowing springs. Then, he heard Li Songjia's voice through the door. It was quiet, yet perfectly clear. I only want to know whether he still remembers that string. Li Hongji's raised hand slowly fell. Inside the room, Li Songjia continued. If he truly understands me, he will know that I have never intended to compete with him. Without making a sound, Li Hongji turned around. He walked downstairs. He never looked back. Outside, he slammed his fist against the window frame. For the first time, Li Hongji wondered whether he had done something wrong. Yet that unfamiliar guilt disgusted him. Again and again, he convinced himself everything he had done was for the future, for the world. He firmly believed that only he could rule these 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers. He was still trapped inside a dream that refused to end. Within that dream, the palace blazed with celebration. The emperor smiled. Officials offered endless congratulations. Then, someone quietly raised a wrist. With one simple movement, all the prosperity disappeared. Only the ashes of red sandalwood remained. The mountain and river brocade bestowed by the emperor had looked so graceful upon that person. Every official had praised him. His father's eyes had overflowed with admiration. But who had seen him leave in lonely silence? I only want to know whether he still remembers that string. I only want to know. Li Hongji had spent years forcing himself to forget the past. He had pulled that green thorn from his heart with all his strength, only to discover he had wounded someone else instead. He threw open the doors and shouted furiously, "Come, gather everyone in the residence." The last trace of daylight had already faded. Torches were lit throughout the estate. Because of the drizzle, their light remained dim. Maids carrying paper lanterns surrounded the lake beside Lu Feng Pavilion. The crown prince was furious. No one knew why. He gave only one order. A lost wooden box had to be recovered from the lake. Tonight, no matter the cost. Very few people knew when it had been lost. Everyone assumed it had disappeared only recently. Several groups of servants entered the water to search. Fortunately, the lake was shallow. Unfortunately, the darkness made everything impossible to see. 2 hours passed. Still, nothing was found. Li Hongji stood inside Lu Feng Pavilion. One hand gripped the white jade railing. He looked across the dark water. The scent of red sandalwood seemed to drift through the air once more. It was so vivid that shame overwhelmed him. The more he searched, the more anxious he became. He did not know why. He only knew. He had to find it. Many servants had begun to yawn. They secretly hoped to report failure so they could finally rest. After all, it was only a wooden box. Surely the crown prince would eventually give up. Instead, without even turning around, Li Hongji tightened his grip on the railing and said coldly, "Drain the entire lake. Before sunrise. I want to see the bottom." Not far away, a woman dressed in red walked slowly along the shore carrying a 6-string zither. Darkness concealed her beneath the flickering firelight. It was Hongxiu. She had originally come to perform music that evening. Instead, every affair in the entire residence had been suspended. Curious, she came to see what had happened. What she found was a crown prince determined to drain an entire lake. Whatever had been lost must have been extraordinarily important. Standing quietly beneath a flowering tree, she smiled softly. In the distance, torches blazed. Servants hurried everywhere. Closing her eyes, she could almost feel the unease within Li Hongji's heart. Without thinking, her fingers brushed gently across the strings. She was not deliberately performing, yet the melody still emerged. The same old tune. Cold, lonely, almost absent-minded. Only a few notes. How many people in this world were truly like you? Inside Lu Feng Pavilion, Li Hongji suddenly felt as though someone were gripping his throat. After a long silence, he strode toward the shore. The maids holding lanterns immediately knelt. More than 10 paces away, he raised his hand. Hongxiu. Holding the zither, Hongxiu bowed gracefully. The music stopped. Suddenly, his heart ached. He remembered someone cutting a finger when a string had broken years ago. Who allowed you to play that song? Hongxiu remained perfectly calm. I thought, Your Highness would like it. Li Hongji rushed forward and seized her shoulders. His voice was low, hoarse. Nothing remained of the proud and confident crown prince. Only despair, only pain. Speaking one word at a time, he said, "You are never to play that song again. Otherwise, your fate will be worse than his." Hongxiu immediately understood. Still smiling gently, she bowed again. "Yes, Your Highness. I would never dare." Only then did Li Hongji realize he had completely lost control in front of his servants. He released her. Hongxiu asked softly, "What exactly did Your Highness lose?" Impatiently, he replied, "Only a zither string. It has nothing to do with you." He turned to leave. Hongxiu remained where she stood. "Your Highness, do you dislike that poem? Do you think it is poorly written?" Li Hongji paused. Without turning back, he answered firmly, "It is not that it is poorly written. It is because you are not worthy of it. You are not worthy of that song. You are not worthy to play it." Hongxiu quietly returned to the side room with her zither. She could have gone back to the Han residence. Instead, she chose to wait. Li Hongji had wanted to recover his past. Yet in the end, he had been defeated by a single broken string. Long before he admitted defeat, he had already lost himself within that haunting fragrance of red sandalwood. Throughout the enormous city of Jinling, after a night filled with confusion, who was drunk? Who was dreaming? Who laughed beneath the lanterns? Who had ever truly played that colorful melody again? Only peach blossoms bloomed brightly throughout the city. Yet, no one was happy. Li Hongji believed he had already made his choice. Zhao Kuangyin believed he was merely watching from the sidelines. Unfortunately, both had stepped onto the same narrow staircase. Everything began at Shengding Tower. But in the end, who truly obtained the Song of Jinjia? Hongxiu's thoughts became tangled. She eventually fell asleep with her hands still resting upon the zither. Within her dreams, there were countless songs she could never finish singing. Outside, servants continued hurrying back and forth. This place was filled with noise. Yet somewhere else, the world had become completely silent. When Li Congjia and Zhao Kuangyin returned to the Duke of Anding's residence, the halls were brightly lit. Xiaoping led them toward the banquet hall. According to custom, Li Congjia enjoyed watching the Golden Lotus dance. A gilded stage large enough for a single dancer had already been prepared. Beyond it, the banquet hall waited. The food, wine, servants, everything had been arranged exactly as always. Only a few guests were missing. A Huang wore robes even more magnificent than usual. Her outer garment was woven with bird feathers that trailed gracefully across the floor. A blooming peony embroidered with golden threads stretched from the hem to her waist, where it was secured by a white jade clasp. She sat beside the seat reserved for the Duke of Anding. Bathed in candlelight, she appeared elegant beyond compare. She resembled a phoenix reborn from fire. Proud, dignified, unyielding, Li Congjia knew she had waited for a long time. He intended to comfort her. Instead, a Huang rose gracefully with a smile. Then her eyes landed upon Zhao Kuangyin. So, you went out with young Master Zhao without saying a word. Li Congjia was about to explain, but she continued. It is rare to see young Master Zhao dress so elegantly today. Congjia, how could we neglect such an honored guest? Bring the brocade robes. Even Zhao Kuangyin was momentarily surprised. A Huang accepted a pale robe from Luzhu. Li Congjia looked startled. A Huang. This is the mountain and river brocade bestowed by father. What are you doing? She smiled. What? Is young Master Zhao not worthy of such hospitality? Luzhu immediately added. Madam has been waiting for hours. My lord should wear it to make Madam happy. Li Congjia never regarded Luzhu as merely a servant. He simply nodded, thinking only that a Huang had grown tired of waiting. He agreed and went to change. Xiaoping's hands trembled as he carefully held the priceless brocade. My lord, this. He had clearly never handled such a treasure before. Li Congjia smiled. It's only clothing. Even while fastening the robes, Xiaoping remained unbelievably careful. Meanwhile, only Zhao Kuangyin and a Huang remained inside the hall. She gracefully invited him to sit. Host and guest remained perfectly distinguished. You don't seem to be from the south, young Master Zhao. I come from the north. He knew she was worried. There was nothing wrong with answering honestly. Everything was already perfectly clear. Only, some people refused to believe it. Others stubbornly insisted upon it. A Huang nodded toward a servant who poured wine. Congjia, she called naturally, then suddenly stopped. She smiled apologetically. I know nearly all of the Duke's friends. It seems I have been negligent. Zhao Kuangyin immediately understood. She was simply acting as a wife protecting her husband. Laughing, he raised his cup. Indeed, only Madam is worthy of the Duke of Anding. His blunt words made further conversation impossible. Just then, Li Congjia returned. At close range, the mountain and river brocade looked no different from the finest silk. Only a faint green shimmer flowed through it. Yet, that subtle green was nothing like the ordinary colors of Jiangnan. Zhao Kuangyin looked at him. Slowly, a smile of admiration appeared. The true beauty could only be appreciated from afar. The robes were embroidered with blue silk depicting the 3,000 miles of southern mountains and rivers. The sun, the moon, birds in flight, willows bending beside flowing water. Everything had been embroidered upon him. Such elegance came from his very bones. No ordinary person could ever imitate it. Many people dreamed of possessing the world. Yet ambition alone destroyed mountains and rivers. To truly carry the world required something greater. Li Congjia possessed that bearing. Perhaps the Emperor of Southern Tang had understood this better than anyone. Separated by a banquet table, Li Congjia merely smiled beneath the candlelight. Silence filled the hall. Zhao Kuangyin stared at him. Suddenly, he remembered someone whispering in his ear. You people are all crazy. Li Congjia's eyes seemed infinitely deep. A Huang noticed everything. Then, Li Congjia recovered himself. He poured wine for a Huang. Smiling gently, he explained that he had been delayed by conversation with young Master Zhao at Shengding Tower and had forgotten the family banquet. A Huang raised her sleeve and drank gracefully. But Her beautiful eyes never left Zhao Kuangyin. He was staring fixedly at Li Songjia's wrist. There was desire in his eyes, a desire she could neither understand nor ignore. For the first time, Huang felt genuine fear. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Music, dance, conversation. Yet, the happier Li Songjia became, the more uneasy she felt. She had intended only to protect him. That was why she had brought out the mountain and river brocade. The emperor's gift represented imperial favor. She wanted Zhao Kuangyin to understand exactly who Li Songjia was. She had expected Li Songjia to quietly send the robes away afterward. Instead, tonight, he accepted them calmly. Once again, he appeared before the world wearing the mountain and river brocade. To ordinary observers, it was simply incomparable elegance. But to the three people seated inside that hall, it carried another meaning entirely. Li Songjia raised another cup. I offer this toast to young Master Zhao. The clear wine sparkled beautifully inside the porcelain cup. After a long silence, Zhao Kuangyin finally stood and accepted. The porcelain cup felt cool in his hand. As he drank, he thought about everything that would happen in only a few days. It was not that he had no other choices. But, was Li Songjia truly worth changing those choices for? He asked himself. No answer came. Li Songjia, can you really make me believe in human nature? Still dressed as a scholar, Zhao Kuangyin's sharpness remained unchanged. Li Songjia looked into his eyes. The two men emptied their cups together. Zhao Kuangyin, you are a madman too. Upon the Golden Lotus stage, songs and dances continued. Gold and white jade could purchase laughter. One night of drunkenness could make kings and princes seem insignificant. Before anyone realized, the sky had already begun to brighten. The hour of evening was nearly over. At the Crown Prince's residence, Li Hongji had stood within Lufeng Pavilion the entire night. Rain had soaked his robes again and again. Someone held an umbrella above him. He threw it aside. Under the first light of dawn, the elegant sounds of flowing springs had vanished. The lake was gone. Only the dry lake bed remained, covered with tangled water plants that had grown for years. Silently, he searched, carefully removing mud bit by bit. He wanted to find the red sandalwood box. He also wanted to make one final wager. If the box could still be found, even if only fragments remained, even if it held nothing but rotting mud, Li Songjia would have won. Li Hongji was willing to admit defeat. Everything would be left to heaven's will. Sixth brother, if heaven wishes you to win, I will accept it willingly. Finally, a servant knelt before him. In trembling hands, he held a dark wooden box still dripping with water. Your Highness. Li Hongji remained motionless for a long time. He did not dare turn around. The finest red sandalwood had survived years beneath the water. The box remained almost perfectly intact. Only the hinges had loosened slightly. For the first time in his life, Li Hongji felt more nervous than when he had accepted the title of Crown Prince. He had never known he could hesitate like this. That single touch of green held such overwhelming power. Very gently, he opened the box. The damp fragrance of aged sandalwood filled the air. Inside, nothing. It had long since become empty. How could a broken string survive the passing years? Perhaps it had been swallowed by a fish. Perhaps it had dissolved completely into the water. Li Songjia, you still think about it. You still remember. And I am still searching for it. We are all dreaming. Sixth brother, the dream is over. Early that morning, the Crown Prince, who had not slept all night, burst into wild laughter within the ruined Xiangquan Pavilion. His laughter echoed into the distance. Meanwhile, the banquet at the Duke of Anding's residence had finally ended. Li Songjia rarely became drunk. Neither did Zhao Kuangyin. Yet that night, both men became drunk twice. At daybreak, the drizzle finally stopped. The sun rose. Wind swept across the clouds. Have you ever seen that slightly intoxicating shade of blue, where sky and water become one? Chapter 8. Early the next morning, Hongxiu was awakened by hurried footsteps outside the window. As she walked toward Lufeng Pavilion, she heard Li Hongji's wild laughter. It was laughter filled with bitterness. The passing servants did not dare move. None of them knew what to do. Hongxiu smiled. The answer had become clear. Li Hongji cared far more deeply than she had imagined, which meant he could still feel pain. From a distance, she saw the drained lake. It should have been a place where koi swam beneath blooming lotus flowers. Now, Only a lonely pavilion remained. Li Hongji dismissed everyone. He sat alone inside Lufeng Pavilion. He remembered, when he had been 17 or 18 years old. Those scenes remained vivid. A gentle breeze drifted through the pavilion, stirring flowers and willow branches. A young man dressed in pale blue sat quietly there, smiling toward the wind, smiling toward the moon. Standing on the opposite shore, Li Hongji had never been able to see those famous double pupils clearly, nor could he see through the still water of the lake. He could only watch the young man's hair flutter gently in the wind, sending ripples across the water. From the very beginning, he had resented his sixth brother. Everyone praised Li Congjia for possessing the bearing of an emperor. Sometimes, Li Hongji wondered, if birth order did not exist, would the position of crown prince already belong to someone else? Now, only the red sandalwood box remained. Everything else was gone. Li Hongji suddenly wanted to laugh. The woman in red slowly approached from the shore. She neither flinched nor showed fear. She bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, you may leave." Li Hongji's voice was filled with impatience. Hongxiu answered calmly. "Lord Han asked me to inform your Highness that he is unwell today. The physician ordered him to rest. He will not come to the residence for the next few days." Li Hongji merely snorted without turning around. Hongxiu sighed softly. Gathering her courage, she entered the pavilion. The red sandalwood box still rested upon the stone table. After years beneath the water, its color had become darker once the moisture dried. Without turning around, Li Hongji spoke. "Sit." Hongxiu obediently sat upon the stone bench. "Your Highness." Before she could continue, he interrupted her. "Do you want to hear the story of this string?" Hongxiu remained silent. Li Hongji laughed. "It doesn't matter. I'll tell you. It's only a dream." The fleeting things had vanished. Only beautiful memories remained, to awaken those left behind. After hearing the entire story, Hongxiu realized that Li Hongji was even more unable to let go than she had imagined. "Your Highness, the Duke of Anding truly has no intention of competing with you." That was all she could say. Many others had already said the same thing. Suddenly, Li Hongji turned around. He seized her by the throat. His fingers tightened around her neck. "I don't want to compete. I don't want to compete. I've heard those words ever since I was a child. You, they, everyone says the same thing. Sixth brother never fights for anything. He pretends to be wise. He avoids every conflict." He stared at her coldly. Yet those words were not really meant for Hongxiu. "He thinks he can hide. But how can I hide? The center of every storm is the throne." His voice gradually became lower. "I know he doesn't want to compete with me. But what he competes for isn't the throne. It's people's words. It's people's hearts." Slowly, he released his grip, stepping backward absent-mindedly. He burst into crazed laughter. "He never fights." But that one sentence, that he has the bearing of an emperor, changed everything. Father believes it. They all believe it. So, how can I not believe it too? Li Hongji laughed wildly inside Lufeng Pavilion. His composure had completely collapsed. "Hongxiu, do you know? Sometimes, I want to dig out his eyes. Dig them out. Destroy him. Destroy that sky and water beauty. Destroy every piece of red sandalwood in this world. Then, could he still remain my sixth brother? The one who calls me Brother Hongji. Does he really have to keep hiding? Keep hiding forever?" He staggered backward before collapsing onto the stone bench. "If only I wouldn't have lost that string. Perhaps I could still hear Shan. His bloodshot eyes were red with exhaustion. The crown prince, who had not slept the entire night, looked utterly broken. With a roar, he slammed his palm against the stone table. Hongxiu hurried toward him despite herself. "Your Highness, your Highness." He brushed her aside. "You don't need to watch me make a fool of myself. This isn't a joke, Your Highness." She took a deep breath. If you're willing to stop now, it doesn't have to become one." Suddenly, Li Hongji stood up as though something had pierced his heart. He slowly approached Hongxiu, who had fallen onto the ground. Bending down, he gently stroked her wrist. His movements were strangely careful, almost tender. "Hongxiu, if someone sent you back to Zuoyo Lane right now, would you be afraid? Would you be willing?" Hongxiu could not answer. His fingers tightened around her wrist. What beautiful hands! Didn't Lord Han also admire these hands? "If I broke them now, what would you think?" Seeing the seriousness in his eyes, Hongxiu felt genuine fear. She instinctively tried to pull away. He held her firmly. Then, his expression softened. Don't worry. How could I bear to do that now? My Hongxiu, you still have important things to accomplish. As long as you obey me, I'll make Suelio Lane disappear forever. Wouldn't that be worth it? Hongxiu slowly nodded. Li Hongji smiled. You see, you also understand. If we stop now, perhaps we won't become a joke. But afterward, there will be countless uncertainties. Who can guarantee that Li Hongji will still be crowned prince tomorrow? And you, if you return to Suelio Lane, you'll once again become nothing more than a poor girl. She understood. They were all people who had once stood upon mountain peaks, who had seen the vast sky and endless sea. How could they willingly turn back now? Even if they stood upon a cliff, they would still leap forward. Looking back was the hardest thing in this world, especially after witnessing such heights. Very few people could believe once again in the warmth found among ordinary lives. The Prince of Qi was already dead. If the Duke of Anding also disappeared, half of Southern Tang would belong to Li Hongji. You're tired. Go back and rest. Li Hongji stood once more. He had already recovered the appearance of the proud and confident crown prince. Adjusting his sleeves, he prepared to leave. Then, he noticed the small wooden box resting on the stone table. He picked it up, closed the lid, held it beneath the morning sunlight for a long moment. Finally, he turned around. Still stunned, Hongxiu accepted it. I'll give it to you. Without another glance, he walked away. Things that had already been discarded no longer had any meaning. He should have understood that the day he threw it into the lake. How ridiculous. Hongxiu quietly accepted the box. Blue bruises remained on her wrist where he had gripped her. Leaving through the side gate of the prince's residence, she wandered aimlessly through the streets. The people passing by were all strangers. Yet, every one of them carried their own story. For the first time, she realized that it made no difference whether someone was a commoner or someone of great power. Everyone carried a past that could not be spoken aloud. As long as those wounds remained hidden, life could continue peacefully. But once the scars were exposed, anyone could lose control. Anyone could become mad. Just like this bustling marketplace. Day after day, people came and went. Some struggled simply to survive. Some lived for love. Li Hongji merely pursued something far greater. Something ordinary people could scarcely imagine. Yet, perhaps, it was no different after all. Hongxiu looked at the small red sandalwood box in her hands. If only it still belonged to him. She thought once again of Li Congjia, Lufeng Pavilion, the Xianshuan zither. How wonderful it would have been if they could simply smile and live peacefully amid prosperity forever. She casually tossed the box aside. It rolled into the dust beside the road. Everything was over. No one truly remembered that string anymore. Hongxiu slowly walked away. She never noticed Xiao Shuhe following behind her. He quietly trailed after her. Seeing something fall from her hand, he hurried over and picked it up. It was only an empty wooden box. He had no idea what it meant. Still, he carefully tucked it into his robes. Anything she discarded was precious to him. Xiao Shuhe had to patrol every night. During the day, he secretly came to see Hongxiu. Though exhausted, he never gave up. Even after seeing her enter and leave the residences of nobles, he still remembered his promise. To work hard, to earn honor. The world was always full of unexpected things. Yet, there would always be fools who refused to wake from their dreams. That afternoon, Zhao Kuangyin still had not received any secret message from the crown prince. As he wondered what had happened, someone knocked on his door. Assuming it was merely a servant, he ignored it. Yet after a long silence, he finally rose and opened the door. The wooden door opened slightly. Standing outside was a pair of beautiful double pupils. He froze. You, Lord Anding. Instantly, he remembered everything from the previous night. The rooftop, their descent through the air, and that kiss. He did not know what to say, nor did he know why Li Congjia had come. For a long moment, he simply stood there. Li Congjia remained perfectly calm, just as composed as always. A faint smile rested upon his lips. His dark eyes were completely tranquil. It's my residence. Are you really not going to invite me inside? Li Congjia spoke teasingly. Perhaps he had walked beneath a flowering tree on his way here. A tiny pink petal rested upon his shoulder. A peach blossom? Zhao Kuangyin narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Congjia's name quietly drifted through his heart once again. Like the spring breeze. He stepped aside. Li Songjia entered. His soft robes carried the elegance of poetry itself. This man was always like a distant mountain. Nothing in the world seemed capable of disturbing him. Even while living among the bustle of the mortal world, he remained only a single brushstroke within a magnificent painting. He never worried for himself. Instead, others worried endlessly for him. What brings you here? Li Songjia sat down. He calmly sipped his tea. You've traveled far and wide over the years. You must have seen many things. This time, I wish to ask you about something. What is it? What could possibly make the Duke of Anding so concerned? Zhao Kuangyin became genuinely curious. He also wished to understand Li Songjia better. Have you ever heard of the lost musical score? The rainbow skirt and feathered garment dance. Hope lingered within Li Songjia's voice. Zhao Kuangyin smiled. He said nothing. Instead, he simply looked at him. Then he laughed. So that's what you've come for? Lord Anding truly lives an elegant life. His meaning was obvious. So many dangers still surrounded them. Yet Li Songjia had come only to ask about an ancient musical score. Why not? Holding his teacup, Li Songjia looked back calmly. His expression was as peaceful and unconcerned as ever. Besides, it was the one thing a Huang had always wished to find. The rainbow skirt and feathered garment dance had once been the most magnificent performance of the glorious Tang Dynasty. During the 28th year of the Kaiyuan era, when Emperor Xuanzong first met Yang Yuhuan at Huaqing Palace, he performed this very dance for her. Li Songjia softly recited, "The heavens grow dark, the night stretches long. Immortal music drifts among green clouds as rainbow garments dance. The jade flute echoes into the heavens. The moon is full above Mount Li Palace." Hearing those words, Zhao Kuangyin smiled even more. Ever since becoming engaged to Li Songjia, a Huang had searched tirelessly for that lost score. Whenever they met beneath flowers or moonlight, she would speak of it. Li Songjia watched her radiant smile. How could he refuse her? Unfortunately, every search ended in failure. As the years passed, it became the one regret that lingered in her heart. Again and again, Li Songjia had asked Han Xizai for help during banquets. Even Han Xizai, who knew every corner of the world of music, could not find it. Poems, paintings, calligraphy. There was almost nothing Li Songjia could not obtain. Only this one piece of music had completely vanished. Wars had overturned the world. If entire kingdoms could disappear, how could a single melody survive? Yet, a Huang refused to give up. She believed that somewhere, a palace musician must have preserved it. She worried herself into illness. For several days, she could not even play the pipa. Li Songjia quietly took everything to heart. No matter what, he had promised himself, a Huang would be cherished and honored for her entire life. If she wanted something, he would find it. After resting briefly following the previous night's banquet, seeing a Huang exhausted, he had come alone to Zhao Kuangyin's courtyard. Perhaps, a traveler like Zhao Kuangyin had heard something. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Kuangyin finally understood. So, a Huang wishes to find it. The rainbow skirt and feathered garment dance does suit her. His tone remained arrogant. To him, it was only a song, only a woman. Why should such things matter? He could never understand their devotion to music. Li Songjia frowned. Even his displeasure appeared elegant. You call her a Huang? She is my wife. The phoenix blooming among peonies. To marry such a woman is a blessing. For some reason, Zhao Kuangyin suddenly felt irritated. He could not bear seeing Li Songjia like this. Those beautiful brows should never carry worry. Why should they become troubled over another person's wish? He could not bear seeing Li Songjia lose himself for someone else's happiness. A dangerous thought. Only after it appeared did Zhao Kuangyin realize it. He slowly walked toward Li Songjia. The man in pale green still sat quietly. His eyes resembled blooming peonies. Stretching out his hand, Zhao Kuangyin slowly said, Li Songjia, you've encountered a peach blossom. The words sounded unlike anything he would normally say. Yet, speaking them felt strangely natural. His hand gently brushed across Li Songjia's sky-blue robes. Then, he carefully removed the tiny blossom petal from his shoulder. For the first time, the man whose sword frightened countless people moved with unbelievable gentleness, as though he feared startling a fish within still water. Li Songjia watched the petal drift to the ground. A peach blossom? Before he could think further, Zhao Kuangyin's loose hair fell across his vision. A thin layer of sweat covered Zhao Kuangyin's palm. He leaned closer. The lingering fragrance of red sandalwood filled his senses. No, Zhao Kuangyin repeated silently. No, I cannot disturb your heart. For something as fleeting as a blooming peony. For one terrifying instant, he wanted to bite Li Songjia, to discover whether even his blood carried the scent of red sandalwood. The thought frightened Zhao Kuangyin himself. This time, it was Li Songjia who was truly startled. Looking into Zhao Kuangyin's unfamiliar expression, the memory of last night's forbidden kiss instantly resurfaced. He could no longer remain calm. The man dressed in green abruptly stood. He stepped backward twice. Zhao Kuangyin instinctively reached for his sleeve. In doing so, he accidentally knocked over the teapot. Scalding tea splashed across the table. Li Songjia gave a quiet cry. He jerked his right hand backward. A few drops of boiling tea splashed onto Zhao Kuangyin's face. He immediately released his grip. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed through the room. Only then did Zhao Kuangyin come back to his senses. Li Songjia had stumbled backward against the folding screen. The elegant white gauze landscape screen framed his pale profile. His long hair concealed his expression. Drops of water still fell from his slender fingertips. Zhao Kuangyin looked down. Broken porcelain still steamed upon the floor. Only then did he realize. The boiling tea had burned Li Songjia's hand. He immediately stepped forward. Your hand. Still facing sideways. Li Songjia took another step backward. Zhao Kuangyin. His voice was lower than Zhao Kuangyin had ever heard. Almost frighteningly so. Zhao Kuangyin hurried forward. I mean, your hand. Li Songjia said nothing. He no longer trusted him. Zhao Kuangyin had always acted directly. His thoughts remained fixed upon the burn. Seeing how frightened Li Songjia had become, he resorted to the simplest solution he knew. He pulled the sword from the wall. With one clean strike, he split the already fragile folding screen in half. The elegant landscape screen collapsed. Dust drifted into the air. Li Songjia stood motionless. His dark pupils resembled black ink. His burned right hand was covered protectively by his left. Watching the screen split apart, Li Songjia was truly angry. He opened his mouth to call for help. Before a sound could escape, a shadow flashed before him. Zhao Kuangyin reached him first. One arm wrapped tightly around Li Songjia's waist. The other firmly covered his mouth. Those double pupils, the eyes said to belong to an emperor, now gazed at him with terrifying depth. Then, Zhao Kuangyin smiled mischievously. So, you can be afraid too. Chapter 9. Li Songjia was unable to shout because Zhao Kuangyin covered his mouth. At the same time, Zhao Kuangyin held him tightly around the waist, leaving him no room to struggle. There was no way Li Songjia could break free from Zhao Kuangyin's strength. His eyes burned with anger. This time, he was truly furious. You can be frightened too. The man in his arms shook his head and glanced toward the door as footsteps approached. Zhao Kuangyin became alert as well. Then he heard Piaoping's voice outside. Master, did something break? Shall I send someone in to clean it up? Both of them froze. Zhao Kuangyin slowly removed the hand covering Li Songjia's mouth, silently signaling him to answer. Li Songjia felt helpless. He should have called someone in, but with the way they were standing now, anyone who entered would misunderstand everything. Absolutely not. He twisted, trying to break free from Zhao Kuangyin's grip, but Zhao Kuangyin only tightened his hold and pulled him back another 2 steps. Lord Anding, young Master Zhao. Hearing the noise, Piaoping stepped closer outside the door. Receiving no reply for so long, he grew suspicious and called again. Zhao Kuangyin pressed Li Songjia against the wall and whispered beside his ear. Answer him. You know what to say? If you call someone in now, I'll send you straight to meet Yang Yuhuan and ask her myself about the rainbow skirt and feathered dress dance. Li Songjia flicked his sleeve. Since things had already reached this point, struggling was meaningless. It was better to deal with the situation calmly. He looked directly at Zhao Kuangyin and whispered, If you truly wanted to kill me, you would have done it just now. The man with sword-like brows glanced at the sword lying beside the shattered screen. He leaned closer and murmured, You're right. I don't want to kill you yet. So let's try a different threat. If you call for help, I'll tear your clothes off. As he spoke, Zhao Kuangyin deliberately pushed Li Songjia hard against the wall, leaving him completely unable to move. Li Songjia stiffened. The threat was so improper that he instinctively turned his face away before looking toward the door again. Zhao Kuangyin wished he could see his expression clearly. Perhaps this was the first time someone raised in such elegance and refinement had ever been threatened so shamelessly. Unfortunately, Li Songjia's profile remained hidden in the shadows. He merely lifted one hand, silently telling Zhao Kuangyin to stop talking. Piaoping. Nothing happened. I only broke a teacup. Have someone clean it up after I leave. Master, did the tea spill? Shall we come in with some towels? No. It's fine. I'm discussing something important with young Master Zhao. Li Songjia's voice returned to its usual calmness, carrying a trace of lazy composure. Piaoping no longer dared to question him. The footsteps gradually faded away. Li Songjia's back ached from striking the wall, and he could still feel the burn where the boiling water had splashed onto his hand. He seemed genuinely exhausted. Raising his wrist to his forehead, he said quietly to the man who still refused to release him. Everyone has gone. You can let go now. Zhao Kuangyin simply stared at him. He neither answered nor loosened his grip. After a long silence, Li Songjia finally met his gaze. Zhao Kuangyin, do you know the phrase? Going 1 inch too far. The moment he said it, something felt wrong. His mind involuntarily recalled the wind atop Shengding Tower, and that single inch between them. Sometimes, even Li Songjia did not know how to deal with Zhao Kuangyin. The man before him suddenly lifted his injured hand. You're burned. Instinctively, Li Songjia tried to pull it back, but Zhao Kuangyin caught his wrist again. The slender bones beneath his fingers had an elegant shape. The feeling lingered in his palm. Only then did Zhao Kuangyin realize. Li Songjia's fingers were cold, even in spring. Remember to apply medicine. Otherwise you'll be left with burned scars. Li Songjia turned halfway to look at him. Who says such a minor injury needs to be treated as delicately as a woman's? Zhao Kuangyin laughed and finally released him. He bent down, picked up the sword from the floor, casually brushed the dust from it against his sleeve, and looked thoroughly satisfied. Li Songjia let out a quiet breath and slowly walked back toward the table. Suddenly, Zhao Kuangyin swung the sword around. The gleaming tip stopped directly before Li Songjia's eyes. The cold steel reflected the bluish stone floor. Its point rested barely an inch from his pupil. Against the naked blade, the man dressed like a painting smiled. Life and death were no more than an inch apart. Li Songjia's hair had come loose after being pulled several times. A few strands fell across his forehead, covering half his eyes. His pale face remained calm. A faint smile lingered there. That expression frightened Zhao Kuangyin more than anything else. Every single time, just when Zhao Kuangyin thought he had finally found his resolve, Li Songjia would calmly smile again, as though nothing mattered, as though death itself meant nothing. That was exactly why Zhao Kuangyin hated him. Burdened by an unspeakable past, he still remained as tranquil as ever. Why not go home? Li Songjia raised an eyebrow. If I die, please help me search privately for the score of the rainbow skirt and feathered dress dance. If, by some chance, you find it someday, please give it to my wife. Anger flashed plainly across Zhao Kuangyin's face. Seeing his expression, Li Songjia looked puzzled. Weren't you here to kill me? The poison is called Qin Gu. Am I right? Qin Gu. You? Zhao Kuangyin stared at him in surprise. You dropped something. Li Songjia calmly explained that he had picked up the medicine bottle Zhao Kuangyin had dropped the night they first met. The poison was mixed into Qinghuan wine. The victim dies as though from heart failure. You know quite a lot, but not enough. Zhao Kuangyin knew that even if Li Songjia investigated, he could never discover the true nature of that rare northern poison. He could only infer it from the death of the Prince of Qi. Li Songjia gently shook his head. What I know is enough. Zhao Kuangyin frowned. The sword suddenly shifted. Its tip drove 3 inches into the wall. Li Songjia. He called him by name. If I don't kill you today, then you owe me 1 life. This time, Li Songjia laughed. He was weary, yet there was no relief. If that sword had truly pierced him, perhaps that would not have been such a bad ending. The princes would have no more worries. Zhao Kuangyin could rescue his brother and pursue his ambitions. But, Huang, he still could not let her go. In the end, his greatest concern remained the woman who had once smiled and promised to dye him green with her own hands. The thought flashed through his mind. He startled himself. Since when had he begun hoping Zhao Kuangyin would truly rescue his brother? I am still too attached, still believing in the bonds between brothers. Li Songjia still wished to see genuine human affection survive this troubled age. He nodded, as though he had discovered an interesting game. I told you before, you are not the one who wants me dead. But now, it seems you've become interested in whether I live or die. Strange. I've never looked lightly upon another person's life. And yet, there are always people eager to treat mine as worthless. He sighed softly. For so many years, everything had revolved around the throne. Seeing Zhao Kuangyin remain silent for so long, Li Songjia turned to leave. Zhao Kuangyin sat alone at the table without looking at him. Just before Li Songjia reached the door, he threw out one final sentence. I'm only interested in you. Everything that had happened the previous night had been too accidental, too easy to explain, which only made it impossible to face. Both of them avoided looking directly at it. They each had their own loyalties. How could either of them betray their own side before the game had even ended? A young maid arrived at the doorway. Seeing the room in ruins, she trembled. The screen had been split cleanly in two. Broken pieces covered the floor. Young Master Zhao, shall we send someone in to clean this up? Zhao Kuangyin stood and walked toward the door. From a distance, he watched the figure in green disappear farther and farther away. Remembering the graceful way Li Songjia had fallen through the air the previous night, Zhao Kuangyin slowly closed his eyes. The fragrance of red sandalwood lingered around him. Come in and clean it up. Yes. The servants hurried inside and carried away the broken screen. They whispered among themselves, but one cold glance from Zhao Kuangyin silenced them all. Fortunately, Lord Anding had not blamed anyone. The maids quietly withdrew. Zhao Kuangyin lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. He had waited so long for news from the crown prince. But nothing came. It seemed Li Hongji would never change. He still wanted to kill. His sixth brother, Li Songjia, had lost the wager. He raised a hand and touched the arrow wound on his shoulder. The injury had never been deep. Within a few days, it would heal completely. His thoughts drifted to the assassins dressed in black. Their skill had been extraordinary. The fact that they had managed to strike his shoulder spoke for itself. Suddenly, he remembered Zhao Guangyi. How was Guangyi now? Surely he too was living under constant surveillance. Compared to the child Zhao Kuangyin remembered, Zhao Guangyi had long since shed his innocence. The little boy beneath the dead tree years ago had grown as tall as his older brother. Perhaps because he had spent so many years in the temple, Zhao Guangyi was calmer than Zhao Kuangyin. Meeting him again in the Southern Tang had been completely unexpected. Many years ago, their father had still been a trusted general under King Wu. As a child, Zhao Kuangyin clearly remembered the large training ground behind their home. Every morning before dawn, their father's soldiers practiced martial arts there. His father insisted that Zhao Kuangyin study, but Zhao Kuangyin had always hated teachers who endlessly recited books. Whenever he attended class, he caused trouble. Today he would beat up another student. Tomorrow he would offend the teacher. Eventually, he simply stopped studying and devoted himself entirely to martial arts. Zhao Guangyi was completely different. Even as a child, he loved reading and quiet places. That always irritated Zhao Kuangyin. Now, lying on the bed with nothing to do, he couldn't help smiling as he remembered those days. One afternoon, after finishing martial arts practice, he sat on the stump of a dead tree in the yard, carving a piece of wood with a knife. Looking up, he saw Guangyi returning from school. The little boy was slightly afraid of his older brother. His brother was always waving swords and spears. Whenever Zhao Guangyi found scratches across his books, he knew exactly who had done it. But he never complained to their father. Instead, he simply said, "Elder brother is the eldest." That sentence unexpectedly reminded Zhao Kuangyin of Li Songjia. Both of them valued respect and family above all else. But Zhao Guangyi had only been a child then. As he grew older, he became Zhao Kuangyin's equal. Behind those calm eyes, there was also an untamed heart. 4 or 5-year-old Zhao Guangyi stared curiously at the dark piece of wood in Zhao Kuangyin's hands. It carried a faint fragrance. What is that? Whenever Zhao Kuangyin was bored, he loved making little gadgets. At the time, children enjoyed carving wood into different shapes and fitting the pieces together. Naturally, Zhao Kuangyin was the best among them. Without looking up, he lazily answered, "Wood." Of course, it was no ordinary wood. Its color was dark, its fragrance subtle. Zhao Guangyi studied it for a long time in confusion. Just as he was about to ask another question, his brother gestured for silence. He obediently closed his mouth. After making sure no one was nearby, their father happened to be away on important business. Zhao Kuangyin pulled Guangyi onto the tree stump beside him. Lowering his voice, he proudly showed him the wood. Keep your voice down. This is the finest red sandalwood. See this deep purple color? It's priceless. Zhao Guangyi stared at it in surprise. Though he understood nothing about wood, he instinctively knew it was valuable. This was a gift to father from a high official. I secretly stole it. You absolutely mustn't tell anyone. Otherwise, his eyes suddenly became murderous. Zhao Guangyi nodded frantically. But, what are you going to do with it? You fool. Of course I'm carving something rare. Someday I'll secretly sell it for silver. Zhao Kuangyin carefully explained his grand plan. Watching him handle the precious wood made Guangyi eager to try. After repeatedly begging, his brother finally agreed to teach him. There was really no special technique. It was simply children amusing themselves. The valuable piece of red sandalwood was split in half. The easiest thing to carve was a bracelet, just like the wooden bracelet their mother wore. Why not each make one? The brothers carved a bracelet apiece. After polishing them, the fragrant red sandalwood looked surprisingly beautiful. Later, one of their friends laughed and teased them. When each of you gets married, these will be the perfect wedding gifts. The brothers were delighted, until their parents discovered the stolen wood. Both of them were beaten soundly. They knelt in the courtyard together as punishment. Even then, they still treasured those two bracelets. It was only a piece of red sandalwood. Someday, they would achieve everything they desired. When that day came, what treasure would be beyond their reach? What thing could truly be called precious? Back then, Zhao Kuangyin boldly declared to his younger brother that he would one day rule the world. He would never be satisfied serving merely as a general in some tiny kingdom during an age of chaos. Zhao Guangyi simply nodded. Whatever his brother wished to accomplish, he would help him. Everyone had their own legend. Who could have imagined that those childish carvings would someday become the proof by which the brothers recognized each other? War tore their family apart. No one knew where Zhao Guangyi had gone. Their mother worried constantly. Several years later, Zhao Kuangyin left home and followed the army across the north and south. By chance, he heard rumors that Guangyi had traveled south with a group of monks. So he journeyed alone to the Southern Tang. His first night in Jinling, he stayed at Anong Temple north of the city. Early the next morning, young novices came out to sweep the courtyard as part of their daily routine. When Zhao Kuangyin pushed open the door, he saw a young man in rough clothes standing beneath the corridor. The face was unfamiliar, but around his wrist was a red sandalwood bracelet. For a moment, he could hardly believe it. Still, he called out loudly. The young man looked up in astonishment. The two stared at one another. Neither spoke for a very long time. Seeing the disbelief in Zhao Guangyi's eyes, Zhao Kuangyin slowly removed the old wooden bracelet from inside his clothes. Its craftsmanship was crude, though he had later refined it. It could never become a masterpiece, just like the bracelet worn by the young man before him. Both still carried the childish dreams born beneath that dead tree years ago. After so many years apart, the younger brother he had always called a fool had finally returned. The brothers talked from morning until night. Many things no longer needed explanation. They simply reminisced about childhood together. Until one day, a military officer who intended to defect to the Southern Tang introduced Zhao Kuangyin to Li Hongji. At first, Zhao Kuangyin did not know the man's identity. He merely found the impatience and barely concealed madness in Li Hongji's eyes amusing. That was not the gaze of a wise ruler. He was too eager, far too unwilling to hide his ambition. Even so, Zhao Kuangyin worried constantly about Guangyi. Though he claimed he had nothing to fear, that was merely a brave face. After finally finding his younger brother again, how could he let him risk everything once more? Lying upon the bed, Zhao Kuangyin slowly rubbed the old wooden bracelet in his hand. Red sandalwood had always held a special meaning for him. He had never imagined that during this journey south, he would become entangled with red sandalwood once again. Or perhaps, he had become entangled with the one who carried its fragrance. The grace of a single wrist had been enough to shake his heart. Thinking back carefully, he truly had been mad just now. That sudden impulse. Even he could not explain it. He simply could not bear watching Li Zongjiao worry over someone else's wishes. He could not bear seeing a man as gentle as Jade run around searching for something simply because his wife desired it. Only then did he remember. Li Congjia already belonged to someone else. Besides, even if Zhao Kuangyin refused to admit, they were well matched. Apart from a woman like a Huang, beautiful as a peony, magnificent as a phoenix, there truly was no one more fitting for Li Congjia. One was pure, the other breathtakingly beautiful. Together, they were a perfect story. He slowly closed his eyes. Originally, he had only intended to rest for a while. Instead, countless thoughts flooded his mind. Zhao Kuangyin never imagined that in the years to come, he would often lie awake within the Golden Palace. Or perhaps, he simply dared not dream. Because in every dream, it was still the two of them, sharing wine beneath the open sky. The years embraced them in peaceful silence. Chapter 10. Whose dream was this? Mist drifted through the air, slowly obscuring her vision until she could no longer see the path ahead. She had been on her way to Lu Garden, but somehow she could no longer remember why. A flash of pale green disappeared in the distance. The sky and water were crystal clear. Was he collecting the morning dew? She hurried after him, her clothes carrying the scent of mist and water. Nothing else mattered. She only wanted to catch up. But no matter how fast she walked, she could never reach him. It was only a small garden, yet layers of rock formations forced her to keep circling. After wandering around again and again, all she could do was turn back to where she had started. He was so close that it made her anxious, yet he refused to turn around. With equal parts tenderness and uncertainty, a Huang called softly, "Congjia." Just as she had countless times before, she waited for him to turn with that gentle smile. But he only stood beside the rock pond a few steps away, expressionless, never looking back. She called again, "Congjia, what's wrong?" Her voice vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. No answer. Her husband, her Li Congjia. He was neither near nor far, so distant that he seemed to dissolve into the mist itself. For the first time, a Huang felt helpless. She slowly reached out. Her fingertips trembled. She only had to lift her hand a little farther. Yet all she touched was drifting mist. The lingering fragrance of red sandalwood brushed across her face. She could not touch him, only emptiness. Yet he remained there, his silhouette faint and graceful. Every time he lifted his wrist, she was captivated by that elegant bearing, a quiet nobility that seemed capable of moving both heaven and earth. When she had first met him at 17, she had fallen in love with that ancient fragrance of sandalwood. That year, Jiangnan was so warm it seemed as though spring itself had melted into people's bones. Flowing rivers, slanting bridges. Where could one hear the music of the sheng and xiao? A beauty stood alone. The pipa shattered jade and burned silk. Someone stood quietly beneath the corridor, dressed in green, smiling like drifting willow catkins in April as he floated into her heart. It had been a rare banquet where she played the pipa behind a veil. Her father, Zhao Shuqian, had invited many members of the royal family. She wore a dark crimson feathered robe embroidered with a magnificent golden peony. A light veil covered her face as her slender fingers plucked the strings with elegant composure. Before the melody even began, emotion had already filled the air. The hall overflowed with singing and dancing. Through the gauze, she noticed a figure standing quietly beneath the corridor. The servants respectfully bowed before him. At first, she assumed he was another arrogant young noble. Then she noticed the pale blue robe. Her gaze lingered. The man remained where he stood, seemingly drawn by the sound of her pipa. The distance between them was only one hall. Too far to truly meet. Too close to ignore. She could not make out the pair of double pupils. For that single moment, everyone else disappeared into the background. Only the two of them remained. Her pipa performance astonished everyone. Because Zhou Shizong had not revealed his daughter's identity, no one dared ask who she was. The guests' eyes were filled with admiration. But a Huang looked only at him. The man wore an azure blue robe. It was not a rare color. Southern nobles often dressed in it. Yet she had never seen anyone wear it with such effortless elegance. It was not the robe that seemed ethereal. It was the man himself. When he entered the hall, everyone stood to greet him. Only then did she learn that he was the emperor's sixth son, Duke Anding, Li Congjia. He was obviously different from everyone else. She could not explain why. His figure seemed so slender it felt as though he might vanish with the wind. Yet no one dared overlook him. Those double pupils, No one could ignore them. She clearly saw him looking toward her. For the first time in her life, she felt nervous. Even hidden behind her veil, she instinctively looked away. Rumors had always spoken of his imperial appearance. Yet he hardly looked like someone destined to fight for a throne. Li Songjia smiled as he accepted a cup of wine. Even as he tilted his head back to drink, his gaze remained on the girl behind the veil. He noticed the luxurious robes, the white jade pipa. He understood. A faint smile appeared on his lips. That smile left Huang even more flustered. She quickly signaled Lu Zhu to seek her father's permission to leave. Holding her pipa tightly, she hurried away. She no longer dared look at him. Leaving Lu Zhu behind, she hurried through 2 winding corridors. Her heart pounded wildly. Even her hands could barely steady the pipa. Hurried footsteps approached from behind. Thinking it was Lu Zhu, she relaxed and turned around. Lu. The word froze on her lips. The fragrance of red sandalwood drifted toward her. The newcomer wore an azure-blue robe and held a folding fan with golden gauze. Unlike the frivolous young nobles she had met before, every movement he made was graceful. He slowly opened the fan and waved it gently. For a moment, Huang felt as though she had stepped into a painting. It was the first time she had seen his legendary double pupils up close. Countless stories had exaggerated those eyes into myths. Now that she finally saw them, she found herself speechless. They were darker than ink. Those eyes seemed to be the only thing binding him to this mortal world. Seeing her frozen in place, Li Songjia smiled and politely stepped back. There's something unusual about my eyes. Did I frighten you, miss? He spoke sincerely. He had never regarded those famous eyes as a blessing. To him, they were simply something abnormal. Huang bit her lower lip, unsure how to answer. Remembering that he was Duke Anding, she hurriedly bowed. He gently lifted one hand, signaling there was no need. His slender wrist was astonishingly elegant. At that moment, Huang suddenly felt ashamed. She had received the finest education since childhood. She had always been the proud daughter of an illustrious family. Yet for the first time, she was overwhelmed, not by inferiority, but by admiration. She admired a person like him. Forgive my presumption. It must be Lord Zhou's daughter, correct? His voice was gentle and unhurried, soothing to hear. Holding the pipa close, she nodded. Yes. She was not one to hide behind false modesty. There was no point denying it. Li Songjia smiled warmly. You play the pipa beautifully. I truly admire your skill. I wonder if I may. He hesitated only briefly. See your face? The veil could not hide her beauty. He simply wished to see it with his own eyes. Huang stood silently for a long time. Her eyebrows lifted slightly. Like a proud phoenix, her beauty was dazzling and fearless. She would never lower herself simply because he was a prince. Seeing her expression, Li Songjia understood. Suddenly, he wanted even more to see her clearly. Closing his folding fan, he gently lifted its tip toward the edge of her veil. Just as the fan was about to touch it, Lu Zhu came running from afar. Miss? What terrible timing. Li Songjia sighed in disappointment and stepped back. He watched Lu Zhu rush over to take the pipa from Huang's hands. The maid looked him up and down warily, obviously concerned only with protecting her mistress. The proud phoenix slowly turned to leave with Lu Zhu. Li Songjia merely smiled. Perhaps this was simply fate teasing him. As Lu Zhu chattered beside her, Miss, why did you leave in such a hurry? Huang said nothing. After walking more than a dozen steps, she suddenly looked back. The man in green still stood where he was, quietly watching her. Warmth filled her heart. How could she bear to disappoint him? Without warning, she lifted the veil herself. She clearly saw the flash of amazement in his eyes. A smile bloomed across her face. Then she calmly turned away once more. Without saying a single word, she left. Li Songjia had never expected such a gesture. His eyes filled with admiration. She truly was an intelligent and generous woman. The daughter of Zhou Shizong. Huang. He had heard her name before. Today, he engraved it upon his heart. He had seen countless beauties. Some were pretentious, others flattering. But today, he had witnessed a phoenix rising from the flames. Magnificent, elegant, noble, never concealing her brilliance, never believing herself beneath anyone. At the moment she lifted her veil, Li Songjia silently praised her. She was precisely the kind of woman worthy of his lifelong admiration. Everything she had seen for the first time drifted before her eyes like flowing water. Yet the man before her still stood quietly within the mist, forever beyond her reach. Stubbornly, she called again. Congjia, what's wrong with you? Unease spread through her heart, though she could not explain why. At last she could bear it no longer. This hazy dream made her unbearably sad. Raised amid wealth and privilege, she had rarely worried about anything. Yet today, everything terrified her. The endless mist. The man she could not reach. Li Congjia, her husband. She rushed forward, trying desperately to grab him. But at that very instant, a figure in brown suddenly appeared. With one violent shove, the man in green was pushed into the water. It should have been the shallow pond in Lu Garden, a place she had visited countless times. Yet now, it had become a bottomless abyss. Her trembling fingertips barely brushed his sleeve. Only for an instant. Then he slowly disappeared beneath the water. Too late. The only thing left in her grasp was the lingering scent of red sandalwood. Nothing else. Panicked, Huang looked up. The man in coarse clothing stood beside her. His sword-like brows were cold, his expression completely emotionless. He looked at her terror and despair, as though they were the greatest joke in the world. She rushed toward him in fury, but before she could reach him, he also leaped into the water. Not even a ripple remained. Both men vanished completely. The mist thickened around her. The faint fragrance of sandalwood seeped into her lungs as though it wished to consume her completely. Finally, she screamed, frantically waving her arms. She tried to disperse the endless fog. She had come to dye his robe green. She had promised to dye a garment for him with her own hands. How? How had everything become like this? The final image she saw was a fading trace of green, a terror she had never known, the despair of losing him. Everything she had ever seen for the first time flashed before her eyes. Only, he was gone. She awoke with a cry. Her face was covered in tears. She suddenly sat upright. It had only been a dream. Lu Zhu hurried inside after pushing open the door. Madam, what's wrong? Still gasping for breath, Huang instinctively turned toward the empty space beside her. There was no one there. She screamed again and jumped out of bed. Madam, Lu Zhu hurriedly grabbed a robe for her. Huang threw it aside and seized Lu Zhu by the shoulders. Where is Congjia? Duke Anding. He went out a while ago. He said he had something important to do and hasn't returned yet. Madam, please don't worry. Where did he go? I think he went to the side garden. Xiaoping went with him. Please don't worry. Believing it had only been a nightmare, Lu Zhu gently rubbed her back. What did he go there for? Only then did Huang realize how flustered she looked. Cold sweat covered her body. Still trembling, she slowly sat on the edge of the bed. I didn't dare ask. He only told me to stay with you and let you rest well. Lu Zhu poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to her. Holding the warm cup in both hands, Huang gradually calmed down. I'm fine. It was only a nightmare. Should I call Duke Anding back? For a moment, she almost nodded. But then she stopped herself. That wasn't like her. How could she summon him back simply because of an absurd dream? Besides, he had been exhausted lately. Putting on her gauze robe, she finished the tea. It's all right. You may go. And don't tell him what happened just now. He'll only laugh at me. Seeing that she had calmed down, Lu Zhu smiled with relief. Yes, madam. I won't say a word. After Lu Zhu left, silence filled the room once more. That strange dream left Huang with a splitting headache. She sat on the edge of the bed, supporting her forehead. Everything had felt so real. The real Lu Garden. The real scenery. The real herself. And she suddenly dared not continue the thought. Was that really him? Leaning against the carved bed frame, she closed her eyes. Memories of their first meeting gradually resurfaced. After meeting him in her father's garden, she rarely left her room. Day after day, she played the people alone, thinking of him. The more she thought of him, the less she wished to go outside. Sometimes her father asked her to perform with her face veiled. She knew exactly what he intended. She was already of marriageable age. Yet she always refused. Instead, she shut herself inside her room. Even Lu Zhu found it strange. She worried that the young lady had been frightened by the sudden encounter in the garden. But Huang only wanted to know. Would he come looking for her? Would he think of her as constantly as she thought of him? He did not keep her waiting long. One day, Lu Zhu came to report. Master says Duke Anding has visited several times, but never had the chance to see you. This time, he has written new lyrics and hopes you'll compose music for them. Though she said nothing, joy blossomed inside her heart. dressed in elegant robes and carrying her beloved pipa. She wanted to meet him. Li Songjia sat in the reception hall drinking tea. His back faced the doorway. Sunlight outlined his slender figure. Clean, graceful, unforgettable. Hearing footsteps, he turned around. A young woman in a pale pink dress entered. She looked even more beautiful than before, like the most enchanting glow upon the horizon. He stood and smiled. Even now, Huang's heart still stirred whenever she remembered that smile. It was the very image of elegance. Holding only a porcelain teacup, Li Songjia smiled silently. His eyes were deep, yet astonishingly clear. She could see herself reflected within them, beautiful as a blooming peony. For the first time in her life, she felt proud of her beauty. It was worthy of being reflected in those eyes. Everything about him was pure, not because of his birth, not because of his status, simply because he was Li Songjia. She loved watching him stand there, smiling quietly without speaking. He was the person she admired, the person she loved. That day, she played the pipa. He sang his newly written lyrics. Their eyes met again and again. Affection filled every glance. The entire Zhou residence fell silent. The beauty in the tower sleeps within Penglai Court. The one in the painted hall lies speechless. The pillow reflects emerald clouds. The embroidered robes carry a lingering fragrance. The pearl lock moves softly, awakening me from dreams behind the silver screen. A smile slowly blossoms upon your face. Our eyes meet, filled with endless love. There was endless affection in that gaze. The joy in her father's eyes was unmistakable. His gifted daughter had always been different. Very few people in the world could capture her heart. Perhaps only Duke Anding. Many years later, whenever her father recalled that day, he would sigh with emotion. His daughter had truly grown up. Everyone in the mansion remembered that afternoon. The talented gentleman, the beautiful lady, a perfect match. Only Huang herself knew. It was never because she was arrogant. It was simply because, after meeting Li Songjia, no other man could ever enter her eyes. How many people like you could there possibly be in this world? Later, she became his wife. Even the simplest words he wrote could still move her deeply. Li Songjia never needed ornate language to become incomparable beneath heaven. That was why she was so grateful, so happy. In this vast world, only she belonged to him. Only I can touch him. Remembering all this, a gentle smile appeared on Huang's face. She softly hummed the melody from those years. The pillow reflects emerald clouds. The embroidered robes carry a lingering fragrance. Yet the Li Songjia from her dream was someone she had never imagined. So close, yet impossibly distant. No matter how she reached out, she could never hold him. The feeling of losing him forever was so real that a chill spread through her body again. It was clearly the warm spring months of Jiangnan. Why did everything feel so cold? Wrapping her gauze robe tightly around herself, she looked helplessly around the empty room. She gently touched the place where he had lain. The pillow had already lost its warmth. The man in her dream had disappeared beneath the water. That trace of green slowly faded, until she could no longer see it. The flowers in the mirror, the moon upon the water. Her fear seemed absurd, yet she could not dismiss it. She suddenly regretted sending Lu Zhu away. The empty room frightened her. Even the incense burner in the corner had completely burned through its sandalwood incense. She stood and walked over to add more incense. But her trembling hands were unsteady. The sandalwood sticks scattered across the floor. She dared not call Lu Zhu. Otherwise, the maid would summon a physician. After all, it had only been a dream, hadn't it? Steadying herself against a bookshelf, she slowly crouched to pick everything up. Unexpectedly, 2 old books slipped from the shelf and fell to the floor. Confused, she looked up. No one had touched those books for a long time. Why had they suddenly fallen? As she reached toward them, a small porcelain bottle rolled out from behind the books. She picked it up. The bottle was strangely cold. Its icy chill seemed to seep directly into her fingers. What was this? No wonder the books had become unstable. Someone must have hidden it there. But who? Only Lu Zhu and a few trusted servants ever entered this room. Lu Zhu would never dare hide something here. Could it have been Songjia? The thought had barely formed when another image flashed through her mind. The man in plain clothes, sword-like brows. Huang suddenly stood up in shock. Zhao Kuangyin. At that very moment, the wooden door slowly opened. Startled, she hurriedly returned the bottle to the shelf and replaced the books. Someone entered wearing a sky-blue robe. He elegantly turned and closed the door behind him. The instant she looked up and saw Li Songjia, relief flooded her heart. But then, her gaze fell upon his hand. Was it injured? Chapter 11. Huang stood motionless beside the incense burner. Half of her veil trailed across the floor. Her hair was loose and disheveled from sleep. Tears from her nightmare still stained her pale face. When Li Songjia turned around and saw her standing there, leaning helplessly against the bookshelf, she looked utterly exhausted. There was helplessness in her eyes. His hands were still warm from the teacup, and Zhao Kuangyin had only just managed to suppress the turmoil in his heart through cold indifference. Yet now, seeing Huang like this, she looked as though she had been terribly frightened. The proud peony that had once bloomed so brilliantly now only stirred pity. Huang? What's wrong? He hurried over and embraced her. Only then did he realize her gauze robe was soaked with cold sweat. His embrace seemed to awaken her. She quickly reached up to smooth her messy hair. She glanced awkwardly toward the bookshelf before swallowing her words. It's nothing. I just had a nightmare. Lowering her head, she avoided his gaze. A nightmare? Li Songjia looked at the sandalwood scattered across the floor. Why didn't you ask Lu Zhu to replace the incense? You should have rested a little longer. Following his gaze, Huang suddenly remembered why she had come here in the first place. She gathered the edge of her long veil, bent down, and quietly suppressed both her panic and suspicion. I felt dizzy after waking up. My hand slipped. The incense fell. Lu Zhu already came, but I was afraid she'd make a fuss and alarm the whole household, so I sent her away. It's nothing serious. Her fingers still trembled from the cold. Dark sandalwood covered her pale hands. As she bent down, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, making her appear unusually fragile. Li Songjia assumed she had simply slept poorly and been troubled by a bad dream. His eyes softened. He crouched beside her. I'll do it. You should go lie down for a while. His hand covered hers as he reached for the sandalwood. Then, he froze. The warmth vanished from his expression. His eyes darkened instantly. He gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders and asked in a quiet but gentle voice, "Why are your hands so cold? Did you touch something icy just now?" Concerned, he slipped both of her hands inside his sleeves to warm them. It was a spring afternoon. Her hands should never have been this cold. They felt as though they had just touched ice. Li Songjia's expression changed for an instant. Just as quickly, it returned to normal. His gaze drifted briefly toward the bookshelf. Huang suddenly remembered the porcelain bottle. She jerked her hands back so abruptly that it startled him. Huang, what's wrong with you today? Only then did she realize how unnatural her reaction had been. Her hands froze awkwardly in midair. I'm fine. I must still be cold after waking from the dream. She dared not meet his eyes. Instead, she noticed the obvious burn on his hand. Her attention shifted entirely to him. I accidentally knocked over the tea while talking with Mr. Zhao. Li Songjia calmly drew his injured hand back beneath his sleeve before she could examine it. With his other hand, he slowly helped her stand. What did you dream about? You seemed terribly frightened. He smiled gently, deliberately speaking as though nothing unusual had happened. I dreamed that you fell into the water and disappeared. Her voice carried a trace of grievance. I kept following you, but you never turned around. Li Songjia smiled. Softly, beautifully. He helped her sit on the edge of the bed. Raising his wrist, he lifted the crimson bed curtains and hooked them neatly onto the golden clasps. Even such an ordinary movement became elegant beyond compare in his hands. Watching him, Huang felt strangely reassured. He stood before her, holding her veil, speaking gently. She realized she loved this man so deeply that she feared losing him every waking moment. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist. Pulling him closer, she buried her face against his chest. Songjia, he smiled softly. Knowing she was still frightened, he gently stroked her hair. What is it? Were you really frightened by that dream? His gentle voice soothed her. Nestled against him, Huang greedily breathed in the familiar fragrance of red sandalwood. It calmed her heart. That fragrance belonged to him. It was no longer merely an expensive incense. It had become part of his soul. Her embrace tightened. Softly, she whispered only his name. Songjia. His heart softened immediately. What happened? Were you truly that frightened? His fingers gently caressed her cheek as though she were a priceless treasure. I'm here. A Huang. Yes, he was here, standing before her. Warm. Real. Her gaze once again settled upon the burn on his hand. Did it hurt? Remembering something, she looked up at him. Rain-soaked sorrow lingered in her beautiful eyes. You're still laughing at me. But weren't you burned while drinking tea with someone else? How could you be so careless that you even broke the teapot? She only meant to tease him, as she always did in private. She never imagined those harmless words would strip away the calm he had maintained all day. The composure vanished from his face. It was as though someone had uncovered a secret buried deep inside him. Silently, he stepped away. Turning his back to her, he rested both hands upon the table. His reddened hand reflected in his dark pupils. One night, the kiss atop the tower, being pulled into Zhao Kuangyin's embrace. Their struggle in the garden, and those unforgettable words. I'm just interested in you. He should have been angry, shocked. He should have wanted to kill Zhao Kuangyin. On the way home, he had asked himself why he did not. In the end, he had hidden everything beneath his usual indifference. Until a Huang's innocent teasing broke apart the fragile disguise. Like spring blossoms struck by sudden rain. Every petal fell. He could no longer deceive himself. Perhaps he could lie to his own heart. But how could he lie to his wife? Cold sweat dampened his palms. Closing his eyes, he drew a slow breath, trying desperately to steady himself. The crown prince. The throne. Power. The empire. For so many years he had believed he could face everything calmly. Yet he had forgotten one thing. He was only human. The peaceful world he had carefully maintained collapsed the moment Zhao Kuangyin entered it. Nothing remained. Zhao Kuangyin had been right. He was mad. If everything that had happened atop the tower were repeated, Li Songjia was horrified to realize. The outcome might be exactly the same. He knew perfectly well. He had never learned regret. Nor could he tell whether his own heart had truly been bewitched. Both of them hesitated before feelings they dared not acknowledge. That sharp ache made it impossible for Li Songjia to face a Huang calmly. Songjia, seeing only his back, frightened her. It reminded her too much of that dream. Go and rest. He let out a slow breath. Unable to turn around. Unable to meet her eyes. After a long silence, he finally forced himself to sound composed. Watching him, a Huang knew he would never speak unless he wished to. His expression grew increasingly solemn. She quietly lay down. If you still have things to do, then go. I'll sleep for a while. He watched her settle beneath the covers, then quietly sat beside the bed. She was still only a woman. Nightmares frightened her. She feared losing him. She needed him. Suppressing every shadow within himself, Li Songjia whispered, "Sleep. It's all right. I'll stay here with you." His warm breath brushed gently across her face, just as it had countless times before. The image of a perfect husband. A Huang listened quietly to his breathing. The room filled with the fragrance of red sandalwood. She desperately wanted to fall asleep. Yet the harder she tried, the more restless she became. She could only pretend she had already drifted into sleep. Neither of them would find peace today. Each carried thoughts they could never speak aloud. They had believed heaven itself had blessed them as an inseparable couple. Yet overnight, the flawless Tianshui green silk that wrapped their lives together seemed to have been torn apart. All they could do now was continue wearing it as though nothing had happened. From this day onward, was Li Songjia still merely that young man in green who once listened quietly to the sound of the qin beneath the corridor? She had always believed without question that he was simply her Songjia. Yet from the very beginning, she had forgotten one thing. He did not belong only to her. He was the emperor's sixth son, Li Hongji's younger brother, Duke Anding, a peerless talent admired throughout the realm. He was far more than just her husband. What other secrets remained hidden? The strange porcelain bottle, the burn concealed beneath his sleeve. Who else did he belong to? The small bedchamber of Zhaohua Pavilion remained dim. He did not open the windows, afraid the cold breeze would worsen the chill left by her nightmare. He wanted to comfort her. Yet today, he could not even steady his own heart. How could he become someone she could rely upon? Everything had already been prepared. If the crown prince truly intended to force his hand, then the time for a decision had come. But what about her? The woman upon the bed appeared to have finally fallen asleep. Li Songjia gently brushed the hair away from her face. With an almost inaudible sigh, he whispered, "I'll find the score for the rainbow skirt and feathered dress dance. For you." He could not finish the sentence. The remaining words remained buried in his heart. Too heavy for anyone to understand. Too many people waited eagerly to see how his story would end. They all wished to know what would become of the ambitious crown prince, and how the calm sixth prince would answer fate. In truth, the choice was never difficult. Every time he faced those watching eyes hidden in the darkness, those eager spectators waiting for him to fail, he found them ridiculous. In the end, there were only two paths: advance or retreat, yield or refuse. He still believed in the man who had once sent him those chain strings after retreating into the mountains. He was willing to wager his own heart. If he lost, then everything would become simpler. He could simply go home. There was little left worth clinging to. He had seen too much, grown weary of too much. It was not that he failed to understand. It was because he understood far too well. Seeing a Huang sleeping peacefully, he finally broke his promise. He quietly rose from her bedside and gently pushed open the door. Alone, he walked toward the study. He needed solitude. Piaoping immediately spread a sheet of plain wheat paper upon the desk. The emperor had rewarded Duke Anding with countless precious tribute papers: bordered paper, crane feather paper, pine flower paper, phoenix tail paper, fragrant bark paper, jade chip paper. There were so many that Piaoping could no longer remember them all. Yet Li Songjia had accepted them only with thanks before sealing every bundle away. Only this simple sheet of wheat paper remained upon his desk. It was always his favorite. Everyone knew Duke Anding's poetry and prose were unmatched. Few remembered. His calligraphy was equally extraordinary. He rarely wrote, only when something weighed heavily upon his heart, whether joy or sorrow. The young page quietly lowered his head as he prepared the ink. Yet he could not help stealing glances at his master standing silently before the window. Ever since that man had entered the residence, Lord Anding had begun sighing far more often. Even Li Songjia himself did not understand why. Piaoping knew better than to ask. No servant could truly guess what Duke Anding was thinking. Even if one searched the entire world, could anyone really understand him? People always claimed that he had grown up surrounded by luxury, that he knew nothing of hardship, that he buried himself in poetry all day, ignorant of the suffering of ordinary people. They believed he had the leisure to indulge himself because he had never known true sorrow. They imagined that if someone pushed him down, he would simply retreat into the mountains. But Piaoping knew that was never the truth. Li Songjia saw far more clearly than anyone imagined, like the transparent blue-green robes he wore, so clear that no one could truly see through them. If only people had seen his handwriting. Though still young, Piaoping understood one thing: no coward, no weak man, could ever write like that. As a child, Li Songjia had studied Lu Gongquan's style. Later he mastered the works of Yan Zhenqing, Ouyang Sun, Chu Suiliang, Wang Shiji, Wei Shuo, until at last he forged a style entirely his own. His large characters stood like split bamboo. His small script gathered like needles. From a distance, the characters scarcely looked written by human hands. Graceful, slender, yet carrying a restrained strength capable of splitting stone. Anyone who knew only Duke Anding's gentle demeanor would never imagine that such elegant wrists could wield a brush with the force of frost-covered pines and winter bamboo. Those beautiful wrists carried not only elegance, but astonishing strength. Most people admired only the graceful movement of his hands. Few understood the power contained within every stroke. Why? Was Duke Anding writing calligraphy today? Piaoping could only wonder silently. His master seldom spoke. He always smiled gently. Whenever servants made mistakes, he simply waved them away. Madame often joked that Duke Anding had spoiled the servants until they forgot proper etiquette. He never became angry. The happiest day Piaoping had ever seen was the day Lord Anding married. At last, his master had looked like an ordinary man. The joy within those legendary double pupils had been impossible to hide. Normally, he remained calm. When something truly serious happened, he became even calmer, never speaking, never revealing anything. Years ago, when he decided to leave for the mountains, he merely asked Piaoping to pack several books and writing materials. Piaoping had thought they were preparing for an ordinary visit. Instead, his master simply departed without hesitation. Even after returning from the crown prince's residence, he showed neither joy nor anger. He merely ordered the Xiangquan chain to be sealed away, then said nothing more. Months passed. Even the emperor grew worried. Yet Li Songjia behaved as though everything were perfectly natural. His joys, His sorrows were known only through his paintings. Who could ever truly touch him? Xiaoping quietly withdrew. His master had ordered him to leave. Closing the study doors softly behind him, he waited silently beneath the corridor. Inside, Li Songjia stared at the spotless sheet of paper for a very long time. He could not write. A restless heart could never produce beautiful calligraphy. A sudden blot of black ink spread across the page. He laughed bitterly at himself. How unfamiliar he had become. Restlessness consumed him. Without warning, he picked up the inkstone and slammed it onto the paper. Ink splashed in every direction. Dark, impenetrable, like his own eyes. At that very moment, inside Zhaohua Pavilion, A Huang slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 12. A Huang had not really fallen asleep. Not long after she heard Li Songjia leave, she quietly got up, put on her embroidered skirt, and walked over to the shelf where the books had fallen. She examined it carefully, then reached up and took the books down. They were old volumes that had not been touched for a long time. Dust had gathered inside the wrought-tin shelf, drifting through the sunlight. A Huang touched the cold bottle hidden behind them. She took it out once more and held it up by the window for a closer look. It had a smooth, jade-like texture, yet it emitted an eerie chill. In the sunlight, she could almost see a faint white mist surrounding it. Within moments, her hands became icy again. The cold seemed almost alive. She knew at once that there was something unusual about it. The chill spread from her fingers, as though it wanted to seep into her body. Startled, she quickly wrapped the bottle in a silk handkerchief she found nearby. Only then did the fear ease slightly. Holding it carefully, she gave it a gentle shake. There was liquid inside. She knew something was wrong and dared not open it. Yet her curiosity refused to fade. The bottle itself seemed like an omen of unease, making her think again of the nightmare she had just experienced. Ever since that man had unexpectedly entered the residence, many things had changed. A Huang could not clearly explain what had changed, but she trusted her instincts. Women often believed in feelings that could not be explained. Something so strange had to be connected to Zhao Kuangyin. She slipped the bottle, still wrapped in the handkerchief, into her sleeve. Then she adjusted her hair before the mirror, applied a little makeup suitable for going out, and quietly pushed open the door. No one was outside. Perhaps Li Songjia had ordered the servants to stay away so they would not disturb her rest. That suited her perfectly. She wanted to uncover the truth as quickly as possible, and she did not want Li Songjia to discover anything. She intended to return before he noticed. Her pink gauze skirt swept swiftly through the flower corridor as she headed toward the side courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuangyin leaned against the bed, studying the wooden bracelet he had carved in childhood. He still carried it with him wherever he went. He was still waiting. If Li Hongji had truly listened to Li Songjia's plea outside the door the previous night and withdrawn his order, news should have arrived by now. But nothing had come. This had always been a struggle within the Southern Tang royal family. Zhao Kuangyin had no interest in palace intrigue. He was merely working in exchange for his brother's safety and the future glory the crown prince had promised him. Naturally, he would never be satisfied with such a small corner of the world. The south was only a stepping stone. Serving the crown prince now would become the foundation for his future ambitions. Everything had made perfect sense. All he needed to do was carry out the prince's orders. Li Songjia's life or death should have depended on a single command. It should not have affected him. Yet, for the first time, Zhao Kuangyin truly hesitated. Perhaps, he simply did not want Li Songjia to die. He lay back with a helpless smile. Perhaps fate had arranged for him to encounter those assassins that night. He had always been cautious, yet he had somehow lost the bottle of Qinggu poison he carried. Now he could only wait for the crown prince to send poison wine instead. Had fate not delayed him, Li Songjia might already have died quietly. People throughout Jinling would probably be mourning the untimely death of the talented Prince Anding. Just as he shook his head with a bitter smile. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. The hesitant sound immediately made him sit upright. The first image that flashed through his mind was a figure dressed in pale green. He immediately dismissed the thought. Unless Li Songjia had truly gone mad after everything that had happened, there was no way he would come back. Could it be? Countless impossible thoughts crossed his mind in an instant. Who is it? His voice rang out. I have something I'd like to ask you, young Master Zhao. Forgive the disturbance. It was a woman's gentle voice. Things were becoming far more interesting. Zhao Kuangyin narrowed his eyes at the narrow crack beneath the wooden door. A flash of pink appeared. It was her. "Madam, please come in." Though his words were polite, he made no effort to stand or open the door. His attitude was perfectly clear. He acknowledged her identity, but he had no intention of treating her with special courtesy. Huang took a slow breath, reminding herself not to argue with such an uncivilized man. She had more important matters to settle. Pushing open the door, she stepped inside. The moment she looked up, she met Zhao Kuangyin's searching gaze. He sat calmly at the table. His sword-like brows made him look handsome and dignified, nothing like a common schemer. Yet, he was dangerous. Huang smoothed the wrinkles from her sleeves and smiled gracefully. The composure instilled by her noble upbringing remained intact. She could not lose her dignity. Zhao Kuangyin could already tell that she suspected something. Or perhaps she already knew part of the truth. She was no longer the carefree beauty he had seen collecting morning dew. Though she pretended to be calm, she could not deceive his sharp eyes. He had traveled across countless lands and seen every sort of person. For a married woman to visit him privately like this, she must have been driven here by desperation. "What brings you here, madam?" The room had already been cleaned. There was no trace of the struggle that had taken place earlier. The shattered screen had been removed. Everything looked perfectly normal. Zhao Kuangyin was almost grateful. Had the room remained in chaos, he would have had no explanation for Li Songjia's wife. He had no desire to see Huang heartbroken. Although she often irritated him, there were some truths better left unsaid. Seeing that he had no intention of welcoming her properly, Huang simply sat opposite him. The wooden table separated them. Just as she was about to speak, she caught a faint scent lingering around him. Red sandalwood. She frowned. A man like Zhao Kuangyin had no reason to burn incense every day. Besides, she knew this fragrance better than anyone. It belonged to Li Songjia. She struggled to suppress the emotions rising inside her. "Please speak freely, madam." Zhao Kuangyin had remained inside the entire time and had never noticed the scent clinging to himself. "I would like to know, what did Lord Anding discuss with you for so long?" Zhao Kuangyin burst into laughter. He picked up the freshly prepared teapot and poured himself tea. His movements were rough enough that tea spilled across the table, yet he paid no attention. Tilting his head back, he emptied the cup in one gulp. There was none of Li Songjia's refined elegance. Seeing the woman opposite him frown, he smiled. "Must I report everything to madam?" Huang was furious, yet not a trace of it appeared on her face. Slowly, she reached into her sleeve, removed the small bottle wrapped in silk, and placed it on the table before him. "What is this?" For a moment, Zhao Kuangyin did not understand. Only after she carefully unfolded the silk handkerchief with trembling fingers did he realize why she had come. It was the bottle of Qinggu poison he had lost. Because the poison could not tolerate warmth, it had to be stored inside cold jade. No wonder the bottle constantly emitted an icy chill. "Does this belong to you, young Master Zhao?" The moment she saw his expression, she already knew the answer. "Yes, it's mine." He admitted it without hesitation. "And who exactly are you?" Her suspicions were confirmed. This strange bottle truly belonged to Zhao Kuangyin. Whatever liquid it contained could not possibly be harmless. She knew about the sudden death of the Prince of Qi, but unless someone had investigated in secret, everyone believed he had simply died of heart disease. Having spent most of her life inside the palace, Huang paid little attention to political struggles. She had no idea that the tiny bottle before her contained enough poison to silently kill a royal prince. Seeing her expression, Zhao Kuangyin realized she did not know the whole truth. She had merely found the bottle somehow. "How did you get this? Did you search through Lord Anding's belongings?" The meaning behind his words was unmistakable. It proved one thing immediately. Li Songjia had never given the bottle to her willingly. Huang naturally understood what he meant. Her anger deepened. She had already made it clear at the banquet that this was still the Prince Anding's residence. She remained its mistress. Yet Zhao Kuangyin still behaved exactly as he pleased. "How do you know Songjia didn't give it to me himself?" Her tone became far sharper. Their eyes met across the table. Neither intended to yield. "Li Songjia," Zhao Kuangyin answered without the slightest hesitation. He wouldn't. Silence. He looked at her almost regretfully. "Madam, I truly feel sorry for Lord Anding. What is there to pity?" Her voice could no longer hide her anger. "You don't understand him. Or perhaps You only understand the Li Songjia you imagined. His words struck deeper than any blade. A Huang caught her breath. It hurt more than a knife. He had spoken calmly, yet every word pierced straight through her heart. What kind of man did she believe Li Songjia was? A gentle and compassionate prince? A considerate husband with no secrets? A man whose love belonged entirely to her? Zhao Kuangyin never doubted Li Songjia's sincerity toward her. But Li Songjia loved differently. He cared deeply, yet love alone would never bind him. Even if Li Hongji truly ordered his death, Zhao Kuangyin believed Li Songjia would quietly obey. He was absolutely certain Li Songjia would never reveal the truth about the bottle. Li Songjia knew exactly what Qinggu was, yet he had still spared Zhao Kuangyin and allowed him to remain in the residence. From the moment they first met beneath the tree, Zhao Kuangyin had understood. Li Songjia was loyal to the end. He trusted people too much. He still refused to give up on Li Hongji. He was still waiting for an answer. How could he possibly reveal everything to a Huang? That would only hurt her. Li Songjia was never someone who wished harm upon others. He valued life. He believed in his brother. Yet he also saw farther than anyone else. He was never a coward. He simply understood too much. To him, life and death were less important than discovering whether Li Hongji had truly changed, whether his own brother would kill him for the throne. And Zhao Kuangyin wanted the same answer. Would Li Hongji really do it? A Huang rose gracefully. Her tone grew far more serious. Zhao Kuangyin, this is still Prince Anding's residence. If I order it now, you can be expelled immediately. Madam, do you know what's inside this bottle? And do you know why you're truly angry? His words struck the center of her heart. She feared he would abandon her. That fear was far stronger than she had ever imagined. She wanted a husband who would remain beside her through every hardship. She wanted Li Songjia to stay for her, to always be the young man who had once listened to her pipa beneath the corridor. She could never forget the longing in his eyes that day when she wore the veil. Even someone as detached as Li Songjia had desires. That memory had always reassured her. It satisfied every ounce of pride within the dazzling peony she had become. But now, that nightmare forced her to confront a terrifying possibility. Perhaps Li Songjia had always remained beyond anyone's reach. The thought had always existed. She had simply refused to face it. Everything had been peaceful until Zhao Kuangyin appeared and shattered the balance inside her heart. Li Songjia had even worn the mountains and rivers brocade before him. It had been so long since she had seen him appear with such breathtaking brilliance. A man destined for greatness. She had intended the robe as a warning to Zhao Kuangyin. Instead, Li Songjia had actually worn it. Everything that followed that night frightened her. She remembered the look in Zhao Kuangyin's eyes, the desire within them. It felt as though fate itself had quietly stretched out its hand, following her every moment. Until one day, it wrapped around her throat so tightly she could no longer even speak Li Songjia's name. She feared that feeling. She feared she would never be able to catch up to him. Seeing Zhao Kuangyin remain completely at ease, she finally lost control. Young Master Zhao, you'd better tell me why you sneaked into this residence. Otherwise what? Zhao Kuangyin raised his sword-like brows without the slightest concern. He walked directly toward her. A Huang instinctively stepped back. What do you intend to do to me, madam? The smile on his face slowly turned cold. A murderous light flashed through his eyes. You still don't know why I came? Fine. I'll tell you. I came here to become the Prince of Anding. He spoke every word slowly, clearly, deliberately. A Huang stared at him in disbelief. Zhao Kuangyin, how dare you? Do you even know what you're saying? He looked utterly unconcerned. The angrier she became, the calmer he sounded. Madam, I came here to kill Prince Anding. That was my original plan. Everything was going perfectly. But unfortunately, you insisted on coming here to question me. So, I've changed my mind. He suddenly reached out and seized a handful of her long hair, pulling her toward him. Their faces were only inches apart. His eyes locked onto hers. I want Prince Anding. Will you give him to me? A Huang was so horrified that she forgot every lesson in etiquette. She struggled desperately against him. Let go, you disgusting madman. Who do you think he is? At that very moment, Lu Zhu had just finished preparing a newly embroidered dress for her mistress. She came to see whether a Huang had awakened. When she entered the room, it was empty. Panicking, she hurried to find Piaoping. He told her Lord Anding was writing in the study and had instructed everyone not to disturb Madame's rest. But he had no idea where she had gone. Lu Zhu grew increasingly anxious. Madame had only just recovered from a nightmare. What if she caught cold? She and Piaoping searched along the corridors, the Lu Garden, and every place a Huang usually visited. They found nothing. At last, they hurried to the study. Li Songjia sat quietly behind the desk with his eyes closed. The moment he saw Liu Zhu's panic, his heart tightened. He suddenly remembered a Huang's strange behavior earlier. Without another word, he stood abruptly and rushed back to Zhaohua Pavilion. She was gone. Wait outside. He ordered Lu Zhu and Piaoping to remain where they were. Stepping inside alone, his gaze immediately fell upon the disturbed bookshelf. His heart sank. With a sweep of his arm, he knocked every book onto the floor. The hidden compartment was empty. Qinggu. She had taken it. In an instant, countless possibilities raced through his mind. He knew a Huang well. Once she became suspicious, she would never stop until she uncovered the truth. And she had never trusted Zhao Kuangyin. Had she opened the bottle? Had she been poisoned? Where was she now? A bitter smile crossed his lips. If she wasn't here, then she had gone to the side courtyard. She must have gone to question Zhao Kuangyin. At least, she probably had not yet been harmed by Qinggu. Then another thought struck him. He knew Zhao Kuangyin's temper. What would he say to her? The man had never hidden anything. Not long ago, he had openly provoked a Huang. How could he possibly stay silent now? Li Songjia looked down at the burn across his hand. He remembered the sword splitting the screen. He remembered Zhao Kuangyin's words. I'm only interested in you. Those words were far more terrifying than any blade. An unprecedented unease swept through him as he stared at the books scattered across the floor. He almost wished Zhao Kuangyin would reveal only the truth about his mission. Anything would be better than telling a Huang everything that had happened between them. His thoughts returned once more to everything that had happened at Shangding Tower the previous night. With a violent motion, he shoved the entire bookshelf over. Crash. Outside the room, Lu Zhu and Piaoping waited anxiously. The loud crash made both of them jump. Inside, Li Songjia stood motionless. His hand rested on the door. He wanted to leave. Yet for a long moment, he could not move. Master, is something wrong? Zhao Kuangyin, if you dare say something you shouldn't. A chill spread through his entire body. He could no longer suppress the emotions surging inside him. At last, the door slowly opened. Li Songjia stepped out with his eyes closed, forcing down the panic crushing his chest. He was still Prince Anding. He was still a Huang's husband. He would bring her back. Opening his eyes, his expression revealed neither joy nor sorrow. He turned to Lu Zhu and Piaoping. Wait here. I'm going to the side courtyard alone. If Madame returns before I do, have a physician prepare a calming medicine. Make sure she takes it and rests. No matter what she says, you will do exactly as I instructed. His final words carried an unmistakable command. It was rare to see Lord Anding like this. Lu Zhu and Piaoping immediately lowered their heads. Yes, master. Li Songjia did not know what awaited him in the side courtyard. He did not know what Zhao Kuangyin had already said. Whatever happened, he could not allow anyone else to discover the truth. Alone, he walked once more toward the side courtyard. Chapter 13. In the side garden, Zhao Kuangyin gripped the back of a Huang's neck tightly. She could only cry out, but no one came. No one lived nearby, and the few servants avoided Zhao Kuangyin ever since the mysterious stranger had moved into the mansion. Fearing that he might always be carrying a weapon, none of them dared approach. A Huang was so horrified by his outrageous words that she completely lost her composure. She had prepared herself to face conspiracies, but she had never imagined hearing something like this. She struggled desperately to pry his hand away from her neck, but Zhao Kuangyin remained completely unmoved. He seemed to enjoy watching her struggle. His eyes were filled with certainty. He paid no attention to her cries. Madam, are you afraid? Didn't you come to me because you wanted the truth? Now that I've told you, you can't accept it. His tone was almost playful. What exactly are you trying to do to Songjia? You're insane. Why did he ever bring you into this mansion? The moment the words left her mouth, she froze. Good question, madam. You've finally found the key to all of this. His smile widened. I didn't force my way into the Anding mansion. Your Congjia saved me himself, and had people treat my injuries. The more Zhao Kuangyin spoke, the more exhilarated he became. It was a feeling beyond words. Every sentence was meant not only to provoke her, but also to provoke himself. The feelings that had secretly taken root were finally exposed beneath the sunlight. He drew a slow breath. The misty rain of Jiangnan had restrained him so thoroughly that, for the first time in his life, he found himself unable to act however he pleased. No matter how fierce the northern sandstorms had been, they had never shaken him. Yet the fluttering sleeves on that high tower, the delicate outline of Li Congjia in his arms, the elegant motion of Li Congjia raising his wrist as he drank, those scenes had captured his soul completely. Whether he admitted it or not, Zhao Kuangyin was far more straightforward than Li Congjia. He was not someone who ignored his own feelings. Had Huang not forced this confrontation today, everything might have remained unchanged. He could have buried these absurd emotions for the sake of his greater ambitions. He had already intended to let events unfold according to the original plan. But now, he had lost control. Looking at the magnificent peony before him, now so shaken that all her faith seemed frozen beneath frost and moonlight, he felt an indescribable satisfaction. She had once been a phoenix. Now he held her by the throat, preventing her from flying. What an intoxicating feeling. Madam, his voice was low. I won't hurt you. He lifted the small bottle. I simply want you to see how your husband chooses to deal with this poison. Qinggu. Have you ever heard that name? Huang shook her head desperately. Her carefully arranged hair had long since come loose, cascading around her pale face. She stared at him as though she were looking at a demon. You're truly insane. She had screamed until she had no strength left. She had already been exhausted by the nightmare. Now it felt as though someone were truly choking the life out of her. And worse, the truth she had uncovered was almost impossible to bear. Li Congjia had worn the mountains and rivers brocade. Since marrying him, she had never once seen him wear it. She had only seen it carefully sealed away, yet even then its magnificent embroidery had been unforgettable. It had always seemed like a taboo. For years, Duke Anding had forbidden anyone from touching it. Since he never explained why, she had never asked. But the first time he wore it, the only time it revealed its full splendor, it had not been for her. Zhao Kuangyin lifted the bottle. Even through the jade, he could feel the chilling cold radiating from it. Holding it before her eyes, he slowly turned it in his fingers. It's cold, isn't it? Huang bit her lower lip and stared at him. He continued. Li Congjia took this bottle, but never told you. What do you think he intended? If I told him that he could save himself simply by killing you, do you think he would do it? Huang trembled violently. Mist gathered in her frightened eyes. She shook her head without speaking. She had completely lost control of herself. Don't be afraid. Zhao Kuangyin's voice became softer. With one hand, he pulled out the stopper. A stream of icy white mist immediately poured from the bottle. Huang shut her eyes and screamed. At that exact moment, the wooden door burst open. Zhao Kuangyin looked toward the figure dressed in azure, standing at the doorway. A satisfied smile spread across his face. You came later than I expected. Li Congjia rushed forward and snatched the bottle away from behind Huang. Congjia. Huang tried desperately to turn toward him. Before she could, Zhao Kuangyin struck the back of her neck. Her body went limp. Li Congjia quickly caught her before she fell. What are you trying to do to her? He rarely raised his voice. Zhao Kuangyin enjoyed seeing him angry. Only then did he no longer seem so distant. You should know. If I truly wanted to hurt her, you'd be arranging her funeral by now. Shut up. It's fine. She only fainted. Take someone to send her back. As for, his eyes rested meaningfully on Li Congjia. I'm afraid I can't do anything about what she now knows, or doesn't know. Li Congjia unconsciously stepped back. Your clothes are wrinkled. Zhao Kuangyin stepped closer. He reached out and smoothed the folds on Li Congjia's smoke green robe. What a beautiful color. Holding a Huang in his arms, Li Congjia had no room to avoid him. His gaze dropped to the hand resting on his shoulder. Zhao Kuangyin, what exactly did you tell her? His handsome brows drew together. Zhao Kuangyin sighed. Nothing. I merely frightened her. The two men stared silently into each other's eyes. Neither spoke for a long time. Li Congjia searched his face, trying to find some trace of deception. Finally, he spoke. You wanted to kill her. That single sentence made Zhao Kuangyin smile. So, you're unhappy. He spoke with certainty. You really do see everything too clearly. No. Li Congjia answered slowly, one word at a time. He waited for Zhao Kuangyin's usual mockery. He had imagined countless sarcastic replies. After all, since that night, after allowing Zhao Kuangyin's reckless advance, he no longer believed he had the right to condemn the man's absurd behavior. I only wanted to indulge myself once. Those words still echoed in his mind. Although Zhao Kuangyin had broken his promise, he had said them. There was no escaping those sharp eyes beneath his sword-like brows. Li Songjia stubbornly turned his face away. He refused to look at him. He waited silently for another shameless remark. Instead, he heard only a sigh. Zhao Kuangyin slowly raised his hand again. He wanted Li Songjia to turn back. Li Songjia refused. Without another word, Zhao Kuangyin's warm fingers brushed gently across his face and rested between his brows. Li Songjia instinctively leaned back. Don't move. This time, Zhao Kuangyin's voice was softer than ever. It was nothing like the bold, carefree man who laughed at the heavens. I'll be fine. But, he fell silent. Zhao Kuangyin rarely sighed. He had always believed in strength and decisive action. Yet now, he had no idea how to make the man before him smile again. Stop frowning. His voice was astonishingly gentle. Li Songjia was startled by the change in tone. He finally turned to look at him, only for Zhao Kuangyin's hand to cover his eyes. What am I supposed to do with you? There was hesitation in every word. He spoke softly enough that only Li Songjia could hear. His own heart seemed suspended in midair. Cool, comfortable, frightening, yet impossible to let go. He closed his eyes. He imagined Li Songjia's expression instead of looking at it, until even he could no longer suppress his own heart. He simply didn't want Li Songjia to see him like this. He refused to admit defeat. He remained proud to the very end. Yet no matter how hard a heart had once been, it could not remain unmoved by the worry of a man who carried the fragrance of red sandalwood. At that moment, Li Songjia seemed like a child desperately clutching a treasured piece of candy. So stubborn that Zhao Kuangyin's own heart softened. He feared Li Songjia's sorrow, like clear blue sky reflected upon still water. Impossible to grasp, yet always there. By the time you realized it, it was already too late. What had happened could never be undone. Zhao Kuangyin lowered his hand and quickly turned away. Are you still going to see this gamble through to the end? Li Songjia opened his eyes. All he could see was Zhao Kuangyin's back. Even now, I still believe in him. Of course, he meant Li Hongji. Zhao Kuangyin understood immediately. Very well. Don't worry. I didn't tell her anything about the crown prince. You should take her back now. Lord Anding. Those words finally brought Li Songjia back to reality. He tightened his arms around a Huang and carried her outside. Many servants had already gathered outside Zhaohua Pavilion. Seeing him carrying his unconscious wife, Lu Zhu hurried forward. My lord, what happened to madam? She's been exhausted lately and hasn't been sleeping well. She fainted beneath the flower corridor. Hearing this, Lu Zhu naturally dared not question him. Yet she clearly remembered searching every place madam might have gone. How had she failed to find her? Xiaoping quietly shot her a warning glance. She lowered her head. She dared not think any further. The physician prescribed a calming medicine so a Huang could sleep peacefully. Li Songjia sat beside the bed. After dismissing everyone else, he quietly studied her sleeping face. The bottle of icy poison still rested inside his sleeve. He slowly took it out and smiled bitterly. Such a tiny object, yet it truly had the power to overturn the world. A Huang. He gently held her delicate hand against his face. His voice was barely above a whisper. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Pain filled every word. How could he have allowed her to be frightened like this? It was all his fault. He had only wanted to believe in something. A Huang. You don't know. The crown prince and I grew up together. I said I wouldn't fight him. I believed he understood me. Just as I hold on to my own convictions, I still believe that he isn't truly capable of abandoning all conscience. So, I have to take this risk. Can you understand that, A Huang? If I lose completely, don't blame me. If anything happens to me, the crown prince won't harm you. A Huang, you must remember the rainbow skirt and feathered robe dance. I'll help you find the lost score. His voice sounded unbearably lonely. He knew she couldn't hear him. Perhaps that was why he finally dared say these words aloud. Had she been awake, he never could have spoken them. She loved him with all her heart. Yet he was wagering his own life on an ending that might already have been decided. That was simply the kind of man Li Songjia had always been. Clear-minded, pure-hearted, determined to believe in what he chose to believe until the very end. Yong, if one day you recover the score, and I am no longer by your side, please play it. Let the whole world witness its beauty. It will also bear witness to you. Who else deserved such a dream of a flourishing age? Only her. From the very first moment he had seen her, she had burned herself into his twin pupils like the most magnificent peony. What, the face of an emperor? How ridiculous! He knew she had never cared that his eyes were unusual. That was why he loved her. A peony that deserved to be the most splendid flower beneath heaven had walked beside the quiet fragrance of red sandalwood. His fragrance slowly concealed her brilliance, until she forgot her own pride. The moment she reached out and traced his brows, she had already offered him every feather of her phoenix wings. Li Songjia rose quietly. Taking the bottle with him, he gently closed the bedroom door. He walked slowly toward the Lu garden. The time for collecting morning dew had long passed. The garden was empty. Beyond the rockery lay a lotus pond. He tossed the bottle into the water. Plop. Tomorrow, everything will be settled. Only then did he suddenly remember Shan Shuqian, the guqin he had left behind at Shangding Tower. How had he forgotten it? He truly had been completely thrown into confusion by Zhao Kuangyin. Li Songjia quietly left the mansion. Xiaoping hurried after him. He no longer dared let his master go alone. The last time Lord Anding had returned by himself at night, he had brought back the mysterious Zhao Kuangyin. If anything happened again, Madame would worry herself sick. My lord, you can never let me stop worrying. Li Songjia glanced toward the drifting curtains and smiled faintly. Let's go to Shangding Tower. I left Shan Shuqian there yesterday. He and Zhao Kuangyin had descended from the tower together like riders upon the wind. No wonder he had forgotten the qin, the instrument he had treasured more than life itself. His youthful thoughts returned. It had been the crown prince's birthday. A new garden was being built. No one was satisfied with the design of the lakes and pavilions. 16-year-old Li Songjia had completed the entire painting in a single stroke. Flowing wind, roaring spring. He still remembered how he had felt that year. Hope, mixed with anxiety. He longed to see admiration in the crown prince's eyes. Yet he feared Li Hongji might not truly understand him. So he deliberately left the painting and signed. He wanted to know whether Li Hongji could recognize his work. Li Hongji had not disappointed him. The elegance of the scroll was unmatched. How could he fail to recognize Li Songjia's brushwork? Now, Li Songjia walked slowly through the streets of Jinling. He still hadn't realized. The wind was gone. The lake had run dry. The waters of the past would never again flow into the hearts of old friends. He was only thinking about retrieving Shan Shuqian and bringing it home. He feared that if one day the qin's strings truly became damaged beyond repair, no amount of regret could restore them. The afternoon marketplace bustled with life. Li Songjia walked calmly through the crowd. Groups of young women lowered their heads shyly as he passed. His emerald green robe, woven from the finest cloth, made his noble status unmistakable. Passers-by turned to look, then quickly looked away, stunned by what they had seen. Gradually, even the bustling noise faded. Wherever he walked, the faint fragrance of red sandalwood lingered behind him, like an invisible curtain, untouchable, keeping all worldly dust far away. Hongxiu had gone out to confirm whether her dance costume would be finished on time. Li Songjia was turning north towards Shangding Tower. She approached from the west. The weather was beautiful. Restaurants, pleasure houses, and tea houses along the street were filled with customers. The woman in red happened to look up. She froze. Far away, she saw Li Songjia walking slowly through the sunlight. His mist-colored cloak drifted softly around him. A folding fan rested in his hand. The hem of his luxurious robe lightly brushed the dusty road. She couldn't clearly see his expression, yet she could imagine it perfectly. He was the kind of man whom no one could ever forget after seeing him once, though separated by such a great distance. Hongxiu's restless heart gradually became calm. She had seen a man whose heart could smile while listening to lotus blossoms bloom. How deeply she envied someone like him. If she could see him one day, standing beneath flowers, leaning quietly against them, that alone would make this lifetime worthwhile. But tomorrow, she would personally destroy that beautiful painting. Hongxiu lowered her eyes. Steadying herself in her red embroidered shoes, she forced herself onward. People should know their fate. He and she were never meant to cross paths. Why indulge in impossible dreams? She reached the alley where Li Songjia had turned. It was the very place where she had once spoken with Xiao Shuhe during the banquet. Looking south, she caught another glimpse of Cuelio Lang. A chill ran through her entire body. She hurried away without another glance. Just then, a drunken man staggered out of a tavern. His face was flushed bright red. He clutched something tightly in his arms, refusing to let it go no matter how many people chased and beat him. 3 or 4 men pursued him through the street, shouting curses. He had probably failed to pay for his wine. Such scenes happened every day. But today, as the terrified drunk stumbled blindly northward, unable to avoid his pursuers, he crashed into someone. Before he could even see who it was, he caught the faint fragrance of red sandalwood. Chapter 14. The scent of red sandalwood lingered. As if he had suddenly awakened, Xiao Shuhe looked up at the person he had bumped into. The man wore robes of the finest gauze, clearly someone of noble status. A servant of about 17 or 18 hurried forward the moment he saw his master being jostled and immediately pushed Xiao Shuhe away. Xiao Shuhe was about to apologize when his stomach lurched. He had truly drunk far too much. The alcohol churned inside him, making him feel miserable. Piaoping saw at once that the man was a drunken vagrant being chased for unpaid debts. He stepped in front of Li Songjia protectively. "Master, please leave quickly. This man is filthy. He'll stain your clothes." Li Songjia showed no displeasure at all. Even when Piaoping reached over to dust off his robe, he simply waved him away. "Let's go. It's fine." A group of foul-mouthed tavern thugs caught up with Xiao Shuhe. Seeing him half collapsed on the ground, they immediately kicked him. "You dare drink without paying? You still haven't repaid what you owed 3 days ago. If you can't pay, hand over that box. We can at least sell it for a few coins." Such scenes were common on the streets. Li Songjia had been thinking about Xiangquan and was about to continue towards Shengding Tower when he noticed the object clutched tightly in Xiao Shuhe's arms. A wooden box. Its dark color caught his eye immediately. With a single glance, he recognized it as red sandalwood. Instinct made him stop and turn back. Piaoping hurried over. "Master, you can't interfere in every little matter. Please." Li Songjia silently raised a hand, stopping him. He bent down and examined the box carefully. The debt collectors froze, unable to understand what this elegantly dressed nobleman intended to do. Everyone's eyes fixed on the wooden box in Xiao Shuhe's arms. Only then did Piaoping notice it clearly. His eyes widened. Though the memory had faded, he still recognized the box. It was the red sandalwood case the crown prince had sent to the mansion many years ago. It had been specially crafted to hold guqin strings, making it unusually long and slender. Piaoping had still been young then, but he vividly remembered how furious the crown prince had been after learning that Lord Anding had quietly withdrawn to the mountains. Xiao Shuhe's ragged clothes had been torn during the scuffle. Drunk and disheveled, he stared blankly as the young servant pointed at his box in shock. He hugged it even tighter, and Piaoping almost blurted something out. "Master, this box." He hesitated, not daring to mention the crown prince in front of strangers. But he desperately wanted to tell his master how important it was. Li Songjia merely glanced at him. The silent look clearly told him, "Be quiet." Then he crouched before Xiao Shuhe once more and extended his hand. "May I have the honor of looking at it?" His slender, elegant wrist remained suspended in the air, waiting patiently. Li Songjia's graceful bearing stood in stark contrast to Xiao Shuhe's filthy figure sprawled on the ground. Curious onlookers gradually gathered. The debt collectors saw at once that Li Songjia came from an influential family. Their greed immediately flared. The leader grabbed Xiao Shuhe by the collar and shouted, "Hey, this man owes us money. Everything he owns belongs to us now. If you want that box, pay his debt first." Li Songjia looked calmly at the man's greedy face. Without the slightest annoyance, he smiled faintly and nodded. Then he stepped back, reached into his sleeve, and tossed a piece of gold toward them. Like starving wolves, the debt collectors scrambled after the gold. No one paid Xiao Shuhe another glance. Someone even kicked him aside. Still dazed from the alcohol, Xiao Shuhe lost his grip. The rosewood box fell heavily onto the ground. Piaoping instinctively bent to pick it up, but Li Songjia stopped him. "Help him instead." Li Songjia picked up the box himself. It was surprisingly heavy. It also felt damp. Though its color remained unchanged, Li Songjia loved red sandalwood too much not to notice. The box had clearly been soaked in water. People often said that red sandalwood took 1,000 years to mature. A box carved entirely from a single block of such wood was beyond price. Though it had not been properly cared for, its intricate grain remained beautifully preserved. Meanwhile, Xiaoping helped Shuhe over to the corner of the street and propped him against a wall. Through his blurred vision, Shuhe saw the figure in pale green slowly approaching. Li Songjia smiled at him politely, like a spring breeze. There really were people like this in the world. The scent of red sandalwood grew stronger. Shuhe no longer knew whether it came from the box or from the man standing before him. His mind gradually cleared. The instant he saw someone else holding his treasured box, panic exploded across his face. Give it back. Li Songjia remained calm. Shoo. He gently motioned for silence, not wanting to attract attention. I'm not trying to take it from you. I only wish to know where you got it. Shuhe struggled to steady himself. He brushed the tangled hair away from his face, revealing features that were surprisingly handsome. Li Songjia looked slightly surprised. You're the night patrol officer. He immediately recognized him. It was the very man who had stepped over his discarded clothes that night without noticing. He truly owed him thanks. Otherwise, if someone had discovered the wounded Zhao Kuangyin hiding there, far greater trouble would have followed. Recognizing him made Li Songjia smile even more warmly. Shuhe stared blankly into those unusual eyes. Unlike anyone else's, it was as though the man before him had gathered all the spiritual beauty of Jiangnan in early spring into himself. He seemed detached from the mortal world. Without understanding why, Shuhe found himself wanting to draw closer. Those eyes, when he spoke, they somehow made people calm down. Even breathing became easier. Shuhe stopped trying to snatch back the box. This box. It's all right. Li Songjia spoke softly, reassuring him. Take your time. Though he was the one holding Shuhe's box, somehow the situation had completely reversed. Li Songjia possessed that rare ability to put people at ease. His outline remained refined and elegant. Even his naturally cool voice carried an unexpected warmth. Listening to him, Shuhe gradually steadied his breathing. His gaze fell upon the wooden box. As soon as he thought of it, Hongxiu came to mind. I wonder if Honger came into town today. I drank too much. I don't even know what time it is. Silently blaming himself, he finally looked up. This? Honger threw it away. Li Songjia frowned slightly. Honger? Who is Hong? Honger from Tsuelyo Lane. In Shuhe's heart, Hongxiu would always be Honger, no matter what anyone else called her. Tsuelyo Lane? Xiaoping frowned in disgust. That was the poorest and lowest street in the city. Its residents belonged to the lowest class. This was not the answer they wanted. He hurriedly questioned him. How could someone from Tsuelyo Lane own such an expensive box? Tell the truth. You abandoned your patrol duties just to drink. Aren't you afraid the authorities will find out? Those words frightened Shuhe sober. Honger had worked hard to help him obtain that government job. If he lost it because of drinking, not only would his mother scold him, Honger would probably refuse to see him again. Panicking, he grabbed Li Songjia's sleeve. Please, don't tell the officials. His eyes never left the wooden box. I won't. Li Songjia gently patted his shoulder. You helped me once, though you probably don't remember. Can you tell me in more detail where this box came from? It most likely belongs to someone who lost something very important. Leaning weakly against the wall, Shuhe muttered drunkenly. This box belongs to Hong. Honger, don't go to the prince's mansion anymore. They're not worthy. Tears slowly welled up in the sturdy man's eyes. Xiaoping sighed quietly. Master, I don't think he's in his right mind. He's drunk. Why don't we simply take the box and leave him some money? Wait here. I'll speak with him. Xiaoping had no choice but to step aside. Li Songjia spoke gently. To tell you the truth, this wooden box belonged to a friend of mine who lost it many years ago. I happened to find it today. Would you be willing to sell it to me? The price is entirely up to you. Shuhe shook his head vigorously. He could never sell Hongxiu's belongings so casually. Li Songjia understood. Everyone had their own reasons for stubbornness. He disliked forcing others. Yet this was something the crown prince had once given him. He had to retrieve it. Then, is there anything you wish for? I'll do my best to help you. In exchange, sell me the box. Only then did Shuhe truly study Li Songjia's eyes. Not only were they beautiful, they contained double pupils. He sobered instantly. You want to help me? You're Li Chongguang, the Duke of Anding? Shuhe had once been a scholar. Though repeated failures had left him destitute, he was unlike rough commoners. Without thinking, he addressed Li Congjia by his courtesy name instead of his title. His instinctive courtesy surprised Li Congjia. I suppose this patrol work wasn't what you originally intended. You've probably fallen on hard times. Very well. Let's be honest with each other. I am indeed the Duke of Anding. If you have a wish, I will do everything I can to fulfill it. In return, sell me this box. Will that do? For a down-and-out scholar, this was an extraordinary opportunity. Though Shuhe loved drinking, he had never forgotten his lifelong dream. One day, he wanted to pass the imperial examinations, to become an official, to rise in rank. Only then could he rescue Hongxiu from those powerful men. After staring at the wooden box for a long while, he finally nodded. I want fame. I'll help you when you sit for this year's examinations. Shuhe let out a long sigh. Then, you may take it. Li Congjia smiled. He signaled Piaoping to bring over a pouch of silver. The young servant handed it over reluctantly. Unexpectedly, Shuhe pushed it away. I don't want money. I only ask that Lord Anding remembers today's promise. That was a scholar's final dignity. His last remaining pride. Admiration filled Li Congjia's eyes. I promise. One more thing. Please don't tell anyone what happened today. Shuhe nodded. Li Congjia bowed in thanks. Startled, Shuhe hurriedly returned the bow. As he slowly straightened his tangled hair, he gazed at the graceful figure clothed in pale green. The Duke of Anding truly lives up to his reputation. He really was extraordinary, far beyond the rumors. No wonder every woman in Jinling dreamed of Li Chongguang. Piaoping urged his master once again. Holding the wooden box carefully, Li Congjia prepared to leave. Just then, Shuhe called after him. My lord, why did the person you mentioned lose this wooden box? The green cloud-patterned shoes came to a halt. It felt as though someone had suddenly reached into the past. The man in that story had believed retreat would earn trust. Li Congjia had once believed that withdrawing into the mountains would erase Li Hongji's fear of him. But no matter how fiercely the koi leaped, they could never escape the blue lake. Nor could they escape the ink-dark double pupils of Li Congjia. He chuckled softly without turning around. Continuing to walk away, he left behind only a sentence carried by the faint fragrance of red sandalwood. That man was the greatest fool in the world. He forgot. He wasn't a god. He could never truly control another person's heart. Indeed, Li Congjia had believed that distancing himself would change Li Hongji's heart. Looking back now, he found his younger self unbelievably foolish. So many years had passed since he had lost this wooden box. Only today did he finally see his own heart again. Brother Hongji, I haven't been able to call you that for a very long time. When he was 16 or 17, his heart had been filled with flowing wind and sounding spring. After so many years, only this empty box remained. Li Congjia walked slowly, hesitating before opening it. He knew perfectly well that miracles no longer existed. Yet, a tiny hope still lingered. He lifted the heavy lid. Inside, there was nothing. How could there possibly be a miracle? He smiled bitterly. What had to be done, still had to be done. After entering Shengding Tower, the owner naturally had not dared touch anything Lord Anding had left behind. Xiangquan still rested exactly where it had been the previous day in the elegant pavilion at the very top. Perhaps everyone feared Lord Anding might return at any moment. No one had entered the highest room. It had always been reserved for Li Congjia alone. Yet now, he had no desire to see the memories of last night again. That small pavilion no longer had room for such intoxicating recollections. After thanking the owner for his kindness, he instructed Piaoping to wait downstairs. He climbed to the top alone. The incense burner in the corner had long gone cold. Beside the window, in front of the soft couch, Xiangquan stood quietly. The traces of countless years were etched across the ancient guqin. Only one string looked different from the others. It remained crystal clear and almost new. Li Congjia still had never used the string his brother Hongji had given him. Han Xizai had once said it was the rarest thing he had ever seen. Li Hongji had searched tirelessly to find the perfect string for his sixth brother. It had been carefully preserved inside a 1,000-year-old red sandalwood box. He knew how deeply Li Congjia loved sandalwood. He had chosen everything according to his younger brother's preferences. But now, Spring still filled the room, yet sorrow lingered everywhere. Yesterday's overturned wine cup still lay where it had fallen. Li Songjia leaned slightly against the open window. The afternoon breeze was warmer than last night's wind. Looking out, the mountains, rivers, and imperial palaces stretched magnificently into the distance. Who knew whether tomorrow his face would still remain the same? He slowly rested his cheek against the cool wooden railing. Secretly, he missed the reckless feeling of falling through the air. Whenever he was with Zhao Kuangyin, he unconsciously became addicted to dangerous things. For example, he suddenly wanted to fall right in front of him. He truly loved that feeling. The feeling that heaven, earth, the sun, and the moon had become meaningless. The instant before he plunged downward, there was always someone willing to catch him. Someone who would never let go. Someone who held him firmly, no matter what happened. Even while falling through the air, he could calmly continue drinking. Only now did Li Songjia admit the relief he had felt when Zhao Kuangyin caught him yesterday. Li Songjia could bring peace to everyone else, but no one could bring peace to him until Zhao Kuangyin, the first person who had ever truly indulged him. Carrying Xiao downstairs, the man in pale green wore a gentle, peaceful smile. Those people wrapped themselves in gilded masks. Behind envy and hypocrisy, they had sharpened blades. Li Songjia had rested his head among them day after day, believing that wearing the skin of a prosperous age truly allowed him to lose himself in music and poetry forever. Only Zhao Kuangyin had drawn his sword openly, and strangely, Li Songjia found himself grateful for it. He even wondered whether, somewhere deep inside, he sometimes hoped to die by Zhao Kuangyin's hand. Such a dangerous thought drifted quietly through his heart. Someone's hands had once been warm and gentle. What should I do with you? Chapter 15. He finally brought Xiao back. On the way home, Li Songjia paid no attention to anything around him. His mind was filled with memories worth cherishing. He could still clearly remember the days when he and his brothers studied and sat together as children. His elder brother had always liked to seize his wrist whenever he wasn't paying attention, admiring how beautiful it was. Li Songjia had disliked such praise ever since he was young. Beauty is a blessing for a woman. For a man, it becomes fate. Such was his destiny. He had been born with an extraordinary appearance. It was said that Emperor Shan had double pupils, and so had Xiangyu. Li Songjia had also been born with double pupils, making him different from everyone else. Everything had been fine in the beginning. When Li Hongji was born, he was dearly loved by everyone. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, people spread a prophecy that said, "A carp from the eastern sea will soar into the heavens." The founding emperor believed the prophecy. Another prophecy declared, "A true man will arise in Jizhou," opening his mouth while drawing a bow to the left. Because of that, the emperor gave him the name Li Hongji. It was only a child's name, yet it carried a lifetime of expectations. As the eldest son, born into privilege and adored by nobles and officials alike, becoming crown prince was only natural. Unfortunately, his temperament was harsh, and he never concealed his sharp edges. After reaching adulthood, he was sent to the front lines, and when he returned, he had become even more domineering. Li Songjia still remembered how their father would often scold him. Yet after Li Hongji stormed away in anger, their father would quietly sigh to himself. In this world, nothing outweighed the bonds of blood. Every reprimand, every punishment, every exile, none of it was meant to destroy Li Hongji. It was all intended to temper him, to preserve his position as crown prince. Unfortunately, Brother Hongji never understood. He mistook every warning born of love for favoritism. He blamed everything on his father's weakness and misplaced affection. Back then, young Li Songjia would sit on his father's lap. It was said that he recognized 1,000 characters at the age of 3 and could recite hundreds of poems by the age of 5. The little prince had already displayed intelligence far beyond ordinary children. Combined with his extraordinary appearance, it wasn't long before the entire royal family shifted their attention toward the sixth prince. The world in his eyes was still so small. Yet every day he had to face a palace wrapped in silk and brocade, where sweet words concealed poisonous hearts. The imperial family was always more complicated than ordinary people could imagine. In the busiest district of Jinling, as Li Songjia walked, he suddenly remembered something from many years ago. Back then, Brother Hongji had laughed at the ordinary people in the marketplace. He had only been a little over 10 years old. He looked down upon the little toys that palace maids and eunuchs secretly brought back after slipping out of the palace. Meanwhile, another servant secretly picked a small bouquet of wild yellow flowers growing beside the roadside. Perhaps he wanted to give them to someone he loved, but who could never leave the palace. Li Songjia loved those tiny flowers. Their frail yet determined blossoms were beautiful in his double pupils. He gently stroked their delicate petals with his pale, slender fingertips. Such fragile little flowers. A passing carriage could crush them into the mud at any moment. Yet they still stubbornly lifted their heads toward the sunlight, blooming proudly, even if destruction awaited them the very next second. The young guard who had picked the flowers wasn't much older than Li Songjia. Seeing the young prince so happy made him even happier. He secretly told him how beautiful Jinling was beyond the palace walls. Leaning against the deep palace corridor, the young Li Songjia smiled as he held the bouquet. Even as a child, his elegance seemed completely natural. Before anyone had the chance to announce an arrival, the flowers were suddenly snatched from his hands. Li Hongji threw them onto the ground. He grabbed his sixth brother and shoved him aside, refusing to let him touch such soft and beautiful things. He hated how different Li Songjia was from himself. That was his own biological brother, even though they had never been alike. Perhaps Li Hongji himself never understood. He mocked his sixth brother. He disliked his breathtaking appearance. He disliked those incomparable wrists. But all those emotions were born from looking upward. From the very beginning, he had trapped himself in the mire beneath the blooming lotus. Li Hongji refused to admit it. Yet he could never deny it. He could never become someone so beautiful. He did not possess such kindness. Nor could he ever cultivate a character capable of turning the sky and rivers into the quiet blue of a spring rain. He did not even possess the appearance of an emperor. How could Li Hongji not fear him? Li Songjia was everything Li Hongji desperately wanted to become, yet could never become, because he could never master his own heart. Now, Lord Anding slowly carried his guqin back toward his residence. His shadow stretched across the ground, untouched by dust. Hongxiu stood hidden at the end of the flower-lined street. She only wished to admire him from afar, to admire a soul she could never touch. Watching Li Songjia disappear into the distance, Hongxiu suddenly felt an indescribable sadness beneath the warm spring breeze of Jiangnan. She remembered the night he had walked past her in Han Xizai's residence. People were good at hiding behind masks. Yet no matter how exquisite a mask might be, it could never conceal a person's heart. The red petals brushed aside by his sleeves had long since become spring mud. He hadn't protected the flowers. Yet the faint fragrance of red sandalwood that lingered around him had intoxicated the entire city. I would rather die on the branch than cling to anyone. He was Li Songjia. He belonged to no one. Hunger. The voice struck like thunder. Without even turning around, Hongxiu knew exactly who had followed her. Brother Shuhe. She remained where she was, but didn't look back. Her heart was already in turmoil from everything she could no longer face. Shuhe's arrival only made things worse. Having sobered up, he had changed into relatively clean clothes. Today, the government office had distributed wages. For the first time, instead of spending every coin on wine, Shuhe had gone to the newly opened cosmetic shop in East Market on Huaxing Street. After his chance encounter with Lord Anding earlier that day, Li Songjia had promised to help him achieve fame. It was the happiest news Shuhe had ever received. He swore to study with all his strength and succeed in this autumn's imperial examination. Once he became an official, he could rescue Hong'er from her suffering. Filled with excitement, he had spent all his wages buying her a jade hairpin. It wasn't valuable, but he held it tightly all the way, thinking only about how to give it to her. To his surprise, just after turning a corner, he saw Hongxiu leaving to inspect some dance costumes. Joy immediately filled his face. Yet the closer he came, the more nervous he became. He treasured her too much. Every word had to be spoken carefully. Hong'er, what's wrong? Unable to bear seeing her unhappy, he instinctively reached for her hand, just as he had done countless times when they were children. Whenever he heard crying from the neighboring courtyard, he knew Hong'er had been beaten again. Her widowed mother worked herself to exhaustion trying to raise them. Whenever life became unbearable, she vented her frustration on her daughter. The reasons for the beatings hardly mattered. As a child, Hongxiu had hated her mother. But now, her sleeves were no longer something Shuhe could casually grasp. She wanted to fly to the highest branches herself. How could she allow him to hold her back? Hongxiu shook off his hand and glared at him. Brother Shuhe, have some respect. Her voice was colder than ice. Under normal circumstances, she would have patiently reasoned with him. But today, she simply didn't have the strength. She was already overwhelmed with grief and resentment. Dealing with Shuhe only exhausted her further. If there's nothing else, I'm going home. She spoke casually. Wait. In his panic, he nearly dropped the hairpin. He hurriedly caught it. Silently, he thanked himself for changing into clean clothes before coming. Otherwise, Honger would surely have scolded him again. She hated seeing him look so shabby. This is for you. Hongxiu glanced at the hairpin. A faint smile appeared on her lips, one filled with helplessness. Brother Shuhe, this is the last thing I need today. She recognized it immediately. It was probably the cheapest jade hairpin from the new shop just around the corner. How could he possibly afford fine jade on a street patrolman's wages? He should have used the money to buy Aunt Fan some warm clothes instead. The thought made her even angrier. Brother Shuhe, please don't buy me gifts anymore. I've never lacked jewelry. Any ornament I own is worth 3 years of your salary. You should save your money to take care of Aunt Fan. And stop dreaming about impossible things. Her words were merciless. Yet Shuhe's hopeful smile remained. Of course he knew she already had everything. But this hairpin wasn't just a gift. He had intended it to become her betrothal gift. Lord Ending had promised to help him pass the imperial examination. Fame was now within reach. Since success was only a matter of time, perhaps he should finally tell Honger everything. Then she could leave those powerful men forever. Honger, please accept it. He hurried after her, trying to place the hairpin into her hand. The streets of Huaxing were crowded. Hongxiu had no choice but to keep retreating. Shuhe remained trapped inside the beautiful dream he had built for himself. He was too happy to notice her anger. The two struggled back and forth until... Hongxiu cried out. Looking down, Shuhe saw a red scratch across her delicate hand where the tip of the hairpin had cut her skin. It wasn't bleeding, but the skin had broken. He panicked. Instinctively, he reached out to rub her hand. Before he could touch it, Hongxiu shoved him away. He stumbled backward, looking at her trembling with anger. Brother Shuhe, why do you keep forcing me? We're no longer children. There should be boundaries between men and women. Do you have to embarrass me in front of everyone? She truly had no choice. She knew Shuhe's stubbornness had never changed. When they were children, she always laughed at him. He read countless books. Yet sometimes he understood everything, and sometimes nothing at all. How could she know? Everything he had done had always been for her. He blamed himself for every hardship she had suffered. If he had been capable back then, Hongxiu would never have been sold to the singing house after her mother died. If he had earned fame sooner, he could have redeemed her before she was forced to smile before wealthy men day after day. If only he had become worthy of those beautiful eyes sooner, perhaps everything would have been different. Shuhe's greatest mistake was that he had always lived inside the world of his own heart. Within that world, only his feelings for her existed. He could no longer see reality. Honger, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Hongxiu no longer wished to argue. She hid her injured hand inside her sleeve and quickly turned away. But Shuhe continued chasing after her. Honger, Honger. His shouting echoed across bustling Huaxing Street. Everyone turned to look. Hongxiu hurried through the crowded streets. Her flowing skirt tangled beneath her feet until every step became exhausting. Her body was tired. Her heart was even more exhausted. I'm about to collapse. She couldn't stop thinking about him. Day and night, the figure dressed in pale green lingered before her eyes. She constantly smelled the fragrance of red sandalwood. Before leaving home today, she had desperately gathered countless kinds of incense. She ignored the precious varieties. Instead, she chose only the strongest, most pungent scents. She lit every stick. The room filled with thick smoke. Yet it was useless. Ever since the night she passed him, she had never been able to erase the scent of red sandalwood. Hongxiu's graceful hands had first caught Han Xizai's attention because of her mastery of blending fragrances. But now, she could no longer concentrate. Ever since that night, she found herself distracted again and again. Her thoughts constantly returned to the flower corridor. to the pale figure moving among flowers and willow branches. So light, as though the wind itself might carry him away. Li Congjia. The 3 words slowly rolled across the tip of her tongue. In this lifetime, apart from secretly whispering his name in her heart, their only connection was that she had been ordered to kill him. The guilt and pressure had weighed on her for days. Now, with her hands scratched by Brother Shuhe, she felt completely overwhelmed. Her hands were the most precious part of her livelihood. If someone noticed the injury, how would she explain it? Everything was driving her mad. Behind her, Shuhe continued shouting, "Hunger! Hunger!" Hongxiao suddenly turned around. With all the elegance stripped away by anger, she cried, "Hunger is already dead." Shuhe froze. He watched tears fill her eyes. Covering her face, she trembled. "Please, don't follow me anymore." She stood there shaking, as though she had lost her entire world in the busiest street of Jinling. "What should I do?" Shuhe slowly approached. Seeing her so broken shattered his heart. He knew something terrible must have happened to Hongxiao. She looked so fragile, as though all the strength she had used to endure everything had finally disappeared. "It's all right. Hunger." He gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders, just as he had comforted the crying little girl next door when they were 8 years old. Passers-by smiled as they watched. To them, it looked like nothing more than a young couple making up after an argument. What a warm and beautiful scene. After 5 years, he finally held her again. Shuhe looked at everyone passing by. Secretly, he wanted to tell them all. "You've all seen this. You are all witnesses." Huaxing Street. The streets overflowed with luxury. Blue mist drifted above the waterways. Young nobles in silk robes, lonely poets, pleasure seekers, elegant courtesans, celebrated performers, beautiful entertainers. The endless crowds competed for glory beneath the flourishing city of Jinling. Quietly, Hongxiao closed her eyes within his embrace. For the first time, she allowed herself to stop pretending. It was as though a crack had finally opened inside her. All her disguises collapsed. At last, she relaxed. Suddenly, she wanted to cry. Perhaps, when a person carries too much, the moment they finally let go, tears come naturally. That day, Hongxiao felt as though she had returned to being 8 years old. In her dreams, the flourishing flowers and magnificent palaces had always rested within someone's palm. That invisible hand surrounded her completely. No matter how she struggled, she could never escape. Not even death could free her. She had always been nothing more than a puppet manipulated by others. The pale smoke rising behind her quietly vanished into the water. Is he a demon? He was the evil hidden inside everyone's heart. Hongxiao had always believed that person was Li Hongji. Even though he stood second only to the emperor, he would never truly care for a temporarily favored singing girl. She had forced herself to believe that the prince was the one who controlled her fate. But today, Hongxiao finally understood. Li Hongji did not possess such quietly enchanting hands. Even his breathing carried ambition. He wanted the admiration of the entire world. All of Jinling lay within his grasp. He believed power could control everything. That authority alone could command people's hearts. But Li Congjia was different. He bewitched hearts without trying. Whenever he merely raised his wrist, people willingly looked up at him. He never had to fight for anyone's admiration. That unbearable realization filled Hongxiao with greater despair than ever before. Taking a deep breath, she slowly raised her head. Brother Shuhe. She had returned to her usual self. Shuhe still held the jade hairpin. With a faint smile, she stretched out her hand. Brother Shuhe, give it to me. A long red scratch marked the back of her hand. She looked strangely peaceful as she quietly accepted the simple hairpin. Sadness lingered in her eyes. Brother Shuhe, don't blame me. Looking at his worn-out appearance that had barely changed over the years, she saw a scholar's stubborn pride, slowly worn away by hardship. Do you still mean what you once said? You promised that one day you would achieve fame and marry me. Shuhe froze. He had never imagined Hongxiao would suddenly change her mind. Unable to think of anything else, he nodded frantically. It was a promise, a vow that would never change. A faint warmth finally rose within Hongxiao's heart. For a brief moment, she became the little girl she once was. Turning her head slightly, she brushed aside her long hair, then gently inserted the plain jade hairpin beside her temple. Does it look nice? Shuhe nodded so hard it was almost frantic. Every bit of joy in his eyes was genuine. At least, someone still remembered Honger from Tsuelyo Lane. She had once sworn she would rather die than ever return there. Yet in the end, she still remembered that narrow alley. Brother Shuhe, when we were children, you told me a man should have ambition. He should accomplish something. That was your promise to me. You must keep it. Shuhe didn't think about anything else. He was simply happy. He nodded with complete sincerity. Hongxiu smiled and waved. Brother Shuhe, I have to go now. When you've finally achieved fame, come and marry me. Shuhe stared blankly at her smile. Unable to stop himself, he reached out to wipe away the tear on her cheek. But she had already turned away. His fingertips brushed only the edge of her red dress embroidered with golden thread. Honger, he called her once more. This time, she actually turned around. Without hesitation, smiling gently. What is it? In nothing. She looked lighter than ever before, as though she had finally been set free. Ever since childhood, Hongxiu had always cared about Shuhe. She wanted him to live a better life. But she had never truly loved him. Love was too heavy a word. Back then, they had only been children. Brother Shuhe had promised he would pass the imperial examination and marry her. She vaguely remembered asking him something after that, but it had happened too long ago. The only thing she could still recall clearly was the broken roof above their heads. Whenever it rained, the whole house filled with dampness. No matter how beautiful her clothes were, she couldn't wear them. She owned so few to begin with. Now, she possessed everything she had once dreamed of, gently brushing the dust from her sleeves. The last tear fell silently into the mud beneath her feet. Many years later, after Jinling had fallen, when the warm winds returned to Jiangnan, a blood-red plum tree blossomed. That day, Hongxiu finally made up her mind. Chapter 16. Li Songjia returned home before it was too late. Huang had only just begun to wake from her daze when Lu Zhu told him that she had been trembling on the bed, curled into herself, and crying uncontrollably. There had been no other choice. Lu Zhu had served her the sleeping medicine so she could finally rest. What did Madame say? Li Songjia asked. He wanted to know exactly what Zhao Kuangyin had said to frighten her so badly. Lu Zhu could only shake her head. Madame kept calling for your grace. She seemed like she wanted to say something, but she was terrified. She just kept crying. What on earth had Zhao Kuangyin said to frighten Huang so much? Li Songjia turned and handed the guqin to Piaoping. Put it back where it was sealed. No one is to touch it. Then he walked into Zhaohua Pavilion to see her. The physician had said that the fright had left her confused and unsettled. The sleeping medicine was meant to let her rest deeply. Perhaps when she awoke, some of the terror would fade, and what she remembered would no longer be so vivid. Li Songjia took a handkerchief and gently wiped the tears from her face. Even in her sleep, Huang's brows remained tightly knitted. Zhao Kuangyin had claimed he hadn't told her anything. So why was she still so frightened? Ever since she had married him, she had never been this fearful. Her Songjia had always been someone who smiled quietly, as serene as a Buddha's face. This time, everything was different. According to their arrangement, Hongxiu would arrive tomorrow. Lu Zhu had been waiting outside the room, wanting to ask whether Madame still wished to invite someone to choreograph the dance. Li Songjia had already considered the matter. Leaning over the couch with the handkerchief still in his hands, his eyes shifted slightly. His fingers tightened. The embroidered handkerchief, stitched with a pair of mandarin ducks, crumpled into a ball. When he unfolded it again, the wrinkles remained. No matter how carefully he tried to smooth them away, it could never return to how it had been before. Just like his heart, someone had kneaded it beyond repair. It could never return to its former peace. Zhao Kuangyin, you make me forget the tranquility of this world so easily. Li Songjia pushed open the door. As expected, Lu Zhu was still waiting outside. My lord, Miss Hongxiu will be visiting the mansion tomorrow. Should Madame postpone the meeting? The moment those words were spoken, in the side garden, Zhao Kuangyin lay on the bed laughing exactly as expected. Li Songjia shook his head. Madame is not well enough to receive guests tomorrow, so I'll meet her instead. Miss Hongxiu has come all the way from the Crown Prince's residence. We cannot simply send her away. Besides, we also owe Lord Han a favor. Lu Zhu had originally been reluctant. She couldn't imagine Madame having the mood to listen to music or watch dancing. But Hongxiu was the Crown Prince's favorite performer. Offending her was out of the question. She could only bow and leave. Zhao Kuangyin had thought that although Huang's interruption today had been foolish, It had at least bought Li Songjia several more days. Surely he would have no leisure to watch singers and dancers now. Yet hearing that his life would not be in danger tomorrow somehow left Zhao Kuangyin strangely relieved. With nothing better to do, he wandered through the Anding Manor. As soon as he stepped out of the side garden, he saw Lu Zhu gathered with all the performers from Lixiang Garden at the front entrance. Lixiang Garden had originally been another side courtyard, directly opposite the western residence where Zhao Kuangyin was staying. Later, after so many singers and dancers had been taken in, it became their exclusive place for training and living. Now this side garden referred only to the western row of houses where Zhao Kuangyin lived. Lu Zhu carefully instructed them one by one. Don't practice any string instruments today. Madam has only just fallen asleep because she's unwell. But tomorrow you mustn't embarrass the manor. Miss Hongxiu is coming, so everyone should perform their duties properly. Zhao Kuangyin frowned. Tomorrow? Miss Hongxiu? We must all behave ourselves tomorrow, Lu Zhu continued in a lower voice. Miss Hongxiu is someone who frequently comes and goes from the Crown Prince's residence. She deliberately lowered her voice to make the usually lazy performers more serious. Madam is ill. None of you are to speak of this outside the manor. Otherwise, her tone turned stern. Having accompanied a Huang ever since her marriage, Lu Zhu had always been cautious. She was nothing like these singers and dancers. Everyone nodded hurriedly. Only then did Lu Zhu dismiss them. Piaoping returned carrying the guqin. He exchanged a few words with Lu Zhu before the two of them walked back toward the inner courtyard, leaving Zhao Kuangyin standing alone beneath the corridor in stunned silence. Is he insane? Unable to contain himself, Zhao Kuangyin slammed his fist into the wooden pillar. Then he strode straight toward Zhaohua Pavilion. Naturally, he was stopped outside the double doors. Too impatient to waste words with the servants, he simply stood outside and shouted loudly for Li Songjia. The guards nearly panicked. This man actually dared to call the Duke of Anding by his personal name. Such disrespect was outrageous. His voice, empowered by his inner strength, carried straight into Zhaohua Pavilion. Li Songjia's fingers still rested gently against a Huang's face. The man in pale green suddenly froze. Slowly, he turned toward the door. His face remained calm, revealing nothing. Only his trembling hands betrayed him. A Huang shifted uneasily in her sleep. Even the medicine could not completely calm her fear. A trace of hesitation lingered in Li Songjia's eyes. He looked quietly toward the wooden door. Whether he went out or not, the decision was his alone. A sadness quietly welled inside him. Everything suddenly felt unbearably sorrowful. But there was nothing he could do. He had always believed. He still wanted to recover that missing string. If he hadn't impulsively disappeared into the mountains without a word all those years ago, would things be different now? The answer came immediately. No. Li Songjia knew himself too well. Even if he were given another chance, he would make exactly the same choice. He had never learned how to regret. Just as now, he opened the door and finally chose to meet Zhao Kuangyin. Lu Zhu and Piaoping had been wondering how to drive Zhao Kuangyin away. When they saw Lord Anding come outside, they hurried forward. My lord, please stay with madam. We'll persuade that madman to leave. Madman? Li Songjia frowned as he looked at Piaoping. Who taught you to speak so casually about someone living in this manner? Or do all of you behave this way behind my back? Piaoping stood frozen. He had never seen Lord Anding react like this before. Perhaps he had truly offended him. Exchanging a glance with Lu Zhu, both servants quietly lowered their heads and dared not say another word. Li Songjia adjusted his sleeves. Only then did he realize how restless he himself felt. Too many thoughts had become hopelessly entangled. The Crown Prince. Himself. Zhao Kuangyin. Someone had to find a way forward. Li Songjia wasn't simply compassionate. He merely saw clearly that since none of them were willing to give up, he would become the one to find an exit. So he walked calmly to Zhao Kuangyin, wearing the same gentle expression as always. Mr. Zhao, is something the matter? Confusion filled Zhao Kuangyin's eyes. He stared fiercely at Li Songjia, as though he wished he could split him apart with a sword. He nearly seized him by the collar and demanded answers. But the many servants nearby forced him to restrain himself. Suppressing all his emotions, he asked, Lord Anding, may I have a word with you? Li Songjia glanced back toward the half-open door of Zhaohua Pavilion. A Huang was still asleep. Without another word, Zhao Kuangyin grabbed his wrist. The sudden movement startled Li Songjia. He noticed the servants all lowering their heads. Though none dared look directly, every one of them was listening, smiling naturally to conceal everything. Li Songjia extended his free hand in a polite gesture. Of course. Please. It was an elegant way to disguise Zhao Kuangyin's grip. Admiration flickered through Zhao Kuangyin's eyes. Li Songjia, you always surprise me. This time, however, it wasn't admiration. It was fear. Holding tightly to his wrist, Zhao Kuangyin hurried away. Inside the wide sleeves of Li Songjia's robe, the two silently struggled over that captured hand. Li Songjia tried repeatedly to free himself. It was useless. He could only follow. Passing countless busy servants, Zhao Kuangyin finally dragged him all the way back to the side garden. It was probably the only place in the entire manor where no one dared enter casually. Everyone knew Zhao Kuangyin wasn't someone to provoke. Lord Ending had tolerated him time and again. That alone was enough to keep curious servants far away. The moment they stepped through the moon gate, Zhao Kuangyin swung Li Songjia around in front of him. Li Songjia, are you really this stupid? Or are you pretending? Ah. Li Songjia let out a soft cry. Dark fingerprints had already appeared around his wrist. Zhao Kuangyin had used far too much force. His injured hand, already covered with burns and bruises, now looked even more pitiful. Li Songjia pursed his lips and hid his hand inside his sleeve. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhao Kuangyin noticed the bruises. A trace of guilt flashed through him. He stepped forward instinctively, reaching for Li Songjia's hand. Since when had pulling him close become so natural? Li Songjia stepped backward. Turning his face away, he said quietly, "It's nothing." His voice remained calm, without emotion. That indifference only irritated Zhao Kuangyin further. He strode forward, grabbed both of Li Songjia's shoulders, and stopped him from retreating. Why do you always pretend nothing matters? If your hand hurts, then say it hurts. You knew perfectly well why Hongxia was coming, yet you still insisted on letting her into the manor. You fooled yourself so thoroughly that you actually believe your own lies. He shook him forcefully. Listen to me, Li Songjia. If I get that wine, I'll find a way to make you drink it myself. If you're so determined to die, I'll grant your wish. His grip tightened painfully, as though he wanted to crush those already fragile shoulders. Li Songjia frowned. Zhao Kuangyin, let go. You really don't care? Instead of releasing him, Zhao Kuangyin pulled him forcefully into his embrace. Li Songjia collided against his chest. Finding no room to struggle, he simply stopped resisting. He had never wasted energy on futile struggles. Feeling the man in his arms suddenly become still, Zhao Kuangyin froze. You? Li Songjia's profile rested close beside him. Without looking up, he murmured softly into Zhao Kuangyin's ear. Yes. Isn't that exactly what you said? I don't care. Then he laughed quietly. Seeing something strange in that expression, Zhao Kuangyin gradually loosened his grip. Half leaning against his shoulder, Li Songjia whispered, Do you think I'm insane? Or have you always believed I was a madman? As Zhao Kuangyin released him, Li Songjia let his hands fall naturally to his sides. The faint bruise on his pale wrist resembled an ugly, mocking face wrapped tightly around him. Unable to escape. Slowly, gracefully, he raised his wrist until it rested directly within Zhao Kuangyin's line of sight. It was an unconscious temptation, an irresistible bewitchment. Yet Li Songjia himself knew nothing of it. He merely wished to look carefully at his injured wrist. Do you know that it hurts? He never once looked into Zhao Kuangyin's eyes. He only stared quietly at the bruise. I'm sorry. Countless emotions churned beneath Zhao Kuangyin's sword-like brows. He simply couldn't bear seeing him like this. With a sigh, Zhao Kuangyin wrapped one arm around Li Songjia's waist while gently lowering the raised wrist with his other hand. Why didn't you treat the burns sooner? Li Songjia answered quietly. What did you expect? Should I carefully pack my belongings before dying? Or should I announce to all of Jinling that the crown prince intends to kill his own brother? I've already made my decision about tomorrow. And today? You came here to ask whether my hand hurts and why I didn't apply medicine. Tell me, Zhao Kuangyin, which one of us is truly insane? What makes you think dying is the only way to untie the knot in your heart? Who do you think you are, Li Songjia? You're not a bodhisattva. You're not a Buddha. You can't save everyone. Zhao Kuangyin's anger finally erupted. What I hate most is watching someone belittle himself. How many people in this world endure humiliation simply to survive? But you. He grew even more agitated. Li Songjia, you think too much. That's why you'll never be happy. The more clearly you see, the more exhausted you become. And in the end, you just want to give up? But what about Yong? What about everyone in this manner? Li Songjia looked at him as though he had heard something deeply amusing. His eyes curved gently. He only glanced at Zhao Kuangyin before looking away again. Zhao Kuangyin's arms still rested around his waist. Now that they had both calmed down, he could even hear Zhao Kuangyin's heartbeat. For the first time, Li Songjia laughed openly. So today, I'm listening to someone who wants to kill me. Lecture me about the value of life. Tell me, which one of us is truly insane? Zhao Kuangyin fell silent. He had only been anxious. He simply couldn't bear watching that pale green figure truly ride the wind and disappear forever. Once again, the image of Li Songjia falling from the tower flashed vividly before his eyes. His heart suddenly sank. What was this feeling? He couldn't describe it. Yet it was undeniably real. It had already changed him. For the first time, Zhao Kuangyin felt fear. Even he couldn't understand why. Everything had always been under his control. Yet now, he feared that Li Songjia truly intended to. Without Li Chongguang, the mountains and rivers themselves would become desolate. There are two kinds of people who live as though intoxicated in this world. The first indulge themselves in wine, pleasure, beauty, and worldly desires, yet remain perfectly clear-minded. The second are entirely different. They appear calm and composed. Everything seems under their control, yet they live inside a dream of the spirit. The clearer they see, the more pain they suffer. The more desperately they pursue perfection, the further they drift from it. Compared with the first, the second are far more tragic. At least the first remain human. The second have already become demons. Chapter 17. Li Songjia had become like a demon. With his devilish fingertips and the faint scent of red sandalwood surrounding him, everything became a silent form of coercion. Yet he still wanted others to willingly bow before the untouched purity of his heart. At first glance, his outline seemed cold. Zhao Kuangyin sighed. Li Songjia, I can tell you with certainty that the crown prince wants you dead. Many people have told me that. Li Songjia replied calmly. They've been saying it for a long time. He showed no concern. But you are not him, and you are not me. So why are you so certain? His answer reignited Zhao Kuangyin's anger. Why was Li Songjia so obsessed with his illusion? Why couldn't he let go of those so-called bonds of family and affection? In an age of chaos, who had the luxury of demanding unconditional love? Human life was worth so little. The crown prince had already resolved to eliminate him. Even if he hesitated now, that hesitation would soon disappear. For an emperor, power without threats was worth far more than a younger brother. Who could truly treat another person's life as more precious than their own? The wind flowed gently. The spring water sang. Even with music drifting through the air, it still felt heartbreakingly lonely. People could not spend their entire lives looking backward. Yet Li Songjia stood before the edge of an abyss, still clinging stubbornly to the past. He refused to turn around. He still believed he was living in the prosperous days they once shared. Li Hongji would rather burn to death in the fire he had lit himself. Even as he watched his own branches wither and decay, he refused to escape. Death, to him, it was the final release of human nature. Li Songjia used that belief to prove that the truest and most beautiful feelings in the world still existed. He believed it, so he accepted everything willingly. Zhao Kuangyin grabbed his shoulder once more. He inhaled the subtle fragrance of red sandalwood drifting from Li Songjia's body. It seeped into his bones, carrying with it a cold sort of stubbornness. Li Songjia, he called softly, but the man in green refused to look at him. Look at me. His voice grew firmer, though it carried a trace of helplessness. When Li Songjia still refused, Zhao Kuangyin gently cupped his face. He felt the man instinctively flinch, yet he forced him to meet his eyes. His fingers lingered on Li Songjia's face before slowly tracing the sharp, elegant contours of his features. Silence surrounded them. Only the distant sound of dripping water echoed through the garden. Half the sunlight was blocked by a peach tree. Several strands of golden light fell behind Li Songjia, blurring his tall, slender silhouette. The peach blossoms and his face reflected one another's beauty. For a long moment, neither of them spoke, though Zhao Kuangyin wanted answers. and Li Songjia wanted to escape. The blooming peach tree seemed to hold them both captive. Those eyes, they were so deep. Zhao Kuangyin could see fear hidden inside them. Li Songjia understood everything. His heart was as transparent as his character. His eyes reflected the impermanence of the world itself. Perhaps that was why he never allowed himself to become intoxicated by it. Li Songjia slowly raised a hand and grasped Zhao Kuangyin's wrist. The hand on his face remained where it was. Neither of them knew what to say. Instinctively, Li Songjia tried to pull him away, but his gaze suddenly fell upon Zhao Kuangyin's wrist. The faint finger marks there. He had left every one of them. Zhao Kuangyin gently took hold of his wrist. "Look at me. Does it hurt?" Li Songjia shook his head. Unable to resist, Zhao Kuangyin slowly rubbed the swollen wrist. "Has anyone ever told you that your wrists are beautiful?" Li Songjia laughed softly, but he didn't answer. "Why? So many people have said it." Zhao Kuangyin assumed someone as graceful as Li Songjia must have heard endless praise throughout his life. Li Songjia looked down at the hand gently rubbing his wrist. Then he slowly shook his head. "You did." Zhao Kuangyin looked confused. Then he met Li Songjia's eyes, and suddenly understood. A mischievous smile spread across his face. "What if I told you? I don't want you to die?" Li Songjia visibly trembled. As though frightened by those words, he tried desperately to escape from Zhao Kuangyin's embrace. He struggled fiercely. Zhao Kuangyin seized his wrist, turned him, and pinned him gently against the wall, holding him tightly. Feeling the usually calm and composed man trembling beneath his hands, Zhao Kuangyin's heart pounded wildly. He leaned close to Li Songjia's ear. "Your heartbeat is so fast." Li Songjia ignored him again. He simply turned his face away, choosing instead to watch the falling blossoms. "Why won't you admit it?" Zhao Kuangyin liked seeing him pretend to remain indifferent. Unable to resist teasing him further, he leaned in. Their lips touched. A kiss that had only just begun. Warm breath brushed across Li Songjia's face, sending silent ripples through his composure. With his eyes closed, he could almost hear the lotus hidden within the other's heart slowly blooming. Its gentle sound was unlike anything else in the world. How could such beauty go unnoticed? How could anyone look away? They were both men. Yet this person before him was simply extraordinary. Zhao Kuangyin had never considered himself a gentleman. His heart had long since fallen under this irresistible spell. There was no longer any room for reason. He finally suppressed the last of Li Songjia's resistance. His hand slid around the other's waist. How long could a kiss truly last? To Li Songjia, it felt like an entire lifetime. The fierce entanglement, his uncontrollable heartbeat, everything threatened to drive him mad. He knew he should escape, no matter what. Yet he couldn't. Perhaps everything had gone wrong from the very beginning. It wasn't a matter of who had seduced whom. Neither of them could control themselves anymore. "Don't move." Zhao Kuangyin's warning came in a dangerously low voice. The words themselves were almost unbearably intimate. Li Songjia froze in his embrace. He no longer knew what to do. The sky-blue gauze robe he wore clung lightly to his body. Its sheer fabric faintly revealed the spotless white inner garment beneath. Something inside Zhao Kuangyin seemed to ignite. Part of him desperately wanted to continue. Only a sliver of reason remained. Unable to reconcile the battle within himself, he bit lightly against Li Songjia's lips. Li Songjia still tried to escape, but Zhao Kuangyin refused to release him. His body completely surrounded Li Songjia. The world beyond disappeared. The scenery, the sky, everything vanished. Li Songjia could see only one person, him, as they silently tormented one another. Zhao Kuangyin finally lost control. He reached up and tore away the green silk ribbon binding Li Songjia's hair. Instantly, long black hair spilled freely over his shoulders. Half his face disappeared behind the loose strands. Only one eye remained visible. Its double pupil carried an indescribable, almost bewitching beauty. Li Songjia was a man. Yet Zhao Kuangyin could think of no other word to describe him. Everything about him was an irresistible temptation. This time, his patience was gone. His hands seemed possessed. Nothing could satisfy them except the touch of that pale green figure before him. The belt around Li Songjia's robe lay within easy reach. At that very moment, a bird suddenly flew overhead. Its sharp cry startled every bird sleeping in the garden. The unexpected sound shocked them both. They looked into each other's eyes. For the first time, Li Songjia saw a completely unfamiliar version of himself reflected there. Burning. Passionate. There was no longer any trace of misty spring rain. With a cry, he shoved Zhao Kuangyin away. But Zhao Kuangyin held him firmly. One arm wrapped around his waist. The other gently stroked his loosened hair, like comforting a frightened child. Shoo! He wanted Li Songjia to calm down. The sight before him had clearly frightened him. Let go, Li Songjia shouted. Ever since the night they had rescued one another beneath that tree, Zhao Kuangyin had never heard him sound so terrified. He still refused to let go. Instead, he continued stroking his hair gently. That only made Li Songjia struggle even harder. Zhao Kuangyin covered his mouth, hoping to quiet him. Only then did he notice the blood seeping from Li Songjia's bitten lower lip. A thin crimson line. It made him look strangely beautiful. His rain-blue robes. His loose black hair. His double-pupiled eyes. His blood-stained lips. It was enough to drive anyone insane. Zhao Kuangyin almost felt this was Li Songjia's revenge against him. This sight was more painful than having his heart carved out with a knife. He pushed Li Songjia hard against the wall. The muffled groan that escaped him only intensified the fire burning inside Zhao Kuangyin. Li Songjia. Li Songjia. He called his name over and over. Seeing Li Songjia frown after striking the wall, he reached for the luxurious robe without the slightest hesitation. Just as he was about to pull it open, the man beneath him suddenly spoke. Blood still stained his lips. Li Songjia looked up at him. You said, you don't want me to die? Yes. So, you want Zhao Guangyi to die instead? Zhao Kuangyin's hand slowly fell. Why? Why hadn't he faced this question sooner? I may survive. But what about him? Li Songjia's voice had become hoarse. No matter how capable you are, you cannot travel from here to Anong Temple in the north of the city within a single hour. Zhao Kuangyin immediately understood. If my sudden death isn't announced throughout Nanjing by tomorrow, Li Hongji only needs one order to wipe out Anong Temple. And if a mere Zhao Guangyi dies, he won't even need an excuse. No one will ever know. Li Songjia slowly steadied his breathing. You always call me stubborn. But what about you? What about your brothers? The burning desire in Zhao Kuangyin's eyes gradually faded. Only helplessness remained. The entire garden seemed filled with unease beneath the beautiful spring scenery. Just then, Lu Zhu came running after the lady in pink. Madam, the physician ordered you to rest. But a Huang ignored her and continued running. Madam, Lord Anding said you must sleep. Where are you going? Lu Zhu couldn't stop her. She could only chase after her. Meanwhile, the two men remained pressed against the garden wall in complete silence. Their breathing still echoed loudly between them. Li Songjia brushed the loose hair away from his face. Looking into Zhao Kuangyin's eyes, he realized. Even this man had moments when he felt powerless. So, we're all helpless. You, me, and the crown prince. We have to find a balance. He refuses to let go. You refuse to gamble. So the only thing left. Zhao Kuangyin reached out and slowly brushed the blood from Li Songjia's lips. The gentle touch made him shiver. At that moment, Zhao Kuangyin wanted nothing more than to hold him. Quietly, I won't bet my brother's life on the future. He extended his hand. Waiting. Li Songjia smiled with quiet relief. At last, his persistence had meant something. Zhao Kuangyin, don't disappoint your brother. Don't let him become like me. Thinking he's the only one worthy beneath heaven. He sighed softly. At last, he lowered every defense. Like a wisp of sandalwood drifting down into the mortal world. For the first time, he willingly stepped closer to Zhao Kuangyin. They embraced. Li Songjia slowly closed his double-pupiled eyes. A faint smile touched his blood-stained lips. At that moment, Zhao Kuangyin finally felt that the man before him was real. Someone he could truly hold. He wanted to remain like this forever. Quietly, without worry. He wanted to stand beside him and smile as they watched storms pass. What a pity. Behind them, a woman's scream tore through the peaceful garden. The illusion hiding in the shadows shattered instantly. A Huang collapsed against the wall, covering her mouth. She could no longer stand. There had always been something she couldn't understand. Again and again, she chased after him in her dreams. But she never managed to catch him. How could she explain what she had just seen? How could she explain that her own husband was smiling peacefully in another man's embrace? The expression on his face even made her feel guilty for interrupting them. yet it also broke her heart. Li Songjia had never smiled so sincerely before. Although he had always remained by her side, he had always seemed separated from her by clouds and mist. She had refused to admit it. She believed they were living peacefully. She believed they were happy. But now, the fragile paper covering reality had finally been torn away. All the confusion, all the fear, could no longer be ignored. The instant Li Songjia opened his eyes, he saw his wife bent over in agony. For one terrible moment, he forgot how to move. Without even turning around, Zhao Kuangyin already knew what had happened. Huang. She had insisted on uncovering the truth. Everything could have remained hidden. She had been a clever woman. She deserved Li Songjia. But her mistake was believing too confidently in the happiness she imagined. A magnificent peony only knew how to sway gracefully in the breeze. How could it understand the endless dust carried by the wind? Li Songjia had never truly been detached, nor had he ever been free of worldly feelings. If he had been, he would never have trusted the crown prince for so many years. He simply understood too much. He had grown tired, so he chose to ignore countless things and let them pass. Li Songjia shoved Zhao Kuangyin away. He hurried toward Huang, but as he moved, his torn outer robe and the loosened silk ribbon fell to the ground one after another. Zhao Kuangyin watched him freeze. The scattered garments at his feet made the entire scene impossible to hide. The air suddenly felt bitterly cold. Why was March so cold? There were no explanations left. No disguises left. There was no one left to deceive. For the first time, Zhao Kuangyin was afraid of Li Songjia's expression. He no longer dared approach Huang. The husband and wife stood facing one another, 10 steps apart. Years of companionship, separated by only 10 steps. Li Songjia quickly straightened his clothes. Ignoring his loose hair, he let it flow freely behind him. He remained the same quiet figure. Yet everything had changed. Zhao Kuangyin suddenly asked, "I want the title of Duke of Anding. Will you give it to me?" Then he said quietly, "If I tell the crown prince that I'll allow him to kill you, do you think he'll agree?" Huang clutched at her hair and screamed helplessly. What was happening? Was this still a nightmare? Yet she could clearly smell the increasingly strong scent of red sandalwood filling the air. Li Songjia hurried toward her. Huang. He didn't know what else to say. He only wanted to comfort her. But she stumbled backward in terror, as though possessed. At that moment, Lu Zhu finally arrived, completely out of breath. Seeing Lord Anding there, she paid no attention to anything unusual. She hurriedly explained that the madam had suddenly awakened. Perhaps she had become delirious again. No one had been able to stop her from running out. Huang remained dazed. She refused to let Li Songjia come near her. Terrified, Lu Zhu ran off to summon help. Heartbroken, Li Songjia stood frozen. He looked silently at the phoenix-like woman before him. In a single night, all her pride, all her dignity, had been shattered, leaving behind only her deepest vulnerability. His own heart ached. Hadn't they always been happy together? Huang, come here. He tried to approach gently. She retreated even farther. Tears streamed down her face. Who are you? Yes. Who was he? Li Songjia collapsed onto the ground. Suddenly, he laughed. Turning toward Zhao Kuangyin in the distance, he smiled bitterly. Zhao Kuangyin, don't let me down. You must kill me tomorrow. Zhao Kuangyin looked into those dark eyes so exhausted that nothing could ever melt them again. He had simply become too tired. Soon, the physician and several servants arrived. Huang finally fainted from exhaustion. They hurriedly carried her back to Zhaohua Pavilion. Even unconscious, she continued calling Li Songjia's name, but he no longer dared hold her hand. He stood alone beneath the quiet veranda. He knew he should return, but once she woke, they would have to face one another. His head throbbed violently. He raised a hand to support his forehead. Zhao Kuangyin slowly walked behind him. Li Songjia, do you care about the title? Duke of Anding? Li Songjia shook his head. What about becoming king of Southern Tang? Again, he shook his head. Come with me. The man in green laughed softly. Zhao Kuangyin, you've forgotten who you are, and who I am. I have never known you, and you have only ever known Li Hongji. His voice was unwavering. Sadness filled Zhao Kuangyin's eyes. Li Songjia continued. I tried to escape. I even withdrew into the mountains. But I could hide my body, not my heart. I don't want to make the same mistake again. He turned gracefully. A strand of hair drifted across his cheek. His elegance remained flawless. Besides, a husband is only a husband while he remains within 10 feet of his wife. Even in death, he should remain within 10 feet of her. Zhao Kuangyin smiled faintly. Once again, he saw the Li Congjia he had always admired. He was breathtaking. This is the last thing I can still do for her. I once thought I could help her recover the rainbow feather dance. But it's too late. Without another hesitation, Li Congjia slowly walked back toward Zhaohua Pavilion. Farther and farther away, the faint fragrance of red sandalwood still lingered in the air. A sudden thought flashed through Zhao Kuangyin's mind. If someone as calm and detached as Li Congjia could one day smile while looking upon the world, what kind of world would that become? At that moment, he wanted to give Li Congjia the entire world. Very well, let fate decide. In the end, who will die beside you? Chapter 18. That night, Huang woke once more. Li Congjia happened to be sitting at the table. When he saw that she was awake, he hesitated for a long time. In the end, he didn't dare approach her. He was afraid of upsetting her again. Although her expression remained somewhat dazed, she was astonishingly calm. She gently lifted the bed curtains and slowly rose to her feet, looking toward him. The pale blur before her eyes gradually gave way to reality. The outlines of tables and chairs, the intricate carvings on the lattice screens, candles weeping crimson wax, and him, standing between light and shadow, dressed in a fresh robe of pale green. He looked beautiful. There was unmistakable concern in his eyes. If only she could continue looking at him from a distance like this. That would be better than turning the whole world upside down. She smiled gently at the uneasy man, as though she had merely awakened from a deep sleep. Congjia. Li Congjia froze. She looked completely normal. She even called his name with her usual warmth. When he still stood there without moving, she asked again, "What's wrong?" She looked him up and down. Nothing seemed unusual. "Have I been asleep for a long time?" "No." He hesitated. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Finally, he walked over and took her hand. The woman in pink had regained the magnificent beauty of a blooming peony. Freshly awakened from her spring sleep, her cheeks carried a faint blush. What a beautiful wife. Quietly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps she truly didn't remember. Uncomfortable. I only feel as though I had a very long dream. She gathered her hair with both hands, glanced at him, then laughed. What are you staring at? You look as though you've never seen me before. Li Congjia stood and fetched a comb. Gently taking over, he released the hand holding her hair and began combing it himself. Did you sleep well? I think I dreamed something. I can't remember what it was, but I know I was very sad. She tilted her head, trying to recall it. Li Congjia's hand stopped. A nightmare? I've forgotten. I slept too long. What time is it now? She gave up trying to remember and looked toward the darkening sky outside the window. It's already night. It has just passed the hour of you. Huang relaxed and quietly allowed him to continue arranging her hair. Hongxiu is supposed to visit tomorrow. How could I forget? What happened today? Suddenly remembering, she sat upright. No, I still have to check on the maids in Lixiang Garden. Li Congjia smiled. Very well. Whatever you wish. Lu Zhu has already instructed them to be careful. The bronze mirror upon the dressing table reflected the two of them. He stood behind her, gently combing her hair with tender eyes. Congjia, open the window a little. He immediately rose and pushed open the wooden window. Moonlight instantly poured into the room. The moon is beautiful tonight. His fingertips rested lightly against the carved wooden frame as he turned back toward her. Huang sat quietly beside the bed. Her gauze sleeves slipped down, revealing one graceful arm. She looked at him. He met her gaze. The instant he saw those clear eyes, guilt overwhelmed him. The fragrant mist dampens her cloud-like hair. The clear moonlight chills her jade-white arms. Huang murmured softly. Her voice carried an indescribable loneliness. What's wrong? Li Congjia forced a smile. It just came to mind. He returned to her side. Taking up the golden hairpin, he gently fastened her hair. As he lifted his hand, the bruises around his wrist, the marks left by yesterday's madness, became visible. He never noticed them, but Huang did. She quietly drew a breath. Are you cold? He thought she meant the cool night breeze. She merely shook her head. Everything should have remained exactly as it was. Silken ribbons like drifting clouds. Jade hairpins. Thin gauze robes. Dark curls framing beautiful features. Beauty was like a flower. Time flowed like water. So why? Why did the woman reflected in the bronze mirror look so sorrowful? Her eyelashes trembled. The marks upon his wrist continually reminded her of what she had witnessed, like invisible thorns, piercing her heart again and again. No blood flowed, yet the pain never ceased. Li Songjia only felt that something about her was strange. Yong, did you truly have a nightmare? He asked cautiously. She suddenly turned around. Laughing, she snatched the comb from his hand. Are you making fun of me? Her brows knit together in playful annoyance. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. He smiled in relief. I dreamed that you jumped into the water and disappeared. After speaking, she suddenly leaned closer. Her eyes narrowed slightly. What happened to your lips? Our refined and elegant Lord Anding. Did you get into a fight with someone? Li Songjia immediately turned his face away. He covered his lips with his sleeve for a long moment before finally lowering it. I don't remember. Perhaps it happened accidentally. Huang burst into laughter, as though she had discovered the funniest thing imaginable. Our Lord Anding burned his lips while drinking tea. I must be responsible. It's all because I slept too long today. Having said that, she actually bowed to him with perfect courtesy. When she looked back up, those beautiful eyes shone with amusement. Unable to help herself, she leaned comfortably against the couch, smiling at him. Li Songjia laughed as well. Then he stepped outside to ask Lu Zhu to prepare dinner. The instant the pale green robe disappeared behind the wooden door, a tear quietly fell onto the silk bedding. She was laughing at herself, laughing until tears flowed. To escape that nightmare, she willingly wove another beautiful illusion for herself. The scent of rosewood still lingered. How could she ever imagine seeing such an elegant man reduced to embarrassment? She couldn't bear to destroy his grace because of her own despair. So instead, she destroyed herself. She swallowed every tear, transforming herself once more into the magnificent peony, blooming within fire, dancing above heartbreak, her tiny golden-bound feet moving gracefully through flames. She stood and picked up the pipa she treasured most. The first note rang out. All living creatures fell silent. Even the distant stars seemed to fade. In years past, her songs had captivated countless heroes and noble youths. Yet only the misty figures standing beneath the corridor had ever captured her own heart. The pipa echoed together with the seven-stringed zither. Together they sang of the southern wind. Everyone praised them, a husband and wife, soulmates. But if she could choose only one, which would she choose? If she truly understood him, she could never possess him. If she possessed him, perhaps she would never truly understand those deep eyes. She gently embraced the pipa. One melancholy melody flowed from her fingertips. Her heart overflowed with sorrow, yet there was nowhere to place it. So she locked it deep inside herself, protecting it with love, feeding it with blood, waiting until the day it finally consumed her from within. She simply loved him. That alone was enough. I remember the spring blossoms beneath the moon, smiling as we walked together. Whenever I wished to pick one for you, I held myself back, and that hesitation became my greatest regret. Ever since we parted, I have done nothing but sigh. The bitter cypress sprouts in spring, just as my sorrow grows deeper each passing day. It was meant to be a song welcoming spring, yet it left the entire room cold and desolate. Li Songjia stood quietly outside the doorway. The sound of the strings carried him back to the first time he had ever seen Huang. Even beneath her veil, her beauty had never been concealed. She was neither shy nor pretentious. From a distance, she had resembled a phoenix adorned with blooming peonies. Now, she sat alone inside the room, playing such a lonely song. He could hear the grief hidden within every note, but he dared not wonder how much she remembered or what she had dreamed. He only hoped that the man within her dream was still worthy of the smile she had worn when she first lifted her veil before him. Lu Zhu prepared lotus leaf soup. Shall we have some? He smiled as he gently rested his hand upon the strings. The music came to an end. All right. Elsewhere, in the side garden, Zhao Kuangyin stood beneath the moonlit corridor, eyes closed, silent. His fingers gripped the wooden bracelet tightly. The night felt endlessly long. By tomorrow, Jinling would overturn the glory of several lives. They all gazed upon the same moon, yet each carried entirely different thoughts. Inside the crown prince's residence, Li Hongji watched with satisfaction as Hongxiu's graceful hands placed agarwood into the golden incense burner shaped like a mythical beast. A faint fragrance slowly drifted throughout the room, just as she turned away with several bundles of incense wrapped in brocade. Someone suddenly seized her hand. Li Hongji slowly raised it before his eyes. His expression darkened. How did you injure your hand? A long, narrow cut had broken the skin. I wasn't careful while dressing this morning. She instinctively tried to hide it. But he had already seen everything. What scratched you? A hairpin. After thinking about it, that was indeed the truth. There was nothing to conceal. Li Hongji naturally understood how precious those hands were to her. She cherished them more than her own life. The wound did resemble a scratch from a hairpin. But, if nothing had happened, how could she have been so careless? This hairpin doesn't seem very well made. His words carried hidden meaning. He suddenly reached up and removed the hairpin from her hair. It clearly wasn't something she usually wore. I found it while sorting through last year's things. So I decided to wear it. Last year's, he repeated thoughtfully. His fingers slowly examined the hairpin. After a long silence, he smiled gently. I'll put it back for you. Hongxiu became flustered. She sat before the mirror uneasily. The man capable of overwhelming her with a single hand seemed to be in an unusually good mood. And all because of one ordinary, inexpensive hairpin. Do you miss home? He asked casually. Hongxiu stiffened. No. She answered far too quickly. She never wished to mention her past again. Didn't someone once tell me that you had no family left? Li Hongji slowly arranged the hairpin in her hair. I was thinking, if your father or brothers are still alive, I could give them official positions. It wouldn't be difficult. Hongxiu immediately stood and bowed. Thank you for your highness's kindness. But Hongxiu truly has no one left. My parents have both passed away. I have neither brothers nor sisters. I dare not trouble your highness further. Li Hongji dismissed every servant. Once the room was empty, he wrapped an arm around her shoulders and drew her into his embrace. In circumstances like yours, you become even more captivating. He studied her face closely. She was undeniably beautiful. It was rare for someone born so humbly to possess such exquisite hands. Be more careful in the future. How can you ruin such beautiful hands? Yes, I won't make the same mistake again. Her charming eyes shifted nervously. Li Hongji pulled her even closer. As they whispered together, his gaze remained perfectly clear. He watched her eyes as though searching for hidden secrets. Hongxiu felt increasingly uneasy, but she couldn't reveal anything. She could only blush and smile. Your Highness. Li Hongji suddenly smiled again. Nothing unusual appeared on his face. You really are a rare little treasure. He pulled her toward the couch. The red candles flickered. The night overflowed with desire. Yet his next words instantly froze every trace of warmth. Is tomorrow's wine ready? Hongxiu's hair concealed her expression, but her heart shook violently. I have already done exactly as your highness instructed. Li Hongji gently bit her ear. Not enough to hurt, just enough that she couldn't pull away. Then he whispered, remember, those were not my orders. He was reminding her, if anything went wrong, she must never reveal the truth. If something happens, you will simply say that Han Xizai ordered you to eliminate the Duke of Anding. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet every word struck her heart. She was trapped inside a conspiracy from which there was no escape. She couldn't help staring at him. Lord Han, a trusted supporter of the Crown Prince. Why would he? Li Hongji answered before she could ask. You came from the Grand Tutor's household. So naturally, everyone will believe you. He still called Han Xizai Grand Tutor. After all, Han Xizai had taught him for 7 years. The habit remained. The scheme itself was hardly ingenious. On the surface, however, Hongxiu had indeed been selected by Han Xizai. She possessed no official rank, and Li Hongji would never publicly acknowledge any relationship with a mere singer. If everything succeeded, the Crown Prince would gain the greatest benefit. If everything failed, then Han Xizai would bear the blame. People would say that the Grand Tutor, eager to place Li Hongji upon the throne, had acted on his own. Even if the emperor punished him, he would remember their old relationship. After all, Han Xizai was never the mastermind. Grand Tutor, please bear this burden for me. Ruthlessness filled Li Hongji's eyes. Hongxiu dared say nothing more. She merely lowered her head and agreed. Life rose and fell endlessly. Her heart could no longer feel warmth. Only then did she realize. The tiny wound on her hand still throbbed painfully. Such a small scratch. yet it had become the only outlet for every fear and every despair buried inside her. Then, she thought of him again, his graceful figure passing quietly among flowers and willow branches. Elegant, gentle, accompanied by the faint fragrance of red sandalwood. The handsome man embracing her now resembled him, yet they were entirely different. Li Hongji possessed sharp edges, cruel ambition. Li Songjia was gentle, so gentle that he sometimes seemed almost unreal. No matter what, Li Hongji had never made her think of light. Perhaps the crown prince represented her only chance at glory. Yet, she could never rid herself of fear. She could never forget that night. Timidly lowering her head, she had brushed past Li Songjia. For the first time, she had seen that legendary beauty from so close. She could never touch him. She never would. Then why? Why had fate allowed her to meet him at all? Had Li Songjia never entered her world, she would never have suffered such hesitation. Everything today might have remained peaceful. His smile had been as gentle as the spring breeze. Elegant, refined, poetic. How could she bear to destroy something so beautiful? Forgive me. She clung tightly to the man before her, burying her face against his chest. She wanted to cry, yet forced herself not to. Forgive me. Even she no longer knew whether those words were meant for herself, for Li Songjia, or for Li Hongji. In the end, the old hairpin pierced her once again, yet she refused to remove it. It remained the final witness to her youth, the last memory belonging to Cui Liuxian, a reminder of innocent days that could never return. No matter what happened, she wanted someone to remember. The next morning, after finishing her morning wash, Li Hongji had already left. The servants only said he had gone to retrieve something. He would return shortly. Hongxiu nodded. She dismissed everyone, then quietly steadied herself. Soon, she would go to the Duke of Anding's residence. Everything would finally come to an end. For the last time, she carefully arranged the fragrant wood upon fine brocade before placing it inside the incense burner. The deep crimson sandalwood slowly released pale wisps of smoke. They drifted upward, then quietly disappeared. Ever since meeting Li Songjia, Hongxiu had come to believe that red sandalwood possessed a soul. She could no longer distinguish whether the wood reflected him, or whether he reflected the wood. They completed one another. Someone with such a nature should never have fallen into the center of political power. Yet precisely because of that, he became even more unforgettable. The wooden door creaked open. Someone entered. Without looking, she knew it was Li Hongji. No one else would dare come inside unannounced. She stood and bowed, then calmly continued placing the fragrant wood into the golden incense burner. Li Hongji inhaled slowly. Red sandalwood? Hongxiu smiled. It clears the mind. The spring morning is perfect for its fragrance. Replace it. His voice was cold. Standing beside the window with his hands behind his back, he never looked at her. He merely repeated, "Replace it." Hongxiu hesitated. "Does your highness dislike it?" Li Hongji let out a long breath. He hadn't wanted to explain, but eventually, he answered, "He likes it too much." Those simple words extinguished every remaining warmth inside her heart. Yes, he liked it too much. No one could change that. Red sandalwood had become poison to the heart. Forget it. Extinguish it. Replace it. Li Hongji struggled to suppress the thoughts crowding his mind. Yet the image of pale green robes lingered before his eyes. He could hesitate no longer. "Hongxiu, come here." She obeyed, unsure what he intended. Only then did she notice something glinting in his hand. When Li Hongji saw the old hairpin still fastened in her hair, his expression hardened. Suddenly, he seized her arm. She jumped in fright. "Your Highness." Only then did she see it. A slender golden needle rested between his fingers. "This is a hidden golden needle. It will travel through your bloodstream." His voice was low, hoarse, like a devil whispering. His expression was utterly resolute, as though grasping desperately at the last hope available. He could not allow himself compassion. He could not allow everything he had sacrificed to collapse now. He slowly lifted Hongxiu's sleeve, revealing her pale arm. His fingers gently brushed across her skin. She panicked. Forgetful of etiquette, she instinctively struggled to pull away. But Li Hongji dragged her back, laughing almost madly. He drove the inch-long golden needle into her flesh, deeper, until it completely disappeared beneath her skin. Cold sweat instantly drenched her body. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Tears filled her eyes. Li Hongji released her sleeve. Watching her collapse to her knees, trembling uncontrollably. He gently stroked her hair, almost tenderly. It's all right. Don't be afraid. Your life won't be in danger immediately. It may simply hurt as the needle moves through your body. He spoke as though discussing something utterly ordinary. Hongxiu bit back every sob. By this afternoon, at the latest, if you haven't returned to the Crown Prince's residence before the hour of Shan. In other words, if Li Songjia is still alive, I cannot guarantee your heart will survive after the golden needle reaches it. Hongxiu could not utter a single word. Only despair remained in her eyes. So long as you obey me, I naturally know how to remove the needle. But if anything goes wrong, then even I can do nothing. I wanted to trust you. As he spoke, his fingers lightly brushed the old hairpin in her hair. He had never truly trusted her. Only the faintest needle mark remained upon her arm. No one else would ever notice it. Only the two of them understood. If something went wrong with the wine she sent, either Li Songjia would die, or she would. Was this the love she had longed for day and night? A single golden needle answered everything. Chapter 19. The woman in red stepped gracefully from the carriage. Her flowing sleeves danced in the breeze. She was still the enchanting beauty in crimson. Still the same Hongxiu. With a charming smile, she looked up and saw Lu Zhu already waiting at the gates of the Duke of Anding's residence. Welcome, Miss Hongxiu. Lord Anding and Madam are already waiting in the banquet hall. I've kept them waiting. My apologies. This way, please. She looked exactly as she always had. There wasn't the slightest sign of anything unusual. Today she wore a newly made crimson dance robe. Its long gauze sleeves trailed elegantly across the blue stone pavement. Her captivating eyes seemed even more alluring than before. She truly was beautiful. No wonder even the crown prince had become enchanted by her. Hidden beneath the corridor awnings, several servants secretly watched her from afar. One whispered, I heard Miss Hongxiu has become His Royal Highness's favorite. If the crown prince ascends the throne, she'll surely become an imperial consort. She'll truly become a phoenix perched upon a branch. Another servant nodded. Isn't she the girl the performers found in Zuoyo Lane? What kind of place is that? The poorest district in the city. I've heard no one dares pass through that alley after dark. They say the lowest sort of people gather there. Gossip was the easiest way to pass the time. The young servants chatted excitedly. Nearby, Piaoping watched as the performers from Lixiang Garden entered the banquet hall. Each was beautifully dressed. The servants craned their necks to watch. One nudged Piaoping with his elbow. I say, if our master truly inherits the throne someday, these girls from Lixiang Garden will all enter the palace. That would count as rising to greatness, wouldn't it? Piaoping immediately covered the man's mouth. Stop talking nonsense. If Lord Anding hears you, you'll never work here again. The servant laughed without concern. Why panic? We're only talking among ourselves. Everyone in the streets is saying the same thing. The northern court keeps finding excuses. They don't seem optimistic about the crown prince. The emperor postponed naming the heir, and lately he's favored our master more than anyone. Who says it's impossible? I told you to stop talking. Piaoping shoved him away. Our master is kind. That's why you've become so reckless. Go take care of the horses, and stop spreading rumors. The conversation ended there. Everyone dispersed. After making certain no one remained nearby, Piaoping quietly entered the banquet hall to await instructions. No one noticed. At the far end of the corridor leading toward the side garden, a man dressed in plain brown clothes stood silently, sword-like brows, eyes filled with killing intent. Hongxiu entered the hall together with the performers. At last, she saw him again. The man as tranquil as the meeting of sky and water. Quietly, she sighed. No matter when she saw him, he remained exactly the same. Calm, detached, always wearing that faint smile. Even if the world itself collapsed, he would still sit peacefully drinking tea. When? Would she ever see him lose his composure? Perhaps. Never again. Hongxiu quietly steadied herself and offered a respectful bow. Because Huang adored her singing and dancing, she immediately stepped forward, warmly taking Hongxiu's hands and happily discussing today's performance. Li Songjia sat nearby, smiling as he watched them. The entire residence echoed with music and laughter. Songs drifted through every courtyard. Musicians played. Dancers twirled gracefully. Wine flowed. Flowers were gathered. Laughter filled the air. How beautiful! The ordinary joys of the mortal world could be. Everyone laughed together. Yet every heart carried its own hidden burden. They only knew that Madame had suffered a nightmare yesterday. After taking the physician's medicine, she had slept deeply and forgotten everything. Only Hongxiu knew how many secrets remained hidden, all because of one man. They all loved seeing him smile, like a gentle spring breeze brushing over blossoms. A sharp pain suddenly pierced Hongxiu's arm. It wasn't severe, but it startled her. Hongxiu. Huang looked at her with concern. I'm fine. Hongxiu quickly turned toward Li Songjia. Lord Anding. The Crown Prince specially asked me to bring you this year's finest Qinghuan wine from Shengding Tower. It's different from previous years. Please taste it. Li Songjia stood politely. Please thank His Royal Highness for me. His graceful movement stirred the familiar fragrance of red sandalwood. The scent drifted gently through the hall. Again, just one movement from him unsettled Hongxiu's heart. She hated herself for it. She had witnessed every sorrow imaginable in Zuoyulang. Now that she finally possessed some measure of comfort, why couldn't she overcome something so small? Why did she keep thinking of him? Again and again. Why could she never forget that soul-like fragrance of red sandalwood? The thought felt ridiculous. If she had ever been able to explain it, she would never have reached this point. Everything was both absurd and inevitable. Several musicians stepped forward carrying the newly copied score. Soon, the zither and harps blended together in perfect harmony. Red silk sleeves danced gracefully. Slender waists swayed with the music. Phoenix-like eyes glanced backward with irresistible charm. Why did people need fine wine to intoxicate themselves? This place alone was enough. Gentle, beautiful. Friends gathered together in harmony. Huang admired the performance wholeheartedly. Yet from time to time, her gaze drifted unconsciously toward Li Songjia. He stood nearby in loose robes. A white folding fan trimmed with gold rested lightly in his hand. Even the priceless jade pendant hanging from it failed to outshine his own brilliance. He had once said, I hold the moon in my hand and carry the wind within my heart. He loved every elegant pleasure of the mortal world, yet he never surrendered himself completely to any of them. He simply admired them, appreciated them, loved them, but he never became their sacrifice. No one beneath heaven could truly possess him. Yet, Li Songjia had always believed Li Hongji would understand that. The ones living in drunken dreams were never him. They were the people around him. Huang, Hongxiu, even Li Hongji, even Zhao Kuangyin. Every one of them had become captivated. Though that had never been Li Songjia's intention, he remained as distant as the mountains. Yet that painting contained more than mountains alone. Who else? The same question echoed silently within both women's hearts. The red sun shone upon clear waters. Yellow blossoms reflected white snow. Plum blossoms waited patiently for the beloved, welcoming the spring moon together. Fragrance filled the stone steps. Flowers brightened the garden. Spring overflowed within the heart. Love knew no boundaries. The dripping water clock should never stop. Broken strings should be mended. May lovers forever perform the same melody together. Play together. Please, let us always play together. For a woman, if she could ask for only one happiness in life, wouldn't that be enough? But what about me? Hongxiu danced beneath dazzling splendor. Yet she still couldn't understand the calm hidden behind those double pupils. People had praised her beauty ever since her days in Zuoyulang. Yet after meeting him, she realized she wasn't even as beautiful as the wrist that had captured Li Hongji's attention. Not everyone could become a legend. Even now, she stood surrounded by music. Colorful sleeves danced before her eyes. The hall overflowed with wine and dreams. Yet, no one compared to him. No one beneath heaven could equal him. Who could dye sky and water the color of night rain? Who could intoxicate the world with nothing more than a single wrist? Who possessed talent enough to overturn kingdoms? Who remained breathtaking with every gesture? No wonder Li Hongji wanted him dead. His very existence was a thorn lodged in the heart. It neither hurt nor healed. It simply remained there forever, constantly reminding everyone that as long as Li Songjia lived, no one could truly escape him. Seated at the head of the hall, Li Songjia quietly hummed along with the melody. His voice gradually faded. His gaze wandered toward the flower corridor outside. He was thinking of someone. He sat beside Huang, yet his thoughts belonged elsewhere. Songjia, should we store the wine for later? Or drink it now? He looked toward her. Bring it over. A small wine flask was carried forward. Li Songjia glanced toward the white jade bottle. You weren't feeling well yesterday. The physician forbade you from drinking. Huang sighed helplessly. You really do listen to the physician whenever it suits you. Li Songjia smiled. Of course. The best wine should stay with me. Huang happened to be eating a preserved plum. Hearing that, she nearly spatted at him. Remembering everyone was watching, she merely glared at him, unable to hide a trace of embarrassment. Even Lu Zhu standing nearby lowered her eyes awkwardly. The aroma of wine filled the room. Suddenly, Li Songjia remembered something. He quietly called a servant over and whispered a few instructions. Huang looked at him curiously. He merely waved a hand. I'll be right back. Stay here with them. He nodded politely toward the performers before leaving. What was he planning? Li Songjia ordered Piaoping to bring out the brocade of mountains and rivers. Though confused, Piaoping obeyed. He helped his master put it on. The room immediately seemed to brighten. The brocade of mountains and rivers was unmatched beneath heaven. Ordinary people could never bear its magnificence. On anyone else, it would have been wasted. Yet watching Lord Anding wear it, even Piaoping had to admit, only Lord Anding deserved such robes. He truly was no ordinary man. When Li Songjia returned, the entire hall fell silent. No one knew what to say. He simply smiled. Please continue. Huang looked at him in surprise. Songjia, it's nothing. Continue. If today's the day, then let everything come out. He spoke lightly. As he spread his sleeves, the mountains and rivers embroidered upon them seemed to eclipse the world itself. Everything else became mere decoration beside him. Hongxiu looked up. For one terrifying instant, it felt like the end of the world. The vast mountains and rivers shimmered across pale blue silk. Throughout the entire Southern Tang, no one but Li Songjia could wear such robes. The brocade of mountains and rivers. She sighed inwardly. Born during an age of prosperity, yet trapped in an era of turmoil. What would happen if such a man truly carried the fate of mountains and rivers? How could war and bloodshed ever suit him? The sharp edges of history could only wound him. He was never someone destined to bear the burden of common people. There was only one Li Songjia beneath heaven. And yet, he longed to ride upon the wind. The performers from Lixian Garden had never witnessed anything like this. All of them became flustered. They wanted to look at him, yet feared the difference in status. Their fingers plucked the strings absent-mindedly. Again and again, their eyes drifted toward his beautiful wrist. He inspired both admiration and envy. Everyone naturally longed for beauty. Yet beauty alone was shallow. These women relied upon beauty for temporary glory. Nothing more remained afterward. So they all sighed. Sometimes, people couldn't even remember Li Songjia's face clearly. The lingering fragrance of red sandalwood made them forget everything else. Character could never be earned through beauty alone. Not everyone possessed it. The brocade of mountains and rivers could not be worn every day, nor could everyone bear its weight. Li Songjia knew that. Hongxiu knew it as well. The incense burner was replenished several times. No one knew how much time had passed. Suddenly, voices echoed through the corridor. Lu Zhu entered to report. Young Master Zhao from the side garden wishes to see your lordship. Li Songjia slowly sipped his tea. His eyes drifted toward Hongxiu. There wasn't the slightest trace of panic upon her face. He found himself admiring her composure. She truly had seen many difficult situations. She remained perfectly calm. Huang sat quietly nearby. Li Songjia instructed Lu Zhu. Ask him what it is. If it isn't urgent, tell him to return later. Outside, the man in brown looked increasingly anxious. He repeatedly urged Lu Zhu to announce him. It is urgent. Li Songjia looked toward Huang. The hall remained full of guests. Yet she merely smiled. If you have something to do, go. I'll stay with Hongxiu. Hongxiu also rose. She signaled for the young maid beside her to bring forward the flask of Qinghuan wine. Lord Anding, take this fine wine. Share it with your friend. There was quiet determination hidden within her eyes. Li Songjia looked into them, then suddenly smiled. Miss Hongxiu is truly thoughtful. On behalf of young Master Zhao, I thank the Crown Prince for his generosity. Everyone in the hall remained composed. Each had already made their decision. Wine stained Hongxiu's long fingernails. She didn't notice. Huang. Li Songjia turned back, taking both her hands in his. Without caring who might see, she looked at him, embarrassed. Do you still remember the score? What score? The rainbow feather dance. Of course I remember. Why ask so suddenly? His double-pupiled eyes remained as unfathomable as ever. It's nothing. If you truly recover it one day, then recreate the flourishing Tang dynasty. Huang sensed only that he seemed worried. She couldn't understand his meaning. She simply nodded. Then she noticed all the young maids still waiting nearby. She gently withdrew her hands. Hurry back. Everyone's waiting. I asked Luzhu to prepare your favorite lotus root cakes for lunch. Even now, his wife only thought about his favorite food. She noticed nothing else. At last, he squeezed her hands tightly. All right. Then, he turned and walked away. Behind him, a young maid carried the fresh wine. Hongxiu stared at the wine flask as they disappeared from sight. A sharp pain spread through her chest. She rubbed it twice, as though easing soreness. Are you tired? Come, sit with me and listen to the music. Huang gently drew her down beside her. From afar, the incomparable brocade of mountains and rivers slowly disappeared from view. The candle turned. The dream ended. One searched for traces of the past, only to find empty air. Heavens had always opposed human wishes. The moon climbed higher. Pools and terraces shimmered beneath it. Flower-filled pavilions bathed in the setting sun. Even if one's clothes became damp climbing upward, it no longer mattered. Heaven always defied the heart. Who had made him born into such chaotic times? Who had made him remain so stubborn? None of it could be avoided. Yet all of it had been inevitable. Hongxiu gripped her own hand tightly. Her fingernails pierced her palm. Only pain reminded her. They were all still alive. Everything else was merely illusion. Apart from the fragrance of red sandalwood, she could no longer smell the warmth of ordinary life. So, she wished only for him to remain exactly as he had always been. Hongxiu smiled quietly, a smile no one noticed. Li Songjia lifted a drooping willow branch with one elegant wrist. Ahead, Zhao Kuangyin stood waiting. How is it? If Lord Anding has a moment, please come to the garden. Li Songjia followed him. Before leaving, he turned back toward the banquet hall one last time. The wine remained warm. The candlelight glowed crimson. Light spilled across half the wall. The faint fragrance of musk drifted through embroidered lotus curtains. His young heart overflowed with unspoken affection. If life could begin again, he would still feel grateful. He only wished that beneath the moonlight, they could once more sit together embroidering lotus flowers beneath the lamp. In the side garden, a small flask of wine rested upon the table. Zhao Kuangyin picked it up, holding it in silence. Li Songjia asked, Are you cold? Zhao Kuangyin said nothing. Silence stretched between them. Finally, he narrowed his eyes. Why are you wearing this robe again? He carefully examined the brocade of mountains and rivers. The embroidery was astonishing. Even the ripples upon the rivers seemed alive. He leaned closer. The fragrance lingering from the Qinhuai River drifted faintly from the fabric. Yet even that couldn't overcome the scent of red sandalwood. Li Songjia raised an eyebrow. The magnificent brocade made his youthful beauty resemble polished jade. For one dazzling instant, he appeared utterly unrestrained, irresistibly captivating. Zhao Kuangyin nearly reached out to embrace him. Then Li Songjia smiled. Reluctant? What? To part with me? Zhao Kuangyin inhaled sharply. That was unmistakably a challenge. He immediately pulled the beautiful figure into his arms and pressed him lightly against the table. I can't bear to part with the wine. I heard it's worth its weight in gold. The man in his arms shifted uneasily. Zhao Kuangyin loosened his grip slightly, only to watch Li Songjia carefully smooth every wrinkle from his robe. The embroidered mountains and rivers spread magnificently across the silk. His double-pupiled eyes calmly met Zhao Kuangyin's. What is gold? What you're wrinkling now is the whole world. His determination was to remain peerless until the very end. Perhaps he too was consumed by obsession. If he had to die, then he would die wrapped in the brocade of mountains and rivers. The broken strings from years ago could never be restored. The flowing wind, the singing spring, would never return. If Li Songjia died, he would become a memory remembered throughout the ages. Everyone would remember him. Everyone would sigh. He wanted the world to witness that only he could wear, contain, and truly deserve the brocade of mountains and rivers. There would never be another person like him. Zhao Kuangyin slowly lowered himself closer. His voice became almost a whisper. What if I want to conquer the whole world. Chapter 20. Note: this chapter was later locked by the author. Li Songjia could clearly feel Zhao Kuangyin's scorching breath on his forehead. This world is about to die. What use is a dead person to you? He felt no panic whatsoever. Zhao Kuangyin suddenly took the wine pot and rubbed it in his palm. When Li Songjia saw this, he reached out to take it too, but Zhao Kuangyin stopped him just as he was about to touch the pot. What? You won't even let me die knowing why. He laughed happily, staring intently at the poisonous creature as if he were very curious about it. You found out so clearly. This is a bone-chilling poison. An extremely cold poison. Zhao Kuangyin said meaningfully, gently opening the bottle and smelling it. And then? And what else did you find out? Li Songjia shook his head. How could doctors in the south know so much? That's all. He then stared at him. Do you mean there's more to this than meets the eye? Zhao Kuangyin was also looking at him. Li Songjia remained calm, showing no sign of joy or sorrow, as if the wine had nothing to do with him, and as if facing death was an ordinary and simple matter. It was just a matter of whether you win or lose, whether you drink or not. At this moment, Li Songjia suddenly made Zhao Kuangyin feel extremely distressed. He would rather see a disappointed and confused Li Songjia than see him so clear-headed and calm. This made him feel that it was a sin. But there was no other way. He could only prove that he was still real by forcing him to be alarmed and to show a different expression. So he kissed him passionately, not letting Li Songjia off the hook even for a moment. Each time, this man drove Zhao Kuangyin to madness. Only in this way could he be certain he could act without restraint, that he must still be the Zhao Kuangyin who dared to do what he wanted. He had to maintain that dignified mask, so he wouldn't appear as a self-pitying, compassionate figure like a so-called virtuous man. Li Songjia felt his head throb again, as if something was violently pulling and tearing at it. He frowned, but the pain did nothing to alleviate it. So many things were in a tug-of-war, unresolved. This entangled feeling gave him a sudden urge to indulge. It was not a big deal. Wasn't he supposed to be indulging himself? In the end, let's treat it all as a dream. In the dream, you and I are still ourselves, without the need to pretend to be friends or foes. We simply cherish each other. Cherish this moment. Zhao Kuangyin disliked incense, but upon seeing him, he developed a fondness for the sandalwood scent, whether intentionally or unintentionally. He lingered, unable to tear himself away from the refined elegance in the man's eyes and brows. How he longed to see such a man show vulnerability. How he wanted to know just how beautiful he truly was. Body temperature never hides from the heart. Clearly, the intertwining of lips and teeth had left both of them lost in a daze. A thick fog obscured the clarity in his pupils. He could see his own uncontrollable rage. He was increasingly powerless. What should they do with him now that things had come to this? Even the most magnificent landscapes could not conceal the game played between their fingers. Their clothes were scattered haphazardly. She stood up and pulled Li Songjia up with her. She did not want to be so embarrassed and let him take whatever he wanted, but once the spark ignited, no one could stop it. In her dizziness, she was forced onto the soft couch and could not move. An unspeakable desolation suddenly welled up in the air, and Li Songjia felt a pang of sadness. Everything at this moment proved that he had been completely deceiving himself. What was the point of clinging to his last shred of elegance when things between them had clearly become more complicated? If the final gamble of life was futile, then it was better to give it all up. Li Songjia never cared about the opinions of the world, yet he could not escape his own inner demons. Now, Zhao Kuangyin's hands, firm and unyielding, stirred a trace of lingering affection in his heart. When Li Songjia touched his face for the first time, he smiled sadly. Zhao Kuangyin was at a loss for words at this sudden change. He could only watch helplessly as the light in his pupils dimmed. Songjia, he called gently, wanting to comfort this lost soul, but he himself was equally heartbroken. She wanted him, but could not keep him. Why bother? He pressed down on him, not allowing him to hide. Why waste this whole rainy and misty weather? It was unavoidable. There was no other way. Li Songjia was out of breath, but quietly let him caress him. My whole life has been burdened by this wealth and glory, yet I am trapped in it and cannot escape. I have always believed in human kindness and believed that the crown prince, Brother Hongji, would not go this far, but the wine still arrived. He was going to kill him with his own hands. Do you know how devastating it is when the beliefs you've always held on to suddenly crumble? So don't let Zhao Guangyi down. Li Congjia always murmured this phrase. If it were not for the fact that royalty is born into nobility, could human relationships ever return to their original purity? As noon approached, the weather was fine. The gloom of continuous rain dissipated and the sky was clear. However, this small, secluded garden was sparsely populated, and Zhao Kuangyin always avoided being seen by others, so the windows remained closed. The room was filled with a sudden, simmering sense of despair and struggle. On a table and chairs, a brocade robe, like discarded street fabric, lay scattered carelessly, half of it lying unnoticed on the floor. The dark gauze curtains beside the soft couch were torn and fell in disarray. In his dazed state, Li Congjia could see nothing. His pupils could only see one person, only Zhao Kuangyin. Zhao Kuangyin's lips lingered on that stunningly beautiful wrist, causing the man to tremble uncomfortably. He suppressed the man's urge to retreat and pressed down on those wrists. Be good. Li Congjia turned his head away from him. He wanted to say something, but ultimately did not. Shoo. Zhao Kuangyin gave him a final warning, then leaned down and kissed his eyelashes. Li Congjia could only close his eyes. The tingling, itchy sensation was strangely unique. His slightly husky voice blew freely onto his face, clearly moved. Today, no one will save you. This remark left him even more bewildered, prompting Zhao Kuangyin to chuckle mischievously. Let me try to remember you. Li Congjia. What use is it to remember me? The long blue belt around his waist was removed from its restraints, and instantly his cool fingertips deftly probed inside. The distinct stimulation made the pale blue-clad man finally gasp for breath. You madman. Zhao Kuangyin suddenly picked him up. His already disheveled hair fell down, blurring their vision. I'm a madman, and so are you. Zhao Kuangyin finished speaking and bit his ear, hearing his soft groan making him even more uncontrollable. If we go mad, it's between the two of us. There was also a gentle breeze blowing through the flowers, and the plain white inner robe was pulled down by the person behind him. The several pulls between them seemed to be the last bit of their obsession. It was just a fleeting moment of beauty, but the passing of this scene made it seem more like revenge. Amidst the repeated tearing and the inability to resist, the black gauze danced. In the distance, the music from the banquet hall could still be heard. Li Congjia's mind was filled with past memories. The laughter of his youth in brocade robes, the fallen yellow flowers when his brother Hongji pushed him, the flowing wind and the sound of springs, and the magnificent landscape. What else? Suddenly he remembered the woman who smiled as her veil fell, her smile as graceful as a startled swan. At that moment, he thought he had encountered the most beautiful chapter of his life. But what can be decided in advance? The so-called graceful movements, the agile grace, the ethereal beauty of light clouds veiling the moon, and the swirling snowflakes in the wind. All these lost their luster at this moment. What use were they compared to the inch of immortality that person ascends to heaven between their fingers? Why did Li Congjia suddenly burst into tears? At this moment, he was sinking into a bone-deep depravity, unable to control it. Or perhaps it was simply beyond his control. It was just that the madman's eyes reflected a distorted version of himself, suddenly making him feel powerless. It was all like flowers and the moon's reflection in water, visible, yet untouchable. Tears suddenly welled up from those deep eyes, falling drop by drop, soaking into the dark gold bedding and dampening Zhao Kuangyin's heart. His movements slowed, and he cupped Li Congjia's face, unsure how to comfort him, yet he was driven almost mad by the dampness of the Qinhuai River rain seeping into his body. Don't cry. The person in green slowly turned away, unwilling to let him see, but this only made the path of the rolling tears even clearer. It was not weakness, but rather the sudden release of many years of accumulated burdens. All this torment was finally going to end on this day. There was no more imperial power, no more crown prince, and no more sixth prince. Nothing at all. But in the end, he still had to leave with guilt towards that woman. He still felt sorry for Huang. Unable to hold back his tears, how could it be so embarrassing? Li Congjia dodged and avoided letting him see clearly, but Zhao Kuangyin held him tightly by the waist, preventing him from moving. How about I let you go? Don't cry. His throat bobbed clearly. He could not bear to see his tears. It's more painful than killing myself. 1,000 lights, 9 streets of fragrant breeze. None can compare to this serene, verdant figure in the dim light. The whole world is no match for him. How can I bear to see him in such agony? Zhao Kuangyin reached out and lifted Li Songjia's clothes, covering his body. Get up, and don't cry anymore. The man who had always acted recklessly suddenly suppressed all his wild thoughts. His voice was still a little stiff as he wrapped him in his clothes and tried to help him up. Li Songjia lay motionless on the couch, unable to see him, yet whispered, "You." A hint of annoyance flickered in his eyes. At a time like this, he actually, the words stuck in his throat, and he could only bite his lip. His plain robe, pulled loose by Zhao Kuangyin, suddenly exposed half of his jade-like body to the air, a chill emanating from it. Ignoring everything else, he only asked, "Zhao Kuangyin, why do you think I'm crying? Do you really think I'm a weakling? Then I've misjudged you." He bit his lip and reached for his robe. He was not grieving because he was powerless to resist, but that fool insisted on playing the gentleman at this moment. They were both men. Who could resist the magnificent spectacle before them? Besides, he had already lost his heart. These words ignited a raging fire in the heavens. Unconscious desire flashed in Zhao Kuangyin's eyes. If he could still stop himself at this moment, it would be a waste of his efforts. Zhao Kuangyin shoved him hard onto the couch. His thin back ached from the impact. Li Songjia let out a soft moan, which only fueled the man's uncontrollable desire, turning all his gentleness into an intense longing. They were both insane, and the world was far beyond their grasp. Desire swept in like a raging fire, fervent and urgent. Zhao Kuangyin only wanted to remember him at all costs. He bit him hard, leaving a bright red wound on his shoulder, from which blood gushed. Li Songjia was in unbearable pain, yet he refused to dodge and let him do as he pleased. Entangled and caressing, relaxing and turning, the person lingered on every inch of his body with a cruel, yet domineering ruthlessness, as if trying to tear him apart and devour him. The sandalwood fragrance emanating from him was tainted with the sweet, seductive allure of blood, indescribable. The wound on his shoulder was like a withered butterfly with broken wings, forever without a way out. His wrists were being rubbed by the palms of the man, as if trying to melt into the long lines of his hand. If he could not have Li Songjia in his life, then everything was destined to be nothing, all just ashes. Zhao Kuangyin felt even more pleased seeing him suffer for him. The strength in the man's hands increased, making it impossible for him to avoid him in the slightest. He had to accept him completely. The intricate embroidery on the curtain reflected the enchanting scene in the room. Songjia, I'll give you the whole world, okay? The man beneath him was already dizzy and could not hear his words clearly. He could only see his lips moving, wanting to say something, but he could not help but murmur, "You." The pain and unfamiliarity were incomparable to the intense desire that forced him to stop thinking about the deeper meaning in those words. In the next instant, the man rushed straight into him. The unbearable pain overwhelmed Li Songjia, causing him to bite his lip until it bled. Tears welled in his eyes. Zhao Kuangyin leaned down and gently kissed his neck. "Even in death, remember who caused you such suffering. Remember, you cannot let me go. Who caused you this pain? You must remember, Li Songjia." His voice was deep and commanding, his aura menacing as he pressed the man. "Who has caused you this? Speak." Zhao Kuangyin. He was in unbearable pain, only able to be a wisp of mist in his palm, helplessly subject to his whims. The wound on his lips deepened, and if this continued, he would surely hurt himself. He kissed his lips, hoping that he could lower his guard and completely relax. The sharp sword light on the wall dimmed. Even heroes bowed. Who can escape the heart-wrenching curse? Gradually, she heard the thin man's breathing become heavy, his teeth loosening, finally letting go of all her inhibitions. She took his hand and began a passionate embrace, pulling him into her arms. After a few turns, she saw the fine beads of sweat on his taut, bony back. His weak fingertips traced her cheek, a desire unfulfilled. Even 1,000 miles of war would be nothing compared to this gentle spring breeze. Peach blossoms scattered and flew at the boundary of heaven and earth, in the underworld. Were the streaks of crimson clouds, or the flames he had ignited? His disheveled hair added to his allure. His pupils were filled with intoxication. I'm drunk even without wine. Li Songjia was suddenly stung by the sword light that appeared before his eyes. He clearly saw the chilling aura emanating from it, and, having lost all restraint, he raised his hand to take the sword. Zhao Kuangyin, momentarily confused and infatuated, did not think carefully about what he was about to do. He was taken aback, but then he saw that the bruised wrist made the sword seem elegant. He had no time to dodge. Li Songjia plunged his sword into his arm. Blood gushed out instantly. Zhao Kuangyin grabbed his hair, twisted his wrist, and forced the sword out of his hand. Li Songjia looked up, laughing through his tears. You didn't want to remember me, huh? His hair was being pulled, forcing him to look up and meet his fury. This sword could not wound Zhao Kuangyin, but you said you wanted to remember me. As long as this wound remains, and the sandalwood remains, I will not leave. You must remember, as long as the sandalwood remains, I will not be gone. Even Zhao Kuangyin, who had traversed the north and south, facing life and death, was moved to tears at this moment. The wound had not reached the bones, but it had pierced his heart. The sword tip had brutally torn through his flesh, carving out those few words, filled with sorrow. He knew the desolation beneath that sword. He knew his heart. The outline was real and incredibly clear. For the first time, he saw the green-clad man trembling and frantically indulging, unable to control himself. Zhao Kuangyin covered his body once more, his fingers gliding over him, creating a series of stirring drumbeats. Gong, shang, jiao, zheng, yu, scattered and sung, each note reflecting his eyes, the unyielding, thick pupils of his single eye. How could one bear to part with them? The joy of parting was futile, and no one cared about the blood on the bed. They could not tell whose blood it came from, and could only torment each other with a questioning that was neither an intrusion nor a sign of helplessness. It was just that he could not help himself. The air was thick with a lingering, turbulent tension, yet lotuses bloomed silently within. Zhao Kuangyin, almost obsessively, traced the contours of the man's body again and again, lingering on his waist. Congjia. Several times, the jade-like figure seemed to sway in the tide, overturning a low, gilded table. The clothes that had been scattered on it fell to the ground, leaving only a lone wooden object that rolled a considerable distance across the bluestone floor. In a fleeting glance, Zhao Kuangyin noticed the wooden bracelet he and his younger brother had made as children had fallen to the ground with a hollow sound. He suddenly remembered something, but before he could react, he was overwhelmed by the man's subtle fragrance of sandalwood. When everything had calmed down, Li Songjia was covered in dark, alluring butterfly wings. His breath still lingered in his ears. The romance seemed boundless. The music and singing outside the window gradually faded. Perhaps it was time to disperse. To seek spring, one must arrive early. To admire flowers, one must not wait until the branches are old. A jade cup, pale blue and supple, holds a glass of clear wine. Why not laugh heartily often? For spring has long since departed from the imperial garden. Let us get drunk together in tranquility, and compose poems to the rhythm of the drums. Zhao Kuangyin still refused to let go of Li Songjia's wrists. His stubborn grip seemed to imprison Li Songjia's very soul. But then, the weary man uttered a faint, "Bring me the wine." Both of their gazes fell simultaneously on the small pot of Qinghuan on the table. It is said to be worth the same as gold, but at this moment, it is worth the same as human life. For that one piece of power, they were willing to treat it like dirt. What is the value of a human life? It is said that wealth and power are fleeting, yet ordinary people often value them above all else. Even the deepest pain is ultimately less than a pot of wine. Li Songjia, with his breathtaking talent and brilliance as he plucked flowers with his 10 fingers in the dew-covered garden, was a figure of unparalleled elegance that everyone would cherish and value as their own life. Yet some resolutely let him go. As Zhao Kuangyin watched the man in light blue robes pick up the wine pot, a dull ache gripped his heart, as if he were drinking lead and stone. A fleeting breeze dissipates easily, a melodious spring ceases to flow, even flesh and blood turn against each other, and those of the same root perish together. In this world, what can be done about love? How can one escape sorrow and resentment in life? My emotions are boundless, and yet, outside the window, that melody written by Li Songjia himself begins to play. A single oar in the spring breeze, a leaf-like boat. A single thread of silk, a light hook. Flowers fill the islet, wine fills the cup. Freedom is found amidst the vast expanse of waves. The vast waves have not yet receded, but the beautiful woman is gone forever. That graceful gesture, with its upward wave, has eclipsed the world. How many in this world are like me? Zhao Kuangyin's eyes lit up. Li Hongji, you are a complete idiot. Chapter 21. The slender fingertips gently traced the smooth white porcelain wine pot. A few porcelain cups rested on a small gold-lacquered tray. Li Songjia stood and dressed himself. With calm elegance, he turned his back and carefully fastened every strap, one layer after another. The magnificent mountain and river brocade robe, heavy with intricate embroidery and long trailing hems, settled over him once more. It was a beauty that belonged to him alone. Zhao Kuangyin watched in silence. The graceful outline of Li Songjia's slender frame moved quietly beneath the layers of silk, like a lotus unfolding its final, most glorious bloom. For a moment, Zhao Kuangyin was stunned. Flowers never truly fade. Li Songjia turned around in silence, as though the splendor of 3,000 years had come to its end. Holding the wine cup, he raised his brows slightly and drank with calm dignity. His long hair remained loose, flowing freely behind him. He emptied the cup in one smooth motion. I would rather destroy myself and wither away than let everyone remember only my former glory. He had thought Zhao Kuangyin would say something. Somewhere deep inside, he had been waiting for it. He wanted to know what Zhao Kuangyin would say in the end. Instead, Zhao Kuangyin merely stared at the porcelain cup in his hand without speaking. After a long separation comes reunion. After a long reunion comes separation. Such is the way of the world. Fortune and misfortune come to every person, and even troubled times will eventually end. If Brother Hongji fulfills his lifelong wish in the future, please burn incense and offer sacrifices for me during next year's Qixi festival. The Qixi festival? Zhao Kuangyin did not understand why that day mattered. Li Songjia smiled quietly. He carried his wine to the window and pushed it open just enough for sunlight to stream inside. Tilting his head back, he closed his eyes peacefully. My birthday. Very well. Mr. Zhao. Li Songjia suddenly called to him. For a brief moment, it felt as though they had returned to that quiet alley beneath the tree. The faint scent of red sandalwood drifted between them, making Zhao Kuangyin unconsciously loosen his grip on the knife. Will you grant me one final wish? Zhao Kuangyin already knew what he meant. You still want the dance of the rainbow skirts and feathered robes. The man in pale green gave a slight nod. His eyes remained lifted toward the sky. March was still warm. They said the fireworks of March belonged to the south of the Yangtze River. When will I become drunk today? My heart has never returned. I have never returned. I cannot see through this mortal world. Yet in my dreams, the mountains and rivers still shine beneath the sun and moon. That musical score. Zhao Kuangyin began. Li Songjia gently interrupted him. If I'm not mistaken, that score is unimaginably rare. Anyone fortunate enough to possess it would use it to curry favor with the rich and powerful. A poor man would never own such a treasure. Zhao Kuangyin remained silent. So it's easy for you to promise me. Li Songjia smiled faintly. Outside the window, a branch of peach blossoms stretched inward, covered with delicate pink buds. He closed his eyes and breathed in the faint fragrance carried by the spring breeze. Slowly, he reached out. His pale fingertips brushed the soft pink blossoms. For an instant, Zhao Kuangyin seemed to see an entire tree bursting into brilliant crimson bloom. Everything about him felt almost magical. Wherever Li Songjia went, everything around him became breathtakingly beautiful. He gently pinched a peach blossom and plucked it from the branch. One by one, he slowly separated its tiny petals. His loose hair fluttered softly in the breeze. Zhao Kuangyin stood nearby, unable to look away. Li Songjia noticed his gaze, but said nothing. He merely lifted the petals to his nose and breathed in their fragrance. Peach blossoms. Then he looked up again. The embroidered sleeve of his mountain and river brocade robe slipped back, revealing a wrist still marked with the traces of their earlier intimacy. Without hesitation, he placed the pink petals into his mouth. Zhao Kuangyin drew in a sharp breath. His loose black hair, the magnificent brocade, the flower resting between smiling lips, eyes as tranquil as distant mountains. Within those unusual double pupils, Zhao Kuangyin saw only his own reflection. What are heaven, earth, life, death, and this endless world to me? I no longer notice the morning dew or the sunlight upon the leaves. If I admitted my feelings, you would only laugh at me. Have you ever tasted peach blossoms? Li Songjia spoke elegantly, the petals still between his lips. He suddenly remembered the palace maids from his childhood. Whenever a young prince cried, they would coax him into picking flowers to play with. As a child, he had always believed that if flowers smelled so sweet, they must taste sweet as well. So he often tucked petals into his mouth to taste them. Perhaps children born with double pupils simply saw the world differently. If he were not destined to become an emperor, perhaps he might have become a sage instead. In truth, peach blossoms barely had any flavor. The taste was delicate and faint, not especially sweet. Reality was often very different from what people imagined. Just like Li Songjia himself, people believed he looked down upon the world with detached elegance. Yet in truth, he was like a beautiful young noble gathering flowers beneath a tree, while stubbornly keeping his eyes fixed on the sun, the moon, and the rivers beyond. In an instant, Zhao Kuangyin crossed the distance between them. Li Songjia thought he meant to take the wine cup. Instead, Zhao Kuangyin seized the hand holding the flower petals. A fierce determination flashed through his eyes. For the first time, Li Songjia felt as though he were looking at a beast finally revealing its claws. His grip tightened, yet his voice remained surprisingly gentle. Peach blossoms? I've never tasted them. Li Songjia had almost forgotten he had even asked. Zhao Kuangyin lifted his hand toward his own face. Closing his eyes, he quietly breathed in the lingering floral scent upon Li Songjia's fingers. After a long pause, he murmured, "Perhaps I'll know once I've tasted them." His fingertips slipped gently into Li Songjia's mouth. Li Songjia sighed softly. He neither moved nor resisted. Why? The east wind troubled me, and only then did I notice their fragrance. Bitter. Zhao Kuangyin finally released his hand. Whether he was speaking of the flower, or himself, even he could not say. Li Songjia stepped back several paces. Holding the wine cup level before him, he smiled like the spring breeze and softly recited a poem from Wang Xizai. The candle turns as the wind drifts by. I awaken from my dream and search for traces of the past. Yet those I long for are gone, and heaven has made my heart's desire forever oppose my fate. I wait beneath the moon. The pools and terraces lie empty beside flowing water. Flower-shadowed pavilions bask in the slanting sun. I climb without caring whether my clothes become soaked. Zhao Kuangyin did not stop him. He merely tilted back his head and finished the wine in his porcelain cup. Then he casually threw the cup onto the floor. It shattered into countless pieces. Li Songjia finished the final lines of the poem. He remembered the moment he had stepped into empty space. The dangerous, extravagant thoughts that had filled his heart. There was still wine upon his lips. It was not nearly as cold as he had imagined. Qinghuan wine was naturally refreshing. If poison had been mixed into it, rosewood could neutralize the toxin. However, if the wine itself was harmless, then combining rosewood with the albizia flower juice already blended into Qinghuan wine would instead create a deadly poison. Bone-chilling. Bone-chilling. Shouldn't such poison feel unbearably cold? He had always imagined that death would feel like the endless frozen wilderness of the northern frontier. Yet, nothing happened. Suddenly, Zhao Kuangyin rushed forward and slipped something onto his wrist. It was an ordinary-looking rosewood bracelet. Li Songjia immediately recognized that it was no common object, though nothing about it appeared unusual. Before he could finish, "Why didn't I die?" Li Songjia stared blankly at the bracelet upon his wrist. Then he looked toward the wine cup. So, the poison that penetrates the bones enters through Qinghuan wine. Rosewood neutralizes poison wine, but if the wine itself is harmless, the rosewood reacts with the albizia flower juice and creates poison instead. Zhao Kuangyin had not expected him to understand so much. Li Songjia even knew that rosewood could neutralize poison wine. That was why he had insisted on using porcelain cups. He really was too clever. Zhao Kuangyin became even more determined. "If you wear this, you won't die." He clasped Li Songjia's hand. "Rosewood can dispel poison. This bracelet is specially made. The antidote inside it suppresses the poison. Li Songjia frowned in confusion. He examined the bracelet carefully, but still could not understand how such a simple object could suppress poison. But I was perfectly fine. His gaze drifted back toward the wine pot. Seeing his confusion, Zhao Kuangyin simply said, "There are many things you don't know." His fingertips tapped lightly against the table. Then, changing the subject entirely, he asked, "Have you ever seen snow?" Li Songjia shook his head. "The south of the Yangtze River is warm. How could you ever see such a thing? The icy frost of thousands of miles is gathered inside this small bottle." He tucked the wine flask into his robes, refusing to let Li Songjia examine it further. His thoughts drifted to the snow-covered northern frontier, to countless snowflakes dancing across the sky and brushing gently against his clothes. How he wished, just once, to watch those endless falling snows reflected within Li Songjia's extraordinary eyes. Though he feared the man would freeze to death before ever seeing such a sight. "You're trying to save me?" Li Songjia asked only that one question. Zhao Kuangyin fell silent. Li Songjia understood perfectly well. If he did not die today, endless troubles would follow. Li Hongji might survive this crisis, but the future could never truly be abandoned. "Zhao Kuangyin, you may be able to save me today, but you cannot save me forever. Besides, this body has never truly belonged to me. I don't see any meaning in preserving it." He reached up without hesitation to remove the bracelet. Zhao Kuangyin caught his hand. "I'm not saving you. I'm proposing a fair exchange." His tone was so casual that it sounded like nothing more than ordinary business. "I know you dislike owing favors. You want the dance of the rainbow skirts and feathered robes. So exchange your life for it." Li Songjia blinked in surprise. "My life? That's right. As long as you keep this bracelet on, you won't die. After I leave Jinling, I'll find the musical score for you. But if Li Songjia dies before I return, then you've broken our agreement. And a Huang will never obtain that score." Li Songjia lowered his hand. "You're that confident you'll find it?" Zhao Kuangyin did not answer. "Will you accept the exchange, or not?" Li Songjia smiled faintly. "Very well. I'll live." The words drifted lightly through the room. Yet Zhao Kuangyin suddenly felt an immense weight lift from his heart. He opened his arms and embraced him. Li Songjia slowly returned the embrace. Breathing in the familiar scent of rosewood lingering upon Zhao Kuangyin's robes, he felt strangely at peace. Leaning close to his ear, Zhao Kuangyin whispered every word from the bottom of his heart. "Songjia, live." Li Songjia leaned quietly against him and nodded. His expression remained hidden, but he was astonishingly calm. "As long as I live, you must live. Never remove this bracelet. No one is allowed to touch it." Li Songjia nodded once more without speaking. Warmth slowly spread through his heart. This man truly wished for him to live. Not for the throne, not for power, not for ambition. At this very moment, he sincerely wished for Li Songjia to live. To be cherished by another person was a wonderfully warm feeling. A smile unlike any other appeared upon Li Songjia's face. Then, at last, he embraced Zhao Kuangyin in return. "The people, the realm, the entire world. I want all of it." Zhao Kuangyin silently vowed that one day, he would give Li Songjia a world. "What about Zhao Guanyi?" Li Songjia suddenly remembered. "Don't say anything. Trust me, I won't let my own brother die." Zhao Kuangyin spoke with complete confidence. Everything already seemed to be under his control. "I'll be leaving soon." He did not belong to this southern kingdom, nor was he a golden dragon that could remain trapped in so small a place. Li Songjia had always known that, yet hearing it spoken aloud still left him feeling strangely melancholy. He had grown accustomed to danger at his side, perhaps because Zhao Kuangyin's very presence was like picking orchids from the edge of a cliff. Beautiful precisely because it was dangerous. "What does snow look like?" Zhao Kuangyin merely shook his head. "We'll meet tomorrow evening at Phoenix Tower." He released Li Songjia and bent down to pick up his sword. "Tomorrow." The brown-haired man turned and walked toward the door with calm composure. Blood still seeped steadily from the sword wound on his arm beneath the hastily wrapped cloth. Seeing the blood, Li Songjia suddenly felt the sharp pain in his own shoulder again. He remembered Zhao Kuangyin desperately holding him. He remembered the madness that had nearly consumed him. Those lingering touches remained vivid. Yet somehow, his own heart had become completely calm. Just before stepping outside, Zhao Kuangyin stopped. Without turning back, he said, "Consider it a farewell gift. Tomorrow, everything will be settled." He strode away. The door remained open. "If heaven does not disappoint you, one day you'll see snow falling across thousands of miles." Li Songjia watched him leave. His eyes gradually brightened with the innocent clarity of a child. At the very end, Zhao Kuangyin's voice rang out loud and clear. "I am not him. I will never abandon my brothers." Li Songjia smiled knowingly. Walking slowly outside, he welcomed the spring breeze as it stirred the willow branches. The dance had ended. The strings had fallen silent. The curtains fluttered gently along the corridor toward the side garden. It was time to serve the midday meal. As he passed through the half-moon gate, Piaoping froze. The room stood wide open. It was obvious no one remained inside. Yet Lord Anding stood alone beneath a peach tree, his long hair hanging loose as he gazed upward, quietly breathing in the fragrance of the blossoms. Unsure whether to approach or retreat, Piaoping finally stepped forward. "My lord." Li Songjia turned toward him. "What time is it?" "It is noon." Li Songjia started walking with him, only to realize his hair was still loose. Speechless, he returned to his room and allowed Piaoping to tie it properly. Dressed once again in the pale blue mountain and river brocade robe, Piaoping suddenly felt his own face growing hot. His heartbeat raced. He forced himself to lower his eyes, unable to look directly at the breathtaking beauty before him. He dared not let his thoughts wander. Yet Zhao Kuangyin's visit left him increasingly uneasy. "My lord, should young Master Zhao join us for the meal?" "He's gone. Clean this room thoroughly, and have someone watch over it every day." "Yes, my lord." "Gone. Treat it all as though it had only been a dream. When the dream ends, there will be neither you nor me. Yet, I will still look forward to seeing snow fall across thousands of miles." The elegant Lord Anding slowly returned to the banquet hall in his priceless mountain and river brocade. The moment he entered, he noticed Hongxiu staring at him with an unusually pale face. He stepped forward. "Miss Hongxiu." She suddenly came back to herself. Trying to rise, she discovered that her left arm had gone completely numb. The plate of cloud cakes toppled from the table. The sharp crash startled Lu Zhu. She hurried over. "Miss Hongxiu, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. I was simply careless." Hongxiu tried to smile. Secretly, she pinched her own left arm with her fingernails. She felt nothing, not even pain. She knew immediately. The golden needle had blocked her meridians. It was already noon. Yet Li Songjia still wore that gentle smile. Looking at Lu Zhu helping her sit back down, Hongxiu suddenly laughed. "It's nothing. Why spoil everyone's mood? It's rare for Lord Anding to have a free day, and it's rare for me to visit the manor. Allow me to dance for him, one last time." She slowly raised her right hand. The accompanying musicians immediately began to play. Li Songjia noticed her pale complexion and guessed she was unwell. He did not wish to force her. Yet Hongxiu insisted. The music continued. He was not someone who would spoil another's good intentions. So he quietly sat beside Huang. The moment he sat down, he felt her eyes upon him. "Why are your clothes so wrinkled?" She gently smoothed the embroidered sleeves of his mountain and river brocade. As she looked up, she noticed the unnatural expression on his face. Her heart sank, yet she smiled as though nothing were wrong. Calling Lu Zhu over, she had a plate of delicate egret cakes brought before him, an extravagant delicacy. Li Songjia felt only gratitude. He had never imagined he would return alive, or see her again. His emotions surged so violently that he could scarcely remain calm. Everything that had happened, was it only a dream? The beautiful woman lifted a cake to his lips. "My lord, would you honor me?" The servants nearby covered their mouths as they laughed softly. Embarrassed, Li Songjia obediently opened his mouth. He slowly returned to his usual composed expression, yet his shoulder burned fiercely. The pain gnawed all the way into the bone, as though it would never be satisfied until it devoured him completely. Unable to continue meeting Huang's gaze, he turned toward Hongxiu on the golden stage. The woman in crimson danced gracefully. Her slender hands accompanied the melody of the six-stringed pipa. She danced to Wan Yin Pe. Her steps were light, swift, and relentless, dazzling everyone who watched. At 18, her song seemed to follow the swallows beneath carved beams. Every note struck like coral against jade. Her phoenix eyes lifted proudly. Her dance was enchanting beyond compare. It stirred a fire within every heart that watched. Simple though it seemed, no one could deny its extraordinary beauty. What a remarkable woman. Li Congjia finally understood why so many nobles had become captivated by Hongxiu. Nothing about her resembled an ordinary courtesan. Every gesture revealed years of refinement and experience. Then, the golden-threaded dancing shoes suddenly faltered, as though invisible chains had wrapped themselves around her ankles. Her rhythm slowed. Turning became increasingly difficult. She nearly collapsed. Her left arm, now completely numb, lifted stiffly into the air. Heavy, painful. Yet Hongxiu continued smiling. A strange light filled her eyes, as though she had seen some magnificent vision. Her trembling fingertips struggled to separate. The music gradually blurred. I can't stop. Pain spread through her chest. Breathing became harder. I can't stop. Even though that graceful figure in green stood before her, the brilliant colors she wore would never again be reflected within those extraordinary double pupils. Even if he never knew that someone had exhausted every last ounce of her strength, simply to preserve that beauty for him. Chapter 22. Li Congjia was clearly preoccupied. Hongxiu noticed it immediately. Although his eyes remained fixed on the stage, it was obvious that his thoughts were elsewhere. The three women formed a circle as they danced. Suddenly, Hongxiu staggered and nearly fell. Lu Zhu hurried forward to support her. Miss Hongxiu, what's wrong? Come down and rest. Huang looked at her anxiously. Are you feeling unwell? Hongxiu simply stared at Li Congjia. Li Congjia lowered his head slightly, one hand resting upon his folding fan. Lost in thought, he barely noticed the music stopping. Only then did he look up. Hongxiu. The woman slowly lifted her head. Her eyes remained fixed on him alone. Never before had her gaze been so unwavering. It was as though she wanted to look straight into his heart. After a long silence, she forced herself to smile. Li Congjia had no idea what was happening. He motioned for Lu Zhu to help her. Instead, Hongxiu pushed Liu Zhu's hand away. I must finish this dance today. Lu Zhu became even more confused. Since her kindness had been rejected, she quietly stepped back. Secretly, she wondered what had happened to Miss Hongxiu today. They were guests in another person's home. Such behavior was completely unlike her. But Hongxiu no longer cared about propriety. She stubbornly rose to her feet. Her long crimson dance robes trailed across the golden stage. Like a wild rose blooming among mountains of gold and silver, she refused to lose her dignity. She wanted only one thing: to dance for him. One final dance. The tassels at her waist swirled like crimson clouds. As she turned, they spread across the stage like blazing flames. She smiled brilliantly. Joy filled her beautiful eyes. An indescribable happiness welled up inside her. At the same time, the pain in her chest grew more unbearable. She almost wanted to vomit. Yet it felt as though every burden she had ever carried had drifted away with the clouds. When the smoke cleared, if she could still see him sitting there safely, watching the clouds drift by with that gentle smile, she would have no regrets. Hongxiu struggled to lift her pale arms. Pain tore through her shoulders as though her body were being ripped apart. Grinding her teeth, she forced herself to continue. Her breathing became increasingly ragged. The dizziness worsened. The room began to spin. Through the haze, she thought she saw the man in green stand up and walk toward her. His lips moved. He seemed to be saying something. But I can't hear him. Every part of her body ached as though it were being chopped apart. If Li Congjia did not die before noon, then she would. She remembered those sinister eyes, the golden needle piercing into her flesh. Watching the candle of her life flicker. He had done it willingly. Tears gathered beneath her lowered lashes. But they were not shed for Li Hongji. Why? Why bother? Before leaving today, she had sat before the bronze mirror and carefully applied her makeup. She had worried she might not look beautiful enough. She had never foolishly imagined herself equal to a Huang. That was the difference between a phoenix and a peacock. Both possessed pride, yet only one was destined to soar through the heavens. After hesitating for a long time, she sighed. One by one, she removed every piece of gold, jade, and precious jewelry. Only the simple hairpin Shuhe Gu had given her remained. She gathered up her hair with it. Looking into the mirror, she quietly sighed. It was not that jewels were unworthy. Rather, today, none of them were worthy enough. She could not bear to stain someone like Li Congjia with ornaments earned through songs and dances performed for wealthy men. Only the purest feelings were worthy of him. Nothing suited today better than this simple hairpin. Hongxiu looked silently at the bone-penetrating poison Li Hongji had ordered her to pour into the wine. She stared at it for a very long time. Someone outside urged her to hurry. In the end, she never poured it into the wine. She had already made her choice. She had no regrets. Throughout her life, she had wanted many things. She refused to surrender to fate. She had wanted to climb to the highest branches. She had wanted glory, wealth, honor, to be admired by everyone. But in the end, a peacock could never become a phoenix. Without rebirth through fire, it could only burn itself to ashes. Then let me burn. Hongxiu smiled faintly. Then let me burn away beneath this rain-soaked green night. At least before death, she could still smell the fragrance of red sandalwood, a fragrance far purer than all the clouds of wealth and status she had chased throughout her life. That fragrance carried a clean and gentle heart. Although he had never once looked at her, that crimson flame had dazzled everyone else's eyes. Everyone's, except his. He was never someone easily moved by beauty. Li Songjia had already noticed something was wrong. He stood and slowly approached her. Her complexion had become frighteningly pale. It looked as though some invisible force was restraining her, yet she stubbornly insisted upon movements her body could no longer perform. Miss Hongxiu, he called softly. She ignored him. She insisted on finishing the dance. The musicians hesitated. They looked nervously toward the stage. No one had ordered them to stop. Unsure what to do, they gradually fell out of rhythm. Hongxiu seemed completely deaf to the music. She simply continued dancing according to the melody in her own heart. Unable to endure it any longer, Piaoping quietly approached. My lord, shall we stop the performance? Li Songjia never took his eyes off Hongxiu. Miss Hongxiu, what has happened to you? Even then, he did not stop the music. Because he believed, she had her reasons. Hongxiu felt as though something inside her chest had been torn apart. The pain had become so overwhelming that she could no longer feel it. Her steps could scarcely be called dancing. They were merely stubborn movements. The crimson tassels slowed. Their graceful arcs collapsed. The melody itself seemed to break apart. A Huang called her name. Hongxiu did not respond. She seemed unable to hear anything. Everyone in the hall stared in stunned silence. The woman could no longer dance. Yet she refused to stop. Then, instead of dancing, she began softly reciting a poem. Her voice was cold. She continued, turning in stubborn circles. The golden hairpin, the rosy face. We met only briefly among the flowers. Knowing my heart, understanding your kindness. How can I not ask heaven about these feelings? Incense becomes tassels. Candles become tears. Just as two hearts carry the same longing. The pillow grows cold. The embroidered quilt is chilled. When I awaken, it is nearly midnight. She had barely finished. How can I not ask heaven about these feelings? When she suddenly collapsed, her body struck the small golden platform before rolling to the floor. Her crimson robes bloomed around her like a flower. Hongxiu, Li Songjia rushed forward. Fetch the physician. Hongxiu no longer felt pain. Her entire body had become numb. Her breathing grew weaker and weaker. Everything before her blurred into indistinct shadows. Only one thing remained clear. The magnificent figure dressed in green. She had thought she would no longer be able to smell the scent of red sandalwood. Yet somehow, it remained. Perhaps, she had loved that fragrance for far too long. Li Songjia immediately realized matters had gone beyond anything he had imagined. A long wound had opened on Hongxiu's forehead. She must have struck the edge of the table. Blood slowly trickled down her face. Yet she continued smiling. Li Songjia cautiously reached toward her forehead to check whether she was still conscious. Before he could touch the wound, Hongxiu suddenly grabbed his hand. Such behavior was utterly improper before so many people. Yet she clung tightly to him. Li Songjia froze. Instinctively, he tried to withdraw. Only then did he notice. At some point, Hongxiu had dug the nails of her right hand so deeply into her left wrist that they had snapped. Blood soaked her sleeves. Because her robes were crimson, no one had noticed. Li Songjia felt a sharp ache in his heart. Without caring about status or propriety, he slipped an arm beneath her shoulders and gently lifted her. Hongxiu, can you hear me? Everything before him told him. She had already lost nearly all sensation. She could no longer see his expression, nor realize she had gone deaf. Still gripping his hand with all her strength, because she could no longer judge her own force. She whispered, "My lord Anding." A Huang hurried outside to check whether the physician had arrived. Li Songjia asked Lu Zhu for a handkerchief. As blood continued flowing from Hongxiu's forehead, he carefully wiped it away. He worried she might lose her sight. Little did he know, she already had. "Hongxiu, tell me, what happened?" Only now did he notice she had dressed with extraordinary care today. Yet instead of precious ornaments, only an ordinary jade hairpin rested in her hair. It struck him as strange, but he had no time to dwell on it. Her lips trembled. After a long struggle, she managed only 3 words. "My lord, Anding." "Hongxiu, what's wrong? Can you still hear me?" She slowly reached into her robes. Seeing how difficult even that movement had become, Li Songjia instinctively wanted to help. Yet propriety restrained him. After struggling for some time, Hongxiu finally withdrew something. "My lord Anding." "Rosewood." Before she could finish, she suddenly bent forward and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The entire hall cried out in alarm. Li Songjia wanted someone to carry her away. Hongxiu stubbornly refused. At last, she pulled something completely free from her robes and held it tightly in her palm. Breathing with great difficulty, she whispered, "Rosewood. Suits you." The physician finally arrived in panic. Seeing her condition, he immediately reached for her wrist. Hongxiu pushed him away. She ignored her own condition entirely. Caught off guard, the physician stumbled backward. Tears welled in Huang's eyes. "Hongxiu, Hongxiu, what happened?" "This is the physician. Let him examine you." Hongxiu only smiled. She gently shook her head. "My lord Anding, the prince destroyed Lufeng Pavilion. He truly thought only of you." Slowly, she opened her hand. Inside lay a porcelain bottle. It was exactly the same cold jade bottle Li Songjia had seen that night. In an instant, he understood. "Hongxiu, this poison is colder than ice. Only ice is worthy of Zuelio Lane." She took another trembling breath. "My lord, will you send my body back to Zuelio Lane after I die?" Li Songjia felt her grip slowly weakening. His thoughts raced as he pieced together everything that had happened. Seeing her like this, he could only beg her to stop speaking. Hongxiu refused to let anyone else approach. Li Songjia leaned forward, intending to carry her himself. But in that instant, she suddenly raised the bottle and drank the Qinghuan wine inside. Li Songjia froze. A terrible chill spread through his entire body. At last, he understood. Rather than submit to coercion, she had chosen death herself. Her chest rose violently. Her final words came in broken breaths. "I believe, Lord Han." Still, she smiled peacefully. "There are too few people like you." Blood spread across the floor. Her hand slipped from his. Before everyone's eyes, the bone-penetrating poison finally revealed its true horror. The physician stared in disbelief. Slowly, he lowered his head. This woman had willingly chosen death. At the end of Zuelio Lane, there had always been only green mist. Hongxiu lost consciousness completely. She could no longer see his face, his gentle smile, the breathtaking elegance of his hands, or those extraordinary double pupils. She never heard his answer to the only request she had ever made in her life. The only promise Li Songjia could keep was to send her home to Zuelio Lane. Her broken nails still remained buried in her own flesh. Suddenly, Li Songjia released her. He staggered backward several steps, as though frightened. A sorrowful laugh escaped him. "Hongxiu, Hongxiu, why?" His folding fan slipped from his hand. It struck the floor with a dull crack. The fan rib shattered. They were all people who had already lost their hearts. Tomorrow, 300,000 taels of silver would be spent. Everything would drift away. When disappointed, they poured their feelings into wine. They gazed upon the world, riding clouds, bathing beneath rosy skies, trying not to waste the brilliance of youth. She had only wished not to betray her youth. Better to bloom gloriously and wither, than to fade unseen after spring departed. Li Hongji must have poisoned her out of suspicion. When the appointed time arrived, she would die in agony. Yet she had stubbornly refused to pour the bone-penetrating poison into the wine. Even a Huang understood her heart. She was so intelligent. Yet because she was a woman, there were countless truths she could never speak aloud. Hongxiu should never have ended like this. She had never truly been vulgar. Even in death, she never forgot to repay kindness. She did not want Li Songjia to misunderstand Han Xizai because of this matter, nor did she wish him to resent Li Hongji. though she had spent her life chasing glory and wealth. In the end, she still wished only to return to Zuoyulang. Perhaps she had finally seen through the true nature of royalty. No one ever wins such a gamble. The pearls shatter before my eyes. The flowers wither in spring. Before the hatred in my heart can fade, my life is already gone. Medicine remains inside the jade box. Dust covers the scented casket. Past sorrow and present grief. Leave no tears upon the handkerchief. Beauty is like the fragrant trees. Danger follows the same road. Just as spring comes to its end, the bitter rain wounds the blossoms. Where has all that splendor gone? Everything has drifted away. There is nowhere left to ask. Only the east wind remains. For countless years, Li Congjia recited the verses, half laughing, half choking on grief. His voice caught painfully in his throat. Brother Hongji, you truly value human life so little. Even if the strings still exist, what meaning do they have? She was only a courtesan, but she still shared your bed. How could you poison her like this? The glory of the world slowly faded away. Huang stepped forward and gently supported him. She wanted to comfort him, yet no words came. Li Congjia suddenly raised his voice. Piaoping, bring me the Shanshuan qin. Piaoping had never witnessed death so closely before. His entire body trembled. He hurried away to fetch the qin. The physician quietly examined Hongxiu one last time. Then he stepped forward. The golden needle carried poison. It sealed the acupoints. If it had not been removed before the appointed time, it would have traveled through the blood vessels, severing every meridian it passed. In the end, the heart would burst, and she would die. He paused, then spoke with visible fear. But Miss Hongxiu also took another poison. That poison was ultimately what killed her. If she hadn't, perhaps her life could have been prolonged for a short while. But it would only have prolonged her suffering. Li Congjia pressed a hand against his forehead. He waved the physician away. Too late. Everything was too late. The servants huddled together in frightened silence. No one dared approach the body. After a long while, Li Congjia spoke. Without my permission, no one is to touch Miss Hongxiu. Congjia. Huang gently held his hand. She said nothing. Her silent companionship spoke louder than words. Everything that had happened today lay beyond her imagination. Yet she knew. This was not the moment to ask questions. I'm fine. The gentle smile had disappeared completely from his face. Piaoping returned carrying the Shanshuan qin. Li Congjia ordered it placed in the center of the great hall. He then ordered every door and window opened. Finally, he instructed all the performers to return to Lixiang Garden, dressed in the mountain and river brocade. Li Congjia sat before the qin. Behind him lay the body of a woman dressed in crimson. The wind blew through every open doorway and window. His fingers touched the strings. A melody never heard before flowed from his hands. As he played, he sang. Green gauze fills the room and dances in the wind. Pearls shatter before my eyes. Beyond this world, spring flowers wither. The hatred in my heart remains unfinished. Yet life slips away from my hands. The qin echoed with sorrow. He pitied Hongxiu. Yet even more, he grieved for himself. Where has beauty gone now? Everything has drifted away. There is nowhere left to ask. Only the east wind remains. For countless years, his clear voice carried the elegy. One Hongxiu would never hear again. He knew Li Hongji would never hear this song. Still, he played it. He let the wind carry it away. The splendor of Jinling, the enchanting Qinhuai River. None of it could compare to the sorrow within that melody. Li Congjia was simply tired. Everything was gone. Loss was loss. Lufeng Pavilion had been destroyed. The qin score could never be recovered. Then, what meaning was there in keeping the Shanshuan qin? When the final note faded, the hall fell silent. Li Congjia stood there in the magnificent mountain and river brocade. It seemed as though even his splendor would soon be carried away by the wind. Huang looked at him through tear-filled eyes. She knew how much he was suffering, yet she could not speak of it. That only made her own heart ache more deeply. Still, as long as she could remain beside him, that was enough. As long as he still stood safely before her, it was heaven's greatest blessing. How many people had longed even to glimpse his back? Hongxiu had paid with her blood and her life. Yet Huang could still stand proudly at his side. She ought to be content. Her tears slipped quietly into her robes. In the end, the most magnificent woman remained standing. Wind and rain became nothing more than her backdrop. Suddenly, Li Songjia rose. He lifted the Xiangshuan qin high into the air. His peerlessly elegant wrists reflected the qin's final moment of beauty. Then, he smashed it heavily onto the floor. The hall echoed with the heartbreaking sound of splintering wood. "My lord!" Xiaoping cried out as he rushed forward. Too late. The strings continued vibrating. Even after they had broken. Flowing wind. Murmuring springs. Those were the purest things in the world. The purer they were, the more impossible they became to keep. Who told you to be born into the imperial family? Amid the scattered remains of the shattered qin, Li Songjia suddenly laughed. His laughter split the beauty of Jinling itself and rose toward the heavens. Countless blossoms drifted through the air. The long green curtains billowed wildly in the wind. Standing beneath the pavilion in his mountain and river brocade, he smiled with heartbreaking brilliance. His extraordinary double pupils seemed almost supernatural. His fluttering robes, and the emptiness in his expression, stole all the color from spring itself. Far away upon the rooftops, the man with sword-like brows saw only that flash of green. Without hesitation, sword in hand, Zhao Kuangyin turned and sped toward the prince's manor. Chapter 23. Burning incense and shattered jade. A heart that could not be preserved. The tassel swayed. The golden incense burner released curling streams of fragrant smoke that wound around the jade ornaments. Spring swallows returned. Yet one returned alone, searching for the companion that had once flown beside it. The pear blossoms began blooming upon their branches. March had arrived. Within Lord Anding's residence, incense still burned. Jade had shattered, and blood stained the floor. Li Songjia looked silently at the shattered qin scattered across the ground. With a light wave of his sleeve, it was over. It had all been nothing more than a foolish dream. He walked toward Hongxiu. Her body had already begun to grow cold. The bone-penetrating poison radiated an icy chill from deep within her body. Slowly, he lifted her into his arms. Nearby, a Huang could only weep in silence. Everything had happened too suddenly. It was impossible to accept. Lu Zhu and the servants were terrified. Seeing Li Songjia touch the body, they immediately knelt. "My lord, Miss Hongxiu's death is suspicious. You mustn't touch her." Just as a Huang stepped forward to comfort him, her eyes suddenly fell upon the bracelet that had slipped into view beneath his sleeve. Rosewood. She was certain Li Songjia had never worn such a bracelet before. Nor was he someone who wore ornaments casually. What happened while he was away? Was it connected to Hongxiu's death? Watching him now, she realized his grief far exceeded what a few brief encounters could explain. What had happened? What secrets was Hongxiu hiding? Or had she overlooked everything after all? She could only follow quietly. Li Songjia carried the woman's cold body as he slowly walked outside. A Huang ordered the servants to prepare a carriage. If Li Songjia had made Hongxiu a promise, he would keep it, and she was certain there was far more hidden beneath today's tragedy. Li Songjia insisted on personally returning Hongxiu to Cuelio Lane. "My lord, if you personally go to Cuelio Lane, the entire city of Jinling will be filled with rumors before half the day is over. Please allow us to escort Miss Hongxiu there instead." "Who allowed you to speak so much?" Li Songjia's cold reply stunned everyone. It was completely unlike his usual gentle nature. Today, he truly seemed angry. No one dared object again. They silently followed Lord Anding through the winding corridors toward the front gate. Not far from the residence, a lazy-looking young man leaned against a gatepost. He appeared half asleep. Yet from time to time, he secretly glanced toward the magnificent residence of the sixth prince. It seemed he had been waiting there since dawn. Xiao Shuhe absent-mindedly played with small stones at his feet. He had secretly hidden outside the prince's residence since early morning. He had watched Hongxiu arrive with her attendants. Curious where she was going, he had followed her all the way. Only then had he discovered she had entered Lord Anding's residence, a place carrying the faint scent of red sandalwood. He listened to the distant sounds of music drifting from inside. As he waited for her to emerge, he wondered whether he might persuade her to come home today. Mother had missed her for so long. Absent-mindedly, he scratched words into the dusty ground with a stone. Again and again. Hunger, hunger, hunger. Suddenly, the great gates opened. Voices echoed from inside. A commotion followed. Xiao Shuhe hurriedly stood. He didn't even brush the dust from his clothes before hiding behind a notice board, peeking through a narrow gap. A simple green carriage decorated with golden curtains stopped outside the residence. One glance was enough to tell its owner was both elegant and noble. The carriage door opened. Several attendants rushed forward in alarm to lift the curtains. Inside, Hongxiu's little maid sat weeping uncontrollably. Others helped her descend. Shuhe's heart suddenly sank. What had happened? Stretching his neck, he tried desperately to see. Then Piaoping appeared, carefully scanning the surroundings. After confirming there were no curious onlookers, he signaled toward the mansion. Lu Zhu emerged. She carried the long crimson dance robes trailing across the ground. Then, Shuhe saw him. A man dressed in incomparable robes stepped outside. Graceful, elegant, transparent as jade. Yet, he was carrying someone. Who? There was no time to think. His eyes caught only the endless crimson fabric dragging behind. Suddenly, his entire body froze. Blood rushed to his head. He could scarcely breathe. Who? Who is it? He already knew the answer. Hongxiu's little maid collapsed into tears. Who else could it be? Shuhe stumbled backward. Countless terrifying possibilities flooded his mind. Was she injured? Ill? What had happened? Why was someone carrying her? He didn't dare think any further. He could no longer notice the magnificent beauty of the man carrying her. He saw only Hongxiu being gently placed inside the carriage. The man turned and quietly exchanged a few words with a Huang. Then, he climbed inside as well. An overwhelming sense of dread seized Shuhe. He started running toward them. But before he reached the carriage, it had already disappeared down the street. A Huang watched the dust drifting behind it, unable to endure any longer. She covered her face and burst into tears. Lu Zhu hurriedly supported her back inside. Today should have been a beautiful day. The sky was clear. Flowers bloomed beneath the warm spring sun. Apricot blossoms filled every branch. The streets of Jinling stretched for miles beneath golden light. Markets overflowed with people. Catkins drifted through the bustling city. The south of the Yangtze was as prosperous as ever. Yet, who noticed the narrow patch of sky above Zuoyou Lane? The withered branches there would never bloom again. The priceless mountain and river brocade brushed casually across the muddy ground of Zuoyou Lane. The alley stretched endlessly ahead. Dark, deep, bottomless. Piaoping frowned. My lord, this place. Before he could finish, Li Songjiao walked inside without hesitation, still carrying Hongxiu. Dead trees twisted together overhead. Thick vines arched across the damp earth. The spring rain had left the narrow lanes covered in mud. The shabby houses lining both sides looked nothing like the prosperous city outside. Some families had carefully swept their tiny courtyards clean. Yet even that could not hide the loneliness. Piaoping stopped a drunken man leaning against a fruit basket. Do you know where Miss Hongxiu used to live? The man merely waved him away with drunken impatience. Piaoping sighed and searched elsewhere. Then he noticed an older woman stepping from a nearby courtyard carrying a wooden basin of laundry. Her clothes were clean, her expression kind. When she saw them, she froze. People dressed like this had never entered Zuoyou Lane before, especially not a nobleman carrying a woman in his arms. Though dressed simply, the aura surrounding Li Songjia far exceeded anything she had ever imagined. The woman hurried away, hoping to avoid trouble. Piaoping gently stopped her. Madam, do you know a young woman named Hongxiu? The old woman instinctively wished to avoid involvement. But hearing the name, she froze. Hongxiu. Honger. Piaoping looked toward Li Songjia. He guessed Honger must have been Hongxiu's childhood name. Yes. Do you know where she used to live? The old woman's expression changed completely. She slowly looked toward Li Songjia. You, watch your manners, Piaoping shouted. Before he could continue, Li Songjia quietly stopped him with a glance. Do you think we haven't attracted enough attention already? He walked slowly toward the woman, her eyes fixed upon Hongxiu. Honger. Li Songjia guessed she must have been someone important from Hongxiu's past. He was just about to speak, when the old woman suddenly shoved him aside. She dropped the wooden basin, ignoring everything else. She grabbed Hongxiu's hanging arm and pulled her from Li Songjia's embrace. Without support, Hongxiu's cold body fell heavily to the ground beside her. Caught off guard, Li Songjia nearly lost his balance. He looked over sadly. What did you do to her? The old woman's voice broke into a desperate scream. Her weary eyes blazed with grief and fury. Li Songjia lowered his gaze. He found it impossible to blame her. This had always been a struggle between himself and Li Hongji. Hongxiu should never have been forced to bear its cost. He remembered hearing that Hongxiu had lost her parents as a child. Then, who was this woman? He respectfully tried to speak, only to be met with burning hatred. Xiaoping could no longer remain silent. It wasn't our Lord's fault. We don't even know exactly what happened. The old woman heard none of it. She gently stroked Hongxiu's cold face, then leaned close. Honger, Aunt Fan was just thinking about you yesterday. And today, you've come home. She tightly clutched Hongxiu's robes. Honger has always been so filial. Get up. Let Aunt Fan see you. Get up. Before she could finish, she broke into uncontrollable sobs. I told you long ago, no girl who enters that place will ever have a good ending. Honger, you were always such a kind child. You should never have chased wealth and glory. She had watched Hongxiu grow up. She knew how deeply her own son, Shuhe, loved her. She had already thought of Hongxiu as her future daughter-in-law. For years, she had only heard occasional news. She had missed her terribly. Now, this was how they met again. Her prematurely white hair trembled in the dim light. Quietly, Li Songjia stepped backward, giving her space. Just then, someone stumbled toward them. Honger, Honger. So, you were finally willing to come home. Li Songjia recognized him immediately. It was Shuhe, the young man who had once possessed Zhao Kuangyin's old rosewood box, the very one Li Songjia had encouraged by purchasing it. Shuhe rushed forward, seeing his mother crying. He shook his head frantically. You're all lying. She's still alive. He grabbed Hongxiu's hand. Using a finger, he desperately began writing characters into the dirt. Honger, do you remember the words I taught you when we were children? Look, I'll teach you again. Madness filled his eyes. Unable to bear seeing Hongxiu's pale hand stained by the dirt, Li Songjia bent to lift her once more. Shuhe exploded like a cornered beast. He seized Li Songjia's collar, trying to snatch Hongxiu back. The guards hurried forward and restrained him, still struggling wildly. Shuhe glared at Li Songjia with endless hatred. More and more neighbors gathered. Arguments and fights were common in Suelio Lane. Watching them had become entertainment. But this involved people dressed in magnificent robes from the homes of the powerful. Everyone stared. Li Songjia quietly lifted Hongxiu into his arms once again. His voice remained calm, though grief filled every word. Hongxiu's death is indeed connected to me. The hatred in Shuhe's eyes deepened instantly. He struggled even harder, unable to move. Xiaoping felt utterly helpless. He had hoped his master would finally defend himself. Instead, Li Songjia simply accepted the blame. Exactly as always. The truth was too complicated to explain, so he bore it silently. Aunt Fan suddenly grasped the embroidered hem of Li Songjia's mountain and river brocade. She asked only one question. Who are you? Li Songjia simply shook his head. He did not answer. Looking more closely, she noticed his unusual eyes. Realization dawned. Are you Li Chongguang? Li Songjia continued walking. Miss Hongxiu's final wish was to return to Zuelio Lane. Please tell me, where was her home? Aunt Fan slowly stood. She looked carefully at the impossibly handsome young man before her. She wanted to believe he was not the one responsible, yet he had never denied it. She noticed the faint fragrance of red sandalwood surrounding him. A man of such noble birth should have carried himself with pride, yet he had personally brought Hongxiu home. He was different. Even the magnificent robes could not conceal the loneliness surrounding him. With white hair fluttering softly, Aunt Fan led them deeper into the alley. At last, they stopped before a long-abandoned house. It stood hidden around a corner, though it had 2 stories. It was small and worn. Spiderwebs covered the eaves. A broken wooden fence surrounded the tiny courtyard. This was where Hongxiu had grown up. Li Songjia finally understood why she never wished to speak of her past. He could never truly share her suffering. Yet, he understood. A woman as proud as Hongxiu should never have spent her life in such a place. Yet after leaving, she could never truly return. She had lost herself, until she no longer recognized the road home. At the entrance stood a plum tree. Li Songjia paused in surprise. Even here, among damp walls and poverty, someone had planted such an elegant tree. Aunt Fan trembled. It was planted by her family. It hasn't bloomed since the day she left. She had returned today, only to say goodbye forever. Li Songjia quietly ordered the servants to loosen the earth beneath the plum tree. He intended to bury Hongxiu there. A hoarse cry suddenly rang out behind him. It came from Shuhe, held tightly by the guards. Completely inconsolable. His face was covered in tears. Aunt Fan was no less heartbroken. Yet she had endured far more hardships than her son. She walked over and stood before him. If you truly want Honger to leave in peace, a real man doesn't cling like a coward. Li Songjia felt profound respect for the old woman. He had expected accusations, hatred, endless curses. Instead, this white-haired woman still stood proudly despite her grief. She could still tell her son not to become a coward. Looking at her sincerely, Li Songjia said, I have no other intention. I only wish to honor Miss Hongxiu's final request and bring her home. Aunt Fan stood silently in the wind. She no longer knew whom she should blame, but she understood Hongxiu's heart. She could not betray it, nor could Shuhe. Finally, she stepped aside, looking at Hongxiu's peaceful smile. It seemed the girl had witnessed one final beautiful sight before leaving. Reluctant, yet willing. Did Honger ask you to bring her home yourself? Li Songjia quietly nodded. If Honger trusted you enough to bring her home, then she must not have hated you. Li Songjia smiled faintly. His extraordinary eyes remained clear and calm. This matter truly is connected to me. But I never wished for Miss Hongxiu to suffer this fate. Shuhe had completely collapsed. He heard nothing. He only struggled wildly. The guard held him against the wall with the flat of his sword. I'm sorry. Please forgive the offense. Aunt Fan said nothing. She only watched as the earth beneath the plum tree was slowly opened. Ignoring the priceless mountain and river brocade he wore, Li Songjia personally knelt to lower Hongxiu into the grave. Aunt Fan gently stopped him. Allow me to change her clothes. Li Songjia froze, then slowly nodded. Of course. Aunt Fan carried Hongxiu inside. She returned with simple clothes. The ordinary garments every girl in Tsuelio Lane wore. Old clothes she had carefully preserved for many years. The kind Hongxiu herself might once have worn. That had been the life Hongxiu was truly meant to have. Poor, ordinary, yet never alone. Had she remained here, she would never have become the celebrated Hongxiu of noble mansions. She might have remained poor, but she would have lived peacefully. Li Songjia gently removed the crimson dance robes, then quietly laid her to rest. Shuhe watched without blinking. Suddenly, something fell softly onto the ground. Everyone froze. It was the hairpin, a plain, cheap, common hairpin, the kind sold everywhere in the market. Brother Shuhe, when one day you earn fame and success, come and marry me. She had smiled sweetly then, dressed in bright crimson. She had carefully placed the simple hairpin he secretly regarded as their betrothal token into her own hair. That smile never left his memory. Shuhe's vision suddenly went black. His body collapsed. He fainted. Chapter 24. Hongxiu was buried beneath the plum tree her family had planted. The hairpin rolled onto the ground. From Shuhe's expression, Li Songjia knew he should give it to her. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the hairpin and handed it to Aunt Fan. He wanted to say something, but Piaoping, deeply worried, stepped in front of him. He didn't want Li Songjia to become sentimental. Now that Miss Hongxiu had been buried, it was inappropriate to remain here any longer. No one knew what rumors might spread afterward. They all understood how terrifying people's gossip could be. Those accompanying him repeatedly urged him to return home as soon as possible. People in the alley had already begun peeking over to watch. If Lord Anding made even the slightest mistake, none of them could bear the consequences. Left with no choice, Li Songjia said to Aunt Fan, if your son wakes up, please let me know. I will certainly fulfill everything the magistrate of Anding promised. Unable to say anything more, he gently stroked the branches of the plum tree. The long brocade sash at his waist carried a faint fragrance of red sandalwood. At last, he turned and left. He understood her feelings. All he could offer was gratitude, nothing more. He was grateful that someone in this world had sincerely wanted him to live. That feeling had nothing to do with status, glory, or possession. She had simply wanted him to survive. Sitting inside the swaying carriage with his eyes closed, Li Songjia let the chaos in his heart settle. He wanted to live. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. There were others who wished for him to survive as well. Looking at the simple red sandalwood bracelet on his wrist, he smiled bitterly. Zhao Kuangyin. Oh, Zhao Kuangyin. You made up an entire lie? Just to keep me alive. He had lied, claiming the bracelet could neutralize poison. In truth, Zhao Kuangyin had already realized that the wine's temperature was wrong for poison wine. He said nothing. He simply refused to let Li Congjia touch the wine jar. He deliberately waited until Li Congjia drank it, forced him to promise that he owed him his life, and then made him wear this bracelet forever, in exchange for the colorful feather dance. How painstakingly he had arranged everything. Li Congjia gently traced the wood grain with his fingers. If he applied a little more force, he might be able to break it off. After thinking it over again and again, relief gradually filled his unusual eyes. That's enough. He let it go. He allowed the aged sandalwood to rest against his wrist. Perhaps, one day, they would meet again. Feeling slightly lighter, Li Congjia leaned back against the brocade cushion and closed his eyes. As soon as he arrived at the gates of the residence, he saw Han Xizai's carriage waiting outside. Surprised that the news had spread so quickly, Li Congjia hurried inside. Only then did he see Huang waiting anxiously for his return. Huang, it's all right. Go back and rest first. I have something to discuss with Minister Han. Don't worry. He wrapped an arm around her waist and gently wiped away the faint tear stains on her face. He knew how worried she was. Countless questions filled her heart, yet she could not ask a single one. She could only watch them walk away. Minister Han, please come to the study. The servants withdrew, leaving only the two of them. Li Congjia assumed Han Xizai had come because of Hongxiu's death. After all, she had entered the Duke of Anding's residence today, and what had happened required an explanation. Yet Han Xizai's expression was far more troubled than expected. Your Grace, have you met Zhao Kuangyin? Li Congjia looked surprised. Zhao Kuangyin. A northerner suddenly appeared in Jinling today. We've been secretly investigating him. He may have connections to the Crown Prince. Li Congjia hesitated before nodding. I know him. He was indeed recruited by the Crown Prince. What happened to Hongxiu today is also connected to him. How is Hongxiu? Only then did Han Xizai remember that Hongxiu had gone to the Duke of Anding's residence today. Until now, there had been no news. She drank poison and took her own life. Li Congjia could only tell the truth. What? Han Xizai abruptly stood. How could she? He had searched for Zhao Kuangyin for many days without success. Since Huang had been ill several days earlier, he assumed Hongxiu would not come today. But after hearing that she had entered the residence this afternoon, he rushed over immediately. He feared the Crown Prince might truly do something reckless. He had never imagined that Li Congjia would be safe, while Hongxiu would be the one to die. Before she died, Hongxiu told me to trust you. Li Congjia gestured for him to sit. The two men took their seats across the table. I trust you, Minister Han. That night, you warned me to beware of the Crown Prince. You even advised me to stop yielding and fight back. But I refused. He lowered his eyes. Today, the Crown Prince really. Han Xizai sighed and slowly shook his head. I secretly sent people to interfere with his plans, but all I know is that Zhao Kuangyin was being used by him. Li Congjia didn't notice the subtle implication behind those words. Instead, Hongxiu's final expression once again appeared before his eyes. Her face had been resolute, yet relieved. Miss Hongxiu died because of me. The poison wine had originally been meant for me. The Crown Prince threatened her, but she refused to commit such an unforgivable act. Rather than harm me, she chose death. He had already planted golden needles inside her body. If she had held on a little longer, perhaps there might have been a way to save her. But she didn't want that. Han Xizai remembered seeing Hongxiu return unusually late from the Crown Prince's residence the previous day. Her expression had been strange. He had long known that once the Crown Prince set his mind on something, he would stop at nothing to accomplish it. So he had subtly warned Hongxiu to see the truth. In this struggle, the innocent would always be the victims. Even if she truly helped the Crown Prince seize power, her own ending would never be a happy one. He had never expected. She would prove even more resolute than he had imagined. At least, he had not been wrong about her. Though born into poverty, she had never abandoned her principles. Hongxiu lost both of her parents when she was young. Han Xizai sighed. No amount of compensation can ever replace that. I happened to meet an old friend of hers named Xiao Shuhe. Li Songjia stood and retrieved the wooden box. If she passes this year's examinations, I hope you'll help her. That would be the greatest comfort for Hongxiu. He placed the box on the table. Minister Han, do you recognize this? Han Xizai's eyes widened. Where did your grace get this? I watched the crown prince throw it into Lufeng Lake with my own eyes. Li Songjia smiled bitterly as he slowly opened the box. Shuhe gave it to me. He didn't know what it was. I believe Hongxiu must have entrusted it to him. As for how Hongxiu obtained it, I'm afraid it was a reward from the crown prince. But Han Xizai clearly remembered watching it sink to the bottom of the lake. Before she died, Hongxiu feared I would come to resent the crown prince. So she told me. He destroyed Lufeng Lake because he wanted to recover this box. Li Songjia slowly shook his head. Why go to such lengths? Even if the box is found. A bitter smile crossed his face. The broken string can never be joined again. Han Xizai closed his eyes. Your Grace, I served as the crown prince's tutor for 7 years. I know him better than anyone. He isn't inherently evil, but his heart has never known peace. The splendor of wealth, the temptation of imperial power, they're simply too overwhelming. Ordinary people cannot imagine it, but for him, they are his entire life. The elderly minister's hair had already turned gray, yet it remained meticulously arranged. He was still the elegant Han Xizai the people admired. Perhaps, those who truly saw through the world all ended up like this. What was the point of chasing fame and fortune in one's youth? In the end, it was better to sing a song, drink a cup of wine, and live freely after the music ended. No matter how fiercely people fought, they could never overcome the human heart. Only Li Hongji stubbornly refused to believe that. The person we should worry about most now, Han Xizai continued, is Zhao Kuangyin. The fact that your grace is still sitting here safely means he failed his mission. As for where he'll go next, no one knows. More than anything, Han Xizai hated seeing brothers turn against one another. Eventually, he had even hoped Li Songjia would rise up and resist. That would have been better than allowing Li Hongji to commit an unforgivable crime. Those 2 children from years ago, things should never have turned out like this. Li Songjia quietly turned the wooden box over in his hands. Although his expression remained calm, waves churned beneath the surface. Minister Han, I understand your feelings. You're someone who understands both people and the world. I never wanted things to become like this. He paused. The mountains and rivers remain beautiful, but none of them can hide this loneliness. The flowing wind, the sound of spring from those days, they've all disappeared. None of us can ever return. He sought people's hearts. Li Hongji sought power. Yet in the eyes of the world, Li Songjia himself had become the obstacle standing in the way of that power. Time and again, Li Hongji had proven that Li Songjia's faith in people's hearts was nothing more than a fantasy. Why? Hongxiu's death had brought the crown prince's madness to an end. For now. But Li Songjia couldn't be certain he wouldn't try again. And with Zhao Kuangyin gone, no one knew what tomorrow's meeting at Phoenix Terrace would bring. Does your grace know where Zhao Kuangyin is? Li Songjia slowly shook his head. He truly didn't know. Forgive my bluntness. Han Xizai smiled helplessly. I should have realized it sooner. We searched all of Jinling and still couldn't find Zhao Kuangyin. That leaves only one possibility. He had hidden inside the Duke of Anding's residence. Your grace is truly too kind. This has nothing to do with kindness. Li Songjia answered quietly. It concerns a human life. When I saw him being hunted by the crown prince, I had to save him. Otherwise, how would I be any different from someone who poisons others without hesitation? He could never treat a human life lightly, not even the life of a stranger. The crown prince was hunting him. Han Xizai stared in surprise. This happened several days ago. Li Songjia nodded. Thank you for your concern, Minister Han. But I will never fight against the crown prince. After everything that's happened, if I provoke him again, the situation will only become even more dangerous. The crown prince's heart, it has already gone mad. But if there's a next time, Han Xizai asked softly, will your grace truly continue waiting to die? Not everyone is Hongxiu. Li Songjia smiled faintly. I don't know what I should do. Too many things happened today. The consequences are deeper than I can fully understand. But, he looked down at the bracelet around his wrist. I promised someone that I would stay alive. The wooden bracelet remained quietly around his wrist. Han Xizai looked at him in silence for a long time. Perhaps Hongxiu's sacrifice had finally awakened his desire to live. How ironic. A prince. Yet he had spent his entire life avoiding both open conflict and hidden schemes. Han Xizai understood Li Congjia all too well. He himself had long grown weary of the endless struggles. The more clearly one saw the world, the more one wished to let go. It wasn't that Li Congjia failed to understand. He understood too much. And because he understood, he stubbornly clung to the last fragment of elegance within his heart. He still insisted on believing that somewhere purity existed. Yet Li Hongji still wanted him dead. I'll take my leave. Han Xizai stood. If your grace learns anything about the northerner, please inform me immediately. His existence threatens everyone. Li Congjia nodded. Yet the words he wanted to say never left his lips. He didn't tell Han Xizai about tomorrow's meeting with Zhao Kuangyin at Phoenix Terrace. For the first time, his concern made him selfish. He didn't know what Zhao Kuangyin intended to do, but he knew Han Xizai wanted Zhao Kuangyin eliminated. So, he chose silence. That was what concern felt like. After Han Xizai left, Li Congjia returned to Zhaohua Pavilion. When he opened the door, he found a Huang sitting before the bronze mirror. Tears shimmered in her eyes. How could she possibly stop thinking about it? Li Congjia knew words alone couldn't comfort her. A Huang, don't be afraid. It's about the crown prince. But I'm still here. She hadn't even noticed him enter. Startled, she turned around. The elegant woman took a deep breath. Congjia, I'm fine. I'm just a little sad. I didn't know what Hongxiu intended to do. If I had known. He stopped. No words could continue. He still couldn't let it go. He kept seeing the woman in red, blood pouring from her chest, while he could do nothing, even in her final moments. She had reminded him whom he could trust. She hadn't wanted him to hate Li Hongji. People like you. There are so few in this world. Li Congjia laughed bitterly to himself. How many people truly regretted using another person's life as their own? How many could escape the cage of wealth and power? Young Master Zhao. A Huang hesitated. She hadn't seen Zhao Kuangyin today. Fear still lingered in her heart. She carefully watched Li Congjia's expression. The moment she saw it change, her own heart sank. Li Congjia took a slow breath. He's gone. A Huang forced herself to compose herself. She had to treat everything as though it had only been a nightmare. Gone. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. There wasn't even a trace of despair. Perhaps, Li Congjia said softly. He had things he needed to do. After all, he was never from here. He slowly walked behind her. Don't cry. Your makeup will be ruined. His tone was deliberately light. A Huang examined herself in the bronze mirror. The tear tracks were obvious. She laughed helplessly. Why would I still need makeup now? Li Congjia picked up the eyebrow brush. Opening the small box of Tianluodai pigment, he carefully dipped the tip into it. How could my lady neglect herself like this? Come here. She gently pushed his hand away. Forget it. The flower is already gone. Does your grace dislike me now? She glanced sideways at him like a pear blossom after rain. Only then did Li Congjia finally breathe a sigh of relief. He reached out and embraced her. It's all over. Holding her delicate face in his hands, he carefully traced her eyebrows. The strokes were gentle. Then he softly blended the lines. Seeing one eyebrow slightly crooked, he smiled and lifted his sleeve to wipe it clean. His movements were slow, almost reluctant to leave. A Huang smiled quietly. The warmth of his fingertips lingered between her brows. At least, at that moment, she knew she was cherished. That alone was enough. Softly, he recited. Her hands are as soft as catkins. Her skin as smooth as cream. Her neck as graceful as a cicada. Her teeth as white as gourd seeds. Her forehead as lovely as the moth's delicate brow. A Huang couldn't help laughing. All right. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Of course. My younger sister wants to visit tomorrow. I don't know how father heard about yesterday's nightmare. He's still worried. I didn't want everyone to think I was making a fuss, so I asked Vine to come and keep me company. She looked at him hopefully. Will you be home tomorrow? If you're free, shall we have dinner together? Li Congjia agreed without hesitation. Then, his heart suddenly trembled. Meet me at Phoenix Terrace tomorrow evening. The unmistakable voice echoed in his mind. He wanted to say something, but when he looked up, he met A Huang's tired eyes reflected in the bronze mirror. She was still exhausted from everything that had happened. A deep sense of guilt rose within him. In the end, he swallowed those words. Servants hurried into the banquet hall, carrying buckets of water. Again and again, they washed away the bloodstains covering the floor. Lu Zhu stood silently nearby. Her hand gripped her handkerchief so tightly that it twisted into knots. She had witnessed Hong Xiu's final expression with her own eyes. Why had it come to this? She watched the water flow over the floor again and again. Eventually, nothing remained, not even the faintest trace of what had happened. That passionate blood, the blood that had poured from Hong Xiu's heart, had shaken Lu Zhu to her very soul. She was still young, yet she had become a witness to everything. Perhaps, when her own hair turned gray and she looked back on this day, it would all be nothing more than a distant memory. Snow was falling in the north, yet even there, a crimson plum blossom was hard to find. Who could ever resist the passing of time? Chapter 25. The Crown Prince was dead. It happened so suddenly. Crown Prince Li Hongji locked himself inside his room for half a day. When the servants heard strange noises and rushed inside, they found he had completely lost his mind. He ran wildly through the residence, clawing at his own throat, trying to speak, but unable to utter a single coherent word. The servants had no choice but to seize him and carry him back to his chamber, while someone hurried to summon the imperial physician. The moment he entered the room, Li Hongji suddenly pointed at the empty painting table. He roared with all his strength, yet no complete words came out. He struggled desperately toward it before collapsing. Then, as if something invisible lay there, he frantically searched across the tabletop and the floor. But there was nothing. The servants quickly found a sable brush and placed it in his hand. He immediately threw it away. The sound of it rolling across the floor echoed eerily through the room. Suddenly, Li Hongji collapsed. It was as though every trace of life had been drained from his body. He allowed the servants to carry him onto the bed. Before the imperial physician could even arrive, he died. The crown prince of the Southern Tang died in a fit of madness. The entire ordeal had lasted less than half an hour. Everyone in the residence was thrown into panic. There wasn't even time to decide whether the news should be concealed. The mansion soon filled with cries of grief. For the first time, the crown prince's residence remained dark throughout the night. Not a single candle was lit. As darkness settled over Jinling, the entire city fell into turmoil. The crown prince had died. Driven mad, a man dressed in coarse brown robes walked calmly through the streets with a sword at his side. He smiled as he passed restaurants and tea houses. The music was unchanged. The laughter continued. But he knew, tonight, every hidden force in Jinling would lose sleep. He needed to reach Annong Temple in the northern part of the city before nightfall. Tomorrow was the day he had promised to take Zhao Kuangyin away. Far away, the enormous city of Jinling had not yet had time to mourn its mysterious prince. Osmanthus blossoms drifted through the quiet night. The spring mountains stood silent. Yet along the Qinhuai River, the pleasure houses still overflowed with music, dancing, and fragrant wine. Annong Temple soon appeared before him. The ancient temple stood in peaceful silence amid curling incense smoke. Thousands of stone steps climbed between towering bamboo and lush trees. Even beneath the night sky, the enormous shadow of its ancient bronze bell could still be seen. Zhao Kuangyin concealed his sword beneath his cloak. He still respected the sacred place. He had no wish to cause unnecessary trouble. The distant chanting of monks echoed softly through the night as he climbed the stone steps one by one. Yet, his hand never truly left the hilt of the sword at his waist. The trees swayed gently on either side. No ambush came. Only after Zhao Kuangyin reached the temple gate did he finally relax. It seemed the crown prince's followers had already learned of Li Hongji's sudden death. Without changing his expression, he carefully surveyed the surroundings once more. Finding nothing unusual, he took a small firework from his sleeve. A sharp hiss split the air. Red and violet smoke blossomed into the night sky. This had been his signal with Zhao Kuangyin. When Zhao Kuangyin saw it, they would meet in the rear courtyard of Annong Temple. Zhao Kuangyin knocked on the gate. A young monk, still holding a broom, opened the door. The temple is closed for the night, benefactor. Please return tomorrow. Zhao Kuangyin immediately replied. I was on my way here, but lost my bearings before entering the city. My companions are nowhere to be found. Could you allow me to spend the night in the temple? The young monk glanced back into the courtyard twice before looking him over again. Finally, he nodded. The gate slowly opened. After entering, Zhao Kuangyin was led toward the guest quarters. Bright candlelight illuminated the golden Buddha statue in the main hall. As they walked, he casually asked, "Your temple seems very popular." The young monk smiled. "I can tell from your accent that you aren't from Jinling. Anong Temple is the largest temple in the city." Soon they reached a clean and elegant guest room. Zhao Kuangyin pressed his palms together. "Thank you for your kindness." "You're welcome." The monk quietly departed. Zhao Kuangyin entered the room and shut the door. After confirming there was nothing unusual inside, he lit a single candle to maintain the appearance of an ordinary guest. Outside the window stood a towering pine tree. Occasionally, footsteps passed outside. He waited patiently. As the monks gradually finished chanting their evening scriptures, he slipped silently out through the rear window. Leaping onto the rooftops, he quietly searched for a path leading to the rear courtyard. Zhao Guangyi had never truly become a monk. He had entered the temple while still a boy. During the years of war, Master Jinghui had taken him south, where he remained at Anong Temple, practicing Buddhism without ever shaving his head. Now, a young man dressed in a plain blue robe leaned casually against a broom near the temple's most secluded back gate. Pretending to sweep fallen leaves, he constantly looked around. No one came. Relieved, he gazed toward the blue-purple smoke drifting above the trees. For a brief moment, someone came to mind. He quickly dismissed the thought. "You are Zhao Guangyi. Tomorrow, you will finally leave this place." The world was vast. A man should make his name beneath heaven. Master Jinghui had refused to ordain him all these years. His wise eyes had always held quiet regret. Your worldly ties remain unresolved. You are not yet destined for Buddhism. Those simple words had always lingered in Zhao Guangyi's heart. He quietly swept the courtyard while the distant chanting continued to echo through the temple. Years had passed. Still, he waited. He believed in the promise behind the wooden bracelet. Zhao Kuangyin had once said, "When Duke Anding dies, we'll conquer the world together." Then, it happened by pure chance. As Zhao Guangyi raised his head while sweeping, he noticed someone watching him. From head to toe, he froze. The temple wasn't small. Most of the monks and guests already knew him. Even travelers staying overnight rarely looked at him like this. This quiet Buddhist sanctuary had always nurtured calm hearts. Yet the stranger before him possessed sharp brows and fearless eyes. There was unmistakable authority in his bearing. Nothing about him resembled someone raised amid the gentle rivers and mountains of the south. So Zhao Guangyi looked back. The man dressed in brown stared only at the wooden bracelet on his wrist. "You?" Zhao Kuangyin slowly walked toward him. His heart surged with excitement. This journey south had truly not been in vain. Zhao Guangyi. The young man in blue stood stunned. His thoughts became a blur. The temple gates had begun filling with worshippers offering incense for peace. Smoke drifted lazily through the air. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on the bracelet. Zhao Guangyi. No one had called him by that name for many years. Could this finally be his chance? "How do you know my name is Zhao Guangyi?" The man with sword-like brows suddenly smiled. From inside his robes, he took out another red sandalwood bracelet. Even without close inspection, Zhao Guangyi immediately recognized it. The two bracelets had been carved from the same piece of red sandalwood. There could be no mistake. His eyes widened. "Brother?" Zhao Kuangyin smiled even more warmly. "You've really grown up." Zhao Guangyi laughed. His elder brother let out a long sigh of relief. Joy filled his eyes as he stepped forward and firmly patted Zhao Guangyi's shoulder. "After more than 10 years, I finally found you." That night, after completing his evening duties, Zhao Guangyi quietly slipped away to the guest quarters to reunite with his brother. More than a decade had passed. Zhao Kuangyin carefully looked him over beneath the candlelight. The timid boy who had loved books, the one Zhao Kuangyin had always teased for being foolish, had grown into a handsome young man. He now stood as tall as Zhao Kuangyin himself. There wasn't a trace left of the timid child he once knew. The two brothers talked late into the night beneath the flickering candle. Naturally, there was no wine or meat inside a Buddhist temple. While speaking excitedly, Zhao Kuangyin suddenly sighed. "What a pity. If only we had a jar of good wine. We should be celebrating our reunion." Zhao Guangyi smiled. "You're still exactly the same." You act first and think later. You've never been someone who retreats or hesitates. Hearing those words only made Zhao Kuangyin happier. You've truly grown up. He smiled. I still remember the day I secretly stole that piece of rosewood from father. You looked frightened, but curious. I also remember how you always buried yourself in poetry. I hated those books, so I constantly teased you. Zhao Guangyi simply smiled. Brother, did you come south this time just to find me? Of course. Zhao Guangyi fell silent for a moment. How is our family? I don't even know where everyone is now. I've asked many people over the years to help me search, but I never found any news. We left home after father passed away. I'll take you back in a few days. Once we leave this place, the Zhao family will never spend the rest of our lives inside a temple. The two brothers laughed. They raised their hands and slapped palms together. Neither of them knew that only a few days later, the crown prince's assassins would quietly escort Zhao Kuangyin away the moment he left Anong Temple. Not long before that, Li Hongji had been severely reprimanded by the emperor and threatened with the return of the Prince of Qi. Cornered, he had resorted to desperate measures. He needed someone completely unconnected to the Southern Tang court, someone with nothing to lose. Zhao Kuangyin was the perfect choice. Even so, Li Hongji never fully trusted him. Secretly, he placed people around Anong Temple. Everything appeared peaceful, yet Zhao Guangyi was never allowed to leave. Kill the Prince of Qi. Only 3 words. Cold. Simple. Without the slightest hesitation. Whether he was his uncle or not made no difference. Anyone who stood in his path would die. But Zhao Kuangyin quickly realized the plan was flawed. If the Prince of Qi died now, Li Hongji would inevitably become the prime suspect. At best, he could only rely on the emperor's kindness to protect him. It wasn't the decision of a wise man. Still, that wasn't Zhao Kuangyin's concern. He merely had to complete the mission. If fortune favored him, he could even use it as the first step toward conquering the Southern Tang. The world could never be won in a single day. After the Prince of Qi, the next target became Duke Anding. Li Hongji's ambition had not appeared overnight. He had hidden it for far too long. Now, he desperately wanted to remove every obstacle standing between himself and the throne. The famous Duke of Anding became his next victim. Zhao Kuangyin had promised Zhao Guangyi, once Duke Anding died, he would take him away from the temple. Tonight, he stood here once again, running silently across the rooftops. Zhao Kuangyin made his way toward the deserted rear courtyard. The distant evening bell echoed through the darkness. Heavy, ancient, as though it marked the passing of an era. He suddenly remembered the day he had left this place only a few days earlier. Back then, he had been curious about Duke Anding. Li Congjia, his name, his poetry, his elegance, filled every street in Jinling. Wherever one went, people were either reciting his poems or praising his character. His love story with a Huang had long become the envy of the entire city. The perfect couple, people often said. One hand can conquer the world. Back then, Zhao Kuangyin had laughed in disbelief. Conquer the world? What kind of conqueror was someone who kept retreating before his own brother? It was said that the emperor loved his sixth son far more than the current crown prince. Once, a peerless brocade known as the Mountain and River Brocade had remained unmatched for months. Only after an imperial decree recalled Duke Anding to court did someone finally compose the legendary song worthy of it. Rumors spread faster than the wind. The more Zhao Kuangyin heard, the more curious he became. Now, as he crossed the old rooftops beneath the night sky, his thoughts had completely changed. He remembered someone whose robes had been dyed blue by rain and moonlight. He had shattered Li Congjia's faith, destroyed his cherished Xianquan. So what? He only hoped Li Congjia would remember the bracelet. He would never know the truth behind everything Zhao Kuangyin had done. Nor could he. Zhao Kuangyin wished for only one thing. May Li Congjia live well. Sincerely. Soon, he saw Zhao Guangyi waiting in the shadows. For a brief instant, the familiar silhouette gave him a strange sense of unreality. Only when he saw the wooden bracelet did everything become real again. It was still there. The two boys who had once climbed that tree together still remained. For reasons he couldn't explain, his heart felt unusually heavy tonight. Yet seeing Li Congjia in his thoughts, and seeing his younger brother before him, made him feel fortunate. Without saying a word, he grabbed Zhao Guangyi's arm. Together, they leaped out of Anong Temple. I didn't betray you. I didn't need to kill you and blindly obey the crown prince just to save Guangyi. There was another way. Kill Li Hongji instead. Zhao Kuangyin suddenly laughed. Li Songjia, this is the greatest difference between you and me. I have never been someone willing to gamble everything on a single chance. Did you complete the mission involving Duke Anding? Seeing Zhao Kuangyin return unhindered, Zhao Guangyi naturally assumed everything had gone according to plan. Zhao Kuangyin nodded. So, Duke Anding is dead? He paused, then quietly replied. He isn't. Zhao Guangyi stared at him in disbelief. What? Then how did you persuade the crown prince to let me go? The man with sword-like brows looked him up and down before flashing a confident grin. Don't you trust your elder brother? If I said I'd take you away from the temple, I'll keep my promise. But if I couldn't kill Duke Anding, then I killed Li Hongji instead. He said it as casually as if discussing the weather. Zhao Guangyi nearly stopped breathing. The crown prince. He's dead. He hurriedly lowered his voice. If anyone overheard those words, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Kuangyin looked at him curiously. He really is dead. If I could kill the Prince of Qi, then naturally I could also kill Li Hongji. Originally, I wanted to use him to help us establish ourselves in the Southern Tang. But later, I changed my mind. You can't blame me. Blame him instead. He was too suspicious. I was already prepared to die. He insisted on doubting me and drank Qinghuan from a rosewood cup. The wine wasn't poisoned. He brought his own death upon himself. A strange expression crossed Zhao Guangyi's face. He carefully pieced everything together. His brother had truly killed Li Hongji. The casual way Zhao Kuangyin described it concealed unimaginable danger. Even after years inside a temple, Zhao Guangyin knew the crown prince had never been an easy opponent. One careless mistake would have meant certain death. His brother had risked everything. There had to be a reason. Zhao Kuangyin always kept his promises. He wasn't someone who gambled recklessly, nor was he someone who took unnecessary risks. Why? He was no longer the timid child from years ago, no longer someone who blindly admired his elder brother. His voice was calm, steady, mature. What benefit was there in killing the crown prince? Zhao Kuangyin looked at him. He wasn't sure whether he should feel proud or uneasy. Guangyi had truly grown up. He waved dismissively. No particular reason. I just suddenly felt. Duke Anding shouldn't die. Zhao Guangyi frowned. His eyes drifted toward the wooden bracelet. Then he looked back at Zhao Kuangyin. Brother, you should still be wearing yours. From now on, the two of us will conquer the world together. Zhao Kuangyin's expression froze. After a brief silence, he smiled helplessly. It isn't with me anymore. Zhao Guangyi looked even more confused. You gave it to someone else? I gave it to Li Songjia. He answered naturally. Li Songjia. Zhao Guangyi slowly repeated the name. As they walked through the dark forest behind the temple, he silently wondered. What kind of man could make his elder brother abandon his original plan? What kind of person could persuade Zhao Kuangyin to kill the crown prince instead? And how could Zhao Kuangyin willingly give away the wooden bracelet? Others might not understand its meaning, but Zhao Guangyi did. It was proof of their brotherhood. Once, it had been the thing Zhao Kuangyin treasured most. Who exactly was Duke Anding? Who was Li Songjia? How could someone behind such a famous name actually shake another person's heart? Zhao Guangyi had assumed they would flee Jinling overnight. Instead, Zhao Kuangyin led him around to the front of the temple. They climbed back over the wall beside the guest quarters. Both of them slipped silently inside. Zhao Guangyi couldn't help admiring him. As expected, his brother was still his brother. Everywhere outside the temple would now be dangerous. Even escaping the city wasn't guaranteed to succeed. Anyone aware of Zhao Kuangyin's purpose would immediately search Anong Temple. Yet, no one would imagine that he hadn't left at all. Instead, the two brothers quietly returned to the very guest room where Zhao Kuangyin had been staying. A lone oil lamp still burned upon the table. Its dim light cast deep shadows around the room. Zhao Kuangyin smiled. He pressed a finger to his lips, then pointed toward the darkness beneath the lamp. The darkest place was always directly beneath the light. Even if people suspected Zhao Kuangyin of murdering the crown prince, they would never imagine he was still spending the night inside Anong Temple. Zhao Guangyin nodded. Staying here tonight is the safest choice. Zhao Kuangyin removed his sword and carefully placed it beside the bed. Then he spoke casually. Actually, I have an appointment tomorrow. So this works out perfectly. With whom? Zhao Guangyi asked. He couldn't imagine who would be worth meeting under such dangerous circumstances. Li Songjia. It was the second time he had heard that name tonight. Not Duke Anding. Not Li Chongwang. Li Songjia. He spoke the name naturally, almost intimately, as though they had known each other for years. Yet, only a few days had passed. Defection. A wooden bracelet. A promise to meet again. What was so special about Li Songjia? For the first time, a faint uneasiness settled inside Zhao Guangyi's heart. Zhao Kuangyin had always been a man impossible to bind. Nothing had ever mattered more than the world itself. Yet now, something else seemed to occupy his heart. Something, or someone, just as important. The temple bell gradually fell silent. Because Anong Temple stood upon higher ground, opening the wooden window revealed the entire city of Jinling below. The prosperous night stretched endlessly into the distance. Spring rain veiled countless roads. Scattered lanterns glowed warmly. Wine was poured into waiting cups. Peach blossoms drifted softly through the darkness, like beautiful eyes watching the city. When tomorrow's sunlight illuminated this land, would it already belong to you? I hope you're satisfied with this gift. For the first time in many days, Zhao Kuangyin smiled from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 26. That night, Li Songjia dreamed of his youth. He rarely dreamed. Perhaps it was because too many things had weighed on his mind during the day. He became completely immersed in the dream, unable to escape it. It was called a dream, yet it felt more real than reality itself. When he awoke, dawn was just beginning to break. Li Songjia slowly came back to his senses. Huang was still sleeping peacefully beside him. Quietly, he rose from the bed, poured himself a cup of tea, closed his eyes, and took a slow sip. Was it really only a dream? It felt like a forgotten chapter of his past, one he could never return to. He saw himself as a young boy, reading, writing, always accompanied by someone, still carrying a trace of childish innocence. Yet his words flowed naturally, earning praise from everyone around him. Only his elder brother, Li Hongji, always wore a gloomy expression. Perhaps it wasn't jealousy. Perhaps it was only disappointment. Why was Li Songjia so different from him? Why could Li Songjia remain detached from everything, yet still make people admire and miss him? Li Songjia had truly wanted his brother's approval. But no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible. Within the entire Southern Tang royal family, there had only ever been one Li Hongji. Even as a child, his temperament had been proud, forceful, and uncompromising. Even their father had been powerless to change him. Perhaps he really had been sad back then. He simply couldn't remember it anymore. Only in that dream did he finally see it clearly. He had never pretended to be anyone else. This was simply who Li Songjia had always been. Never deliberate, never stubborn, just himself. After finishing his tea, he didn't wish to disturb the servants. He casually put on a light green robe and walked toward the window. Opening it slightly, he breathed in the fragrance of the morning flowers. Everything that came afterward was even more unpredictable. By now, Li Hongji should already know that he was still alive. What would he do next? Li Songjia merely chuckled softly. That was all. You always say I only know how to escape reality. But how could I? Not everyone is born with ambition. And not everyone can control ambition. Brother Hongji, you were deceived by ambition. In the end, you became its prisoner. You could no longer even find yourself. Outside, orioles sang among the green willows. Behind him came the faint sound of someone stirring awake. Li Songjia turned around. Leaning against the window, he smiled. It's still early. Huang lazily sat up. I'm not sleeping anymore. I have things to do today. Seeing him standing there smiling, as usual somehow, made her feel relieved. It was enough that he was here. Didn't you say Vine was coming today? Who knows when that girl will arrive? I'd better get up early. Li Songjia's heart tightened. He wanted to tell her that he had to go out that evening. But changing their plans so suddenly would only make her suspicious. For a while, neither of them spoke. Huang stood and noticed he had carelessly thrown on his robe. Suddenly, she remembered something. Where's my Tian Shubi robe? Li Songjia tugged lightly at his sleeve. How would I know whether Madame has finished dyeing it? How would I dare rush you? She walked over and lightly pushed him. You're so impatient. All right. But it still can't compare to the mountain and river brocade. Lord Anding, don't look down on it. Then her expression dimmed. The mountain and river brocade. It was stained with blood and dirt after everything that happened yesterday. I asked Lu Zhu to find someone to clean it, but no one in the residence dared touch it. They were afraid they'd ruin an imperial gift. So I asked her to look for skilled craftsmen outside. As she spoke, Hongxiu came to mind once more. She sighed softly. Hongxiu, really? Why did it have to end like this? Li Songjia gently took her hand. This is the imperial family. Even if we witness everything, there are some things we simply cannot change. Huang looked at him. She hesitated before speaking. Songjia, I don't want to ask too many questions. But, no matter what happens, don't put yourself in danger. He understood what she meant. Rumors about the strained relationship between him and the crown prince had existed for years. He had never wanted to fight, yet the distance between them had only grown wider. By the time Huang married him, the brothers had already become strangers. Though she knew nothing of the past, she knew there was nothing Li Songjia could do. She had never wished to involve herself in court politics. Nor could she, but worrying about him was unavoidable. I truly did give up before. Li Songjia looked at her quietly. But now, it's different. Don't worry. Didn't we agree? We're going to restore the colorful feathered garment dance. The glory of the Tang Dynasty will return through our hands. He no longer wished to hide his thoughts. Once, he had abandoned everything. Now, he had to return to the path he had left behind. It was the only way. Otherwise, it would be too late to undo what had already happened. Suddenly, Huang withdrew her hand. Li Songjia blinked. What's wrong? She quickly turned away. It's nothing. I'll go call Lu Zhu. Without looking back, the woman in her pale pink robe hurried away. Li Songjia watched her leave, unable to understand what had happened. Eventually, he let it go. Only Huang herself knew why. His words, I once gave up, had awakened memories from her dream. She kept telling herself, everything she had seen yesterday had merely been a nightmare. The untouchable Li Songjia, the proud Zhao Kuangyin. She should have remained righteous and unwavering. Yet Zhao Kuangyin's confident, piercing gaze had almost destroyed her resolve. Worse still, she had uncovered a secret, one that could never again be spoken aloud. She had to forget. Only then could she peacefully dye his robe. She had promised to dye one for him, and she truly had. Every stitch, every color, contained her heart. She knew Li Songjia could never repay it. After breakfast, she personally brought him the freshly dried robe. Smiling brightly, she pulled him over. She loved seeing him dressed in Tianshuabi. Simple, elegant. To her, he resembled the clear sky itself. The second miss has arrived, Lu Zhu announced. Hearing this, Huang immediately pushed Li Songjia toward the inner room. Put it on before coming out. She hurried off to greet her sister. A lively figure in green came running from the corridor. She was only 12 or 13 years old. Her face still carried the innocence of childhood. She wore a light green gauze dress. Hanging from her waist was a strange heirloom stone. Half of it glowed crimson like fresh blood. The other half was as white as jade. It bounced as she ran. Huang had once explained that Vying had been born frail. She cried constantly as a child. Their family believed this ancient stone would calm her spirit, so she had worn it ever since. Lu Zhu hurried after her, completely out of breath. She feared the second miss would trip and fall, but Vying laughed happily. It was rare for her to visit her elder sister's home. Everything fascinated her. She reached out to touch flowers, brushed her fingers across willow branches, humming happily all the while. Huang waved to her from afar with a smile. Among everyone in the family, this troublesome little sister gave her the most headaches. Always full of strange ideas. Always clever. Though Huang was 7 or 8 years older, they remained the closest of friends. Sister. Sweat glistened across Vying's forehead from running. Her features resembled Huang's. Yet her face was far more lively. She wasn't as breathtakingly beautiful as her elder sister. Instead, she possessed a fresh and delicate charm all her own. The emerald dress she loved so dearly made her fair complexion appear even brighter among the blooming flowers. Why are you running so fast? Huang gently wiped the sweat from her face with a peony-patterned handkerchief. I wasn't going anywhere. Vying smiled. I missed you, but I also haven't seen brother-in-law for over a year. The last time I came, he'd already gone to the palace. Huang lightly poked her forehead. So you missed your brother-in-law more than your own sister? You're so heartless. What wonderful thing did Lord Anding promise you that you miss him so much? Vine pouted. Last year he promised he'd send me any new poems he wrote. But he's always busy. I've come several times and still haven't seen him. A Huang leaned close and whispered mysteriously. Then I have good news. Lord Anding is home today. The two sisters immediately burst into laughter. Lu Zhu hurried off to prepare Vine's favorite pastries. Hand in hand, the sisters walked inside. Vine was slightly shorter than a Huang. Instead of luxurious silk, she wore only a light gauze dress. Yet she appeared even more graceful because of it. Li Songjia changed into the newly dyed robe and walked out from the inner courtyard. From ahead came laughter. Liu Zhu's voice echoed repeatedly. Second miss, please stop teasing me. I'm going to lose my life like this. A burst of youthful laughter followed. The second miss has truly grown up. Vine was sitting beside a Huang, drinking tea. Suddenly, a clear, gentle voice reached her ears. She turned around. Li Songjia was slowly walking toward them. In his hand was a simple folding fan edged with gold. He smiled calmly. There was unmistakable admiration in his eyes. Vine smiled immediately. She rose gracefully and bowed. Without the slightest shyness, Li Songjia lightly waved his fan. There is no need for such formality. She looked up. Vine greets Lord Anding. Li Songjia leaned closer. So, you've become more reserved now that you've grown up? I remember your hair was much shorter before the new year. You've become even prettier. He bent down until his face was only inches away. Vine caught the faint fragrance of red sandalwood surrounding him. He carefully studied her face. For a moment, she forgot what she wanted to say. Her cheeks gradually turned pink. She no longer dared meet his unusual eyes. Vine, is this a new eyebrow powder? Only then did Li Songjia realize what had changed. He straightened up, opened his folding fan, stepped back, and examined her carefully. It's slightly darker, but it suits your age. Then he smiled, like the warm breeze of early spring. Vine simply stared at him, completely captivated. Only when a Huang softly called her name did she suddenly awaken. Obediently, she corrected herself. Brother-in-law. She was only 12 years old. At that moment, she wholeheartedly regarded him only as her brother-in-law. A Huang pulled her back to her seat. Li Songjia sat opposite them, sipping tea. Vine looked curiously at his robe. Brother-in-law. What dye was used for these clothes? It's so beautiful. Before Li Songjia could answer, he looked toward a Huang with smiling eyes. The teacup still rested in his hand. A Huang glared back at him. Then she answered her sister. It's simply the color of clear sky reflected on water. Vine blinked. Sky reflected on water? A Huang nodded. We have people skilled in dyeing at home. If you like it, ask them to make one for you. Vine shook her head. She had never seen such a transparent shade of green. She couldn't tell whether the robe enhanced Li Songjia, or whether Li Songjia himself gave life to the color. Simply watching him sit there gracefully, holding a teacup with effortless elegance, made it impossible to look away. She spoke softly. I've never seen anyone look as beautiful in aquamarine as brother-in-law. Li Songjia laughed. It isn't that I wear it well. You should thank your sister. It took her a great deal of effort to dye this robe. If Vine hadn't been present, a Huang would already have gone over to hit him. Instead, she merely lowered her head in embarrassment. The little exchanges between husband and wife filled the room with warmth. Vine watched them with undisguised envy. She wanted to touch that beautiful shade of blue-green herself. How wonderful it must feel. At that age, her admiration was completely innocent. She simply loved beautiful things. Just watching Li Songjia sitting there, elegant beyond compare, was enough to enchant her. Much later, she would realize her sister had once been the same. A Huang had fallen in love with a single smile for an entire lifetime, and she had simply happened to meet Li Songjia. So, this really is the green dye sister made herself? Vine looked astonished. It isn't easy to produce such a color. How could sister go to so much trouble? A Huang smiled. I promised I'd dye one for him myself. And this impatient man reminded me every single day. Everyone laughed. Only Li Songjia smiled quietly without speaking. Vine found herself unable to join their conversation. Instead, she absent-mindedly picked up a piece of smoked cake. After taking a bite, her eyes lit up. I never realized this pastry was so delicious. A Huang smiled. It's his favorite. I don't think it's anything special. He likes delicate flavors. He thinks anything too sweet is overwhelming. Only then did Vang realize. Even the refreshments served to guests were chosen according to Li Songjia's tastes. She silently remembered that. Li Songjia immediately instructed Lu Zhu to prepare sweeter pastries. He worried smoked cakes might be too plain for a young girl. But Vang hurriedly stopped him. It's fine. The more you eat it, the better it tastes. A Huang covered her mouth and laughed. So, our second miss agrees with Lord Anding. It was only an innocent joke. But Vang's expression became unusually serious. A Huang gently brushed the crumbs from her lips. If our Inger ever falls in love someday, I'm afraid she'll become even more foolish than her sister. I wonder what she'd do for the man she loves. Seeing Vang blush, she couldn't resist teasing her further. Tell me, if you meet someone you truly love one day, what would you do? Still holding the smoked cake, Vang answered without thinking. Dyeing cloth isn't difficult. I could do that too. A Huang was momentarily speechless. She wasn't even sure whom those words were directed toward. Vang herself was still too young to realize how bold they sounded. A Huang simply laughed. Our little Inger is certainly brave. Father always says so. I hope you'll accomplish even more than your sister someday. Everyone remained relaxed. Only Li Songjia felt faintly embarrassed. He quietly stood. Shall we walk through the garden? The spring flowers are blooming beautifully. I've been too busy lately. I haven't visited Du Garden in quite some time. The three of them followed the corridor together. By noon, the morning dew had already evaporated. The maid who usually collected it was nowhere to be seen. Since they rarely had the chance to spend time together, they dismissed the servants. Father said sister wasn't feeling well. Vang finally remembered why she had come. Are you feeling better today? A Huang breathed deeply, enjoying the fragrance of the flowers. I'm fine. Father worries too much. How could I truly become ill just because of a nightmare? A nightmare? Vang's eyes sparkled. What kind? Did a ghost bite your neck? Or, she laughed mischievously. Did you dream brother-in-law was stolen away by someone else? Was that why you were so sad? She spoke entirely without malice. Ever since childhood, Vang had always said whatever came to mind. She behaved in ways noble young ladies never dared. Li Songjia had long known the Zhou family's second miss had been spoiled because of her fragile health. Now, he truly experienced it firsthand. A Huang reached out and lightly pushed her. This girl becomes more outrageous every day. You shouldn't say such things. Your brother-in-law is right here. What will people think? Her tone carried unusual sharpness. Normally, she would never have reacted that way, because Vang's careless joke had unknowingly struck the truth. In that dream, the peony-like woman had become desolate, and he had disappeared, even though Li Songjia still stood beside her. Even though she could still smell the faint scent of red sandalwood. She feared nothing more than someone touching the secret hidden inside that dream. Sister, I've already forgotten it. How could I possibly believe a dream? She forced herself to smile, yet her palms had begun to sweat. I'll fetch my pipa. If you still want to stroll through the garden, go with your brother-in-law. We'll meet again in the hall later. It's been so long since we've played music together. Li Songjia immediately frowned. Why not let Lu Zhu accompany her? It wouldn't be proper for the two of us to walk alone. He couldn't explain why. It simply felt inappropriate. But A Huang was too distracted to think about such things. Still weighed down by sadness, she insisted on fetching the instrument herself. The pink skirts fluttered away. Soon, only Li Songjia and Vang remained inside the quiet dew garden. The emerald green of her dress blended beautifully with the flowers surrounding them. She crouched beside a rose bush, studying the blossoms. Li Songjia stood behind her. The faint fragrance of red sandalwood lingered in the air. Brother-in-law, the fragrance you wear is very special. Even the flowers can't cover the scent of red sandalwood. Li Songjia laughed. I can't compare to these flowers. I'm merely an ordinary blossom. Brother-in-law is too modest. The entire city of Jinling says Duke Anding is unmatched in elegance. Only then did Li Songjia truly understand. The Zhou family's second miss really did speak whatever she pleased. He smiled helplessly. Leaning down beside her, he gently picked up a blooming rose. Be careful. There are new thorns beneath these branches. I had people trim them several days ago, but they've probably grown back. I don't want you hurting your hands. Vine looked sideways at him. Up close, his unusual eyes seemed almost mesmerizing. She couldn't help staring. This flower is beautiful, but I can't truly appreciate it. What should I do? Li Songjiao paused. Even his fingertips stopped moving. Even if it hurts someone, the thorns are part of the flower. They should never be separated from the branch. Before he finished speaking, the 12-year-old girl reached out without hesitation. Snap! She cleanly broke every thorn from the stem. Li Songjia silently watched her. His expression grew thoughtful. Huang's pride was restrained, elegant, dignified, but Vine was completely different. She dared to speak. She dared to act. She even carried a trace of arrogance. Completely unconcerned, she continued admiring the brilliant red rose in her hands. She was nothing like her sister. Chapter 27. Li Songjia saw only her Fengxian dyed nails lingering over the broken flower stems. For no reason, they reminded him of Zhao Kuangyin. He suddenly remembered the day Zhao Kuangyin had wielded a knife and destroyed the flowers with an impatient expression. At least Zhao Kuangyin had acted out of his domineering nature and his dislike for the gentleness of the South. But the young Nuying standing before him, she frightened him. If a woman with such a personality truly desired something, what lengths would she go to obtain it? Today, she merely wanted to admire a flower. Seeing the surprise in Li Songjia's eyes, Nuying looked up innocently. Brother-in-law, what do you think of this flower? We shouldn't have destroyed it so hastily. Even if it's only a flower, it's still a living thing. When flowers bloom, you should pick them at once. Don't wait until there are no flowers left to pick. She answered without hesitation, as though she had expected the question. Li Songjia fell silent. The young girl was every bit as clever as anyone else. He took 2 or 3 steps back, unwilling to continue the discussion. Before long, Nuying became fascinated by the idea of collecting morning dew. Do you really have to get up early to collect dew? Li Songjia nodded. A moment later, she delightedly discovered several drops of dew on the lower leaves beneath the flowers. Eager to try, she hurried off to have someone bring her a reed tube. Li Songjia watched her happily bustling about. He wanted to stop her, yet couldn't think of a reason. In the end, he simply treated it as childish play. Nuying curiously pointed the reed tube toward the dew, but she had no experience. Her hand slipped, and she couldn't draw the water into the tube. She stamped her feet in frustration. Standing with his hands behind his back, Li Songjia watched her struggle and couldn't help laughing. The young girl in emerald green robes suddenly turned and waved at him. What's wrong? My lord Anding. Would you honor Nuying by teaching her how to collect dew? She smiled expectantly. Left with little choice, Li Songjia stepped forward. Seeing how tightly she gripped the reed tube, he gently placed his hand over hers. His movements were calm and steady as always, and his voice was gentle enough to reassure anyone. Slowly like this. Feeling the warmth of his fingers, Nuying's heart became strangely unsettled. Her hand trembled. A drop of dew splashed into the soil. Oh, Nuying is so clumsy. Li Songjia withdrew his hand. All right, stop playing and stand up. Smiling, he watched as the stubborn girl continued trying to collect the dew, refusing to give up. The sight amused him even more. It was only a joke. When you marry someday, you won't have to dye your fingernails green. That's not how the second daughter of the Zhou family should behave. If my sister can do it, why can't I? Li Songjia chose not to argue. Nuying remained just as stubborn as ever. At that moment, Lu Zhu arrived. Madam has prepared the pipa in the hall. She invites Lord Anding and the second young lady to come. The moment Li Songjia stepped back into the banquet hall, sorrow returned to his heart. Hongxiu's shadow seemed to linger everywhere. He sighed softly. The dead could never return. Had human life truly become so worthless? There was nothing he could do. Nuying, completely unaware of what had happened there, curiously looked around the hall. Lord Anding truly has unmatched elegance. I expected this banquet hall to be filled with gold and jade treasures, yet I don't see a single luxurious ornament. She spoke with a maturity far beyond her years. It was always startling. Since childhood, she had studied the pipa alongside a Huang and had become remarkably skilled. But she had been very young then, and Li Songjia had never heard her play. Today, watching her skillfully hold the pipa with perfect posture, he couldn't help admiring her. Her 10 slender fingers danced across the strings, pouring out heartfelt emotions. The crimson sun had already climbed high into the sky. The golden incense burner released fragrant smoke in curling wisps. The scarlet brocade beneath graceful footsteps rippled gently. Beautiful women danced with golden hairpins in their hair. They gathered flower buds, lifted them to their noses, and smiled in intoxication. From distant halls came the sounds of flutes and drums. The girl dressed in pink was elegant and refined. Every smile and every frown was breathtaking. The girl dressed in green was lively and spirited, young, full of pride. There was a trace of urgency hidden within her melody, as though she refused to be outdone. Even with his eyes closed, Li Songjia could hear it clearly. Yet inwardly, he found it amusing. After all, she was still just a little girl. I've always wanted to send someone to search for the score of the rainbow skirts and feathered garments dance that survived from the Tang Dynasty's golden age. There are rumors that fragments were scattered among the people during the wars, but they've been difficult to find. If we ever recover them, perhaps we can recreate the glory of the Tang Dynasty together. Huang admired her younger sister's pipa playing. As sisters and close companions, she looked forward to that day. Yong nodded eagerly. If I ever find that score, there will be no reason not to help you, sister. The clear wind drifted across 1,000 miles, intoxicating the people of every land. War stained the earth with tears the color of rouge. The pipa sang of a heart without regrets. Perhaps that was what Hongxiu had longed for all along. No regrets. She was gone. May those still living cherish themselves and live well. Huang and Li Songjia mourned the woman who had exhausted every last bit of herself. The music became even more emotional. The three of them shared the same love of poetry and music. Such a gathering was rare. Without realizing it, they completely forgot the passage of time. On Phoenix Mountain outside Jinling stood Phoenix Terrace. Each season offered a different beauty. In spring, mountain flowers bloomed everywhere, and apricot blossoms filled the air with fragrance. In summer, warm breezes drifted gently through the hills. In autumn, crimson forests covered the mountainsides. In winter, cold winds swept across the land while proud plum blossoms bloomed against the snow. Each season brought different sights, sounds, and emotions. Each possessed its own unique charm. Since the phoenix flew away, Phoenix Terrace had remained empty while the river continued to flow. The flowers and grasses of the Wu Palace buried forgotten paths. The robes and crowns of the Jin dynasty had become ancient mounds. 3 mountains stood half-hidden beneath the blue sky. Egret Isle was divided by 2 rivers. Floating clouds forever obscured the sun. Chang'an could no longer be seen, leaving only sorrow behind. The poetry and songs of the Tianbao era still hinted at that magnificent age. Zhao Kuangyin had said they would meet at Phoenix Terrace that evening. As dusk approached, Li Songjia thought about it again and again. Yong quietly watched him. She could clearly tell that Lord Anding was troubled. She rose carefully. If Lord Anding has other matters to attend to, there's no need to accompany me. I'm already grateful for today's hospitality. Father only asked me to visit my sister. Since she's well, I should return home. Huang scarcely considered whether Li Songjia truly had business elsewhere. The only thing she heard was that Yong wanted to leave. Naturally, she couldn't bear to let her go. Why are you in such a hurry? I'll send someone back to inform father. Stay with your sister tonight, so we can catch up. We haven't seen each other in so long, and you've only just arrived. She took Yong's hand before instructing Lu Zhu. Send someone to Zhou Manor. Tell father that I'm well and overjoyed to see my sister. She'll stay here tonight, so he needn't worry. Yong obediently sat back down. Even so, her eyes never left Li Songjia. When Li Songjia noticed her gaze, his smile grew even fainter. He lifted his wrist to pour himself a cup of tea. At that moment, his eyes fell upon the wooden bracelet. It wasn't nearly as heavy as he had imagined. Wearing it wasn't uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, every time he looked at it, he felt strangely reassured. This simple wooden bracelet was a promise, a belief that sustained his life. You owe me your life. So remember, live well. The warm tea flowed into his throat, reminding him of the blood that had streamed down his shoulder that absurd night. He remembered the bite. It had been so fierce that escape had been impossible. Even now, the lingering warmth seemed to spread throughout his entire body. His expression changed slightly. Huang noticed. She wasn't sure whether he truly had plans for the evening. Since he hadn't refused to stay, She didn't know what to make of it. Congjia. Her voice abruptly interrupted his thoughts. For the first time, Li Congjia actually looked flustered. Both women were surprised. What's wrong with you, Congjia? His hand shook. Tea spilled over the rim of the cup. The wound on his shoulder, unseen by anyone since that day, throbbed faintly. He calmly set the cup down. I had an appointment this evening. I only just remembered. I really shouldn't have forgotten. Huang looked puzzled. It's so rare for Nuying to visit. Don't trouble yourself, sister. Nuying smiled understandingly. If Lord Anding has something important to do, he should go. You can stay here with me. Her words were tactful and considerate. We made the appointment some time ago. I've been so busy these past few days that it completely slipped my mind. Li Congjia stood. He didn't want to explain any further. The more he spoke, the more it sounded as though he were hiding something. He quickly went inside to change his clothes. Huang watched him leave without another glance. She felt unexpectedly disappointed. But with Nuying beside her, she could say nothing. Someone brought him a green outer robe. He allowed the servants to fasten his belt. His thoughts, however, remained trapped in the chaos of that day. He couldn't drive it from his mind. What time is it? My lord, the hour of you is almost over. Li Congjia wasn't even sure what time Zhao Kuangyin had set for their meeting. Meeting alone on Phoenix Mountain at night. The whole thing felt strangely unsettling. He hesitated. He had a feeling that once he left, he might not return for quite some time. More than that, he suddenly found himself afraid to see Zhao Kuangyin. He didn't know why. Perhaps he had indulged himself too much that day. Now that he had calmed down, he simply didn't know what to say. Xiaoping approached. Master, are you going out? I'll have the carriage prepared. Li Congjia almost told him not to bother. But after changing clothes, hesitation seemed meaningless. He opened his folding fan and left. His sky blue robes gradually disappeared into the carriage. Outside the gates of the Anding Manor waited a simple, yet elegant carriage. Unbeknownst to him, someone not far away watched everything closely. He had waited an entire day. At last, Li Congjia had finally come out. No matter where he was going, he intended to follow. There was madness, desperation, in his eyes. If Li Congjia failed to appear one day, he had already decided he would wait here forever. He refused to believe Li Congjia would spend his entire life hidden inside his own residence. Li Congjia wasn't in a hurry. If anything, he deliberately slowed the carriage, almost as though giving himself every opportunity to change his mind. The carriage gradually left the bustling streets behind and headed toward the quiet countryside outside the city. Phoenix Terrace. Should he go or not? If he didn't, he would leave that person behind forever. He would never again remember such beautiful moments. From then on, they would go their separate ways. Li Congjia would remain the Duke of Anding, content to envy only Mandarin ducks and not immortals. If he turned back now, everything would begin again. Everything he knew, everything Zhao Kuangyin knew, would become as though the two people who met beneath that tree had never existed. It was only a single sentence. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to say it. As the carriage neared the city gates, the wooden bracelet pressed painfully against the carriage wall. It hurt, yet he refused to remove it. The ache in his shoulder only grew worse. Leaning back against the carriage, Li Congjia slowly closed his eyes. Drive faster. Reach Phoenix Mountain before nightfall. In the end, he still couldn't give up. Whatever these feelings truly were, he wanted to see Zhao Kuangyin one last time before he left. A lone horse quietly followed the carriage from a distance. Phoenix Mountain was now within reach. Zhao Kuangyin instructed Zhao Guangyi to wait at the foot of the mountain while he alone climbed to Phoenix Terrace. Zhao Guangyi disliked the arrangement. What was so secret that even he couldn't know? Did his elder brother truly intend to keep him away? But Zhao Kuangyin was resolute. He absolutely refused to let Zhao Guangyi follow. The mystery only made Zhao Guangyi more curious. Obeying his brother's instructions, he waited inside a small tea house at the foot of the mountain. By the time darkness fell, the last tourists had already left. He was the only customer remaining. As he sat pondering the matter, the sound of carriage wheels reached his ears. In the fading daylight, he saw an elegant carriage decorated with understated gold and jade. It wasn't ostentatious, yet it unmistakably reflected the noble status of its owner. Zhao Guangyi felt a surge of anticipation. This must be the carriage of the Duke of Anding. Sure enough, a man dressed in green slowly stepped down. His back faced Zhao Guangyi. His face remained hidden. As Li Songjia descended, his outer robe slipped slightly. Without thinking, he lifted his wrist to straighten it. That simple movement left Zhao Guangyi stunned. People said the Duke of Anding could captivate the world with a single gesture. Now Zhao Guangyi finally understood. Such an effortless movement was enough to leave anyone speechless. He truly was a man of incomparable elegance. Even the tea house attendants stared with wide eyes. When had such a distinguished guest ever come here? Only after admiring that graceful wrist did Zhao Guangyi's heart sink. Sure enough, Li Songjia still wore the wooden bracelet. The bracelet Zhao Kuangyin had given him. He wore it every single day. Unable to stop himself, Zhao Guangyi felt both angry and unwilling. Though, even he had to admit, the man truly deserved the title of peerless. From the moment Li Songjia stepped from the carriage until he disappeared up the mountain path, Zhao Guangyi saw only his back, a figure so graceful it seemed as though it might vanish into the wind at any moment. Elegant, to his very bones. Piaoping wished to accompany him. Naturally, Li Songjia refused. However, the two guards traveling with him insisted on following. Night was falling. No one could predict what dangers might lurk deep within the mountain forest. In the end, Li Songjia reluctantly agreed. Once they reached the person he had arranged to meet, the guards would withdraw. The man in green walked slowly ahead. The two guards quietly followed through the woods at a distance. Phoenix Mountain wasn't particularly high. After climbing a series of stone steps, one would reach the summit, where Phoenix Terrace stood. It was the largest viewing platform on the mountain and had long been a favorite gathering place for scholars and poets. Spring had covered the mountainside with crimson apricot blossoms. The flowers bloomed so brilliantly they seemed almost unreal. By day, butterflies and bees filled the air. It was breathtaking scenery. Few people climbed the mountain at night. Perhaps he was the only one. Li Songjia smiled bitterly and pulled his robe tighter around himself. A pleasant breeze drifted through the mountain paths. The winding stone steps stretched upward. Though the climb wasn't steep, it still took time. The wooden bracelet gently swayed against his wrist with every step. It truly wasn't as heavy as red sandalwood. Though it was a precious treasure, it felt remarkably light. I promised you, even after learning the truth, I would still keep that promise. I'll wear it forever. He didn't know who he was speaking to. Yet the voice inside his heart became clearer with every step. No matter what Zhao Kuangyin wished to tell him tonight, there was something Li Songjia also wanted to say. From the very beginning, he had known Li Hongji intended to kill him. He had also known that Zhao Kuangyin intended to kill the Duke of Anding. It hadn't been a coincidence that he walked alone through the alleys of Jinling that night. He had gone to meet Li Hongji. The crown prince had said that too many years had passed between him and his sixth brother. There should be an opportunity to speak openly. Li Hongji sent word that if Li Songjia was still willing to talk, he should go to the alley. A carriage from the crown prince's residence would be waiting. He was to board quietly. The meeting must remain secret. In these uncertain times, no one could be allowed to suspect that the crown prince and the Duke of Anding were conspiring together. But when Li Songjia arrived, he found no carriage from the crown prince. Instead, he found Zhao Kuangyin. And that strange bottle. The only thing he still couldn't understand was the appearance of those assassins dressed in black. Perhaps the crown prince had changed his mind at the last moment. No matter what the truth was, Li Songjia had known from the beginning that he and Li Hongji could never return to the way they once were. How foolish I was. I knew I was destined to lose. Yet I insisted on gambling anyway. So, Zhao Kuangyin, it isn't that I owe you my life. From the very beginning, you were the one who owed me yours. I didn't have to save you. All I needed to do was remain silent. And you would have died in that alley. But when I held that bone-piercing bottle, I was too heartbroken. Even though my own brother intended to kill me, I still couldn't watch another person die before my eyes. It was such a childish, stubborn, ridiculous belief. Li Songjia only wanted to prove that there were still people in this world who valued human life. He couldn't watch someone die for no reason in a dark alley. Especially, not Zhao Kuangyin. So, he saved him, even knowing from the beginning that Zhao Kuangyin intended to kill him. What he never expected was that Hongxiu would become the one to die instead. All he could do now was sigh. Whether right or wrong, he would finally speak honestly. From a distance, Li Songjia saw the torches burning brightly around Phoenix Terrace. His hair fluttered in the evening wind. There stood Zhao Kuangyin, sword-like brows, hands clasped behind his back, gazing over Jinling with the bearing of a ruler destined to command the world. His presence inspired unquestionable confidence. Li Songjia could already see him clearly. The blazing torches illuminated Phoenix Terrace like daylight. Beyond the light, the surrounding forest had already disappeared into darkness. The mountain became increasingly mysterious as night settled over it. Zhao Kuangyin stood in the light. Li Songjia remained in the shadows. Li Songjia could see Zhao Kuangyin, but Zhao Kuangyin couldn't yet see him. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from behind. His face was twisted with hatred. In the darkness, he looked terrifying. Before Li Songjia could react, the cold blade plunged into his body. Blood. Li Songjia, did you ever imagine this day would come, after you killed Hongxiu? Chapter 28. The temple bells rang with their usual dull echo. Night had once again fallen over Jinling. The forest was shrouded in darkness. Step by step, Li Songjia followed his instincts up the stone staircase. Why has it suddenly become so cold? The blade buried in his body felt as cold as ice. Or perhaps, it was his own heart that had grown cold. Sometimes people take death too lightly. Loss and despair make them believe they can simply let go. But when they truly feel warm blood flowing from their bodies, their faith, their attachments, everything they still care about, suddenly becomes infinitely more precious. Only then did Li Songjia realize how wonderful it was to be alive. As long as I live, I can still watch you change the world with your own hands. Shuhe stood before him with the knife buried in his abdomen. Instinctively, Li Songjia grabbed him tightly. The two of them fell backward together. Li Songjia's body trembled slightly. There were countless words he wanted to tell Zhao Kuangyin, but he would never hear them now. Zhao Kuangyin. Zhao Kuangyin. He didn't even spare the murderer a glance. Instead, he staggered past Shuhe and fixed his eyes upon the figure standing atop Phoenix Terrace. The man stood beneath the flickering firelight, sword-like brows, hands clasped behind his back. Silent. Smoke drifted through the air. Sparks floated from the burning torches. Long black hair danced in the wind. A sword, capable of conquering the world. I really wanted to know what you intended to give me. Forgive me. Li Songjia gradually lost the strength to remain standing. In truth, he only needed to take a few dozen more steps. He only needed to walk the remaining distance up the long stone staircase. Perhaps everything would have been different, but he couldn't. His consciousness slowly faded. He barely even felt the pain of the knife wound. Fragments of that chaotic, extravagant night flooded back into his mind. The flowing gauze, the tangled sheets, the man biting into his shoulder while tearing at his clothes. The unmistakable pain spreading throughout his body. Now, as Li Songjia slowly collapsed backward, it felt as though he were once again being torn apart. He could still see Zhao Kuangyin standing high atop Phoenix Terrace. The man couldn't see into the hidden darkness of the forest. He couldn't even hear the disturbance below. Zhao Kuangyin, I really wanted to tell you that I would live well. But the guards rushed over and quickly subdued Shuhe. Everything had happened too suddenly. The forest was too dark. They couldn't immediately tell what had happened to Lord Anding. Shuhe remained terrifyingly calm. He slowly spread his arms. A faint smile curved his lips. It was as gentle, as intoxicating, as the spring breeze of March. The wind swept through the woods. His posture, looking down upon the world, seemed capable of moving heaven and earth. The blood-covered wrist, like a phantom, startled a flock of birds from the trees. Li Songjia's sky-blue robes fluttered in the wind. His vision gradually blurred. The figure on Phoenix Terrace drifted farther and farther away. There was nothing he could do. He fell onto his back. Even as his consciousness faded, the last thing reflected in his pupils was the flickering firelight. Only when the guards lifted him in panic did darkness finally consume him. He had always possessed beauty unmatched beneath heaven. Sadly, heaven and earth could witness it. But you could not. Zhao Kuangyin waited until dusk faded completely. The evening bell rang. Still, no one appeared on the stone staircase leading to Phoenix Terrace. The narrow path disappeared into the dark forest below. Night seemed to swallow every trace of light. Zhao Kuangyin looked up at the sky. Why are the stars, and even the moon, so dim tonight? Zhao Kuangyin. I have never regretted it. Not when we first met beneath that tree, nor that day in the garden. Those were the final words Li Songjia murmured before losing consciousness. But the man waiting on Phoenix Terrace never heard them. Was this destiny? Li Songjia's blood soaked the land of Jinling. Yet Zhao Kuangyin knew nothing. He waited upon Phoenix Terrace for an entire night. A night that felt like 1,000 years. Li Songjia, did you regret it in the end? By refusing to keep our appointment? Were you telling me that from this day forward, we would each walk our own path, never speaking of the past again? It's nonsense. You regretted it. Again and again, Zhao Kuangyin repeated those words in his heart. Yet he no longer knew whether everything he had done had meant anything. The ruler of the Southern Tang had already abandoned the imperial title and become merely the lord of the state. Half the country had been surrendered. Now, the sudden deaths of both the crown prince and the Prince of Qi dealt yet another devastating blow. The Eastern Palace stood vacant. According to both rank and succession, Li Songjia should naturally become the next heir. I offered you a river of spring water. Yet in the end, you no longer dared to face me. As dawn slowly approached, the torches that had burned throughout the night finally burned themselves out. Morning arrived over Jinling. Li Songjia. Ah, Li Songjia. Every time Zhao Kuangyin repeated that name, an uncontrollable sadness tightened his brow. Do you know? I feel sorrow too. He slowly closed his eyes. Anger surged within him. He remembered the man gasping in his embrace, trembling on the verge of collapse. He remembered the loneliness and helplessness he had never witnessed before. He remembered that trembling hand lifting a sword and slashing across his own arm. You said, you don't have to remember me, but as long as this wound remains, you must remember me. I remember you. But what about you? Unable to suppress the pain any longer, Zhao Kuangyin threw back his head and let out a roar toward the heavens. It was filled with disappointment, with resentment. Suddenly, he drew his sword. Clang! The blade crashed heavily against the stone of Phoenix Terrace. At the foot of the mountain, a man who had waited there throughout the night quietly laughed. Zhao Guangyi had witnessed everything. He had seen the bloodied figure hurriedly carried away the previous evening. Yet his elder brother had never appeared. It was obvious. Something had happened to Li Songjia before they ever met. Zhao Guangyi had been puzzled at first. Now, everything became clear. His elder brother's relationship with Li Songjia had never been merely one of mutual benefit. That was not a good sign for a man who still wished to conquer the world. Zhao Guangyi never once attempted to climb the mountain, nor did he urge his brother to return. He simply sat quietly at the foot of the mountain, waiting. Only when he heard Zhao Kuangyin's furious roar echo from the summit did he sneer softly. You aren't from the Southern Tang. How could you possibly understand him? You may catch a brief glimpse of someone as beautiful as the sky reflected on water, but neither you nor he can bear being separated for very long. Sword in hand, Zhao Kuangyin descended the mountain. Behind him, only a deep sword mark remained upon Phoenix Terrace. As long as heaven endures, you will belong to me. Step by step, he walked down the very stone staircase Li Songjia had climbed only hours earlier. His disappointment, his grief, were so overwhelming that he noticed nothing around him. Without realizing it, he stepped directly across the narrow trail of dried blood staining one side of the stone steps. The blood had already dried. Its color had faded. He walked straight past it, without giving it a second glance. If there truly comes a day when I can watch snow fall across 1,000 miles with you, then I will have no regrets in this lifetime. From afar, Zhao Guangyi saw Zhao Kuangyin descending. The man with sword-like brows carried his sword in silence. His loneliness could no longer be concealed. This was the first time Zhao Guangyi had ever seen his elder brother so utterly disappointed. No matter when or where, it had never happened before. Only after seeing Zhao Guangyi did Zhao Kuangyin suddenly remember. He had told him to wait there. Guilt flashed across his face. He had spent the entire night lost in thought. He had forgotten someone had been waiting below. Walking over, Zhao Kuangyin patted Zhao Guangyi's shoulder apologetically. I had something important to deal with. Zhao Guangyi merely smiled. Behind the tea house stood 2 small cottages belonging to its owner. Now that dawn had arrived, the owner came outside to begin cleaning. Only then did he notice Zhao Guangyi still sitting quietly in the corner. Suddenly remembering something, Zhao Kuangyin asked, You've been sitting here the whole time? Yes. You told me not to go up the mountain. So I waited. Zhao Kuangyin turned toward the tea house owner. Is this the only path leading to Phoenix Terrace? Yes, my lord. The mountain isn't large. There's only this one stone staircase. His expression changed immediately. He looked at Zhao Guangyi. Did you see a man in green robes climb the mountain last night? Last night. Zhao Guangyi lowered his head as though thinking carefully. After a long silence, he slowly looked up. No. The sword slipped from Zhao Kuangyin's hand. Back at the Duke of Anding's residence, the gates remained tightly shut. Inside, panic spread everywhere. Not long after Li Congjia had gone out the previous evening, shocking news arrived. The Crown Prince, Li Hongji, had suddenly gone mad and died. Huang immediately lost all interest in music and celebration. She had planned to spend the evening reminiscing with Nuying. Instead, she dismissed everyone from Lixiang Garden early and waited for Li Congjia to return. No one expected him to come back so soon. He was covered in blood, barely conscious. Piaoping was so terrified that tears streamed down his face. In his panic, he couldn't clearly explain what had happened. The knife still remained lodged in Li Congjia's body. No one dared move him. Seeing the sky-blue robes she had personally woven and dyed completely soaked in blood, Huang knew tears alone were useless. For a brief moment, even Nuying admired her sister. The woman, dignified as a phoenix, calmly ordered, "Call the physician." She took Li Congjia's hand. Her voice remained steady. "Congjia, Congjia, I." His handsome brows were tightly furrowed. He had never endured such agony before. Huang gripped his hand tightly. "It's all right. Hold on. It's only bleeding." His voice had become extremely weak. Even so, he still remembered to tell his attendants, "Don't make things difficult." For Shuhe, he didn't even know the assassin's real name. He simply called him Shuhe, as everyone else did. "All right. We'll lock him up first. Don't worry. It's all right." Feeling the strength leaving his hand, Huang suddenly asked, "Congjia, do you still remember the rainbow skirts and feathered garments dance?" Despite losing so much blood, he still smiled faintly. "I remember. I've always remembered. But he wanted to apologize. Even while numbed by pain, even uncertain whether he would survive, he still wanted to tell her he was sorry. Huang suddenly covered his mouth. Her eyes shone with unwavering determination. "Li Congjia, I've always listened to you. But if you dare leave me today, then even as a ghost, I'll play the rainbow skirts and feathered garments dance with you. You must remember, no matter what happens, I am still your wife. We share one bed in life, and one grave in death. Our souls will remain together forever." Huang personally removed his blood-stained outer robe. Standing nearby, Nuying silently retreated outside. Tears soaked her silk handkerchief. She didn't dare make a sound. Lu Zhu carried basin after basin of water to wash away the blood. His trembling fingers betrayed his fear. He dared not even raise his eyes. Madame's face remained calm. She showed no panic whatsoever. Yet the icy coldness of her fingertips revealed everything. Li Congjia could clearly feel it. When she touched him, her hands were colder than ever before. The physician hurriedly stopped the bleeding, but he didn't dare remove the knife. Li Congjia lay pale upon the couch. He sighed softly. He looked utterly exhausted. "My lord's life isn't in immediate danger," the physician said hurriedly. "The blade hasn't injured his internal organs. But if we remove it, it may damage the major blood vessels." Lu Zhu could no longer contain himself. "So what? If you can't save him, then why did we call you here, you fool?" "Lu Zhu." Huang's voice rang out sharply. The entire room fell silent. Like a blooming peony, she slowly stood. Her voice returned to its usual gentleness, filled with the familiar affection she always showed her husband. "Congjia." He had been ready to close his eyes, but hearing her voice, light slowly returned to those extraordinary eyes. "Congjia, let's make another wager. You always win our little bets. This time, I'll decide the rules. You only have to trust me." She gently covered him with a thin quilt. Seeing cold sweat on his forehead, she carefully wiped it away with a handkerchief. "Don't say anything. No matter what happens. Trust me this once. If heaven truly abandons us, I'll let you go." The rich fragrance of red sandalwood around Li Congjia seemed stronger than ever. He had always enjoyed scenting his robes with incense. But now, It felt as though the fragrance seeped directly from his flesh and blood, calming everyone around him. He slowly raised a pale hand. His bloodless fingertips gently traced her face, as though silently making a promise. There was so much he wanted to say. In the end, he chose silence. I believe you. Now I understand. In that nightmare, I committed an unforgivable sin. Whether you remember it or not, there is no turning back. But I once told you, within 10 feet of his wife, a husband is only a husband. The man who had once dreamed of riding the wind home simply nodded, then quietly closed his eyes. Huang finally smiled. It's all right. I'll definitely win this time. Lord Anding. Remember, if you lose, you'll sweep my bedchamber for 3 days. Seeing him chuckle faintly, she buried every trace of fear inside her heart. Turning toward the trembling physician, she calmly said, Pull the knife. The physician carefully examined the wound again and again. Finally, he helped Li Songjia sit upright. Huang sat beside him, supporting his body against hers. Seeing him dressed only in a plain white undergarment, she feared he would grow cold after losing so much blood. She gently pulled the quilt around him. The wound in his abdomen was clearly visible. Forcing herself not to look at it, she embraced him firmly. The physician bowed. I'm sorry. Then he began. Huang took a deep breath. Go ahead. Li Songjia tightly closed his eyes. The moment the blade was drawn free, sharp agony tore through him. Strangely, he scarcely felt the wound in his abdomen. Instead, the bite marks upon his shoulder burned with unbearable pain. He nearly cried out. His fingers gripped the edge of the bed until they turned white. The wooden bracelet on his wrist only made the pain feel more real. I can't die. There are still too many things left unfinished. Too many people I still care about. How can I simply give up? Blood burst from the wound. Its metallic scent filled the room. In his blurred vision, a shadow appeared before him. The figure held a withered flower. Its eyes were filled with indescribable shock. He knew. He shouldn't be thinking about him now. Yet he couldn't stop himself. If a person couldn't even control his own heart, what else could he ever control? How I wish I could see you. The last thing he heard was Piaoping and Luzhu screaming. The voices roared in his ears. He was too weak to respond. He was so tired. Not everyone can live exactly as they wish. Not everyone can remain indifferent. To preserve the tranquil blue of sky and water, Li Songjia had paid the same price. He had suppressed too much, endured too much, until, for one brief moment, he became so exhausted that he almost wanted to stop breathing. Only a single thread of consciousness remained, pulled so tight, it seemed ready to snap. There is only a single thread between us. Should I finally let go? Li Hongji, Zhao Kuangyin, Huang. Their voices echoed endlessly within him. None ever reached an answer. After all the splendor of the world, only a fragrant breeze remained, whispering softly in his ears. If heaven does not disappoint you, one day, you will see snow falling across 1,000 miles. A wisp of emerald-colored soul seemed to drift into someone's waiting hand. After wandering in confusion, it quietly returned to where it belonged. Songjia, Songjia. Seeing fresh blood pouring from the wound, Huang could no longer suppress her fear. She called his name over and over, but he only lay there, eyes closed, unmoving. Her entire body turned cold. How could you bear to let me lose? My lady, Lord Anding is fine. It's normal for blood to flow after removing the blade. I don't believe any major blood vessels were injured. The physician hurriedly stopped the bleeding while reassuring everyone. Only then did Huang finally breathe again. Her hands, still holding his, were soaked in cold sweat. For a long moment, the enormous residence remained utterly silent. The candle flames flickered, like crimson tears. Huang had stayed awake beside him throughout the entire night. Only now, after learning that he had merely fainted from blood loss and wasn't in immediate danger, did every taut nerve in her body finally relax. Her legs gave way. Luzhu hurried forward to support her. Even then, she refused to release Li Songjia's hand. Moments later, she fainted as well. Danger, fear, panic filled every corner of the Duke of Anding's residence. Meanwhile, under the very same sky, Zhao Kuangyin stood alone upon Phoenix Terrace, oppressed by loneliness. The heavens above held neither stars nor moon. Chapter 29. The gate of heaven opens, cleaving the Chu River apart. Its clear waters flow eastward before turning back here. Boundless fallen leaves rustle down without end. The mighty Yangtze rolls onward forever. The poetry of the ancients truly was magnificent. Standing before the vast river, the two men found themselves speechless. Brother, are you certain you want to cross the river? Zhao Kuangyin gazed at the surging waters. He knew the man beside him still couldn't let go. He didn't want this journey to happen. Over the past few days, Zhao Kuangyin had visited the banks of the Yangtze again and again. Yet, his heart had remained on Phoenix Terrace. There could never be a good ending there. Throughout the journey, Zhao Kuangyin drank heavily. He refused to speak. He showed no outburst of emotion. But Zhao Kuangyin understood. The quieter he became, the harder it would be for him to let go. Cross the river. The ferry rocked upon the waves. Zhao Kuangyin still carried the sword whose murderous aura had never faded. Watching the scenery south of the Yangtze slowly disappear into the distance, he silently spoke words that could never again be answered. There is something you never knew. The day we first met, you shouldn't have saved me. Perhaps, if I had died during that pursuit, everything afterward would have been different. The assassins in black that night were never sent by the Crown Prince. I had already left the Crown Prince's residence and was hurrying toward that alley. But Han Xizai's men intercepted me along the way. I don't know what history exists between Han Xizai and the Crown Prince. You always believed. The Crown Prince wanted me dead because I had killed the Prince of Qi. If you had known from the beginning that I intended to kill you, would you still have saved me beneath that tree? Thinking of it, Zhao Kuangyin shook his head with a bitter smile. No, that isn't who you are, Li Congjia. Even if you knew everything, you still would have saved me. Whether I was Zhao Kuangyin or anyone else, you simply couldn't watch someone die before your eyes. And yet, at Phoenix Terrace, you still chose not to see me. Fine. Zhao Kuangyin has never been someone who gives up easily. Li Congjia, you forced me to do this. I'll wager my life one more time. I want both you and the world. The river winds lashed against his face. His hair whipped wildly in the wind. Few people possessed such overwhelming courage, such unquestionable dominance, as though born to conquer the world. The boat drifted downstream. The spring waters flowed like a dream of Jiangnan. Inside the imperial palace of Jinling, silence reigned. The cause of Crown Prince Li Hongji's death was suspicious. Yet after learning the truth, the emperor said nothing. He grieved deeply, but he understood. The death of the Prince of Qi had almost certainly been connected to the Crown Prince. Others might not understand Li Hongji's character, but as his father, Li Jing knew him better than anyone. It was said the Crown Prince had died after suddenly going mad. Perhaps guilt had driven him insane. Perhaps something else had possessed him. If the matter continued to be investigated, who knew what hidden truths might be uncovered? Although he had officially accepted the title of king, far from the Northern Dynasty, he still secretly wore imperial robes in private. Many people likewise continued addressing him as emperor behind closed doors. When the dragon robes stirred, countless sighs echoed through the palace. A prince had died in his prime. Many officials shook their heads in sorrow. Meanwhile, everyone secretly speculated. Both of the strongest candidates for the throne had now died. Whatever happened next, there could be no more turmoil. Perhaps it was heaven's will. Perhaps it was destiny. The sixth prince, Li Congjia, born with the appearance of an emperor. Now, the Eastern Palace could belong only to him. He alone remained. Your Majesty, how will this be announced? Though the title had changed, this was still his own kingdom. Many still refused to acknowledge him merely as king. Han Xizai silently blamed himself for failing to stop Zhao Kuangyin. Who could have imagined that Zhao Kuangyin possessed the skill to hide within the Duke of Anding's residence? Now the Crown Prince was dead. Everything had become irreversible. Only sorrow remained. In Han Xizai's heart, Li Hongji had always been like his own son. How could he not grieve? Watching the old bury the young, among all the civil and military officials, perhaps only he truly mourned. Forget it. Li Jing slowly waved his sleeve and stood. Today's court is dismissed. We'll discuss the Crown Prince's funeral another day. Naturally, the emperor's spirits were low. The carved railings and painted halls of Jinling Palace could never preserve blood ties. You fought one another, and in the end, you lost your life. Hongji, did you regret it? At the very end? Resting one hand upon the white jade railing, Li Jing gazed at the lotus blossoms blooming in the pond below. In the distance, palace maids laughed while teasing carp with bits of bait. Today, he found no joy in the sight. What was the point of prosperity? In the end, his sons had only fought one another without end. He no longer knew whether Li Hongji deserved a grand funeral. His own angry words about recalling the Prince of Qi had awakened the crown prince's darkest ambitions. Li Hongji hadn't even spared his own uncle. Now that he too was dead, Li Congjia had been pushed into the center of the storm. Should anything happen to him now, who knew what tragedy would follow? The emperor turned toward one of his attendants. Have you seen the Duke of Anding recently? No, your majesty. Word came from his residence that he isn't feeling well. He won't be entering the palace for the time being. Li Jing sighed deeply. After all, Li Congjia was still his own son. Among all his children, he had always been the one Li Jing admired most. Intelligent, yet never arrogant. Sensitive, yet never weak. Strong-willed despite his youth. Blessed with extraordinary destiny. Praised throughout the entire court. Now, only he seemed capable of balancing the ambitions of every faction. May that gentle misty green calm all these endless struggles with kindness. Only someone whose beauty matched mountains and rivers could possess a heart broad enough to embrace the whole world. Li Jing smiled bitterly. In truth, he should have realized it long ago. After searching for so many years, no one else could compare. Only that child. Every time he smiled, he carried incomparable grace. The laughter of palace maids drifted through the air. The emperor summoned his ministers to continue preparations for the crown prince's funeral. Then he turned toward the inner palace. Your Majesty, do these eyebrows look beautiful today? Come, let me have a look. Life continued, no matter who remained or who had departed. The day of Li Hongji's funeral arrived. For 3 days, all weddings, music, singing, and dancing were forbidden throughout the city. The Duke of Anding's residence was equally silent. Only the door to the small Buddhist hall stood slightly open. Faint incense smoke drifted outside. Soft chanting echoed within. Lu Zhu waited outside, carrying a tray of simple vegetarian food. She wanted to enter, yet she didn't dare. The person inside hadn't touched food or water for an entire day. Li Congjia had lost far too much blood. He still hadn't awakened. Although the physician insisted his life was no longer in danger, he had remained unconscious for 2 full days. How could his wife not worry? Meanwhile, chaos filled the outside world. The crown prince had suddenly gone mad and died. Rumors spread everywhere. No one knew whom to trust. The Duke of Anding lay bedridden, unable to leave his residence. Not only the people in the streets, even everyone inside the manor had fallen into panic. At a time like this, everything rested upon Huang's shoulders. People often praised the deep affection shared by the Duke of Anding and his wife. Everyone admired Huang, a noble lady from childhood, graceful, elegant, exceptionally refined. But only Lu Zhu, who had grown up beside her, understood the truth. The closer Huang came to breaking, the less she allowed herself to lose composure. The more dangerous the situation became. The straighter she stood, the steadier she appeared. Everyone else had already lost their support. She could not. No matter how unbearable the pain hidden inside her heart, she had to make sure Li Congjia awakened safely. The only thing she could do was pray for Buddha's protection. That day, she had collapsed from exhaustion, yet she awoke not long afterward. Since then, she had never once left Li Congjia's bedside. Holding his hand, she silently gazed at his pale, sleeping face. Her heart ached. Congjia, why are you always like this? You cherish everyone, except yourself. Thinking about it only made her more sorrowful. He never even cherished himself. For her sake, for days, Huang had forced herself to endure. Someone had to steady everyone's hearts. Someone had to prevent the residents from descending into panic. She understood that responsibility. Watching him sleep like this was a first. Normally, Li Congjia hardly slept. People like him were easily exhausted. His mind never rested. Even in daylight, his heart constantly dreamed of countless things. Naturally, he slept lightly, awakening at the slightest disturbance. Now, he lay utterly still, like a child. The woman dressed in pink suddenly noticed something. His loose white undergarment had shifted beneath the quilt. From where she sat, she could just make out a dark crimson mark upon his shoulder. What was that? Huang hesitated. Congjia, can you hear me? He remained motionless. Unable to suppress her unease, she slowly leaned closer. The familiar scent of red sandalwood surrounded her. Her fingers trembled, almost against her own will. They reached toward his shoulder. Very gently, she lifted one side of his collar. Beneath his slender neck, dark red marks stretched across his shoulder. And there, a deep wound remained. An irregular circle. Clearly, a bite mark. Her fingers instantly released his clothing. She covered her mouth, stepped backward, then collapsed into the wooden chair opposite the bed. Huang had been married for years. However shy she might have been, she understood exactly what such marks meant. The bitterness she had buried inside herself threatened to explode. Yet, no tears came. Who could she blame? Who should she blame? Had she simply been too proud? Too confident? Believing the man she chose would remain hers for a lifetime? For years, people envied her, standing beside him, holding his hand. She had never imagined that someone so gentle, so ethereal, could truly leave her one day. Everything had once been perfect. Everything had remained unchanged. Until that person appeared. Huang smiled. Her eyes gradually filled with moisture. Yet, still, no tears fell. Today, must she finally admit that she had lost to another man? Outside, Lu Zhu noticed Huang emerging from the room. Something about her expression was terribly wrong. She looked lost. Alone. Madam, has Lord Anding awakened? He hasn't. You stay here. If he wakes, come find me in the Buddhist hall. I'll go there first. The woman in pink hurried away with unsteady steps. After taking only a few paces, she suddenly remembered something. From today onward, I'll be fasting. Make the arrangements. Why yes. Lu Zhu couldn't understand why her mistress had suddenly become so shaken. Turning back, she realized Huang had been so distracted. She hadn't even closed the door. Lu Zhu quietly stepped inside to confirm Lord Anding was still safe. Then she gently shut the wooden door and resumed her vigil outside. If I encounter sentient beings, I shall teach them the Dharma. Those lacking wisdom remain lost, unable to receive instruction. I know these beings have never cultivated wholesome roots, clinging tightly to the 5 desires. They give rise to endless suffering. Through the causes and conditions of desire, they fall into the 3 evil paths. Within the 6 realms of rebirth, they endure boundless pain. The woman in pink knelt before the Buddha, seeking peace, seeking clarity. Yet she felt more confused than ever. She remained inside the temple for an entire day. The candlelight soothed her heart, but she knew, the moment she stepped outside, nothing would truly change. Lu Zhu repeatedly urged her to eat, to drink. She felt neither hunger nor thirst. Who could endure carrying such a burden? Unable to tell anyone? Still, she endured. No matter what, she could not create further chaos during these troubled times. Seeing matters continue this way, Lu Zhu feared that before Lord Anding awakened, Madame herself would fall ill. She finally called Piaoping and the others inside. After much persuasion, they helped Huang to her feet. Her legs had become numb from kneeling. Even the sunlight felt unfamiliar. Looking at the simple vegetarian dishes before her, Huang quietly sighed. At last, she prayed once more before the Bodhisattva. If he could simply awaken, if he could survive this calamity, that alone would be enough. She would accept whatever fate remained. After eating a little, she slowly returned to Zhaohua Pavilion. The incense had long since burned away. Only cold ashes remained. The warm laughter they once shared there had disappeared. The long gauze curtains behind the screen still bore the bloodstains from that terrible night. She should have ordered them replaced. She couldn't believe she had forgotten. Far away, upon the Yangtze River, a solitary boat drifted farther downstream. The man dressed in brown cloth looked across the endless spring blossoms stretching for thousands of miles. His gaze remained sharp, his heart unwavering. I want both the world and you. Back inside the room, Huang slowly lifted the bed curtain. As her hand fell, a sudden cold touch startled her. She spun around. A thin, weak hand had gently grasped hers. Li Congjia had awakened. Seeing her standing there, he held her hand. He wanted to speak, but after so many days without using his voice, only a hoarse breath emerged. Huang stared blankly at his pale, exhausted face. He was still smiling faintly. Suddenly, her tears burst forth. She couldn't stop them. For nearly 3 days, she had held everything inside. Now, the floodgates finally broke. She cried uncontrollably, as though every fear, Every ounce of despair had finally found release. She rushed toward him. Li Songjia, you're completely insane. At last, he had awakened. Every tightly stretched nerve inside her finally relaxed. She struck him weakly. Were you trying to scare me to death? You lost so much blood. You came back with a knife still in your body. Why? Halfway through, she suddenly remembered his wound. She hurriedly stopped, too exhausted even to vent her anger. She collapsed beside the bed and cried her heart out. Her tears soaked the bedding. Every drop carried her love for him. Li Songjia's eyes filled with guilt. How could he fail to understand? Her fear, her worry. He gently tightened his grip on her hand. Even speaking remained difficult. Only a hoarse whisper escaped. Huang wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, then hurriedly poured him a cup of tea. After waking, the pain in his abdomen returned with full force. Li Songjia finally regained complete awareness. He tried to sit up. Pain immediately stole his breath. Huang's tears started again. Don't rush. Get up slowly. After taking a sip of tea, his throat finally loosened enough to speak. Have I been asleep a long time? It's the third day. Li Songjia fell silent. He looked only at her. Her makeup was completely ruined. The eldest daughter of the Zhou family had probably never looked so disheveled in her life. He had made her cry, again and again, filled with guilt. He gently reached up and wiped away her tears. She should have remained like a proud phoenix, standing among blooming peonies with effortless grace. Instead, only 3 days had passed, and she had already grown painfully thin. It's all right. Don't cry. All right. She looked at him through tear-filled eyes. You insisted on going out alone that night. We waited here, and when you finally came back, you were covered in blood. There was still a knife in your body. How could I pretend nothing happened? How could you bear to make me suffer like this? She cried so hard she could barely breathe. The silk handkerchief was soaked through. Embarrassed, she finally turned her face away. She didn't want him to see her like this. Li Songjia sighed softly, enduring the pain throughout his body. He slowly opened his arms, then gently embraced her. I was wrong, Huang. I shouldn't have made you worry. It's over now. I'm all right. Her pink robes rustled softly. She looked up at the man before her. His lips were almost colorless. His body remained terribly weak. Yet, his expression was still as calm as ever. Only then did she truly believe he was safe. She laughed softly through her tears, then quietly leaned into his embrace. His heartbeat remained steady. The familiar fragrance of red sandalwood surrounded her. Closing her eyes, she whispered, as long as you're alive, thank the Buddha. As long as you're safe, I don't care about anything else. I would give up everything. If only you could stay alive. As her head rested against his shoulder, she accidentally brushed against another hidden wound. Li Songjia shuddered. What's wrong? Did I touch the wound? Huang immediately sat upright. No, no. His smile became noticeably forced. Let me see. She remembered how terrifying it had been when the knife was removed. The wound hasn't healed yet. What if it opened again? She wasn't thinking about anything improper. She was only worried. Without hesitation, she reached to lift his clothing. Li Songjia instinctively tried to lean backward. But after days of unconsciousness, he had no strength left. He had only pretended earlier that the wound no longer hurt. To reassure her, moments later, he collapsed weakly back against the couch. Helplessly, he watched as she lifted his clothes. The dark bite marks, though already fading, still stood out clearly against his pale skin. Huang bit her lip. That terrible night, he had been covered in blood. She had been too frightened, too panicked, to examine him carefully. Today, seeing those marks with her own eyes, she finally understood. They were on his body. I'll call the physician. You, lie down first. The woman dressed in pink hurried to her feet. She nearly stumbled into the table, then staggered out of the room. Chapter 30. How could anyone not believe that everything in this world was destined? It was natural for a man and a woman to be together, but what about a man and a man? Li Songjia felt as though he had committed an unforgivable sin. His body ached uncontrollably, but the pain in his heart was even worse. Some things could never be explained clearly. Although he never believed what had happened that day was a mistake, his position left him no choice but to treat it as an accident that stood between him and Huang. He had no idea what he should do. Even Li Songjia could feel helpless. He hid beneath the quilt, wrapping himself tightly in its cold embrace. There was no one around. Hidden quietly in the darkness, he didn't know what to do. Only at moments like this did hesitation and sorrow overwhelm him. In the eyes of countless people, he was still the Duke of Anding. He still had everything he was expected to protect and uphold. His twin pupils stared silently at the marks covering his body. Li Songjia's thought, I wish I could hide in a corner where no one could ever see me. I don't regret what I did, so why am I complaining now? What's the point? He let out a bitter laugh. When a Huang brought the physician inside, she didn't dare look at him. She stood quietly to one side with a composed expression, though beneath the handkerchief in her hand, her fingers clenched tightly. Once his medicine had been changed, everyone withdrew, leaving only the two of them. Li Songjia returned to his usual indifference and leaned quietly against the bed, unsure what else there was to say. A Huang suddenly remembered something important. I forgot to tell you something. You've been unconscious for 3 days. The outside world has been turned upside down. The Crown Prince. Li Songjia's eyes flashed. What happened to Brother Hongji? He's dead. The words struck him like lightning. He tried to sit up, but the movement tore at his wound. Pain crushed his chest, making it difficult to breathe as a violent fit of coughing overtook him. Bent over the pillow, he frowned, unable to move. Nonsense. A Huang sighed, knowing he wouldn't believe her. It's true, Songjia. During the past few days, the Crown Prince's funeral has been held. Wedding banquets, singing, and dancing have all been prohibited. He really is gone. His face turned deathly pale. He stared blankly at the golden mandarin ducks embroidered on the pillow, their necks entwined in eternal affection. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a low, hoarse voice. How did he die? How could that be? It had only been a few days. The news spread the morning after your accident. They announced that the Crown Prince died after going insane inside the palace. That's the official explanation. The morning after my accident. Li Songjia repeated the words quietly. Insanity. Dead. The more he thought about them, the more terrified he became. The government received the announcement that very day. No matter how tangled the threads were, they always led back to a single source. Li Songjia never considered whether the imperial palace or the Crown Prince's residence had suppressed the truth. All he knew was that after he had been wounded at Phoenix Terrace, Li Hongji had died under mysterious circumstances. Why? He closed his eyes, trying to remember where he had heard of such a death before. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. Sandalwood cup. His voice trembled. Finding the answer brought no relief. Qinghuan wine itself was harmless, but if it was drunk from a red sandalwood cup, it became an extremely deadly poison, causing the drinker to lose his mind before dying almost immediately. He knew almost nothing about medicine. He only remembered what the physician had once explained. But no one normally drank from a wooden cup. Why would Brother Hongji suddenly choose a red sandalwood cup? Someone had deliberately framed him. Who else knew the secret of Qinggu? His fingers dug into the mattress. Then everything became clear. A Huang stepped closer in concern. Songjia. He didn't answer. He simply lowered his head further. Who else knew? Who else had both the knowledge and the courage to murder the Crown Prince? Zhao Kuangyin. Those 3 words had never sounded so unfamiliar. Why? Because I failed to keep our appointment at Phoenix Terrace? Or was this simply your ambition all along? Zhao Kuangyin. You actually killed him. Was this what you meant when you said you would bring Zhao Guangyi back? You exchanged my own blood brother for yours. What kind of bargain was that? From beginning to end, I was the only one who lost everything. What a complete waste. What a complete waste. The turmoil inside and outside his heart surged together. His anger became so overwhelming that he coughed violently once more. Before a Huang could hand him the tea she had prepared, she saw him suddenly bend over. The last of his strength seemed to shatter. Blood splattered onto the floor. Songjia, she screamed as she rushed toward him. Blood stained the corner of his lips. He wore a mocking smile. His long hair spilled across the ground, and half his face was as white as paper. His twin pupils burned with blazing fury. He threw back his head and laughed, his eyes bloodshot. The sudden eruption of rage frightened a Huang. He was truly furious. She simply didn't know why. She had never known how many burdens he carried alone. He always buried the most important things deep inside his heart, refusing to speak of them. Normally, she never asked. She never wanted to interfere. But now, he was already so weak, yet he still tortured himself. The frustration she had long suppressed burst out. Li Songjia, just how many things are you hiding inside your heart? He remained silent. She lifted him gently, feeling how frighteningly weak his body had become beneath her hands. Do you know you almost died? Do you know what you look like now? Do you know how chaotic everything has become outside the capital after the crown prince's death? How can you still? Another fit of coughing interrupted him. His body was so cold that it frightened her. The moment she saw the blood at the corner of his mouth, regret flooded her heart. Why had she lost her temper with him? Filled with guilt and worry, tears streamed silently down her face. Lie down. Don't move. She lowered her voice. It's my fault. I know you're carrying something you can't tell anyone. Don't be angry anymore. I'll have someone bring your medicine. Unable to say anything else, she hurried toward the door. The moment it opened, Lu Zhu, who had heard the commotion and had been waiting outside, rushed in. When she saw that the Duke of Anding had coughed up blood, panic spread immediately. The courtyard erupted into chaos. Voices echoed everywhere. For the first time, Li Songjia wanted to cover his ears. He didn't want to hear anything anymore. He had witnessed countless noisy, bustling scenes throughout his life, yet none had disturbed him as deeply as this one. His heart was in complete turmoil. He ordered everyone not to disturb him and instructed the servants to watch the medicine carefully. Originally, it had only been weakness and surging blood that caused him to cough up blood. But if the servants witnessed it, the matter would only become even more serious. Li Songjia almost wished he could silence them all. It was unbearable. What was the point of continuing to endure when everything felt so suffocating? I never wanted to fight. I already did everything I could to avoid it. But Brother Hongji, you understood me, yet you refused to trust me. And Zhao Kuangyin, you understood even better than anyone the feelings I had always clung to. I cherish family. I cherish every human life. Yet, you killed him. Why? Even if I had met you at Phoenix Terrace, would your so-called grand ambition really have stopped for anyone? You're right. Li Songjia really is a fool. From the day beneath that tree, I misjudged you. I foolishly believed you would truly understand me. In the end, I didn't lose to Brother Hongji. I lost to you. How ridiculous. The wooden bracelet around his wrist swayed gently. Zhao Kuangyin, you wanted me to survive. Li Songjia would keep the promise he made. But I am not like you. I will let you see that Li Songjia lives. But Zhao Kuangyin, you will never touch me again. It turns out, you are no different from Li Hongji. If I refused to go, you killed him instead. Human life means so little to you. And so do I. Dizziness overwhelmed him. His heart was filled with unbearable sorrow. He had prepared himself to die at Li Hongji's hands. He had never imagined that one day Zhao Kuangyin would kill his own brother in a fit of fury. Curled beneath the soft quilt, the pressure eased the pain of his wound. The relationship between himself and Zhao Kuangyin had become hopelessly tangled. He couldn't tell anyone. He was angry. Yet he also knew Zhao Kuangyin had only been desperate to save his own brother. The crown prince had indeed gone too far. Given Zhao Kuangyin's temperament, it would have been stranger if he had simply endured it. My thoughts are becoming more and more childish. Everything is a tangled mess again. He remained angry, yet understood there had perhaps been no other choice. Little by little, the storm inside him subsided. He didn't want to hate Zhao Kuangyin. He refused to let regret grow unchecked inside his heart. He feared that once it burst free, it would drag him into endless damnation. Li Songjia's thought, if only I had met you that night. Would I still have to suffer like this? Even if I had seen through your intentions, I still couldn't have stopped you. Judging by the dates, it was already time for him to cross the river. From now on, thousands of miles would separate them. They would each live in different lands. Who knew whether they would ever meet again? The bracelet was nothing more than a keepsake now, a memory of the past. He would do his best to remember every rise and fall of his life. But once flowers had bloomed, their season eventually ended. When something was over, it was over. Grass and trees could wait for the spring breeze to turn them green once more. But the hearts of people, once they withered, they would never bloom again. With a quiet sigh, Li Songjia leaned back and closed his eyes. Sleep wouldn't come. Then he remembered Xiao Shuhe. That matter still hadn't been resolved. He had no idea what the people in the residence had done with him. Once he felt a little stronger, he summoned Piaoping to ask. Piaoping replied. My lady ordered him locked in a room temporarily. She instructed everyone not to make things difficult for him while waiting for your grace to wake. But, Master, how can you simply let him go after he injured you so badly? Li Songjia smiled faintly and shook his head. Although Shuhe's knife hadn't killed him that night, once word spread, it would be enough to destroy Shuhe's life. Attempting to assassinate the Duke of Anding. That was no small crime. Yet deep down, Li Songjia admired him. Shuhe's feelings for Hongxiu had been so sincere that he was willing to kill for her. Li Songjia envied such straightforward devotion. There was no concealment, no hesitation. Shuhe loved her openly and wholeheartedly. Compared to the complicated world Li Songjia lived in, such simple and genuine affection seemed far more precious. The news of my injury must never be made public. He paused, especially the fact that Shuhe was the one who attacked me. Master, we tried explaining that it was all a misunderstanding, but he wouldn't listen. He was like a madman. He kept shouting things like, You'll pay with your life. Xiaoping knew the Duke of Anding's temperament well. His mistress had already warned everyone that if the Duke awoke and discovered anything had happened to Shuhe, he would only become even sicker. So they simply followed his wishes and left Shuhe unharmed. There truly was a misunderstanding. Li Songjia sighed, and I bear part of the blame. Keep him locked there for now. Don't let him leave. When I've recovered, I'll see him myself. After giving his instructions, he dismissed Xiaoping. Several days later, the wounds across his body had mostly healed. Li Songjia was finally able to walk again, albeit slowly. A guest room on the shaded side of the residence remained under heavy guard. Shuhe had been imprisoned there for days. At first, revenge had filled his eyes with satisfaction. Hearing servants rushing in and out of the residence, he waited eagerly for news of the Duke of Anding's death, believing he could then follow Hongxiu with honor. Instead, he learned that the Duke had survived. His knife had failed. The realization crushed him. Surely such an offense would cost him his life. Sitting alone at the table, Shuhe stared blankly at the meals delivered each day. Apparently, they had no intention of letting him die quickly. The hypocrisy of these noble families disgusted him. If they intended to execute him, they should simply do it. Keeping him alive only prolonged the torment. Every passing day deepened his guilt. He never should have let hunger leave that day. He had allowed a 13-year-old girl to wander alone into a world of drinking and prostitution. It was all because he was too useless. But back then, he had only been a teenager himself. How could he have known what the future held? He devoted himself wholeheartedly to studying the classics, believing success in the imperial examinations would one day allow him to give her a better life. But how could anyone from Zuelio Lane ever be valued? Officialdom was filled with favors, connections, and influence. Very few people ever rose overnight. Someone like him never stood a chance. Reading books didn't guarantee success. He had long been mocked for being rigid and incapable of flattering others. He didn't know how to climb the ranks. Step by step, he eventually fell so low that he had to depend on Hongxiu to survive. Then came that day. He watched with his own eyes as Hongxiu's body disappeared beneath a mound of yellow earth. From that moment on, nothing mattered anymore. Human life was so worthless. Even princes and nobles could die overnight. Who would ever understand the suffering of people as insignificant as them? Shuhe didn't blame fate. He still possessed his own pride. He had always believed that one day he would marry Honger properly. He wanted her to stop wandering. He wanted her to stop suffering. The ordinary hairpin she left behind had returned to him. No matter how he tried, it would never become clean again. It carried all of her despair, all of her sacrifices. Shuhe slammed his fist against the table. He remembered seeing Li Songjia holding her lifeless body. That image stabbed into his heart again and again. He would never find peace. Once, he had met the Duke of Anding by chance on the street. Back then, he truly believed the prince was different from other nobles. How foolish he had been. The sixth prince of the emperor had been born into privilege. How could a poor commoner from Zuelio Lane possibly believe such a man would keep his promises? It had always been nothing more than a dream. His mind was on the verge of collapse. Honger was dead. So, what reason was left for him to keep living? Chapter 31. Xiaoping helped Li Songjia to the room where Shuhe was being held. When he ordered the guards to open the door, they hesitated. Your Grace is still injured, and the prisoner is extremely unstable. We're afraid. Open the door. Li Songjia was dressed in plain, white mourning robes. The mourning period for the crown prince had not yet ended. Since it was easier for him to rest without tying it up, his long hair hung loosely over his shoulders. As soon as the wooden door opened, he saw Shuhe sitting at the table in the middle of the room. His face was dirty and unkempt. Xiaoping frowned. Shuhe wondered why someone had come. Was it finally time for his execution? Then he suddenly saw Li Songjia standing outside the door. His eyes immediately flared with hatred. He leaped to his feet and charged forward. The guards hurriedly restrained him, pressing blades against him before forcing him back inside. Thick ropes tightly bound him to a chair. Li Songjia hadn't wanted things to come to this. But Shuhe was far too agitated. There was no way they could even begin talking otherwise. Only after Shuhe was completely restrained, struggling helplessly and shouting curses, did Li Songjia enter the room and sit opposite him. Shuhe twisted violently against the ropes. Shuhe, calm down first. Calm down? You murderer. If someone killed a Huang, do you think you'd still be sitting there telling me to calm down? Li Songjia ignored the outburst. Do you know why Hongxiu died? I don't want to know, and I don't care about the schemes of people like you. No matter what the reason was, she's dead. That's the truth. His bound hands strained against the ropes as he glared murderously at Li Songjia. I've got nothing more to say. Either you die, or I lose. Tell me what you're planning to do with me. I only wish I could join Honger immediately. You love her very much. Li Songjia's voice remained calm. If you truly loved her, then you should live well instead of doing something so foolish. I don't need you to lecture me. Shuhe laughed bitterly. How ridiculous, hearing the word love come from your mouth. What do you know, Li Songjia? You were born the sixth prince, the Duke of Anding. From the day you opened your eyes, your life was destined to be different. Do you know what it's like to grow up in Suelio Lane, where you never see the light? Do you know Hongxiu shivered through every winter from the cold? Do you know she devoted herself to you only because she'd suffered enough in her childhood and simply wanted a better life? The more he spoke, the more furious he became. The chair nearly toppled over beneath him. Li Songjia couldn't bear to watch him like this. Shuhe looked utterly broken, as though all he wanted was for someone to end his life. What would Hongxiu think if she saw him now? Shuhe, he spoke softly. Sit down and listen to me. I don't want to waste another word on you. Just kill me. Since I wounded you, I can't possibly leave this place alive anyway. I might as well go find Honger now. He even tried throwing himself toward the wall. The ropes held him firmly in place. He could do nothing except struggle helplessly. Li Songjia frowned. Shuhe. His tone grew noticeably heavier. Sit down. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried unquestionable authority. Li Songjia rarely raised his voice, but when he truly wanted someone to obey, there was no room for argument. It was as though he could quietly control the hearts of others. Shuhe froze. After a long moment, he stared back at him. What exactly do you want to say? Hongxiu's death, Li Songjia spoke slowly, each word steady and clear, was ultimately caused by your own incompetence. I still don't know everything that happened between the two of you, but as a man, you allowed the woman you loved to fall into such misery. In the end, she had to support you instead. You really do deserve to die. His words contained no anger, no threats, no cruelty, yet every sentence struck directly at the wound Shuhe had hidden deepest inside himself. It hurt far more than any knife. Li Songjia, you're far too cruel. You don't even need a blade to wound someone. Shuhe laughed bitterly. You're right. I hate myself for being useless. But now that things have reached this point, I should never be separated from Hongxiu again, whether in life or death. Now that she's gone, I have no reason to keep living. And attempting to assassinate the Duke of Anding is already a crime worthy of death. Don't you want me dead? Li Songjia asked quietly. As he spoke, he casually brushed the loose hair from his shoulder and tucked it behind his neck. Shuhe stared blankly. Even dressed in plain mourning robes, Li Songjia still reminded him of that pale green figure he'd once seen. Every movement was elegant. It had nothing to do with noble birth or fine clothing. No matter where he stood, he always seemed like the quiet color of sky reflected upon clear water after a night of rain. The faint scent of sandalwood lingered around him. Without realizing it, people found themselves calming down and listening. Someone like him could be terrifyingly persuasive without ever raising his voice. I want you dead. Shuhe answered honestly. Day and night, I dream of people like you being dragged into hell. But you're royalty. I could never truly kill you. So instead, I'll accept my own punishment." He still wished Li Songjia would simply sentence him to death. Li Songjia slowly stood, one hand resting against his injured abdomen. He walked to the window. Because Shuhe had been imprisoned there, the wooden shutters had been nailed shut. He tapped the window so lightly. "What beautiful mountains and rivers." He sighed. "And yet a grown man sits here waiting for death. Shuhe, no wonder Hongxiu looked down on you. I look down on you as well." "Nonsense," Shuhe roared hoarsely. "Honger would never look down on me." Behind him came the violent scraping of the chair as he struggled again. Li Songjia gently traced the carved patterns decorating the wooden window. He smiled faintly. "I'm laughing because you're such a pedantic fool. I remember you were once a scholar. And yet now, you're utterly laughable." His pale fingertips slowly followed the carving of the three friends of winter. "Elegant, calm, beautiful. Everyone dies eventually. So will Li Songjia. Who says you can't kill me?" He paused. "Let's assume I really am responsible for your wife's death. Shouldn't you seek revenge?" Shuhe was stunned. Was Li Songjia actually encouraging him to take revenge? The knife had truly wounded him. He had been bedridden for days because of it. And yet now, he was standing here, inviting Shuhe to come after him again. Shuhe fell silent. Li Songjia's fingertip rested on the center of a carved plum blossom. "I'll let you go, but on one condition." Shuhe looked up in shock. Then his expression hardened. "Don't expect me to do anything shameful for you." Li Songjia laughed softly. "You spent so many years studying, and still accomplished so little. Don't worry. I have no such intentions." Originally, he had planned to explain everything clearly. But after seeing Shuhe's hopeless despair, he realized the man wouldn't hear a single word. There was no point wasting his breath trying to explain what couldn't be explained. Saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda. If revenge gave Shuhe a reason to keep living, then so be it. "My condition," Li Songjia said lightly, "is that you swear this. So long as Li Songjia lives, you will never seek death." He spoke casually, as though it were nothing. Yet the weight hidden behind those simple words struck Shuhe speechless. What kind of person could inspire admiration with nothing more than a single sentence? It reminded him of that first meeting on the street. They had met only a handful of times. Now they should have been mortal enemies. Yet his enemy smiled and told him, "Live, you are not allowed to die before I do. Will you agree?" Li Songjia asked. "Or not?" Li Songjia. Shuhe lowered his head. "You'll regret this." "I've never liked the word regret." Li Songjia smiled. "Everything you've become today is because of regret. You regret not stopping her. You regret lacking the strength to protect her. And so, you were destined to lose." The man tied tightly to the chair lowered his head once more. Everything Li Songjia said was true. Even though he knew nothing of the past between Hongxiu and himself, he still understood everything. Finally, Shuhe nodded. "Very well. I swear. So long as Li Songjia lives, Shuhe will not go to Sihong. But I also swear, I will find a chance in this lifetime to take revenge. No matter what. When I can kill you fairly, I'll come looking for you." The man in white nodded in satisfaction. His fingertip brushed across the carved plum blossom again. He frowned slightly. Shuhe thought he was about to say something profound. Instead, Li Songjia murmured, "How can plum blossoms be covered in dust? No one's cleaned this place in far too long." He gently wiped away the dust before flicking it from his fingertips. Plum blossoms. Shuhe suddenly remembered the plum tree beneath which Honger had been buried in Zuoyo Lane. Li Songjia opened the door. Outside, Piaoping immediately hurried over, his face full of anxiety. Seeing his master emerge smiling and unharmed only confused him even more. He looked Li Songjia over from head to toe before rushing forward to support him. "I'm fine." Li Songjia smiled. "Why are you so nervous?" Though already in his teens, Piaoping was still very much a child. Li Songjia couldn't help comforting him. The guards were equally bewildered. Earlier they had heard the prisoners' furious shouting. Now, the Duke of Anding stepped out smiling. Inside the room, complete silence. Moments earlier, they had all been ready to charge inside with drawn swords. Then Li Songjia calmly ordered, "Untie him." Everyone froze. Piaoping looked from Shuhe, then back at Li Songjia. Suddenly he dropped to his knees. "My lord." Li Songjia was startled. Piaoping, what are you doing? Get up. The young servant stubbornly shook his head. Everyone in this residence knows your grace is kind. But this time, I absolutely cannot agree. That man is extremely dangerous. Have you forgotten that the wounds on your body were inflicted by him? I've already spoken with him. Li Songjia sighed. Get up first. He still hates your grace. This time Li Songjia's tone became firm. I said, get up. Reluctantly, Piaoping obeyed. Master. He looked ready to cry. Think about madam. Think about how worried she's been. And now, you're simply letting him go? Li Songjia looked at him quietly. Who decides matters in this residence? You or me? Whose residence is this? Then he looked toward the guards. I gave an order. Go inside. Untie him. The ropes were removed. Xiao Shuhe stood slowly. He walked directly to Li Songjia until they stood face to face. Looking into those extraordinary twin pupils, he spoke quietly. They say, those born with double pupils possess the bearing of an emperor. Li Songjia. He stopped himself before finishing the sentence. Instead he said, I promise you, when I have the ability to kill you openly and avenge Hong, I'll come find you. Li Songjia said nothing. He merely smiled gently, then stepped aside. The guards reluctantly moved away as well. Xiao Shuhe walked past them. No one dared stop him, as flowers and trees drifted by on either side. Xiao Shuhe felt calmer than he had at any moment since Honger's death. Once, hatred had filled his heart. He had foolishly waited for Li Songjia, believing revenge was the only purpose left in his life. But now, he no longer wished for Li Songjia to die so soon. He would wait. One day, he would become someone capable of accomplishing great things. Then he would stand proudly before Li Songjia. Only then would Honger no longer need to worry about him. Life still had meaning. He should not throw it away so lightly. Leaving the Duke of Anding's residence, Xiao Shuhe smiled bitterly. He had never imagined that one day, his own enemy would teach him how to live. Perhaps, the man he'd met that rainy day wasn't who he had believed. For no reason at all, Xiao Shuhe suddenly found himself believing the absurd rumors. A man with double pupils. A man destined to become an emperor. Yet somehow, he couldn't picture Li Songjia dressed in imperial yellow. That color was far too dazzling. It simply didn't suit the gentle elegance of the man he had just left behind. Li Songjia felt exhausted. Piaoping carefully supported him back. The young servant still sulked beside him, though he didn't dare complain aloud. His face was flushed red. Li Songjia couldn't help laughing. I have my reasons. Don't worry. The master is always like this. Piaoping sighed. If only you were a little more ruthless. You wouldn't have been hurt. I'll have someone bring your medicine. Only then did he remember Li Songjia hadn't yet taken today's dose. At that time, Piaoping was simply worried. He had no way of knowing that one day his fears would become reality, when blood stained the mountains and rivers. He would remember this very day, and wonder whether every cause and consequence beneath heaven had already been decided by fate. After taking his medicine, Li Songjia should have rested. Instead, he put on another robe and quietly left for the garden. Li Songjia's thought, I've been trapped indoors because of these injuries for days. There's nothing to do. I'm going to suffocate from boredom. He didn't want anyone following him. Naturally, no one dared leave him alone. Piaoping and several attendants quietly remained a long distance behind so they could help him if he suddenly became unwell. The fragrance of spring filled the forest. It was a season meant for wandering. The fallen blossoms had almost all scattered. Only the weeping willows continued growing. As he walked, Li Songjia quietly recited Wang Han's poem. The mulberry maiden sings in Huainan. The golden saddle rides the northern frontier. Huainan, the northern frontier. I wonder what spring looks like there. Would it be the same as this? The winding corridors stretched endlessly through the residence. He wandered without direction. Then, he looked up and stopped. The side garden. A moon gate stood quietly before him, connecting both ends of his memories. Not long ago, he had entered this place under completely different circumstances. His heart was no longer the same. He remembered the wall. He remembered being pressed violently against it. He remembered the marks left around his wrist. He remembered asking, who could truly care about you? The wind whispered. Spring sang softly, even surrounded by music. Everything still hurt. People weren't meant to live forever in the past. Yet Li Songjia continued standing before that abyss. He stubbornly refused to turn around. Part of him still believed he lived within those beautiful days they had once shared. But then, Huang had discovered what she never should have known, whether she truly remembered it, or dismissed it as nothing more than a dream. It no longer mattered. What had happened could never be undone. No one could reverse the past. No one was a god. None of them were the same anymore. Li Congjia asked Piaoping to wait outside. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the familiar door. Just as he'd instructed, the room had been carefully maintained. There wasn't a speck of dust on the table or beside the bed. Li Congjia slowly closed his eyes. Everything returned with perfect clarity. Remember me, Li Congjia. I'll remember you. You said you would remember me. He slowly sat down on the couch. The wound on his shoulder had almost healed. Yet unconsciously, he still reached for it. Scars didn't necessarily preserve the past. But perhaps, even after the scar disappeared, he would still remember. That sword could never truly wound Zhao Kuangyin. Yet you told me you wanted to remember me. As long as that wound remained, as long as the red sandalwood wasn't destroyed, you wouldn't leave. You must remember. So long as the red sandalwood remains, I won't leave either. Your wound must have healed by now. Li Congjia leaned forward, resting his cheek against the freshly made bed. He gazed silently at the dust dancing through the shafts of sunlight. Returning to this room, he suddenly felt at peace. At last, he could remove every mask he'd worn through the recent turmoil. Here, he was once again the childish, stubborn Li Congjia who had stood before Zhao Kuangyin, the one who had allowed himself to be completely vulnerable. Looking toward the place where the man with sword-like brows had once sat, he whispered into the empty room. Zhao Kuangyin, I really wanted to go to Phoenix Terrace. But fate was impossible to predict. Spring was ending. When the snow falls, remember me, who sat silently inside the cabin as the river wind blew. The pale green figure within the slowly unfolding painting remained as graceful as ever. It was a beautiful painting. Only, the eyes had never been painted. Zhao Guangyi leaned nearby, watching coldly as his elder brother carefully studied the scroll. From a single glimpse of its pale colors, he already knew who it portrayed. The painting itself revealed the artist's heart. It was exquisite, yet every brushstroke felt strained, as though the painter had gambled everything upon it. Zhao Kuangyin gently touched the blank space where the eyes should have been. He always carried this painting with him. Its missing eyes had become its greatest perfection. He remembered Li Hongji's death. Someone like you could never truly have your spirit captured in paint. A fierce gust of wind burst into the cabin, making the scroll flutter loudly. For perhaps the first time, the man with sword-like brows showed genuine panic. Afraid the painting might be damaged, he carefully rolled it up and put it away. Outside, the wind rippled the river's surface. The branches of a dead tree trembled gently. Beside that lifeless plum tree stood another broken heart. Xiao Shuhe tightly gripped the hairpin in his hand. Once, it had been nothing more than a simple betrothal gift. Insignificant, yet precious beyond measure because it represented his love. Now, no matter how valuable it was, there was no one left to receive it. Hunger, how are you? Footsteps passed behind him. The people of Tsuelyo Lane still busied themselves with their endless chores. A passing woman glanced toward him with open contempt. Someone muttered, "Isn't that Aunt Fan's son? What's the point of staring at a dead tree? Can a dead tree really bloom with golden flowers?" Another sighed. They say Hunger wanted to climb to a higher branch, but somehow she died. What else could anyone expect? People born lowly never have a good ending. Xiao Shuhe silently listened. The small mound of yellow earth before him held every bit of warmth he had ever known. Originally, whether revenge succeeded or failed, he had intended to die. He had even left a letter at home asking his mother to bury both himself and the hairpin beside Hunger. But today, he had changed his mind. Hunger, wait for me. When I can make Li Congjia pay openly, I'll finally bring you this betrothal gift. I wonder, are you cold over there? He crouched down, gently stroking the fresh earth. Hunger's phoenix eyes, along with every feeling she had ever hidden, now rested forever beneath it. The day slowly drew to a close. The mountains shone brilliantly. The rivers flowed endlessly toward the sea. The death of the crown prince had plunged the entire capital into mourning. The city felt bleak, desolate. The bells of Anong Temple echoed across Jinling as they always had. If one were to ask the eastward flowing river, which lasted longer, its endless current, or the sorrow of parting. Li Songjia suddenly awoke. In the quiet of the secluded garden, he had relaxed completely and drifted into a light sleep. He slowly stood, closed the wooden door behind him, and quietly walked away. Where are you now? Beneath which sky do you stand at this very moment? Xiaoping hurried over. Master, he asked curiously. Mr. Zhao left in such a hurry. Why hasn't he come back? Li Songjia looked up at the peach blossoms overhead. They had already begun to fade. He smiled faintly. Have you ever tasted the fragrance of peach blossoms? He never left. The bright moon was still the same moon as before, quietly shining upon the drifting clouds as they returned. End of Volume 1. Chapter 32. The Yangtze River stretched for thousands of miles. It separated more than land and territory. The 14 prefectures north of the Yangtze, including Jiangbei, Si, Chu, Hao, and the Huainan region, had all come under the jurisdiction of the later Zhou dynasty. Since ancient times, scholars and poets had always been filled with emotion when standing before such natural frontiers. But at this moment, Zhao Kuangyin gazed calmly at the surging river. Now that he was returning to the later Zhou with his elder brother, if his judgment was correct, the Khitan of the Liao dynasty in the north had long been preparing to make their move. Once Zhao Kuangyin returned to court, this would likely be the first great crisis he would have to face. On their journey into Luzhou, the streets were deserted. Nothing resembled the prosperous city Zhao Kuangyin had imagined. Luzhou, once known as the gateway to the Huai River and the throat of Jiangnan, the ancient land of the Three Kingdoms, now stood silent behind tightly closed doors. Even the fruit and vegetable vendors in the marketplace had fallen asleep. Business had long since disappeared. There was no reason to stay awake. A little boy, no more than 5 or 6 years old, skipped happily out of a narrow alley. His hair was tied into 2 little horn-shaped buns with bright red ribbons. In his hands, he held a small clay figurine. The moment he noticed the 2 men carrying swords, his face turned pale. The figurine slipped from his hands onto the ground. He turned and ran. Zhao Kuangyin caught up within 2 strides. He bent down and picked the frightened child up. What are you afraid of? The child struggled desperately. Put me down. Put me down. Smiling gently, Zhao Kuangyin said, Don't be afraid. I'll pick up your toy for you. The clay figurine had already landed in the dirt. Its delicate shape was ruined. Seeing it, the little boy's eyes immediately filled with tears. You're all bad people. Who are the bad people? My mother said. He sobbed. Everyone from the Zhou dynasty is bad. We used to live peacefully. But he waved his tiny hands helplessly as tears streamed down his face. The Battle of Shochuan had already ended some time ago, yet the people here had still not recovered. Zhao Kuangyin quietly picked up the dirty little figurine. No matter how carefully he held it, it could never regain the lively appearance it had only moments before. The afternoon sun was warm. It should have been a peaceful day for enjoying blossoms beneath a gentle spring breeze. This land had once belonged to the Southern Tang. Its mountains, its rivers, its soft spring rains, its blooming flowers. Who would willingly surrender such a homeland? Even if the rulers accepted defeat, how could the common people simply forget? I hate people carrying swords. The child cried harder. My mother said, You use them to kill people. His fear only deepened. Zhao Kuangyin finally set him gently back on the ground. Where is your home? The child stubbornly shook his head. He refused to answer. Zhao Kuangyin crouched down and gently wiped away his tears. It's all right. Don't be afraid. We'll take you home. Following the child, the 2 entered a narrow alley. Zhao Kuangyin's journey south to find his brother had been entirely secret. He couldn't allow anyone to discover he had left without permission. The 14 prefectures south of the river had not yet fully submitted to Zhou authority. The inns were crowded with strangers. To avoid attention, they needed a temporary place to stay before continuing toward Bianliang. The child's family lived in a simple but tidy home. Though ordinary, it was warm and well kept. The moment the owner opened the door and saw them, he immediately recognized they were men from the Zhou dynasty. His expression froze. With great courtesy, Zhao Kuangyin explained that they merely wished to stay one night. After considerable hesitation, the family reluctantly agreed. They arranged a small room for the brothers behind the main hall. That evening, Zhao Kuangyin suddenly asked, Brother, what official position do you hold at court now? Since reuniting, he had become much quieter than before. Perhaps it was because he had grown up among monks. Sometimes Zhao Kuangyin felt that the younger brother before him no longer resembled the child he once knew. Still, the question warmed his heart. Without thinking much about it, he answered, "I'm commander of the Imperial Guard, so it's not appropriate for me to remain away from court for long. I only came to Luzhou this time to repay an old debt of gratitude. Later, come with me. We'll visit Yong Temple at Xiaohu Lake." A faint light flashed through Zhao Guangyi's eyes before quickly disappearing. "Xiao, Yong Temple. Yes. There is a monk there who greatly helped both of us. It was purely by chance that he told me where to find you." Zhao Guangyi seemed to remember something. "When I was very young, I accompanied Master Jinghui there several times. I still remember it vaguely. It just so happened," Zhao Kuangyin smiled, "that while accompanying the daughter of an old friend to worship there, I met the abbot. We spoke of my family. Unexpectedly, the abbot remembered the past and gave me the clue that led me to Anong Temple in the Southern Tang. And now, his prediction has come true. I found you. So naturally, I must return to thank him properly." After changing into a simple yet neat cloth robe and removing his sword, the brothers set out together. Their horses carried them slowly toward Xiaohu Lake, on the border between Luzhou and Chaozhou. An island rose quietly from the emerald waters. Dense forests covered it. From afar, only the crimson roofs of the temple peeked through the trees. Bathed in sunlight, they seemed almost touched by Buddha's radiance. The temple was magnificent. White jade balustrades circled the island. Stone lions stood proudly in countless forms, each carved with astonishing realism. During the years when this land belonged to the Southern Tang, a king devoted to Buddhism had renovated the temple on a grand scale. The sparkling lake, the distant mountains, the endless sky, everything blended into a breathtaking landscape. "It's even more beautiful than I remembered." Zhao Guangyi sighed softly. "My childhood memories are fragmented. I barely remember anything. I wonder, does the abbot still remember me?" Zhao Kuangyin laughed. "How could I ever forget the way you looked as a child? You always studied harder than I did. Father praised you constantly. I'd get upset every time, and you'd stand there looking afraid you'd offended me, while desperately trying to comfort me." He laughed again. It was hilarious. Zhao Guangyi listened quietly before smiling. "So, that's the Guangyi you remember. I've never thought about it before." The ferry slowly left the shore. The rhythmic sound of paddles echoed across the lake. It blended with the brothers' conversation. Pleasant, peaceful. Watching the water ripple beneath them, Zhao Kuangyin suddenly asked, "Tell me honestly, what do you really think of your elder brother? Have you ever resented me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he laughed. He had always enjoyed teasing Guangyi ever since they were children. Zhao Guangyi looked momentarily lost. He stared silently at the lake flowing behind them. Only after a long pause did he finally look up. "Brother." His hesitation only made Zhao Kuangyin laugh even harder. "There." He pointed at him. "That's exactly the face you always made. The moment I frowned, you'd immediately look helpless. You really haven't changed." Zhao Guangyi sighed helplessly. "Elder brother has always loved teasing me. I'm practically half a monk now. I'm afraid I can no longer humor you the way I used to. I truly feel ashamed." Laughing, Zhao Kuangyin stepped closer and firmly patted his shoulder. It carried all the warmth and trust of childhood. His gaze drifted to the wooden bracelet around Zhao Guangyi's wrist. His own voice unconsciously grew softer. This bracelet. Wear it well. His thoughts wandered elsewhere. Would Li Songjia still be wearing his? Would he still believe that clumsy lie? Li Songjia had believed that if he wanted to stay alive, he had to keep wearing it. As long as that bracelet remained, perhaps he would continue remembering him. The night rain had once dyed the sky and water the same shade of green. Zhao Kuangyin slowly closed his eyes. He seemed able to smell that faint sandalwood fragrance once more. It had seeped into Li Songjia's very bones. Subtle, elusive, yet impossible to forget. Li Songjia. Only 3 simple words. Yet they had become the most irreplaceable longing in his life. Watching his brother's changing expression, Zhao Guangyi spoke quietly after a long silence. "What a pity. You gave your bracelet to someone else. Otherwise, the pair could have been reunited. It would have been a symbol of our brotherhood." Those words left Zhao Kuangyin feeling unexpectedly guilty. Logically, he should never have given away such an important token, especially to him. Looking at Zhao Guangyi, he smiled apologetically. I know you're a little unhappy, but we're brothers. There's no need to be so formal. From now on, everything I have is yours. My military achievements are yours as well. Zhao Guangyi smiled gently. It's all right. Now that we've found each other again, do whatever you believe is right. Soon, the ferry reached the island. A narrow dirt path wound through the dense forest toward the magnificent Zhong temple standing proudly at its center. The brothers stepped ashore. Joining their palms together, they thanked the monks who had ferried them across before continuing into the woods. The deeper they walked, the quieter everything became. Birdsong echoed softly among the trees. Zhao Guangyi followed behind, observing everything around him. When Zhao Kuangyin glanced back, he smiled. What do you think? Do you remember this place? Startled, Zhao Guangyi nodded. Yes, I remember this forest. Though Zhao Kuangyin knew his brother had been very young then, he simply smiled and continued leading the way. I had the opportunity to come here again not long after the 14 prefectures and more than 60 counties came under Zhou control. Zhao Guangyi looked puzzled. You don't seem like someone particularly devoted to Buddhism. Haven't you heard of Governor Wang Rao of Zhangda? Zhao Guangyi shook his head. Governor Wang is much older than I am. We're friends despite the difference in age. Now he's become a military governor. His daughter insisted on visiting this temple. He couldn't accompany her, so he asked me to escort her instead. He smiled. It was only because of that coincidence that I learned where you were. Hearing this, Zhao Guangyi simply lowered his head. Quietly, he offered silent thanks to the Buddha. Zhao Kuangyin laughed again. Before long, they reached the temple gates. The enormous vermilion doors were grander than those of most temples. No wonder Zhong Temple was famous throughout both north and south. The royal renovations had made it magnificent. In theory, a Buddhist monastery should have been simple, quiet, a place for peaceful cultivation. Yet Zhong Temple was astonishingly luxurious, almost excessively so. Zhao Guangyi silently noted the contradiction. He said nothing. Zhao Kuangyin stepped forward and knocked respectfully. We've come from afar to visit Master Jingda. Master once showed us great kindness. I've returned to express my gratitude. The young monk who opened the gate hesitated. He bit his lip, then instinctively glanced back into the temple. Sensing something strange, Zhao Kuangyin looked past him. Nothing. The flowers stirred gently. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Before he could ask, the monk quietly opened the gate. How is Master Jingda? The young monk simply walked ahead without answering. At Zhao Kuangyin's question, he only glanced back briefly before silently gesturing for them to follow. Not another word escaped his lips. The brothers exchanged puzzled looks. They followed him deeper into the temple. Along the way, Zhao Guangyi quietly observed everything. As evening prayers approached, the monastery was unnaturally silent. Brother, he spoke softly, this temple is far too quiet. Only then did Zhao Kuangyin begin to feel uneasy. The last time he'd visited, the temple had been bustling. Monks had been everywhere, carrying out their daily duties. Today, almost no one could be seen. As they continued walking, Zhao Guangyi casually glanced at the vermilion pillars lining the corridor. 23, 24, 29. His footsteps paused for only an instant. It was enough. On the 29th pillar, a lotus had been carved. The carving wasn't careless. It was elegant, beautiful, but half the lotus was missing. A flicker crossed Zhao Guangyi's eyes. Then he quietly caught up. Ahead, a gigantic Bodhi tree blocked the corridor. It towered high above them, clearly an ancient tree that had grown for countless years. During the temple's reconstruction, no one had been willing to cut it down. Instead, the corridor had simply been built around it. The young monk stopped beneath the tree. He lowered his head, yet kept secretly glancing at both brothers. Seeing his uneasy expression, Zhao Kuangyin simply assumed the monk was nervous because strangers had arrived so suddenly. The recent war had undoubtedly frightened everyone in Luzhou. He bowed politely. May I ask, where is Master Jingda? At that very moment, Zhao Guangyi noticed something Zhao Kuangyin had missed. The monk wasn't looking at his elder brother. He was staring directly at Zhao Guangyi. More precisely, at the sandalwood bracelet on his wrist. Without saying a word, Zhao Guangyi subtly lowered his sleeve before deliberately letting the bracelet show again. Then he calmly recited Buddhist doctrine. His purpose was obvious. He wished to show that he too was a disciple of Buddhism. Seeing this, Zhao Kuangyin smiled. Don't worry. My younger brother was lost for many years. I've only just found him. We've come solely to thank your master. We mean no harm. Zhao Guangyi quietly continued. There is no self, no person, no sentient being, no lifespan. Why? Because notions of self, person, sentient being, and lifespan are all empty. To be free from every attachment is called Buddhahood. Golden sunlight slanted from the distant bell tower. Its warm glow enveloped Zhao Guangyi. Bathed in that gentle light, he appeared solemn, peaceful, almost sacred. For a brief moment, silence fell. Faint chanting drifted through the air. Though Zhao Guangyi searched for its source, he couldn't determine where it came from. Standing beside him, Zhao Kuangyin quietly looked at his younger brother. His memories were distant, blurry, difficult to grasp. Yet blood ties remained the strongest bond in the world. After all, someone had once simply said, "He is my brother." Those 4 words had cut straight through the smoke and chaos of war. Perhaps it wasn't merely reason. Perhaps it was trust. For some reason, ever since meeting Li Congjia, Zhao Kuangyin had become far more willing to trust those around him. Whether that was fortunate or unfortunate, he couldn't tell. The young monk immediately responded by reciting another passage from the Diamond Sutra. The Buddha said to Subhuti, Indeed, indeed, if anyone hears this sutra without fear, astonishment, or confusion, know that such a person is truly rare. Why? Subhuti, what the Tathagata calls the first Paramitha, is not truly the first Paramitha. Therefore it is called the first Paramitha. Naturally, Zhao Kuangyin understood none of it. He merely assumed the discussion of Buddhist scripture might ease the monk's nervousness. After all, the recent war had cast a long shadow over Luzhou and the surrounding prefectures. Unexpectedly, the monk's attitude changed immediately. Every trace of worry vanished. Smiling warmly at Zhao Kuangyin, he stepped aside. Only then did Zhao Kuangyin notice that because the enormous Bodhi tree blocked the corridor, narrow paths curved around both sides. Just as he wondered which path to take, the monk moved completely aside. Please. The meditation rooms lie behind the Bodhi tree. Both brothers were surprised. The tree's towering canopy had hidden an entirely different courtyard behind it. The young monk bowed, then quietly returned to guard the temple gate. The brothers continued on alone. Behind the ancient tree, a hidden courtyard appeared. Only then did they realize. Every monk in the monastery had gathered there, chanting scriptures together. The fragrance of incense filled the air. Prayer banners fluttered softly, before either man could properly take in the surroundings. The solemn atmosphere seized their attention. Why? Walking at the front, Zhao Kuangyin stared toward the low doorway leading into the courtyard. A large group of monks faced west, chanting in unison. At their head stood a figure wearing golden robes. The rhythmic sound of wooden fish echoed through the courtyard. Seeing strangers enter, a young monk approached to ask their purpose. After listening, he regretfully shook his head. Before Zhao Kuangyin could ask further, the monk hurried away. From behind, the man in golden robes didn't appear particularly old. They waited quietly. After some time, the young monk returned. He bowed. Please wait for a while in the meditation room. Zhao Kuangyin frowned. What about Master Jingda? It has only been a few months since I last visited. How has the abbot already changed? He clearly remembered Master Jingda. The monk leading the ceremony was obviously much younger. The young monk lowered his head. It happened very suddenly. I'm afraid the benefactor hasn't yet heard. Heard what? Zhao Kuangyin's impatience became obvious. Meanwhile, Zhao Guangyi remained silent behind him. The monk answered quietly. Master Jingda passed away last night. Zhao Kuangyin stopped where he stood. He was stunned. Behind him, Zhao Guangyi showed little surprise. He simply joined his palms together, sighed softly, and murmured a silent Buddhist prayer. The new abbot is Master Jingwen. Please wait a little longer. The Buddhist ceremony has not yet concluded. Chapter 33. Master Jingda had passed away suddenly. Zhao Kuangyin felt that something was very strange, yet he couldn't figure out what it was. Left with no choice, the two of them wandered through Zhongmiao Temple. It was a small, plain meditation room, but the eaves were decorated with gold-painted carvings. Zhao Guangyi looked up at them as the sunlight reflected brightly across the gilded ornaments, then smiled coldly. Amitabha, the golden Buddha sat high above all else. Prayer flags fluttered in the wind. Since when had he begun to fear death? Zhao Guangyi took a deep breath, but all he could smell was the thick scent of incense. He disliked it. Yet there were always people willing to submit to fate, sincerely chanting sutras morning and night. Soft footsteps sounded behind him. Zhao Kuangyin turned around and saw a monk in his early 30s approaching. The monk wore a golden kasaya, clearly holding a high position within the temple. Guangyi stepped forward and greeted him. Watching from the side, Zhao Kuangyin saw the newcomer smile gently before extending a hand to invite them inside. As he turned, the monk, Master Jingwen, noticed the wooden bracelet on Zhao Guangyi's wrist and smiled knowingly. He must be the person Lord Wang had mentioned. Inside, the room remained simple and true to Buddhist principles. Zhao Guangyi quietly looked around. It wasn't a chamber filled with gold and jade. It was remarkable that Zhongyao Temple at Xiaohu had survived the war completely intact and had even received careful protection and restoration. Zhao Kuangyin clasped his hands respectfully. Master Jingde was an old friend of mine. It was through his guidance that I traveled south to search for my younger brother after so many years apart. Now that I've finally found him, I came to express my gratitude. I never imagined. Master Jingwen smiled peacefully. Everything happened suddenly, benefactor. Do not grieve. When virtue is perfected and all obstacles disappear, that is called nirvana. Senior brother Jingde cultivated diligently throughout his life and has now entered bliss. They exchanged the usual courtesies. Master Jingwen looked toward Zhao Guangyi. And this benefactor is? He is my younger brother. He has long been connected with Buddhism. He was raised at Anong Temple in the south. Good, very good. Master Jingwen smiled warmly. The benefactor has clear brows and a bright forehead. All causes and conditions are predestined. He is destined for an extraordinary future, though not within the Buddha's path. Zhao Kuangyin laughed. Naturally, a man surnamed Zhao would never become a monk. Sitting quietly to one side, Zhao Guangyi merely observed. The new abbot was remarkably young, yet every word and gesture was flawless. When they rose to leave, Jingwen's eyes lingered on the wooden bracelet around Zhao Guangyi's wrist. Zhao Kuangyin had already stepped outside when he noticed Guangyi had not followed. Curious, he turned back. Inside the meditation room, the two men stood facing each other with their palms joined before the Buddha. Although Zhao Guangyi had never formally taken vows, everything about him since childhood had been no different from that of a monk. Not wishing to interrupt them, Zhao Kuangyin simply waited outside. A short while later, Guangyi emerged holding something in his hand. It was a string of Buddhist prayer beads. The abbot gave those to you? Yes. He nodded. He said I stayed at this temple for several days when I was young. Although I don't remember it clearly, he remembered meeting me once before I followed Master Jinghui south. In that sense, he was my martial uncle. Since we had a previous connection, he entrusted these to me today. Entrusted what? Zhao Guangyi said nothing more. Instead, he became even quieter. The man with sword-like brows walked ahead. The forest had grown darker beneath the evening sky. For an instant, Zhao Kuangyin experienced a strange illusion. He kept glancing back. Guangyi was indeed following him. Silent. His eyes were impossibly dark. It felt as though something invisible now stood between them. Whether the years apart had changed them or not, blood ties could never truly disappear. Yet Zhao Kuangyin couldn't explain it. It was only instinct. When they were children, he had never bothered looking back. He had always known Guangyi would quietly follow behind him. Timid. Obedient. He had always believed his younger brother regarded him as his example. But after meeting again so many years later, Zhao Guangyi had become difficult to define. He still lived simply, still abstained from meat, still possessed the calm temperament cultivated through Buddhist practice. Even so, something had changed. For the first time, Zhao Kuangyin felt that the man behind him could no longer be restrained by a simple wooden bracelet. He suddenly found himself wondering, was Guangyi truly still following him? One day, without making a sound, he would surpass him. The thought itself was unsettling. Returning by the same route, the small boat slowly crossed the lake. The sky continued to darken. Standing at the bow, the brothers admired the moon reflected upon the water. Moved by the scenery, Zhao Kuangyin sighed softly. Do you still remember? When we were children, Father always punished me for making trouble. You would stand beside me beneath the tree in the courtyard in the middle of the night. If the sky was clear, the moon would shine through the branches, and fireflies would drift between the shadows. You always liked looking up into the tree. I used to laugh at you, saying the more books you read, the more pedantic you became. He laughed quietly to himself. The little boat glided onward. The rippling water shattered countless foolish dreams upon the lake. Who was still dreaming that endless dream? Zhao Guangyi smiled as well. Looking silently across the shimmering water, he seemed to sink into distant memories. With some regret, Zhao Kuangyin continued. It's been too many years. You had another chance to return south, yet so many memories must have become blurred. If father knew. Before he could finish, Zhao Guangyi interrupted him. How could I forget? I still remember that tree in the courtyard. Back then it seemed unbelievably tall. Looking back now, it was probably already an ancient tree. The moonlight filtering through its branches at night was beautiful. He looked at Zhao Kuangyin with satisfaction, as though carefully uncovering forgotten memories one layer at a time. Zhao Kuangyin merely inhaled deeply. The damp scent of the lake was refreshing. You really have grown up. After those words, neither of them spoke again. They landed ashore and returned to the home where they were staying. Zhao Guangyi walked neither quickly nor slowly. Hidden beneath his sleeve, his fingers continuously stroked the prayer beads. Each one was perfectly smooth, except the last bead. It had been carved with a faint pattern. He held it tightly and quietly followed behind his elder brother. The homeowner had already prepared food. Too afraid to speak, he merely knocked lightly on the door to let them know dinner was ready. His fear was understandable. The two strangers carried swords. He dared not offend them. All he wanted was for them to eat well and leave at dawn. Brother, you're tired. I'll go bring the food. All right. Still wiping his sword, Zhao Kuangyin answered casually. Zhao Guangyi stepped outside. Hidden within the wide sleeves of his plain robe, his fingers left pale marks against his skin. His thoughts lingered on the final prayer bead. There were 3 dishes and a jug of wine. 2 meat dishes. 1 vegetable dish. He would never eat meat. Zhao Kuangyin knew that. So all he needed to do. Standing alone in the narrow kitchen, Zhao Guangyi gently crushed the final prayer bead engraved with half a lotus. Inside the hollow wooden bead, fine white powder drifted into the air. His fingertips trembled only slightly. His gaze sharpened. He looked carefully over the dishes the host had prepared. If he mixed it into one of the meat dishes, everything would be perfect. Zhao Kuangyin would die quietly. It required only one decision. One instant. Zhao Guangyi tightly clenched the shattered bead. But the scene before him filled him with disgust. Back when he was a child, within Anong Temple, surrounded by incense, he had always thought of one person. Someone weak, yet full of hope. Why? Why could he always speak to me about humanity? Simply because he had a good elder brother. A cold flash suddenly appeared outside the kitchen. The tip of a sword pointed directly at the center of the wooden door. Inside, there was hesitation. Outside, the sword trembled. Zhao Guangyi slowly closed all 5 fingers around the shattered bead. Then he let out a long breath. Suddenly, he remembered Zhao Kuangyin's expression as he gazed silently at that unfinished portrait. He was someone capable of love. Only a man who held love within his heart could embrace the entire world. If it had been anyone else, Zhao Guangyi might have taken the gamble. But today, he chose to trust the owner of the wooden bracelet. He wanted to believe in the sincerity of that hopeful child who had treasured his elder brother until the very end. Without hesitation, Zhao Guangyi wrapped the shattered bead and its powder inside a rag. Then he threw it out through the kitchen's rear window. It landed alone among a patch of dry grass. So, Zhao Kuangyin, don't disappoint me. Outside, the sword quietly withdrew. Dusting off his hands, Zhao Guangyi calmly picked up the food. After making certain no one was nearby, he carried the dishes back inside. Zhao Kuangyin was studying the edge of his sword beneath the candlelight. Seeing Guangyi return, he smiled. Put it on the table. Guangyi obeyed. Brother, please eat first. Zhao Kuangyin looked directly at him, but remained silent. He sat down, picked up his chopsticks, then smiled. Guangyi still refuses to eat meat. He lifted the wine jug and slowly filled his bowl halfway. The dark surface of the wine reflected both of their uneasy expressions. Guangyi nodded, yet he noticed something unusual in Zhao Kuangyin's eyes. Still smiling calmly, he said, Brother, don't force me. Rolling back his sleeve, he lowered himself toward his seat. Suddenly, A sword flashed toward him. In almost the same instant, Zhao Kuangyin seized the long sword resting behind him and thrust it directly at Guangyi. The tip stopped less than an inch from his throat. Zhao Kuangyin smiled. The man wearing the wooden bracelet smiled as well. "Brother, you saw what I did in the kitchen?" Holding the sword steady in his right hand, Zhao Kuangyin slowly lifted the wine bowl with his left. Without taking his eyes off Guangyi, he drained it in one gulp. The man before him showed not the slightest trace of panic. Still dressed in his simple robes, still wearing the wooden bracelet that stood out so clearly, Zhao Kuangyin stared at it. "Do you intend to betray it?" Zhao Guangyi shook his head. It was elder brother who first gave his promise, to someone who had no future. "So, you wanted to kill me?" With a loud clang, Zhao Kuangyin smashed the empty wine bowl onto the floor. His sword-like brows rose sharply, killing intent surging from him. "Zhao Guangyi, I truly was blind to keep calling you Guangyi. You've really grown up." The child who cried whenever I scolded him has now learned how to replace me. Zhao Guangyi shook his head. No one can replace another. There are things that cannot be accomplished simply by taking someone else's place. His words were perfectly clear, yet hidden within them remained the faint hope of that child from long ago. Zhao Kuangyin shifted the sword slightly and looked toward the food. "Then why can't I eat this?" Zhao Guangyi quietly turned his gaze toward the bed. Part of a small scroll protruded from their luggage. "The reason is the same as yours. You couldn't do it either." Following his gaze, Zhao Kuangyin's hand trembled. The sword tip slid slightly, leaving only a tiny line of blood across Guangyi's neck. The wound was insignificant, but Zhao Kuangyin froze. "No, that's different." Guangyi laughed softly. "Is it really different? Then tell me, brother, why couldn't you do it to him?" His voice was gentle, steady, yet to Zhao Kuangyin, it sounded almost like temptation itself. Once again, he seemed to smell that intoxicating sandalwood fragrance. That lingering feeling. It was unbearably maddening. Looking back at the blood on Guangyi's neck, he murmured, "Guangyi, I am just like you. We still care about one another. You are my elder brother, so I couldn't do it. If you're angry, then kill me." "Why? Does this have something to do with Zhomiao Temple at Xiaohu?" Cause and effect were like a grass rope lying beneath the water, suddenly lifted, floating up and down, never quite reaching the surface. If Guangyi had obtained this poison, someone must have secretly helped him during their visit to Xiaohu. Zhomiao Temple, the abbot, Enong Temple. As Zhao Kuangyin connected one thread after another, the outline slowly emerged, yet its true direction remained hidden. Guangyi answered honestly, "Lord Wang Rao wished to remove you. He promised that if Zhao Kuangyin died quietly, I could replace you and accomplish great things in the future. I was tempted. I truly did consider it. But, in the end, I gave up." Zhao Kuangyin lowered his sword. Guangyi produced the broken prayer bead. "Someone at Enong Temple once told me, after I left with my elder brother, if nothing unexpected happened, we would eventually visit Zhomiao Temple. The new abbot would help me. As long as Zhao Kuangyin died quietly, I could serve Governor Wang Rao. Everything would proceed smoothly." After all, more than 10 years had passed. Back then, Zhao Guangyi had been nothing more than a child trapped inside a Buddhist temple. How could Zhao Kuangyin truly blame him? He had merely been manipulated. What he hadn't expected was that Wang Rao had harbored hostility from the very beginning. He had treated Wang Rao as a close friend, a trusted elder despite the difference in age. When Wang Rao became military governor of Zongda, he had even patted Zhao Kuangyin's shoulder, smiling proudly as he praised the younger generation. Who could have imagined that beneath that smile, a knife had always been hidden? Looking at the cut on Guangyi's neck, Zhao Kuangyin sighed deeply. "I've wronged you, brother." Throwing his sword aside, he stepped forward to examine the wound. Guangyi simply touched it lightly. "It's nothing. Only a scratch." Sadness filled Zhao Kuangyin's eyes. "When we were children, you once ran away after I bullied you. You scraped your knee. You came home crying like a rabbit, your eyes swollen. I remember saying, if you're this afraid of pain, what will you ever do in the future?" And today, he had nearly wounded him with his own hands. Simply because of disappointment. He knew. He had failed his younger brother long ago. The two looked silently at one another. Then they sat down together and began to eat. How could he ever have been lost? That child who had always followed behind him, with gentle eyes, who read books aloud while swaying his head, who quietly watched him practice martial arts, who faithfully stood beside him beneath the tree whenever punishment came. The last memory was fire. Nothing could be seen within the flames. Their father had been framed. A lifetime of loyalty had ended in tragedy. Thick black smoke filled the sky above their home. Zhao Kuangyin couldn't see anything. He had always believed that wherever he went, Guangyi would be behind him. But after escaping with their parents, chaos erupted in the streets. There was no time to look back. Men secretly sent by Guo Wei hurriedly pulled him onto a carriage heading north. In truth, all it would have taken was one glance behind him, just once. But Zhao Kuangyin never looked back. A small square table, a few simple dishes, a jug of wine. Guangyi still ate only vegetables out of habit. The plain meal left Zhao Kuangyin at a loss for words. Guangyi, brother, the words reached his lips, then stopped. Anything he said now felt unnecessary. After struggling for a long moment, he fell silent. Zhao Guangyi remained far calmer than the timid child he had once been. I know what elder brother wants to say. I truly don't blame you for what happened back then. Everything has its own cause. The Buddha is compassionate. What you and I see now is only the result. From today onward, I will follow elder brother wholeheartedly. As for what happened today, Guangyi, brother, I know you've suffered greatly over the years. You're not a Buddhist, but life has worn you down. There's no need to say anything more. From now on, we'll stand together. He reached out. The wooden bracelet on Zhao Guangyi's wrist gently swayed, still carrying the warmth of years gone by. Their hands clasped tightly together. Looking at the bracelet, Zhao Guangyi sighed inwardly. I'll live well, for your sake. Now, I also want to learn how to hope. How ironic. The faith that timid little child once cherished had once been mocked by none other than himself. Yet today, he, too, wished to believe. I'll try, for your sake. I'll bet that your elder brother can win the world. The scroll beside the bed caught the eye. In the empty back garden of the Buddhist temple, the shadows of two children stretched across the ground among fallen leaves. Autumn was bleak. Older monks drove the newly arrived novices about. Some had already taken vows. Others had not yet decided whether to become monks. Every day, their only task was sweeping the endless fallen leaves beneath towering ancient trees. The layer was so thick that every step produced a crisp crackling sound. One boy was no more than 10 years old. The younger child, wearing a wooden bracelet, looked even smaller. Neither had yet been ordained. Even the broom they held was taller than they were. Go ask Master Jinghui to allow you to enter the Buddhist path. The slightly older child spoke far more calmly than the younger one. The younger boy struggled to steady the oversized broom. No. Why not? Master Jinghui likes you very much. He refuses to accept me, but he's willing to accept you. My elder brother would definitely laugh at me if I became a monk. It's always your elder brother. If he's really so wonderful, why hasn't he come to take you home? What's the point of staying in this broken temple? There's no one here all day. My elder brother will become a great hero. When he becomes a hero, he'll come take me away. Ha! The older child burst into laughter. Beneath their feet, the withered leaves struggled desperately, yet could never keep spring from passing. Another autumn arrived. The chrysanthemums beneath Phoenix Terrace bloomed brilliantly. Morning chanting began once more at Anong Temple. Another day had begun. A monk slowly climbed the bell tower and rang the bell. Every beginning was exactly the same. Again and again, repeating endlessly, with no escape. You don't sound like someone from the south. I'm not from Jinling. Which temple were you at before? I stayed at a temple in Chaohu for several days with Master Jinghui. Do you know Chaohu? It's across the river. The author's note. Who could that person be? And the timid Shuhe will one day destroy the 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers that make up the Southern Kingdom. Chapter 34. When the cicadas began to chirp at night, spring was drawing to a close. The wooden bracelet on his wrist gleamed softly beneath the moonlight filtering through the wooden window. The man in the plain robe lay on the couch with his eyes closed. He seemed asleep, yet his mind was unusually clear. Tomorrow, he would follow Zhao Kuangyin north. Whatever the future held would no longer have anything to do with Anong Temple. Who am I? Who are you? Can I become you? The question lingered endlessly in his heart. I always thought you were foolish and naive, but now I suddenly find myself envying you. Zhao Kuangyin slept outside the room. Even in his dreams, his sword rested beside him. I never imagined you would have such a brother. If he was willing to remember, it had also been summer in Jinling. A devastating flood had claimed his parents' lives, and he had been sent to Anong Temple. He had still been a playful child. Though he could no longer remember exactly how old he was, he had been far too young to willingly spend his life in a temple. At first, his constant mischief earned him endless punishments. He was locked inside a meditation room, shut away from sunlight, ordered to strike the wooden fish and chant scriptures from dawn until dusk. Prayer beads passed through his fingers one after another. Sunlight cast faint shadows across the wall. Before him hung a huge, ink-brushed character, Zen. For a long time, he measured the passing hours only by watching the changing shadows across that single word. The wooden fish never stopped. The prayer beads never ended. What a dull, lifeless existence. Until another person arrived. The child who was brought inside wore an oversized green robe. He looked so innocent and harmless that Zhang instinctively disliked him. The master pointed at Zhang and explained that he was being punished for making mistakes. The newcomer only needed to sit beside him and listen while he recited the scriptures. In a few days, the master would take him to meet the abbot. The child obediently sat on the meditation cushion beside him, looking at him with complete seriousness, as though silently saying, "Go on, read." Zhang ground his teeth in annoyance. "Were you sent here to become a monk too?" "I don't want to become a monk." The answer came immediately, without hesitation. His voice was clear and straightforward. At that moment, Zhang found himself wondering, if this child recited the scriptures, would his voice sound better than those old monks outside? "Why did you stop chanting?" the child asked seriously. "Shu, as long as the wooden fish keeps sounding, the master won't realize I'm slacking off. What's wrong with taking a little break?" His hand continued striking the wooden fish while he stretched himself upright, stamping his numb legs. "I've been sitting here all day. My legs are completely numb. If you don't want to become a monk, then why are you here? This place is so deserted." He leaned lazily against the wall and looked at the child. "Master Jinghui brought me. Where's your family?" "They..." Sadness crossed the child's face. "I can't find them." "So, the flood separated you?" He rested his chin on one hand while lazily tapping the wooden fish with the other. Finally, he felt a little more comfortable. "It's not because of the flood." The child lowered his head. "I just can't find them anymore." One of his hands clutched something tightly inside his sleeve. Zhang wanted to see what he was hiding, but couldn't. "Do you have something interesting?" "Huh, forget it." He sighed deeply. When would these boring days finally end? It was only afternoon. Suddenly, an idea came to him. "Come here. Can you do me a favor?" His unusually friendly smile completely fooled the quiet little boy. "Okay." The child climbed down from his cushion and walked over without any suspicion. "Here." Zhang placed the wooden fish in front of him. "Just keep striking it. Don't stop. Sit however you're comfortable. I'm going to the latrine. I'll be right back. Don't stop." Before the child had time to react, Zhang had already settled him in front of the wooden fish. "That's right. You truly have great wisdom." He even deliberately imitated the solemn tone of the monks. Then he quietly slipped away along the wall. The child obediently waited for him to return. The wooden fish never stopped. When the master passed outside the room and heard its steady rhythm, he assumed the troublesome boy was still inside and left without another glance. The child continued striking it until sunset. Only just before evening prayers did Zhang quietly sneak back inside. The child had actually been striking the wooden fish for him the entire afternoon. "I thought you'd tell the master." "Why? You didn't realize I tricked you?" "I went to play in the back mountain." "I knew." The child showed no surprise. "It's late now, isn't it? Will the master come check?" "Aren't you angry?" "Huh." He genuinely seemed unable to understand why he should be angry. "I used to help my elder brother with his writing. He never wrote very well, so I'd secretly write it for him while he went out to play. Anyway, since I wrote better than he did, the teacher never blamed me." "Hey." Zhang suddenly grinned. "You helped me today. From now on, we're friends. What's your name?" "Zhao Kuangyin." "And yours?" "Zhang." After that, Zhang's days became much more interesting. They got up together every morning to sweep the courtyard. The broom was taller than Zhao Guangyi himself, yet he always held it carefully and swept with complete seriousness. He always wore that somewhat heavy wooden bracelet on his wrist. Jiang Zheng had asked about it more than once. The only answer he ever received was, "My elder brother and I made it together." Whenever he asked who this elder brother was, Zhao Guangyi never seemed to know where to begin. "He is different from me." "Exactly," Jiang Zheng snorted. "Most people aren't as foolish as you. The master wants to accept you as a disciple, but you refuse. You'd rather stay here doing odd jobs all day. If you became a monk, your elder brother would definitely laugh at me." "Humph. You talk about having ambitions, but what good are ambitions? If I leave Inong Temple, I'll probably starve. When my elder brother finds me and takes me away, you can come with us." At that moment, the broom accidentally swept up a cloud of dust. Through the drifting dust, Jiang Zheng clearly saw the child's thin back. He paused for a long while before muttering, "Why are you always so nice to me? Aren't we friends?" My elder brother said, "A real man should value loyalty and friendship." All right. It's always your elder brother. Everything your elder brother says." That year's floods in the south had left countless children orphaned. The major temples took them in. But Zhao Guangyi was obviously not from the south. He rarely spoke. He stubbornly refused ordination. He never quite fit in with the others. Some of the older monks believed he lacked affinity with Buddhism, so they would not officially accept him. Like Jiang Zheng, he spent his days doing miscellaneous chores. The boys were children at heart. Whenever several gathered together, trouble was inevitable. They ran wildly through the temple, once even knocking over the eternal lamp before the Buddha. The masters punished them severely. They behaved for a few days, then forgot everything. Their punishment was always the same. Chant scriptures, recite Buddhist texts, strike the wooden fish, and every single time, Zhao Guangyi quietly took Jiang Zheng's place. While Jiang Zheng sneaked into the back mountain to catch birds, Zhao Guangyi remained inside the meditation room, patiently striking the wooden fish and chanting for him. So Jiang Zheng always escaped punishment. Evening settled over Inong Temple. The incense gradually faded. The sound of the wooden fish echoed through the empty halls. The pine forest roared like distant waves. Unable to sleep, several boys whispered together after the lights were extinguished. "Zhao Guangyi, did you find that bracelet somewhere?" In the darkness, no one could see another's face. "No. My elder brother and I made it together." "Then your family must have been wealthy." "My father was a carpenter. I can recognize good wood." "Your bracelet is made from rosewood." "I only know. Someone gave that wood to my father. My elder brother secretly took it. Father beat him for it." "Oh, so it's valuable. If one of us sneaked out and pawned it." Jiang Zheng had already closed his eyes. The moment he heard that suggestion, disgust welled up inside him. "Go to sleep. Why are you thinking about someone else's belongings?" The other boy immediately flared up. "What does it have to do with you? What did I ever do to offend you?" The argument grew louder. A knock sounded outside the door. The master had heard them. Instantly, everyone shut their mouths, closed their eyes, and pretended to be asleep. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Jiang Zheng had already forgotten the argument. Everything continued as usual. That afternoon, the wife of a prince came to the temple to pray for peace. All the masters went to receive the distinguished guest. The back garden suddenly became unusually quiet. The young boys sat together on the threshold before the great Buddha statue, lazily enjoying the rare freedom. Behind them towered the enormous gilded Buddha. Its calm, compassionate gaze silently witnessed the birth, death, joy, and suffering of every living being. Supporting himself with both hands, Zhao Guangyi looked up at the painted murals high above. Even from so far below, he could still make out the stories. The Buddha cutting his own flesh to save a dove, sacrificing himself to feed a starving tiger, the nine-colored deer saving a drowning man. Every painting taught compassion. Every painting taught self-sacrifice. The courtyard was completely quiet. Then someone suddenly suggested, "Since everyone's busy today, why don't we sneak down the mountain? What would we do? Have Zhao Guangyi pawn that bracelet. I'm telling you, it's top-quality rosewood." His voice deliberately remained loud enough for Zhao Guangyi to hear. Zhao Guangyi immediately sat upright. His right hand instinctively protected the bracelet as he quietly moved farther away. "Why are you being so stingy? Nobody here needs it." No one will even notice if it's gone. They laughed. No. My elder brother and I made this together. Let us see it. An argument broke out immediately. One chubby novice monk rushed forward, grabbed Zhao Guangyi's arm, and tried to pull the bracelet off. His slender wrist was yanked violently. The bracelet slipped free. Zhang would never forget that moment. It was the first time he had ever seen anger in Zhao Guangyi's eyes. The quiet child, the obedient child, the one who silently struck the wooden fish for him, was angry. Why was that bracelet so important? He had witnessed his parents swept away by floodwaters. He had seen piles of corpses. Yet somehow, he could not bear to see despair appear in Zhao Guangyi's eyes. He knew what it meant to lose everything. He had once hidden beneath the only tree still standing, helplessly watching the world collapse around him. He suddenly could not bear to let this harmless child suffer that same despair. If the bracelet was Zhao Guangyi's sky, then no one could take it away. Without thinking, Zhang rushed into the fight. What does this have to do with you? The stubborn voice inside him answered. I just don't want to see that look in his eyes. The shouting soon attracted the monks. The boys who had stolen the bracelet fled immediately. Only Zhang and Zhao Guangyi remained. Zhang collapsed onto the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Turning around, he saw bruises covering Zhao Guangyi's arms where he had been shoved and grabbed. He had fallen hard against the tall stone threshold. His forehead had been scraped open. Blood slowly seeped down. Zhang figured he himself probably looked just as miserable. He gave a helpless laugh. The master hurried over anxiously. Without showing the slightest guilt, Zhang stood up. He walked several steps, bent down, picked up the wooden bracelet from the dust. The heavy rosewood bracelet had become smooth after years of use. Carefully, he wiped it clean with the sleeve of his robe. Behind him, he heard Zhao Guangyi quietly sobbing. Ignoring the master's angry shouting, Zhang never even looked up. He simply walked back and held out the bracelet. Zhao Guangyi leaned weakly against the doorframe, one hand covering his abdomen. Tears filled his eyes. Zhang sighed. Didn't your elder brother ever tell you? A real man shouldn't cry over something this small. Here, the child slowly lowered the hand covering his stomach. Biting his lower lip tightly, he carefully looked at Zhang's injuries. Does it hurt? Zhang shook his head. The master anxiously asked what had happened. Seeing the split corner of Zhang's mouth, he became even more alarmed. Who did this? What happened? Zhang wanted to tell the truth. Everyone involved had been at fault. No one had escaped unscathed. But before he could speak, Zhao Guangyi stepped forward. Very seriously, he accepted all the blame. Zhang wanted to see my bracelet. I refused. I scolded him. He got angry. We fought. Everything happened because of me. That night, Zhao Guangyi was punished to kneel outside the Buddha hall. Zhang thought he truly was a fool. The summer night was unbearably humid. Cicadas cried endlessly. Lying on his bed, Zhang carefully listened to the sounds outside. After making sure no one was nearby, he quietly slipped out and crept toward the Buddha hall beneath the shadows of the corridor. A small figure still knelt there. The flickering eternal lamp bathed his face in warm light, making him appear unbelievably devout. For the first time, Zhang understood why the masters always said Zhao Guangyi had a heart suited to Buddhism. He could calm himself anywhere. The rest of them never could. Walking over, Zhang muttered, You've heard too many stories about King Sibi sacrificing himself to save the dove. The child kept his hands folded in prayer. He did not answer. Zhang sighed and sat beside him. Go back. If the master checks tonight, you'll be punished too. I'm used to it. Zhao Guangyi finally opened his eyes and looked at the wound on Zhang's mouth. Go back. Otherwise, everything I did will have been meaningless. Silence. Zhang finally stood. Why won't you let me tell the truth? If we're going to be punished, then let's be punished together. So what? Zhao Guangyi asked quietly. Would you be happy if we were punished together? No. Then there's no point. His voice was astonishingly calm. It hardly sounded like a child's voice anymore. Zhang felt even more helpless. He could only return to the dormitory. Naturally, he couldn't sleep. Deep into the night, he hesitated again and again. He got out of bed, then stopped. Even if he dragged Zhao Guangyi away, someone with Zhao Guangyi's personality would never flee punishment. So what was the point? Just then, rain began to fall. Summer rain in Jinling always arrived without warning. Without another thought, Jiang Zheng pushed open the door and rushed back outside. Cold raindrops immediately soaked him. As expected, the child was still kneeling before the Buddha hall, silently reciting scriptures. It's raining. Let's go back. No one's going to check now. Zhao Guangyi remained silent. Come on. You'll get sick if you kneel here all night. Jiang Zheng grabbed his arm, but Zhao Guangyi refused to stand. All his strength gathered in that single wrist. The wooden bracelet remained firmly pressed against his skin. Almost instinctively, he pulled his hand back. He was afraid the bracelet would leave him again. Jiang Zheng slowly released his grip. After silently watching him for a long while, he knelt beside him. Zhao Guangyi ignored him. If you've got nothing better to do, Jiang Zheng said quietly, tell me your story. Is that bracelet really so important? The child closed his eyes. After thinking for a very long time, he finally nodded. Jiang Zheng thought he would say nothing else. He turned toward the Buddha statue. Then he suddenly heard Zhao Guangyi whisper, if this bracelet is still here, my elder brother will definitely come and find me. Jiang Zheng wanted to tell him, even without the bracelet, your brother would still come looking for you. But suddenly, he understood. Perhaps, this bracelet was simply his faith, amid the endless chanting and incense. It was the last thing Zhao Guangyi refused to let go of. That alone was enough. Life was sometimes extravagantly cruel, yet if you simply opened your hands, they were still large enough to hold sunlight. Where there was sunlight, there were always shadows. He only hoped that he would never again face those shadows alone. Dependence and hope could sometimes seem ridiculous. Sometimes, they were salvation. In the pouring rain, two children knelt side by side. The feeling of looking forward to something was wonderful, but Jiang Zheng knew he would never experience it again. Night resembled a demon. Both children closed their eyes. Only the Buddha could see the childish face beneath the oversized monk's robe. The boy who stubbornly refused to become a monk. From beneath the right side of his robe, liquid quietly dripped onto the ground. Gradually, the dust and mud became soaked. A dark stain of blood slowly spread across the earth. Fortunately, the rain fell hard enough. The scent of blood disappeared beneath the smell of wet earth and fresh rain. So, bleeding isn't nearly as frightening as I imagined. Big Brother was right. You said, a real man shouldn't cry over a small injury. I won't cry. Chapter 35. What happened after that? Now he lived under that child's name. Lying motionless on the couch, pretending to be asleep, Zhao Guangyi listened to the steady breathing behind him. He knew that if he made even the slightest mistake, the sword at Zhao Kuangyin's side could take his life. Was such a man truly worthy of your faith? A faith you had carried until your dying breath? In the memory of that year, by the time Jiang Zheng caught the sweet scent of blood in the air, the child had already collapsed. When Jiang Zheng pulled him up, Zhao Guangyi's eyes were still filled with that gentle smile. The same smile he wore while quietly sweeping the courtyard every day. Rain poured from the heavens as lightning split the sky. The two children clung tightly to one another. You fool, Jiang Zheng cried. Why didn't you tell me you were hurt? Their bodies had long since gone cold in the rain, but Jiang Zheng still struggled to lift him. Looking at Zhao Guangyi's smiling face, he inexplicably felt warmth, like the weather in early spring in the south, when apricot blossoms covered the mountains. Just seeing them was enough to satisfy the heart. He vaguely remembered the great flood. His mother had carried him into a tree and told him to cling tightly to the thick branch. No matter what happens, Zhao, remember to hold on to this tree. Don't worry about anyone else. You must stay alive. So he had truly abandoned everyone. He couldn't save them. He watched them disappear beneath the floodwaters, yet he never cried. Only then did Jiang Zheng understand that surviving always came at a price. The towering golden Buddha in the temple radiated compassion, but compassion could not save everyone. Jiang Zheng glared at the statue, then turned and saw the blood staining the child beside him. His trembling hand reached out, but the darkness was too thick to see anything clearly. The rain lashed wildly through the trees, making them roar like ghosts. Where are you hurt? Speak. Zhao Guangyi, answer me. The child's lips trembled, but he was too cold to speak. Even the eternal lamps inside the temple had become impossible to see. Were they still burning? Or had the monk on night watch grown careless again? Everyone had things they needed to make up for while they were still alive. The Buddha forgave all living beings. But even the Buddha could not protect people's hearts. So, what price did you have to pay, Zhao Guangyi? Jiang Zheng finally dragged him back through the ring. Every child in the temple fell silent. The blood soaking through Zhao Guangyi's clothes was horrifying. Later, when the masters cut away his robes to treat him, they discovered that a long wooden splinter had pierced deep into his abdomen. The part protruding outside had snapped off during the struggle, making the wound difficult to notice. The splinter was nearly an inch long. It had buried itself deep inside his body. Only then did Jiang Zheng remember what had happened that afternoon. When he had turned around looking for Zhao Guangyi, he had seen him leaning against the high wooden threshold. Someone must have shoved him during the fight. He had fallen directly onto the broken wood. The splinter, loosened after years of decay, had been driven into his body. When he stood up, the exposed section snapped off. Only then did Jiang Zheng remember. At the beginning, Zhao Guangyi's eyes had been filled with tears. But Jiang Zheng had laughed and asked, "Didn't your elder brother say that real men don't cry over something like this?" The child had immediately bitten his lip and forced back every tear, even while enduring an inch-long splinter buried inside his body. The first thing he asked was, Are you hurt?" Only then did Jiang Zheng realize. All that time, Zhao Guangyi had been pressing both hands against his abdomen. The child's lips had turned pale. After kneeling in the rain all night, he developed a high fever. Although none of the masters spoke about it, they all understood. His body was far weaker than Jiang Zheng's. His life had been saved, but the injury would probably leave lasting consequences. Master Jinghui stayed beside him day and night, quietly chanting scriptures. The monks were compassionate. After all, this child had been raised by him. Jiang Zheng curled up outside the room. He hugged his knees beneath the eaves and remained there for an entire day. After the rain, the sky cleared. The sunlight was painfully bright. The Buddha taught through the verse of cause and effect. Wealth and honor arise from causes planted in previous lives. To know the causes of this life, look at what you experience now. To know the results of future lives, look at what you do today. Where in the world was salvation closest? Was it truly within a Buddhist sanctuary? They had only lived a handful of years. Why should children suffer punishment like this? Had it all begun with nothing more than a childish quarrel? If so, what unforgivable sin had Zhao Guangyi committed in a previous life? Jiang Zheng couldn't describe the heaviness in his heart. Before he had even grown up, he had already grown tired of fate. The blood on the ground terrified him. His parents' deaths had taught him only one thing. Fight. Fight until the very end. He refused to believe in fate. Sunlight cast shadows. Looking at the clear sky, Jiang Zheng felt even colder than he had during the storm. The saddest part of life was this. No matter how much suffering people endured, the world continued turning. No one pitted lives as insignificant as ants. The Buddha was compassionate, but he could not personally reach down to save them. The following evening, Zhao Guangyi finally woke. He slowly swallowed a bowl of bland rice porridge. Even now, he was smiling. Jiang Zheng. His breathing was weak, yet his mood remained surprisingly good. That only made Jiang Zheng angrier. He slammed his fist against the bedside. "Zhao Guangyi, what is wrong with your head? Don't you know it hurts? Couldn't you have told me?" The child smiled awkwardly. "When I was little, I was always clumsy and getting hurt. My elder brother always said I was making a fuss over nothing. A little injury wasn't worth making everyone worry. And besides," he touched the wound beneath the blanket and frowned slightly. "Even if I told someone, what could they really do?" Both of them fell silent. "Yes, what else could anyone do? Lie down. The master said this injury may leave you with a lifelong illness." The moment Jiang Zheng finished speaking, he regretted it. He wanted to comfort him, but he couldn't find the words. Fortunately, Zhao Guangyi remained calm. He smiled gently. "It's all right. You don't have to look so sad. I'm not dead yet. My big brother will come find me." As he shifted slightly on the bed, the bracelet slipped down his thin wrist. It now hung loosely around the bones beneath his skin. Seeing that made Jiang Zheng's chest tighten. He walked over and gently touched the polished red sandalwood. "When you're feeling better, tell me the story behind this bracelet." Zhao Guangyi smiled. "I wanted to tell you before, but I was worried you'd think I talked too much." Jiang Zheng handed him some water. Then he quietly listened. It was nothing extraordinary, just an ordinary childhood story. He had once had a father. He had once had an elder brother. Had fate been different, Jiang Zheng might have lived the same life. There were dreams, admiration, brotherhood, the mischievous days of two boys playing beneath a tree. Zhao Guangyi spoke of dependence, of admiration, of wanting only one thing, to follow in his elder brother's footsteps. Zhao Guangyi simply wanted to become someone like Zhao Kuangyin. Everyone was once young enough to believe they could conquer the world. The two brothers had knelt together in the courtyard after stealing their father's precious red sandalwood. They had carved matching bracelets from it. One day, they would fulfill their dream together. What was impossible? What was truly precious? Back then, Zhao Kuangyin had proudly declared, he would one day rule the world. He would never be satisfied remaining merely a general serving one kingdom during an age of chaos. Zhao Guangyi had simply nodded. Whatever his elder brother wished to accomplish, he would help him achieve it. That was all. Everyone had their own legend. Now, Jiang Zheng survived beneath that child's name. Lying awake beside Zhao Kuangyin, he quietly turned over and looked at the sleeping man. Brother. He silently practiced speaking in the child's voice. The endless night stretched on. His thoughts gradually faded. Within the drifting clouds of his dreams, the child's appearance never changed. Gentle, soft, nothing like Zhao Kuangyin's bold temperament. He smiled weakly. His breathing became shallower and shallower. At the very end, 14-year-old Jiang Zheng tightly held the hand of the child, who struggled to breathe. Zhao Guangyi's organs were slowly failing. The infection from that rainy night, the high fever, years of poor treatment, everything had left him surviving only through medicine. Life inside the temple needed no explanation. He had merely been an abandoned child taken in by kind monks. The Buddha had already shown mercy by allowing him to live this long. Should he regret it? Sometimes Jiang Zheng wondered. The day Zhao Guangyi died was another summer afternoon. Whenever Jiang Zheng thought back on those years, he always remembered the endless cries of cicadas. The dream continued. Trees layered over trees. Voices overlapped, like the endless chatter of fortune tellers at roadside stalls. Except fortune tellers always promised wealth and glory, while memories preserved only sorrow. Jiang Zheng saw Zhao Guangyi bent over in agony that afternoon, leaning against the shrine, clenching his teeth. He wanted to help him, but somehow, reaching out felt almost like charity. Growing older had not made Jiang Zheng kinder. Instead, every passing year deepened his hatred for the temple. He wanted to escape more than ever, yet he knew he had nowhere to go. His heart became increasingly withdrawn, just as it had then. He stood behind Zhao Guangyi, watching him struggle against unbearable pain. He nearly reached out several times, but every time, he stopped himself. Life was lonely. Everyone came alone, and left alone. Everything encountered along the way was merely a gift. Nothing could truly become another person's salvation, not even a bodhisattva. Jiang Zheng hated his own coldness. Yet when he saw the bracelet on Zhao Guangyi's wrist, he thought, at least you still have family. At least someone may still come looking for you. But what about me? The world held rivers, mountains, the sun, the moon. Yet nowhere was there a place for a child named Jiang Zheng. So, there was nothing he could do. At 14 years old, Jiang Zheng stood before the Buddhist shrine, looking coldly at the suffering child before him, his heart filled with regret. Yet in the end, he never reached out. You must learn to bear these things yourself. If your elder brother never comes, you still have to keep living. He spoke calmly. Zhao Guangyi, we're both pitiful creatures. The pain made Zhao Guangyi tremble. Yet he still smiled. My big brother. Before he could finish, Jiang Zheng slammed the door and walked away. Ignoring everyone who tried to stop him, he ran toward the back mountain. He climbed onto a huge boulder and screamed at the heavens. His cries made no sense. He only wanted to release the despair that had been trapped inside him for too long. He screamed until he was exhausted, then collapsed onto the muddy hillside, rolling through the dirt, without caring about anything anymore. No matter how helpless he felt, he could show it to no one. No one would care. Lying on his back, staring into the sky, sleep slowly overtook him. Just before drifting off, he heard birds calling overhead. Returning birds. More than one. Jiang Zheng immediately sat up. These birds were his favorite prey. Whenever he secretly wanted meat, he hunted them. A grave violation of Buddhist rules. He only dared hunt when no one was watching. This time, he looked at the birds and thought only of Zhao Guangyi. His health was growing worse. If he continued eating nothing but plain rice porridge, his body would only weaken faster. Without another thought, he caught 2 birds. He built a small hidden fire, roasted them carefully, then stole a little salt and sprinkled it over the meat. The aroma filled the air. Satisfied, he wrapped them carefully and carried them back. Because of his illness, Zhao Kuangyin had been assigned to meditate in the innermost Zen room. Walking slowly toward it, Zhang suddenly felt as though he had returned to the day they first met. The steady tapping of the wooden fish echoed through the room, just as it had back then, when he had tricked Zhao Kuangyin into taking his place while he slipped away to play. The memories remained exactly the same. Comforted, Zhang smiled. Yet, the sound of the wooden fish was much weaker now. When he pushed open the door, Zhao Kuangyin was still sitting before it. Older now, thin from years of illness, yet almost the same height as Zhang. Neither had ever taken full ordination. They lived together, worked together. Even the masters sometimes mixed them up. Their appearances needed no comparison. Years of temple life, the endless scent of incense, the monotonous routines, had gradually erased the differences between them. Their faces seemed almost identical, neither joyful nor sorrowful, only quietly reciting scriptures. Zhang stepped forward and gently stopped the wooden fish. Take a break. Zhao Kuangyin caught the smell of roasted meat and frowned. Why did you bring that back? If master sees it, you'll be committing a serious offense. Normally Zhang ate meat secretly in the mountains. Today, he had actually brought it back. For you. He couldn't be bothered explaining. He simply took it from inside his robe and handed it over. The meat was still warm. Steam drifted upward. Zhao Kuangyin looked at him in surprise. I don't eat meat. Why are you giving this to me today? Zhang found himself unable to explain. He couldn't very well admit that he feared Zhao Guangyin's body was growing weaker. He knew perfectly well that Zhao Kuangyin would never knowingly break Buddhist rules. After hesitating for a long moment, he simply shoved the meat into Zhao Guangyin's hands. Just eat it. Zhao Kuangyin suddenly laughed. Don't you know? Today's my birthday. Zhang froze. Oh, right. Then, this is your birthday present. The awkward excuse came out stiffly, yet it was sincere. Zhao Kuangyin obediently accepted it. Zhang felt even more annoyed. He had completely forgotten his birthday. Still, at least he had managed to give him a gift. He carefully tore off a small piece of meat. The portion was so tiny that Zhang wondered if this fool had forgotten how to eat it. Zhao Kuangyin tasted it seriously. He froze, then slowly opened his mouth. I can't. Before he could finish, Zhang interrupted him. What can and can't be eaten? Forget all those rules. We haven't even taken full vows. If I say you can eat it, then eat it. His tone sounded unusually forceful. Perhaps because, for one of the few times in his life, he genuinely cared about someone. He desperately wanted that kindness to be accepted. Zhao Kuangyin looked at the roasted bird and smiled with quiet contentment. He always smiled. When he was tired, when he was in pain, when he was sick, when he had a fever. Later, whenever Zhang remembered that smile, as Zhao Kuangyin looked at the roasted meat, his heart would ache beyond words. The Zhao Kuangyin lying beside Zhao Kuangyin suddenly opened his eyes. Even now, he could not bear to remember that smile. The sharp sound of a sword leaving its scabbard echoed through the room. Zhao Kuangyin asked quietly, What is it? Zhao Kuangyin slowly lay back down. Nothing. I woke up suddenly. I haven't traveled this far in many years. I probably didn't sleep well. Sorry for disturbing you, big brother. The sword quietly slid back into its scabbard. It's not dawn yet. Get some more sleep. We leave at first light. Soon. Zhao Kuangyin fell asleep again. Long ago, there had been a teenage boy who happily devoured roasted birds sprinkled with salt. After finishing it, he had smiled and asked, Are you actually worried I'll become unhealthy from eating only vegetables? Zhang answered without hesitation. Idiot. The fool only laughed harder. His fingers drifted unconsciously toward his abdomen. You'd better throw away those bones. If master finds them, it'll be troublesome. Zhang grunted. He knew the pain was returning. Silently gathering the bones, he wrapped them in cloth and threw them deep into the forest behind the temple. When he returned, he wandered aimlessly. Stopping at the bell tower, he tinkered with it for a long time. Only when he saw his senior brother coming to ring the evening bell did he hurry away. Once again, he walked toward the Zen room. Yet for some reason, his heart felt strangely uneasy. An indescribable sense of foreboding lingered. There was no sound of the wooden fish. His steps quickened. At this hour, Zhao Guangyi should still have been quietly striking it. But everything was silent. Jiang Zheng broke into a run. He shoved open the little door. Inside, Zhao Guangyi still sat cross-legged on the cushion. His back faced the entrance. Exactly the same posture as when Jiang Zheng had left him. Relieved, Jiang Zheng walked over. "Hey, idiot. Why did you stop?" He casually patted Zhao Guangyi's shoulder. Before his hand could pull away, Zhao Guangyi collapsed. Jiang Zheng froze. He reached out instinctively to catch him, but he was too late. Just like during the flood, when he clung desperately to the tree while his mother disappeared beneath the water. She had said, "Zheng, don't worry about anyone else. Just stay alive." He had obeyed. He had watched his parents disappear. Only after they were gone had he reached out, crying. Too late. Now, once again, he reached toward Zhao Guangyi. And once again, he was too late. He suddenly hated himself. It would have been better never to reach out at all, than to hesitate until the last moment. He dragged Zhao Guangyi back onto the couch. "Idiot! Idiot! Zhao Guangyi!" He kept calling his name. This attack was far worse than before. Fear unlike anything he had ever known filled his heart. He gripped Zhao Guangyi's hand tightly. "Listen to me. Hold on. I'm going to get help. Don't fall asleep. Do you hear me?" He was terrified that once Zhao Guangyi closed his eyes, he would never open them again. The pain left Zhao Guangyi barely able to breathe. Still, he refused to release Jiang Zheng's hand. He clung to it as though it were his final hope. Jiang Zheng leaned closer, thinking he wanted to say something. Cold sweat streamed down Zhao Guangyi's face. His lips moved. No sound came. After struggling for a very long time, he slowly removed the wooden bracelet from his wrist. Jiang Zheng froze. Zhao Guangyi, unable to speak, still smiling. The dying boy awkwardly placed the bracelet onto Jiang Zheng's wrist. Jiang Zheng grabbed him by the collar like a madman. "You fool. You have to live." But Zhao Guangyi's eyes were already losing focus. Jiang Zheng tried to run for help. Yet Zhao Guangyi refused to let go. His lips moved once more. Jiang Zheng bent close enough to hear. The voice was almost inaudible. Just 3 syllables. With his final breath, the dying child called him by a name. Or perhaps, he entrusted him with it. He whispered, "Zhao Guangyi." Then, he died. The child died. The cause of death was eating food that contained too much salt. Jiang Zheng felt nothing when he learned the truth. He had never known that Zhao Guangyi's failing organs could no longer tolerate salt. He had never known that the tasteless vegetarian meals served every day were necessary to keep him alive. He had only wanted to nourish his weakened body. He had only wanted to give him a birthday present. In the end, the child died. And from that day forward, there was no longer anyone named Jiang Zheng. Wearing the bracelet, he became Zhao Guangyi. Chapter 36. On the night of his death, Jiang Zheng kept dreaming that the eternal lamp before the shrine had fallen and started a fire. The Buddha's compassionate face, reflected in water and mirrors, became hideous and terrifying. He woke several times in the darkness, struggled to his feet, and hurried to check, afraid he had neglected something. But everything was safe and sound, exactly as it had been through countless days and nights. Nothing had changed. When a person dies, their life is simply erased. The world never stops turning. No matter who you are no one. Then came the long wait. Time gradually wore away Jiang Zheng's sharp edges. He waited alone for an opportunity, stubbornly living as that child. As the years passed, he even forgot who he had once been. The wooden bracelet never left his wrist, day or night. In his dreams, the child kept saying that one day his elder brother would return to look for the bracelet. Jiang Zheng always woke feeling irritated, yet he never truly gave up. He always felt that because the child was gone, he had to carry on that hope for him. Perhaps it was still the stubborn pride of his childhood. "If you let go of my hand so easily, then I'll prove you wrong." Later, something happened at Anong Temple. Situated north of Jinling, Anong Temple was the largest temple in the region. Royal relatives often came to worship there. Although monks were not supposed to interfere in politics, news from the outside world inevitably spread through the mouths of pilgrims who came to burn incense. Little by little, Jiang Zheng learned that the crown prince had become increasingly arrogant. None of it had anything to do with him. Until one night, The abbot ordered him locked inside a meditation room and forbade him from leaving. Someone entered. It was not Master Jinghui. Only later did he learn that Jinghui himself had already been placed under house arrest. The monk who stood before him was also his senior uncle. Holding a string of prayer beads, he asked, "I heard that, when you were young, you practiced alongside a child named Zhao Kuangyin under Master Jinghui." Jiang Zheng nodded, puzzled. More than 10 years had passed. The children who had once lived with him had long scattered in every direction. Only a handful remained at the temple. Why bring up Zhao Kuangyin now? What happened to him later? Is he truly dead? The monk asked casually. Jiang Zheng nodded again. Did he give you that bracelet? Yes. Excellent. The monk closed his eyes, pressed his palms together, and softly chanted, Amitba. Then he opened his eyes. From today onward, you are Zhao Kuangyin. The candlelight flickered weakly. In the final moments that the name Jiang Zheng still existed in this world, its owner sat blankly in the meditation room, remembering the obsession the child had clung to until his dying breath. With his fading voice, he had called him Zhao Kuangyin. The voice echoed louder and louder inside his mind. A young, harmless face. A wooden bracelet that refused to be forgotten, even in death. More than 10 years had passed. Yet when he recalled those memories again, they were untouched by dust. Only then did he realize he had fallen asleep with those memories every single night. I still owe you. I'll sacrifice myself. In exchange for your faith. Would that be enough? Later, Jiang Zheng learned the whole truth. Someone from the north had secretly allied with Crown Prince Li Hongji. The later Zhou court wanted Zhao Kuangyin dead in the south. But Li Hongji had plans of his own. He never intended to cooperate sincerely. Instead, he wanted to seize Zhao Kuangyin's younger brother first and make him his own pawn. Unfortunately, Zhao Kuangyin had already died. Or perhaps, fortunately, he had died. If the child had lived to face such coercion, Jiang Zheng could not imagine what would have become of him. Li Hongji therefore imprisoned the abbot and took control of Anong Temple. All he needed was someone who could become Zhao Kuangyin. Considering their years together and everything Jiang Zheng knew, he was the perfect choice. From that day onward, Jiang Zheng became Zhao Kuangyin. He had no objections. If Zhao Kuangyin truly intended to take his brother away, then eventually he would leave this temple. He didn't care whose identity he wore or by what means. As long as he could escape this tiny patch of sky, that alone was enough. He had long grown tired of chanting sutras. There was no salvation to seek. Whether good or evil awaited him. He should never have spent his entire life growing old inside a forgotten temple south of the Yangtze. Everything that child had ever told him suddenly became useful. Through countless summer nights, with cicadas singing outside, they had hidden beneath their quilts whispering about the past. Their childhoods, the bracelet, his elder brother, the flood, sleepless nights, Anong Temple. Today, Zhao Kuangyin was calm and thoughtful. What he had never expected was that Zhao Kuangyin would kill Li Hongji. Even Wang Rao, the governor under later Zhou, had never anticipated such audacity. He had wanted Zhao Kuangyin eliminated before the younger man completely overshadowed him. Instead, Zhao Kuangyin had killed the crown prince of Tang during his southern journey. Fortunately, the swordsman still brought Kuangyin out of the temple. As long as Zhao Kuangyin had not yet returned to Kaifeng, there was still time. So Wang Rao arranged for Abbot Jingda of Chaohu Central Temple to die before they arrived. He then elevated the young monk Jingwen to become the new abbot. The powerful temples had long been connected. Not every monk truly devoted himself to the Bodhisattva. When Zhao Kuangyin first saw that magnificent temple, his heart had filled with ridicule. It had survived every war. It had even been renovated again and again. The monks who lived there could never have done so without the favor of powerful officials. How unpredictable the human heart truly was. Jingwen handed him the poison. Kill Zhao Kuangyin, and everything he possesses will become yours. Wang Rao's intentions could not have been clearer. But I didn't kill him. Early the next morning, Zhao Kuangyin packed his belongings and left with his elder brother. Before departing, he looked back one last time at the bell tower overlooking Chaohu Lake. Indeed, nothing beneath the sunlight was ever truly new. Even beneath a clear blue sky, filth still remained. So, I'll take this gamble for you. In troubled times, no one should trust another so easily. As he climbed onto his horse beside Zhao Kuangyin suddenly smiled. This time, living under your name. I truly believed I had become you. But, only this once. I owe you. Goodbye. The sound of hoofbeats gradually faded into the distance. Enong Temple disappeared farther and farther behind him. The old sandalwood bracelet bounced violently against his wrist with every stride of the horse. Zhao Guangyi did not know what the future held, but he was not someone who would submit against his own will. As for Wang Rao, Zhao Kuangyin could deal with him. At least for now, he could ride beside the man with the sword, crossing the land without constantly fearing for his life. After several days of travel, the brothers exchanged few words. Even so, Zhao Guangyi understood something. For now, his elder brother was sincerely willing to trust him, and Zhao Kuangyin was willing to believe in Zhao Guangyi. Near Kaifeng, they stopped at a small roadside tea stall to rest. Halfway through their tea, they heard dust and the rumble of wheels from the direction of Kaifeng. A carriage came racing toward them. Neither of them paid much attention. But after the carriage stopped, a maid climbed down to ask for tea. Zhao Kuangyin glanced at her absent-mindedly. She looked strangely familiar. Before he could place her, the maid served tea inside the carriage. The pearl curtain lifted halfway. He still couldn't see clearly. "Miss, we left in such a hurry that Ling couldn't even finish packing. Please drink some tea and rest for a while." A gentle female voice answered from within. "How far have we come? You're always so slow. When will we finally find him?" The moment he heard that voice, Zhao Kuangyin abruptly set down his teacup and stood. Guangyi instinctively followed his gaze. Although the carriage was plainly decorated, it was clearly no ordinary family's carriage. Zhao Kuangyin finally recognized the voice. He stepped forward, hesitated, then called softly, "Yunjia." The maid carrying the tea turned around. The instant she recognized him, she cried out in surprise, "Lord Zhao! Lord Zhao! Ah, miss." The woman inside the carriage did not sound surprised. Only a faint sigh came from behind the curtain. For a long while, neither Zhao Kuangyin nor the woman moved. The silence felt strangely awkward. "Yunjia, are you leaving the city?" "Yes." Her voice remained gentle. "I'm going to find someone." "Who?" "Someone who put himself in danger." She sounded very young. Zhao Kuangyin slowly approached the carriage. The maid, Linger, lowered her head, glancing nervously between them. Through the lifted curtain, he could finally see inside. Yunjia had changed into simple traveling clothes. Softening his voice, he asked, "You came to find me?" She sighed. "If you hadn't returned, I wouldn't have been able to hide it any longer." His brows lifted. "If I hadn't returned, there would only have been one reason." He turned and beckoned Zhao Guangyi. "Yunjia, let's return to the city first. We're standing in the middle of nowhere." He reached for the carriage reins. "I'll take you back." Zhao Guangyi mounted his horse and followed behind. But just as Zhao Kuangyin prepared to drive away, Yunjia suddenly stood and caught his arm. "I'm afraid it will be terrible if we return. I don't know what father will do once he sees you've come back alive. I only know that according to his original plan, you were never supposed to survive." She hurriedly grabbed the hand holding the reins. Realizing her actions were improper, she quickly withdrew it. Her beautiful face tightened with worry. Zhao Kuangyin barely reacted. He glanced around. The tea shop attendants yawned lazily. No other travelers were nearby. The place was deserted. Finally, he loosened the reins and turned back toward her. "Yunjia, what do you know?" "I don't know everything. Father never tells me anything. But a few days ago, I accidentally overheard him arranging for people to go to Chaohu Central Temple. I never had a chance to leave the house until today." She lowered her eyes. "I finally found an opportunity to come after you. The last time, when I asked you to accompany me to worship at Central Temple, I heard you mention finding news of your younger brother. I knew that once you returned south, you would certainly go to Chaohu. I was afraid." From atop his horse, Zhao Guangyi looked at her more carefully. She possessed a delicate beauty, not dazzling, but graceful. Her bearing clearly revealed her noble upbringing. So, this was the woman his elder brother had mentioned, the one he had accompanied to Central Temple. Wang Rao's daughter. Yunjia's gaze briefly met his before she asked, "Is he the younger brother you told me about?" "Yes." There was no surprise on her face. Zhao Guangyi quietly observed her. She truly seemed unaware of the poisoning plot. Perhaps she knew nothing of her father's plans. He relaxed slightly and returned her greeting. Unable to think of a proper introduction, Zhao Kuangyin simply said, "This is Lord Wang Rao's daughter." Guangyi, I've mentioned her before. If not for her, I never would have learned where you were. Zhao Guangyi smiled politely, yet inwardly he wondered, had she truly been used unknowingly by her father? Or had she willingly lured Zhao Kuangyin to Central Temple? Before he could continue thinking, Zhao Kuangyin asked the question himself. He had never liked beating around the bush, especially with Yunjia. Tell me honestly, the last trip to Central Temple, was it really your own idea? Or was it your father's arrangement? Yunjia's elegant hairpin trembled slightly. Disappointment filled her eyes. If I had only been carrying out father's orders, why would I have come looking for you today? Without hesitation, Zhao Kuangyin replied, how do I know that this isn't simply the next step in the same plot? Yunjia was visibly angered. Beside her, Linger finally burst out. Lord Zhao, how can you be so heartless? My lady sneaked out just to find you. She didn't even have time to pack another change of clothes. And this is how you repay her. Zhao Kuangyin slowly turned toward Linger. He said nothing, yet the pressure in his gaze alone was enough. His authority never came from rank. It came from the man himself. Linger immediately fell silent. Even Yunjia looked hurt. Still, she merely said, you're right. I can't prove my intentions. If that's the case, Linger and I will return on our own. We won't trouble Lord Zhao any further. Suddenly, Zhao Kuangyin laughed. In a low voice, he said, Yunjia, you're still exactly the same. I believe you. Let's return first. I'll explain everything on the way. He personally took the carriage reins. Zhao Guangyi rode quietly behind them. Although the relationship between these two was not especially intimate, it was clearly different from anyone else's. Inside the carriage, Yunjia spoke helplessly. Whether you believe me or not, I truly didn't know father's plans that day. He only asked me to invite you to Central Temple to pray for my mother's health. You know how long mother has been ill? I could never treat such a thing lightly. Without turning around, Zhao Kuangyin replied, I already told you. I believe you. Linger secretly pouted behind his back, glaring at him on her lady's behalf. Are you really returning like this? Father wasn't home when I left this morning. I still don't know what he intends to do. Zhao Kuangyin answered calmly. I rushed back day and night because I must return to Kaifeng. I've been away too long. The emperor deserves an explanation. He smiled slightly. And besides, do you really think Zhao Kuangyin fears your father? The words placed Yunjia in an impossible position. She opened her mouth, then quietly swallowed everything she wanted to say. She merely looked out the carriage window. There was no use. Zhao Kuangyin always walked his own path. No one could change it. The group continued toward Kaifeng. The wooden bracelet on Guangyi's wrist swayed with every cloud of dust. Thousands of miles away, another identical bracelet rested on the wrist of another brilliant man. Though beneath the night rain, he still wore a peaceful smile. Li Songjia's injuries had mostly healed. Holding an ancient scroll, he leaned against the corridor while servants packed boxes throughout the courtyard. Everyone in the palace knew it was only a matter of waiting for the imperial decree. Soon, he would move into the Eastern Palace. Preparations had already begun according to tradition. Since everything was settled, Li Songjia would no longer be the Prince of Anding. The furnishings around him were packed away one after another. He was reluctant to part with them. Still, he simply let the servants continue while he quietly read his scroll. He had no interest in pearls or jade. With a casual wave, he ordered Lu Zhu to distribute them among the servants. Many objects had remained sealed away for years, gathering thick layers of dust. For a moment, he remembered the Xianquan he had personally destroyed. Had it survived until today, it would merely have become another forgotten relic beneath the dust of time. Perhaps, breaking was better. At least what was broken could never wither. Li Songjia smiled gently into the spring breeze. Xiaoping hurried out carrying something. Your Highness, this. Li Songjia barely looked up. He was about to wave him away, when something dark caught the corner of his eye. He froze. It was the rosewood box Li Hongji had once intended to give him. He slowly reached out and accepted it. The wind stirred his sleeves. With quiet resignation, he smiled. So, you once felt the same way. His fingers moved. He opened the box. Sunlight filtered through its carved patterns, scattering intricate shadows across the ground. The expression in Li Songjia's eyes suddenly changed. His fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 37. A rosewood box had passed through countless twists and turns, yet it remained the same. long and narrow, its aged color never fading. Li Songjia had never paid much attention to the carvings upon it. They were nothing more than dragons, phoenixes, drifting clouds, or the familiar three friends of winter, all meant to display refined elegance. As always, he barely glanced at it. After bringing it back, he sighed helplessly, set it aside, and eventually forgot about it altogether as one confusing matter after another consumed his attention. Now, someone had unexpectedly discovered it again. Holding it beneath the sunlight, he suddenly noticed that the bottom of the box was hollow as well, intricately carved with delicate patterns. Fine plum blossoms surrounded the edges, their carvings too shallow to let the sunlight pass completely through. Only the center had been carved deeply enough for the light to pierce it. As the sunlight streamed down from the sky, the shadows it cast upon the ground were not random decorative patterns. They formed a sentence. Li Songjia's vision darkened as he stared at the ground. Hidden among the plum blossom shadows were the words, "I know what my sixth brother wants. The fragments of the colorful skirt and feathered robe score an Anong temple." Back then, Li Hongji had not only wanted to give him a chain string, he had wanted to give him everything his sixth brother had admired, everything he loved, everything that suited him. More importantly, Li Hongji knew that Li Songjia never wanted to fight for the throne. He had sincerely brought the gift to his residence. It would have been fine if he had simply failed to deliver it. But Li Songjia had deliberately avoided him, afraid of being tainted by rumors of competing for power. Avoiding him would have been one thing. Instead, he withdrew into the mountains as though Li Hongji were some terrifying calamity, while he himself was an immortal detached from worldly affairs. "If you fear me so much, then I'll step aside." How could such behavior not humiliate the crown prince? Li Hongji had always been proud and uncompromising. Yet when he visited his younger brother, he found only an empty residence. That empty house spoke louder than any insult. The melody of flowing wind and murmuring springs. He still understood him. "I can give you everything except the empire. Yet the only thing you're unwilling to let go of is exactly the thing you believe I'm trying to take." Today, as Li Songjia stared at those words, he slowly drew a deep breath. The resentment buried in his heart gradually dissolved. What he hated most was this feeling of helplessness. He disliked speaking of regret. Yet there were things he insisted he did not regret, while his heart stubbornly refused to let them go. People always spoke of the sixth prince's extraordinary grace. They praised his elegance, his effortless charm, comparing him to the legendary beauty of moonlit pavilions and songs drifting through embroidered halls. His very name had become synonymous with transcendence, as though he had been born different from ordinary men. After hearing such praise his entire life, he had actually begun to believe it. Li Songjia, Li Songjia. He sighed inwardly. You believed you shouldn't be like ordinary people. People who regretted things. People who worried about gains and losses. From the day he was born, everyone had placed him high above the clouds. Every movement he made became a spectacle. Once he had been lifted so high, he could never return to the ordinary world. No matter where a person stands, they instinctively long to climb higher. Li Songjia was no exception. Only, for ordinary people, the starting point of his life might already have been the summit they could never reach. There were people like him. It wasn't that they rejected worldly affairs. Rather, their starting point had already separated them from everyone else. The farther they walked, the farther they drifted away. Li Songjia stood there for a very long time. He held the wooden box aloft until his arms began to ache. Xiaoping also stood silently beside him, unsure of what to say. He couldn't help wondering. If he had discovered these words earlier, would everything have been different? If he hadn't retreated into the mountains back then? If he had faced his brother instead of avoiding him? If he had uncovered this hidden message sooner? Could all the suspicion, avoidance, and misunderstanding between him and Li Hongji have been prevented? What a pity. There was no such thing as if. The tower stood deserted. The crown prince was gone. Lufeng Pavilion had been destroyed. The Xianshuan Qin was broken. It was late spring. The breeze was gentle. The moon was bright. It should have been a joyful day, celebrating the imperial decree that elevated him. Instead, he held an old wooden box in his hands and was overwhelmed with sorrow. Like a child, Li Songjia couldn't help wondering why, in the end, all that remained was a dark shadow. That was how the world worked. A person's existence, built over decades, could disappear overnight. And the one who took his place happened to be yourself. Piaoping watched him standing beneath the flower-covered corridor on his final day as Duke Anding. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. In the end, Li Songjia loosened his grip. The wooden box fell to the ground. It landed precisely where the words, "I know what you mean," had just been projected. The 1,000-year-old wood had survived centuries beneath the water without suffering any damage. Yet today, with nothing more than Li Songjia letting go, it cracked. The sound wasn't loud, but it startled Piaoping. He hurried over in disbelief. Duke Anding, it's cracked. Li Songjia merely smiled quietly, as calm as ever. It's cracked. He murmured softly, almost to himself. He watched Piaoping pick it up and examine it helplessly. Then he flicked his sleeve, turned around, and left. Without looking back, he spoke to the servants. Burn it. He returned to Zhaohua Pavilion. Today was the last day he would live there. Lu Zhu was already waiting outside. As soon as she saw him, she bowed. He asked casually, "Where's Madam?" Lu Zhu hesitated. "Madam is still inside, but she doesn't seem to be in good spirits." These past few days, after Duke Anding had recovered from his injuries, he had been summoned to the palace day after day. There were countless matters waiting for him outside. He simply couldn't stay beside her. She should have been relieved that his injuries were no longer serious. Instead, she pretended to be fine whenever he was with her. Only after he left, when a Huang remained alone in the room, could Lu Zhu see how deeply sorrowful she truly was. Li Songjia was about to enter when he suddenly stopped. She didn't go to the garden today? No. She stayed inside the entire time. He slowly pushed open the door. Inside, a Huang stood beside a wooden window. She wore a pale pink dress whose hem trailed across the floor. She leaned quietly against the window frame, seemingly watching the flowers outside. The weather was beautiful, yet the window had only been opened a crack. A narrow beam of sunlight stretched across the floor. The room remained dim, filled with the fragrance of burning rosewood. He couldn't clearly see her expression. Li Songjia walked over. "What's wrong, Huang?" Hearing his voice, she spun around in alarm. Her hand struck the wooden window with a dull sound. When she saw it was him, she let out a long breath before forcing herself to smile. "When did you come in? You didn't make a sound." Her momentary panic hadn't escaped his dark eyes. Normally, a Huang preferred plain clothing in private. The soft colors only made her beauty more radiant. But ever since he had nearly died, her emotions had become visibly unstable. She was like a lotus blooming from the mud, graceful, yet burdened by unseen weight. Li Songjia reached out and took her hand. "What were you secretly looking at that startled you so much?" He smiled teasingly. Of course he knew there was nothing unusual outside the window. Only spring flowers. Nothing more. He merely wanted to make her laugh. He knew his injuries had frightened everyone in the residence, especially her. He wanted to distract her from brooding alone. Unexpectedly, a Huang reacted as though she had heard something terrifying. Her eyes instantly darted behind him. She hurriedly shook her head. No. Only then did Li Songjia follow her gaze. She was staring at the bookshelf. His heart skipped a beat. Behind those books, he had hidden Qinggu. "I didn't." He had only just begun to explain. A Huang hurriedly interrupted. "I didn't mean." She frowned, looking deeply troubled. Li Songjia gently held her shoulders, trying to comfort her. Perhaps these exhausting days had truly worn her down. A Huang leaned against him, struggling to calm herself. Ever since watching him return covered in blood, she had been haunted by endless nightmares. Sometimes she would awaken in the middle of the night, certain he was still sleeping peacefully beside her. She no longer knew which memories belonged to dreams, and which belonged to reality. Everything had once been peaceful. Everyone envied their marriage. Then, without warning, everything changed. The horrifying scene she had witnessed felt like something that could exist only inside a nightmare. Even so, she forced herself to accept it, to hide it. But one strange incident followed another. He insisted on going out. Then his sister came to visit. He went out, and was carried home drenched in blood. What would happen next time? For days, these chaotic thoughts had tangled inside a Huang's heart. The crown prince was dead. The eastern palace now stood vacant. The emperor's intentions were obvious. He summoned Li Songjia to the palace again and again. The once lively Anding manor had become eerily quiet after music and dancing were forbidden during the mourning period. She could only remain alone inside Zhaohua Pavilion. She didn't even dare extinguish the sandalwood incense. She feared that one day, she might never smell that familiar fragrance again. The thought seemed ridiculous. Yet whenever she was alone, she could no longer pretend nothing had happened. A Huang, as beautiful as a blooming peony, graceful, dignified, the perfect wife for Li Songjia. Yet, sometimes even she forgot that beneath all that elegance, she was only a woman, only a wife. She carried too many dark secrets within her heart, so many, that even her dreams could no longer bear them. Resting against his chest, she quietly sighed. Just as she closed her eyes, she suddenly remembered that shoulder. It had been this shoulder. She cried out and shoved him away. She remembered lifting his collar while he lay unconscious after losing so much blood. Hidden beneath his neck, extending toward his shoulder, had been a dark crimson wound, an irregular circle, a bite mark. A Huang stared at his shoulder in horror. It was as though she could still see through his clothing to the wound beneath. That horrifying image refused to leave her mind. Night after night, it tormented her. Sometimes she even wondered whether the Li Songjia embracing her now was only another nightmare. Li Songjia was equally startled. He immediately pulled her back into his arms and held her tightly. He could tell her emotions were unstable. Nothing mattered more now than calming her. It's all right, Huang. He gently stroked her hair. I'm all right. My wounds have healed. I'm still here. Everything is still here. You and me. His voice wasn't loud, but it was steady, certain. Huang slowly closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She caught the familiar scent of red sandalwood from his body. Li Songjia lowered his head and whispered into her ear. I heard that the remaining fragments of the colorful skirt and feathered robe score may still be at Anong Temple. Shall I have someone search for them? She silently nodded. He knew. He had wronged her. Whether right or wrong, people still had to face the consequences of their own choices. Holding her tightly, Li Songjia said softly, Huang, I know you're sensible. If you understand me, then believe me. As your husband, I will never abandon you. At any time. Her tears soaked into his robes. For the first time, the two of them were finally willing to face the problem they had deliberately avoided for so long. Li Songjia sighed. It was truly difficult for people to live exactly as they wished. At that moment, he found himself envying Zhao Kuangyin. If Zhao Kuangyin wanted the world, he would seize the world. If he wished to accomplish something, he simply did it. But what about himself? On the same day, Li Songjia was invested as King of Wu, appointed director of the Chancellery and Minister of State Affairs, and moved into the Eastern Palace. His footsteps stopped outside the moon gate of the side courtyard one last time. But he never stepped inside again. Perhaps the peach blossoms had already fallen into the mud. Silence filled the imperial court. The emperor mourned deeply. The one who had died was his own son, Li Hongji, the son in whom he had once placed his greatest hopes. Since childhood, he had often lamented that Hongji was too intolerant of others, that such a temperament would only invite disaster. As a father, he had resented his obsession with imperial power, resented his aggressiveness, resented his inability to yield. Yet, he was still his son. Li Hongji's sudden death seemed to age the emperor overnight. The Prince of Qi, then the Crown Prince, one after another, even a father, could grow weary. After receiving the imperial decree, Li Songjia straightened and looked toward the dragon throne. His father's hair had already begun turning gray. His eyes still forced themselves to display imperial majesty. Though seated upon the highest throne, half the kingdom had already been surrendered. He could no longer even openly call himself emperor. When Li Songjia was little, his father had often held him on his lap while reading poetry. As a child, Li Songjia disliked looking into bronze mirrors. He never understood why his eyes were different. He only knew he wasn't like everyone else. The emperor had once smiled and said, Li Songjia, you were destined to be different. This is heaven's gift. Unfortunately, who could say whether such a gift was truly a blessing? Li Songjia understood that he was now Li Hongji's successor. His father had yet to announce it openly. Perhaps he was still grieving. Perhaps he wished to calm the people first. Regardless, everyone already understood. Nothing had really changed. For a brief moment, father and son sighed at exactly the same time. Who asked us to be born into the imperial family? In truth, no one would willingly choose such a life. Han Xizai understood Li Songjia better than anyone. With Li Hongji dead, Li Songjia would inevitably be pushed to the center of power. Watching two children he had known since childhood end up like this broke his heart, even more so because he knew Li Songjia's nature was never suited to ruling a nation. The elderly minister secretly urged Zhong to persuade the emperor. Songjia is gentle, indecisive, and deeply devoted to Buddhism. He is not fit to rule. Shan is resolute and dignified. He should become the heir. Unfortunately, perhaps the emperor was simply too exhausted. Or perhaps he was afraid. Heaven had given this child the appearance of an emperor. Fate kept pushing him toward the throne. Perhaps this was heaven's will. Besides, that man dressed in green truly possessed a heart vast enough to contain mountains and rivers, the sun and moon, and even the unpredictable hearts of men. Everyone had their own beliefs. Since the emperor refused to listen, Han Xizai simply buried himself in music and wine. Let those who still believed they understood the world continue trying. When Li Songjia later heard petty officials whispering that Han Xizai had secretly opposed his appointment, he merely smiled. In such a vast world, how difficult it was to find someone who truly understood you. Rather than feeling angry, he laughed, then ordered the finest wine in the capital to be delivered to Han Xizai's residence. The servants who knew nothing of the truth admired him even more. They praised the new master of the Eastern Palace for his extraordinary magnanimity. Even after endless praise, the elegantly dressed young man still retained the same purity and quiet nobility. The faint fragrance of rosewood drifted from his fan. He rubbed his forehead, then slowly walked away. Every step was steady. A dragon-patterned robe now rested upon his shoulders. From this day onward, he could no longer casually wear his beloved sky-blue robes. Li Songjia was no longer merely a prince. His figure stretched beneath the magnificent golden roofs of the palace. Groups of officials gathered upon the white jade bridges, quietly watching him disappear into the distance. He rarely appeared before them. That slender figure, if nothing unexpected happened, would one day occupy the highest seat beneath heaven. Many admired him. Others sighed quietly. Perhaps Han Xizai had been right. But unfortunately, not everyone had the privilege of rejecting the world. Everyone had to continue walking the road fate had chosen for them. For Li Songjia, his new residence was merely another cage. That night, the heavy temple bells echoed across Jinling once again. They came from Anong Temple in the northern part of the city. The trees swayed gently. Summer was approaching. Moonlight spread across the imperial yellow robes. Golden light shimmered like an old wound that had never truly healed. The wooden prayer beads upon Li Songjia's wrist swung softly as his slender arm rested upon the jade railing. He had yielded again and again, yet he could neither escape nor hide. He remained trapped within this magnificent golden cage. Lu Zhu and Piaoping had already begun calling him, "Your Highness," and "Your Highness, Princess." Perhaps, in only a few more days, he would become crown prince. Suddenly, he remembered the poem he had once written for Hongxiu. Sorrow for another can also become a wound upon oneself. Pearls shattered before my eyes. Spring flowers withered and fell. Before the hatred within my heart could fade, I had already lost myself. Medicine still remained inside the jade box. Dust had already settled upon the fragrant case. Past grief, future sorrow, not even tears remained to wet my handkerchief. Beauty resembles the fragrant tree. The road of danger is much the same. Just as I mourned spring's passing, the bitter rain struck the flowers again. Where has all that splendor gone? Everything has drifted away. There is nowhere left to ask. Only the endless eastern wind remains. The palace walls stood so near, yet impossibly far away. Zhangbei, when Zhao Kuangyin and his companions entered Kaifeng, they were met by the carriage sent by Governor Wang of Zhangde to welcome them. Chapter 38. The unexpected visitor caught Zhao Kuangyin off guard. The moment he saw the carriage waiting for him, he realized that Wang Rao still had no intention of exposing his true intentions. It seemed he knew nothing about what Zhao Guangyi had told him. On the journey, Yunjia had mentioned something she had overheard. One of Wang Rao's retainers had accidentally obtained a copy of the Tue Bei Tu. The book had first appeared during the early Tang Dynasty. It was a mysterious collection of prophetic diagrams and hexagrams compiled during the Jingguan era by the imperial astronomer Li Chunfeng and the hermit Yuan Tiangang. It had disappeared for over 100 years before suddenly resurfacing and being presented to Wang Rao. The prophecies of troubled times had come true one after another. The glorious Tang dynasty had fallen into endless war. Even the final prophecies, written after countless generations, had become nothing more than piles of bones, seemed uncannily accurate. Prediction after prediction had been fulfilled. Who could truly explain the mystery behind them? Yunjia had said that one particular prophecy concerned the present day. Her father had spent several days reading it before locking himself inside his study, refusing to come out. The plum tree sprouts. The pomegranate blooms. The dead tree returns to life in an instant, and prosperity spreads across the world. There were more lines after that, but I didn't have time to hear them clearly. Just those few sentences were enough to consume Wang Rao's thoughts. Zhao Kuangyin merely laughed. The man who had survived countless life and death battles had grown old, and now believed in mysterious prophecies. Yunjia lowered her voice. Do you know what the book says about the late emperor? After father obtained it, he ordered many people to study it day and night. I only overheard a few lines. Zhao Kuangyin looked at her. You believe it too? She remained silent for a long moment before answering quietly. The prophecy about the late emperor was completely accurate. The carriage rattled along the uneven road. The forests were lush with summer greenery, putting Zhao Kuangyin in an unusually good mood. Go on. Treat it as telling me a story. Yunjia recited softly. The Han River dries, and birds soar high. They fly back and forth, but where can they rest? The mountains are no lower than the city walls. 100 birds cross the water. 99 pass beyond the western mountains. Only one remains, wearing coarse clothes and sitting alone. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Kuangyin unconsciously tightened his grip on the reins. The meaning behind the prophecy was unmistakable. Guo Wei, the founder of later Zhou, had once seized the throne from later Han. When he was young, people had mockingly called him Guokeir. Zhao Kuangyin understood the hidden meaning immediately. It's easy for later generations to invent prophecies after history has already happened. But who can guarantee that predictions about the future will truly come to pass? He flicked the reins sharply. Yunjia lowered her head and murmured, If only I knew the second half. Her voice disappeared into the dust. Zhao Kuangyin paid it no further attention. Although he had not expected to encounter Wang Rao's people after entering Kaifeng, courtesy still had to be observed. He escorted Yunjia to the gates of the residence without entering. Just as he turned to leave, Wang Rao personally came out to greet him. The elderly military governor smiled broadly. Congratulations, General Zhao. His Majesty is greatly pleased with your achievements during this journey south. Please don't forget this old man in the future. Those words stunned Zhao Kuangyin. Having his secret journey exposed should have been disastrous. Yet Wang Rao openly praised him for great merit. Seeing his surprise, Wang Rao merely glanced toward the young man standing behind him. And this is? Zhao Guangyi calmly stepped forward. I am Zhao Guangyi. Wang Rao carefully examined him from head to toe. Then his gaze stopped upon the wooden bracelet around Zhao Guangyi's wrist. A meaningful smile appeared. Zhao Guangyi, a fine name indeed. You will surely accomplish great things one day. Zhao Guangyi's expression remained unchanged. I cannot compare with Lord Wang. I merely follow my elder brother. Something subtly shifted in Wang Rao's expression. Since Wang Rao had personally come to receive him, Zhao Kuangyin could no longer insist on leaving. He followed him inside for tea. Yunjia looked at Zhao Kuangyin with obvious concern. Wang Rao waved toward her. You've caused enough trouble. If General Zhao hadn't found you, who knows where I'd have had to search? Zhao Kuangyin quietly sipped his tea before speaking. I only wonder, how did Lord Wang explain my secret journey south? Before he could finish, Wang Rao burst into laughter. Without hesitation, he walked over and slapped Zhao Kuangyin's shoulder. Though decades apart in age, the two had always treated one another like equals. The atmosphere immediately relaxed. Zhao Kuangyin was curious to hear what excuse Wang Rao had prepared. To be honest, it was impossible to hide your disappearance forever. Fortunately, His Majesty is wise. He ordered me to investigate thoroughly. Wang Rao slowly sipped his tea before continuing. It was indeed my fault to leave without permission. If punishment is due, There is no need for Lord Wang to shield me. Wang Rao laughed again. General Zhao, tomorrow, you'll most likely receive another promotion. You have nothing to worry about. Zhao Kuangyin frowned. What do you mean? I reported to His Majesty that you secretly traveled south to eliminate the Southern Crown Prince for the sake of the realm. I merely embellished the story a little. His Majesty was delighted. He now believes you risked yourself in secret service to the Empire. As for the rest, he never asked. Zhao Kuangyin sighed inwardly. Wang Rao truly was an old fox. Now he was expected to thank him. He rose politely and offered his gratitude with a smile. For a brief moment, it almost felt as though he had returned from a victorious military campaign. Unfortunately, the world was unpredictable, and so were men's hearts. Everyone carried an invisible blade hanging above them. Who could compete with time itself? Before white hair finally arrived, Zhao Guangyi silently watched from the side. Even famous generals grew old. Even they could not stop time. The older men became. The more they feared younger generations seizing power. That fear was the most dangerous of all. He still couldn't understand why Wang Rao had chosen to cover Zhao Kuangyin's offense this time. As they left the residence, they spotted Congjia waiting quietly around a distant corner. She had clearly ignored the servants' attempts to stop her and secretly slipped out to wait along the only road they could take. Zhao Kuangyin caught sight of her through a gap in the garden rocks. Turning back, he persuaded Wang Rao not to escort him any farther. There is no need to trouble yourself. After finally convincing the older man to return, Zhao Kuangyin deliberately slowed his pace. A small rock garden lay beneath the corridor. Through the narrow gaps between the decorative stones, one could barely see the opposite side. Congjia stood beside a pillar, clutching a handkerchief nervously. She looked so anxious that Zhao Kuangyin nearly laughed. As soon as he reached the end of the corridor, she immediately gestured for silence. It's all right. Your father didn't follow us. He lowered his voice. Only after carefully checking that no one else was nearby did she hurry over. She reached into her sleeve. But when she noticed Zhao Guangyi standing behind Zhao Kuangyin, she hesitated. Seeing her concern, Zhao Kuangyin smiled. It's fine. Guangyi is my younger brother. You don't need to avoid him. The gentle young woman finally took out a silk handkerchief. It looked like an ordinary embroidered keepsake carried by noble ladies. I secretly copied this from the Tue Bay Tuesday. The guests had gone out drinking. There was no one in father's study. He forgot to close the door. I didn't have much time, so I only copied a few pages. Zhao Kuangyin accepted it. The silk was embroidered with delicate floral patterns. Between them were copied prophecies and hexagrams, written with remarkable care. It was obvious how much effort she had put into reproducing every detail. She could not possibly have remained in the study for long. She must have memorized everything first, then written it down later from memory. She had even risked slipping out just to hand it to him. Zhao Kuangyin had never cared much for mystical predictions. He considered such things little more than superstition. But seeing Yunjia's anxious expression, he could only reassure her. Don't worry. You saw it yourself. Your father treated me exactly as before today. Watching him tuck the handkerchief safely into his robes, she let out a quiet sigh. When you return, read it carefully. My father. No wonder my father is afraid of you. After saying that, she studied his face one last time before quickly running away. Zhao Guangyi watched her leave. Wang Rao may have ulterior motives, but his daughter seems kind and well-raised. Zhao Kuangyin nodded. Yunjia is a good girl. Zhao Guangyi hesitated. Then you and Miss Wang, go home and rest. We enter the palace tomorrow morning. Even if Wang Rao has spoken on our behalf, the emperor's thoughts are impossible to predict. Zhao Kuangyin deliberately interrupted him, avoiding the topic altogether. Seeing that, Zhao Guangyi wisely asked no further questions. That night, summer north of the Yangtze felt completely different from the south. The cicadas still sang, yet the air itself seemed unfamiliar. After tidying his room, Zhao Guangyi quietly stepped outside. It felt like walking into another world. Everything here had become completely detached from the past. Nothing remained connected to Anong Temple. Even the lingering scent of incense had disappeared. Looking back, it had not actually been very long. Yet, everything had changed. He was no longer the child clinging desperately to an old tree during the flood. No longer the boy punished for secretly breaking temple rules. Perhaps, he was no longer even himself. The world had changed. Moonlight spread coldly across the courtyard. His shadow stretched long across the ground. He was no longer the child kneeling before the shrine. Sometimes he wondered. To escape the chains of fate, he had sacrificed himself. In exchange, another child had been left to wait forever. Was it worth it? Because of me, you could never wait for him again. From now on, I must carry that burden for the rest of my life. Zhao Guangyi slowly approached Zhao Kuangyin's room. He gently knocked. After receiving permission to enter, he found Zhao Kuangyin studying the embroidered handkerchief beneath the candlelight. Walking over, he asked, "Brother, may I take a look?" Zhao Kuangyin smiled. "I was about to ask you. I truly can't make sense of these prophecies." Having spent so many years at Annong Temple, Zhao Guangyi had encountered many books on divination. Though he mainly studied Buddhism, the temple library contained ancient texts on astrology and prophecy. As children, they had often sneaked inside simply to satisfy their curiosity. He had naturally heard of the Tue Bei too. I once heard. It contains 60 prophetic images. 60, representing the complete cycle of heaven and earth. The name itself came from its origin. Legend said Li Chunfeng became so absorbed in divination that he continued predicting events thousands of years beyond the Tang Dynasty. Only when Yuan Tiangang finally pushed him on the back and exclaimed, "The secrets of heaven must not be revealed any further," did he finally stop. That final prophecy became the 60th image. Thus the book came to be called the Tue Bei Tu. By candlelight, Zhao Guangyi carefully examined Yunjia's transcription. Since the prophecies were arranged chronologically, the section she copied appeared to begin with the 13th image. The 13th image. Bingzi. Li below. Ken above. Already complete. The prophecy read, "The Han River dries and birds soar high. They fly here and there, yet nowhere can they settle. The mountains are no lower than the city walls." The accompanying verse read, "100 birds cross the waters. 99 pass beyond the western mountains. Only one remains, clothed in coarse garments, sitting alone." The meaning was straightforward. It referred to Guo Wei overthrowing later Han and founding later Zhou. There was little left to interpret. The next prophecy, the 14th image. Dingqiu, Li below, Dui above. The prophecy read, "The plum tree grows new roots. The pomegranate blossoms. The dead tree revives in a single instant. Its glory spreads throughout the world." The accompanying verse read, "When gold, wood, water, fire, and earth have all ended, 13 rulers of 8 surnames shall pass. After 53 years, the wise ruler's work will remain unfinished." Zhao Guangyi silently considered its meaning. The 5 elements ending together likely symbolized the end of the 5 dynasties. The current emperor's surname was Chai. His given name was Rong. If the prophecy were true, the era of chaos would conclude after 53 years, under 13 rulers from 8 different family names. Yet, the wise ruler would die before fulfilling his ambitions. When Zhao Guangyi finished explaining, silence filled the room. Whether these prophecies were truly heaven's will, or nothing more than superstition, neither of them wished to entrust their lives to fate. Unfortunately, others might, especially Wang Rao. If he truly believed the current emperor would die before completing his mission, then among all the generals who might one day threaten him, none would seem more dangerous than Zhao Kuangyin. Was Zhao Kuangyin simply too majestic to ignore? Or had Wang Rao truly lost himself in these strange prophecies? Either way, fear had taken root. Then came the next prophecy. The wars of the Central Plains are not yet over. Few sleep peacefully. Yet there is a true emperor beneath heaven, who shall sweep away every demon and restore the light. This image clearly described the end of the 5 dynasties. The realm remained divided. Only Wuyue under the Qian family and Southern Tang under the Li family still enjoyed relative peace. Everywhere else, cruel warlords ruled. Anyone living through these chaotic years knew the prophecy rang true. But who is this true emperor? There is a true emperor beneath heaven. Those words clearly referred to someone beyond the princes and rulers of the present age. Who would ultimately unite the realm? Who would finally end the endless wars? Zhao Kuangyin listened quietly as Zhao Guangyi finished his analysis. Without saying a single word, he reached for the handkerchief. Zhao Guangyi thought his brother wished to study it again. Instead, Zhao Kuangyin held it over the candle. Flames erupted. The prophecy of the true emperor quickly turned into ashes. "Brother," Zhao Guangyi started to speak. Zhao Kuangyin merely waved his hand. He understood the gesture. His brother wanted to reject heaven's so-called destiny. Unfortunately, what Zhao Guangyi had actually wanted to mention was something entirely different. Hidden among the embroidery, a pair of silver thread mandarin ducks had been stitched into the corner of the handkerchief. It was almost certainly Miss Yunji's silent confession. But Zhao Kuangyin had never been one to notice such details. Now, it had already burned to ashes. Zhao Guangyi simply sighed. He said nothing more. The following morning, Zhao Kuangyin rose early and entered the palace to plead guilty. Crossing the Yangtze without permission and leaving his military post for several days was a grave offense. Yet, the emperor showed no anger. Instead, he was delighted. All the officials praised Zhao Kuangyin's courage and loyalty. Wang Rao stood quietly among them. When Zhao Kuangyin looked his way, he found only admiration reflected in the older man's eyes. Wang Rao's attempt to manipulate Zhao Kuangyin had failed completely. Instead, it had elevated Zhao Kuangyin even further in the emperor's favor. Zhao Kuangyin laughed inwardly. He had never imagined that killing Li Hongji in a fit of anger would become the greatest achievement of his career. Wang Rao's greatest mistake was believing Zhao Kuangyin had been bewitched by the Southern Kingdom. To Zhao Kuangyin, what significance did a corner of Jiangnan hold? Only a fool like Wang Rao would imagine Zhao Kuangyin plotting alongside Southern Tang. In troubled times, choosing the right master mattered more than mere ambition. Vision determined everything. Ever since the Battle of Sichuan, Southern Tang had already surrendered all territory north of the Yangtze. Its ruler had repeatedly requested permission to abdicate in favor of the crown prince. The northern court had refused every time. Chai Rong wanted not merely 14 prefectures and 64 counties. He wanted the entire realm. The Li family excelled in literature and music, but they lacked resolve. Only Crown Prince Li Hongji had been ruthless enough to pose any threat. Chai Rong had long regarded him as a thorn in his side. Now, thanks to Zhao Kuangyin's accidental actions, everyone believed he had secretly crossed south, eliminated the southern crown prince, and removed the greatest obstacle to future conquest. No one suspected the truth. As a result, the emperor immediately appointed Zhao Kuangyin commander of the palace guards. After court ended, he was retained to discuss military affairs. The inner palace differed greatly from every place Zhao Kuangyin had visited in the south. There were none of the lingering fragrances, none of the gentle elegance of Southern Tang, only vast ambition, only the dream of unifying the world. After dismissing everyone else, Emperor Chai Rong removed his dragon robe. He ordered a chair brought for Zhao Kuangyin. A military map was spread across the table. "I will spend 10 years expanding the empire, 10 years restoring the people's livelihood, and another 10 years bringing lasting peace." Chai Rong truly was a diligent ruler. The southern kingdom had submitted for now, but the Khitan forces in the north remained the greatest threat. Zhao Kuangyin studied the map carefully. His eyes gleamed with determination. "I am deeply grateful for your majesty's trust. I will dedicate my life to the empire." On the map, Sangzhou had been circled in vermilion. The emperor tapped it lightly. "I intend to personally lead the northern campaign. We shall attack Liao and recover Yuzhou." Zhao Kuangyin hesitated. "Your majesty's old wounds. They are my greatest concern." Chai Rong had personally led countless campaigns. Old injuries from swords and arrows still plagued him. Before Zhao Kuangyin could continue, the emperor raised a hand to stop him. He had sworn to restore the realm. He intended to see it through himself. The imperial decree was issued. In early summer, Emperor Chai Rong would personally lead the northern expedition. Zhao Kuangyin and Wang Rao, military governor of Zhangde, would jointly command the army. Zhao Guangyi would accompany them as well. Thin lines wound across the military map, linking one strategic fortress after another. No one knew what awaited them. All they could do was act with a clear conscience. That night, back at his residence, Zhao Kuangyin spread the military map across the table once more. A jar of wine rested in one hand, a sword in the other. Watching him, Zhao Guangyi still felt uneasy. "I'm afraid Wang Rao won't give up so easily." Zhao Kuangyin seemed not to hear. His eyes remained fixed upon the map. From time to time, he raised the wine jar and drank deeply. Wine splashed across the parchment, soaking part of the river markings. Brother, Zhao Guangyi reminded him gently. The map was invaluable. Still, Zhao Kuangyin remained silent. The blade in his hand slowly traced a path across the map, from south toward north. Its tip extended far beyond Yuzhou. He murmured something under his breath. Zhao Guangyi couldn't hear it clearly. Thinking his brother was speaking about the northern campaign, he stepped closer. Only then did he realize. Zhao Kuangyin's gaze wasn't fixed upon Yuzhou at all. It rested on the southern kingdom. At that moment, Zhao Guangyi finally understood everything. He suddenly remembered the painting. Without another word, he gently took the wine jar from Zhao Kuangyin's hand. Then he sighed softly. No matter how deeply someone buried their worries, the heart could never truly let them go. He should have realized. That painting had never been a good omen. Brother, you're drunk.